This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1: Returning from the Low Magic World. Although the dilapidated rental house is a bit stuffy because of the landlord's private modification without windows, the room is very tidy as a whole. However, there is not much space left after placing a single bed and a desk in a room of less than 10 square meters. From some personal clothes on the bed, it can be seen that this is a female room. The sound of a shower came from the bathroom. From the frosted glass door, you can see the white mist and beautiful outline inside. But suddenly, with a twist of the air in the center of the room, ZZ, a black dot quickly turned in a reverse way, like a rewind swallowed by a black hole, and a messy figure in a robe sprang out, landing directly on the single bed, causing the bed board to creak under the weight. The sudden loud noise stopped the shower sound in the bathroom, but no additional sound was made. The air seemed to be a little heavy for a while. Wangi, who fell on the bed, sniffed the smell at the tip of his nose, took a lace edge from the top of his head, and felt a little dizzy at this time. Putting down the things in his hands, he opened his eyes in confusion and looked around. Looking at the familiar and unfamiliar ornaments, he felt a moment of enlightenment. This is back? It's been 3 years. And the inferior gold finger hurts people. Wangi sighed in his heart. Wangi traveled to this parallel world similar to the end of the 20th century 21 years ago, and was reborn in this world as a fetus. Wangi, who lived again, recovered his past life memories under the stimulation of the accidental death of his parents in this life. Since the memory was restored, he began to plan his life trajectory and move forward without hesitation. Raised by his uncle's family after his parents died at a young age, Wangi did not bother about the compensation and inheritance. The identity restrictions of minors are here, although he knows that his property has been misappropriated. As long as he has not abused himself, Wangi has always kept a low profile. It is better for a minor without parents not to jump around. At least, he had no shortage of food, lodging and schooling. He just pretended not to know about some of the petty things his uncle's family did occasionally. At the same time, due to his identity restrictions, Wangi did not consider making quick money when he was a minor. He knew that only knowledge was truly his own, because he had the excellent learning talent gained from living a second life. Even if he had a certain foresight in this parallel world, he knew that without the core technology in his hands, creativity was meaningless. Just like Zuckerberg, the founder of Facebook, someone came to him with an idea to cooperate at the beginning. He relied on his own technology to kick the person away and use the idea. But the creative party had no way to deal with it. Wangi, who did not want to become like this, spent most of his time before adulthood on self-charging. He skipped grades all the way and completed his undergraduate studies at the age of 18. Although there are doctoral graduates at the age of 18, Wangi himself is not pursuing a high degree. He just keeps absorbing all kinds of knowledge for his own goals, taking classes, and working in various research groups. He will go directly after learning what he wants, without any drag. As time goes by, it gradually comes to the early 21st century, when instant messaging platforms, search engines, and online shopping platforms have already fought out 3 giants. Wangi's goal is very clear. That is to rely on time to lay out short video platforms, which is also the direction he thinks he has the greatest chance of success. It's not that he doesn't know that technologies such as chips and semiconductors can be a bottleneck, but he knows that even if he knows the direction, he is not sure to leverage the general trend with the help of a small plugin that only enhances learning ability. After all, time is too tight. So he chose the direction he is sure of. And even if he chooses this direction that he thinks he is sure of, with the study and understanding of these years, Wangi can also understand that it involves a lot of core technologies that need to be mastered. And it is not as simple as it seems on the surface. Even if he has learned all kinds of knowledge and gathered them together, he must have a strong team to cooperate with him. And he must find a way to tie up capital to share the cake and give up enough benefits. Use the core technology in hand to ensure that he will not be kicked out. But just when Wangi completed the basic accumulation and sold some songs from his previous life in exchange for the first pot of gold with his extraordinary memory, he was ready to start his struggle. The golden finger that was late for 18 years was opened. This is a light group that travels with his soul, because it is integrated with his soul. Its function can make him understand instinctively. There are 3 very simple functions. One is to provide half a cubic personal space. The second is to provide 10 minutes of overclocking energy every day, which can be accumulated for up to 100 days. The third is to travel through the plane. The overclocking state is the maximum ability and maximum blessing of the light group. If Wang Yi had a 1060 graphics card and supporting hardware before the crossing, then the blessing of the 2 lives after the crossing would be 4090 sets. And overclocking can directly turn him into a quantum supercomputer. If they were still considered the same species before and after the crossing, then they were completely different after the overclocking. Their functions were very powerful even in seconds. It even allowed him to master the body's autonomous passive abilities, such as hormone secretion, cell division, and even DNA transcription. As Wang Yi, who was able to continue to study hard after the crossing, he was cautious enough. After the golden finger was turned on, he did not choose to cross immediately, but used the overclocking state to accumulate for another half a year, relying on summarizing and conditioning by spending half of his energy every day for 5 minutes of overclocking. He trained his body to the limit in half a year, and he also maxed out shooting, fighting, cold weapons, wilderness survival, etc. He also used a tourist visa to go to the United States and took advantage of the necessary weapons for the secrets of the Ashina-style swordsmanship. His personal space was completely filled, and he was armed to the teeth before choosing to cross. But in the end, this golden finger was a pitfall. It was too heavy when crossing and broke directly. The crossing button was stuck. He struggled in the other world for 3 years. Fortunately, the other world was only a low magic world, and Wang Yi was well prepared, and the overclocking ability of the plugin was still usable. Relying on the self-protection of the Ashina-style swordsmanship at the beginning, combined with the super learning ability of overclocking, he finally gained a foothold in the other world, killed the necromancer who captured him, and inherited the other party's knowledge, in addition to his own knowledge of modern times combined with the combination of overclocking ability. He finally hid in the necromancer tower and became a legend. A legend in the low magic world. After becoming a legend, when he tried to use the magic circle to repair his plugin, he finally sent himself back. Free magic is indeed quite rare. Wang Yi felt the situation around him a little bit, and the feeling of extreme laziness of magic was just like the forbidden magic ball. Through his research there, magic should be a kind of dark energy that has no electromagnetic reaction under normal circumstances, and can only be felt when the mental power exceeds the threshold. After all, it was just a low magic world. Even though Wang Yi had finally broken through to the legendary level, he usually used his mental power to control the part of the magic he absorbed to form resonance, and to pry the magic of nature to complete the transformation. The magic pool of the mage tower and some magic equipment he carried with him could also provide instant magic. Fortunately, his half-cubic personal space could store magic, and he had always used it as a portable magic pool, and it was full now. Otherwise, with a lazy magic here, a fireball would probably take a day to recover. But the shuttle function of his plugin was deducted again, and inferior products harm people. At this moment, the creaking sound of the bathroom door opening interrupted Wang Yi's sigh of looking back on the past. A white and tender hand quietly stretched out from the bathroom and took the mobile phone on the table outside. Chapter 2 Kindness. Lu Xiuka was very nervous at this time. Her family was not bad, but she didn't want to be a puppet in the hands of her parents. So she came to the vertical store alone after graduating from college and decided to climb up step by step from the supporting role. As a girl, and a beautiful woman with a good figure, good looks and a degree, she has always protected herself well when she goes out. She doesn't drink water beyond her sight outside, and she also refuses the dinner introduced by the group leader to the director. Anti-theft locks are also installed in the personal rental house, and there are no windows, so the safety factor is off the charts. But today, when she was taking a shower, she heard a sudden loud noise outside. The sudden noise scared her alone. Although she didn't hear any subsequent movement, she didn't dare to move. But it was obviously not a good thing to go on like this. She finally chose to wrap a bath towel around her and quietly reach out to get her mobile phone while holding the clothesline. Drops of water slid down her delicate collarbone, and her beautiful plain face was full of nervous expressions. In fact, she wanted to scream, but she was afraid that she would really alarm something and bring danger. Besides, at this time, all the tenants on this floor were out working, so making a sound might not be useful. However, the creaking sound of the old bathroom door still made her heart drop to the bottom. She wanted to quickly take the phone and close the bathroom door, but before her hands could catch up with her brain, her white wrist was grabbed by a strong hand like an iron clamp. A huge force came and pulled her out of the bathroom. She opened her mouth to scream instinctively, but the sound was blocked by another hand before she could get out. The next second, the figure flashed behind her, grabbed her right hand and turned it over, hugged her from the waist, and locked both of her hands. The scene is indescribable. With her hands tied and her mouth covered, Lushioka widened her eyes in horror, and then she kept struggling and made a whimpering sound. But the hand that locked him didn't move at all, as if it was welded shut. Then, a warm breath and a hoarse voice came to his ears. "Don't scream." The hoarse words made Lushioka's body stiffen in an instant. She smelled the strong smell of sweat and heard the voice in her ear, which made her tremble nervously. Her slender legs under the bath towel couldn't help but close together. "It's over." On the other side, Wang Yi was standing behind him and hugging the woman wrapped in a bath towel. He was also speechless. God knows, he just did it subconsciously before. As a legendary wizard, his body was nurtured by magic power, no less than that of a great knight. All his reactions were easily subdued in just a moment. But it seemed that the other party had some misunderstanding about him. She seemed to be more nervous after he told her not to scream. Although he had been in the magic world for 3 years, he spent most of his time doing research in his own wizard tower. He knocked the ordinary necromancer tower he inherited into a legendary wizard tower. Wang Yi really had no experience in dealing with such things. Be ruthless? It seems like it will be even more troublesome. There is no other way. I can only waste a little bit. The free magic of this world is really too lazy. After making the decision, Wang Yi stretched out his fingers with the hand that was covering the other person's mouth and began to smear on her smooth face. The feeling of his fingers rubbing against her face made Lushioka shudder all over, and she struggled in fear. What she couldn't see was that Wang Yi's fingertips seemed to have their own fluorescent ability, and every time he drew on her face, a faint blue line was left, and Wang Yi's pupils gradually began to show the light of arcane. As Wang Yi's mysterious and ethereal voice fell, the arcane light in his eyes and the lines on Lushioka's face bloomed to the limit at the same time. And the next moment Lushioka's smart eyes began to become empty. Charm humans. It's not a slave contract or something like that. It's purely to increase the trust of the caster. And it will also cause a short brain crash and blackout. After all, it's just magic in the low magic world. And it's not driven by external magic. So the effect is not so exaggerated. So that's how it is. So pitiful. Lushioka sat on her bed and listened to Wang Yi's words, with a sympathetic expression on her face. I heard that a former tenant here went missing. So the rent for this room is even cheaper. I didn't expect it to be you. The landlord is a nice guy. Your luggage should be in the warehouse. You can ask him for it. Lushioka was still wrapped in a bath towel, because she was sitting on the bed. Her hands naturally squeezed out the arc of mosaic, and her beautiful face was flushed, under the effect of magic. Even if Wang Yi made some excessive requests now, she would probably consider it and agree. However, after all, the magic in the low magic world. If Wang Yi did something beyond common sense, or something she was extremely resistant to, she would notice something unnatural after the magic effect faded. So Wang Yi now made up an appropriate excuse to fill it, because he believed that he could make a lot of money. He was deceived by pyramid schemes, and was directly deceived to smuggle to Southeast Asia and enter the industrial park. He escaped recently. This is also an excuse specially set by Wang Yi, who gradually felt Lushioka's character. She is still quite sympathetic, and actually quite simple. Now it seems that the plan is very successful. I'm sorry to bother you today. Thank you for your guidance. I'll go to the landlord to get my luggage back. Seeing that the situation was settled, Wang Yi smiled and prepared to leave. Wait a minute. But just after Wang Yi stood up, Lushioka called him from behind, which made Wang Yi stunned for a moment, and then turned around with a puzzled expression and asked, "Is there anything else?" Wait a minute. Lushioka put on the bare slippers with bare feet, and came to her closet. After searching for a while, she found more than 300 yuan in scattered change. Take these and use them first. Lushioka stuffed the cash into Wang Yi's hand. Looking at the cash in his hand, Wang Yi's eyes also showed a strange color. This magic effect is just to make the other party trust him. What actions the other party takes, and how to make up lies depends on the other party's own personality. In other words, giving money to oneself is indeed the choice made by the other party under such conditions. Looking at the cash in his hand, Wang Yi found that he really needed this thing. Although he still had some money left from selling songs, he could use the overclocking ability to dig out more songs that he had only heard once to use in an emergency. But I don't have a cell phone. And if I don't have some cash, it's really hard to move. Okay. I have to change my clothes quickly. Otherwise it will be a bit troublesome even if there is a film and television city nearby. Thank you. I owe you a favor. After a moment of silence, Wang Yi smiled at Lu Xiuke. Okay. Hurry up and get your luggage. Go home early so that your family won't worry. Lu Xiuke grinned. Then she looked at the simple robe on Wang Yi and asked in confusion. Are you also playing a supporting role recently? Why are you wearing the props of the crew? Hearing her words, Wang Yi knew that the magic effect began to diminish. After all, the free magic power in this world is very lazy. And he is originally a means of the low magic world. So this effect is normal. Yes, I have to go back later. So I'll say goodbye. I'll take you next time if there's work. Okay. Chapter 3 Spirit. It's good that you're fine. Just consider it a lesson. You're still young and have a chance to start over. In a duck blood vermicelli shop, an old man who looked to be in his 50s was busy in the kitchen. He was wearing an apron and preparing dishes while sighing to Wang Yi, who had changed into street stall goods. This ordinary-looking country old man was Wang Yi's former landlord. He had 6 buildings to collect rent at home. But he couldn't sit still, and opened a duck blood vermicelli shop. His craftsmanship was very good. He was also kind. He would not urge the rent to be delayed. Sometimes he would help some tenants in need. I'll give you the key to the warehouse. I put the things in the corner on the right side of the door, and put them together. You should know your own bag. It's a bit dusty. There is a rag and a faucet next to it to wipe it. The landlord, Uncle Lee, reached out and wiped his apron. Then came to the kitchen door, and took out a key chain weighing several kilograms. He began to search inside. After searching for a long time, he found a key with a label. It was a warehouse for storing waste. And he didn't care much and gave the key to Wang Yi. If you encounter such a thing, come back when the time comes. If you don't have a place to live, find a place to live first. Your deposit is enough for 3 months of rent. If you don't live there, I will return the deposit to you. Thank you, Uncle Lee. Wang Yi didn't say anything polite. Rejecting the other person's kindness might make the other person unhappy. And he really had no place to stay now. After eating a bowl of duck blood vermicelli and missing the taste, Wang Yi set off for the warehouse. The hustle and bustle of the street, the billboards on both sides, and the coolly dressed young lady once again made Wang Yi feel familiar and unfamiliar. Although it has only been 3 years under the rapid changes, it feels like a world away. The journey was not far, and there was no car. Just walking on the street, watching many people assembled in the drama come and go in a hurry, as if time and space were disordered. In this way, Wang Yi was like a bystander watching the prosperity all the way and came to Uncle Lee's warehouse. It's called a warehouse, but it's actually a room on the first floor. It's quite humid and it's not rented out, so it's used to store some junk. Wang Yi followed the address and came to the warehouse. He frowned slightly when he looked at the environment in front of him. Humidity? It doesn't seem to be. This gloomy feeling. There are vengeful spirits wandering around. To be honest, with the lazy magic power of this world, the time a normal spirit can exist without a body is very short. It's not that it's impossible to generate, but it must be a very strong obsession. Unlike the low magic world, ordinary people have to be buried behind the church after death. There are often supernatural events, and some wild and powerful undead have even caused disasters to destroy the country. However, due to the activeness of magic power, although vengeful spirits appeared, the lethality of this thing is still limited. Ordinary people can't see it. Even if they encounter it, at most they will get sick and have some hallucinations. People with better physique may feel shivering. If it was somewhere else, Wang Yi wouldn't bother to care. But Li Bo is a good person, so he still plans to purify it. There is no need to waste magic power. The blood and energy of a great knight's physique is enough to disperse this kind of person. Although his physique as a great knight was also obtained by the flushing of magic power. After becoming a great knight, he could supplement it by daily eating. In terms of nutrition, although there is no monster meat in this world, various vitamins, proteins, etc. are quite comprehensive and sufficient. But just when Wang Yi used the key to open the shutter door and pulled it up, he paused slightly when he saw the figure of the vengeful spirit inside. The dust splashed when the shutter door was pulled up floated in the air, and it made people's noses itch under the sunset. And in the corner where the sun could not reach, a transparent spirit curled up there quietly and motionlessly. His face was pale, his body was thin, and he looked like a book. Even if Wang Yi opened the shutter door, he did not move at all, just staring blankly here. To be able to become a vengeful spirit under such a lazy magic condition, it can be said that he has a very strong obsession. When this kind of vengeful spirit just died, there would still be some humanity left. But as time goes by, it will inevitably become more and more indifferent, and only obsession will be left in the end. Ordinary natural spirits can be divided into good and bad, but the resentful spirits will inevitably be more harmful in the later stages. But the situation in front of him is slightly different. Wang Yi found that he actually knew this resentful spirit. This is Li Bo's eldest son. He had seen them before he went to the magic plane. There was also a naughty bear child. Dead? And turned into a resentful spirit? This made Wang Yi temporarily give up his original plan. After pulling down the shutter door again to block the sunlight outside, he went to the corner where the resentful spirit was, and just looked at him quietly. Are you still conscious? After a moment of silence, Wang Yi asked in a calm tone. Hearing Wang Yi's words, the dumbfounded resentful spirit also trembled, and then looked up at Wang Yi with empty eyes, as if he didn't expect Wang Yi to be able to see him. With a miserable face and a stiff tone, he said word by word, You can see me. The voice was sharp and gloomy. It was not a sound, but a wave that was directly received and transformed by the brain. However, Wang Yi knew it was useless after hearing this guy's response. He didn't die recently, and his remaining humanity was insufficient. After thinking for a moment, Wang Yi had a silver ring in his hand. The silver ring in the palm of his hand seemed to melt as if it encountered high temperature. And then, he drew a three-dimensional magic pattern in the void. Wang Yi started out as a necromancer. Although he integrated and exchanged many other knowledge in the later period, he was professional in dealing with vengeful spirits. Since the magic power of modern laziness has caused vengeful spirits to be unable to be seen everywhere, it seems nothing to recruit a helper to do miscellaneous work. By the way, stabilize his state and let him recover and understand the situation. Otherwise, if he continues to let it go, it may harm people. As the silver magic pattern directly penetrated into the vengeful spirit, the other party had no ability to resist at all. He screamed and was instantly absorbed by the magic pattern and turned into a ball. Finally, the liquid magic pattern twisted and turned into a ring again, floating in the air. And Wang Yi raised his hand to take the carrier in his hand. Silver is an excellent magical metal. By using magic power to change the metal lattice structure, it can be transformed into mithril. After the vengeful spirit lost its physical carrier, Wang Yi used silver to create a new carrier, and with the control of the necromancy magic, he helped this guy recover. However, because human nature has been wiped out a lot, it needs to be nurtured for a while before it can recover. Feeling the consumption of magic power, Wang Yi couldn't help but sigh. Only the first day back, I used 2 spells, and it took 2 days to refill them. It's really embarrassing. Fortunately, I still have a portable space as a magic pool reserve. Otherwise, I can't use it much if I can't pry much natural magic power by myself. It was just a matter of convenience to subdue this vengeful spirit. If he wasn't Li Bo's son, Wang Yi would have preferred to purify it directly at first. Now he will wait for him to recover, and ask what his obsession is. And after subduing this vengeful spirit, Wang Yi also began to think that all the small goals he had set before would definitely be overturned after his return. Originally, before the plugin arrived, he planned to rely on the grasp of the first opportunity, coupled with targeted learning and charging, and rely on core technology financing to tie capital to the chariot one by one to start the short video era. Wang Yi couldn't handle the large amount of money spent in the early stage alone. The small plugin that relied on learning ability to strengthen before the plugin arrived obviously couldn't do this. He could only choose to compromise and bring in capital to share the cake together. But in his current situation, there is obviously no such thing as sharing the cake. Even if the golden 3 years were delayed, even if the difficulty increased without capital, and it completely changed from an ordinary Super Mario to a perverted version. But this is the only way to be challenging. Now Wang Yi is no longer thinking about achieving financial freedom. After 3 years of research in the other world, he now likes that feeling very much. He wants to combine the accumulation of various modern theories with the completion of the magic side to see the scenery he has never seen before. He wants to pursue eternal immortality. And everything in the middle is just the scenery on his way to pursue eternity. That's all. Chapter 4 Thesis. Wang Yi wiped his backpack, took out his ID card and other documents, and looked at the keypad phone. He also felt a little sad. Before he went to the magic world, it was already the most critical node. The domestic mobile phone industry was in a fierce battle. And then the fruit machine in this world came out. Originally, he could have got an excellent start with the accumulation prepared in advance and the startup capital. But after 3 years of delay, almost all the opportunities have been taken. The shaking letter tied to the Penguin Empire has killed all sides and shown its prowess. Shupa Station has also had a group of loyal groups. Today's hot search has also begun to accumulate and explore the push algorithm. And Slow Hand has also started to try short videos from gift picture sharing. Kangaroos and online car hailing have also begun to take shape. The news has already spread that the 3 major operators will obtain 4G licenses by the end of the year. This is the sense of capital. After the fruit machine redefined the mobile phone and completed the reshuffle of smartphones. Almost instantly, all walks of life on the mobile side have been explored by the tentacles of capital. It may take a few years for them to grow up, but the layout has been completed early. Now all kinds of capital are casting a wide net, and there will always be a winner. What remains is the competition between capital and capital. In the end, the winner will be the winner. The founding team will get a share of the pie with their creativity and hard work and squeeze into it to become a member of capital. Originally, Wang Yi also had this plan. He had early preparations and startup funds 3 years ago. If everything went well, he would still have a great confidence in attracting investment. But if it is today, 3 years later, if you want to continue to tear off a piece of cake from scratch, the difficulty is completely not at the same level. However, if you have the black technology of technical dimensionality reduction, all problems will be solved. Wang Yi looked down at the ring on his hand and made a decision in 5 seconds. Then let's get an artificial intelligence first. Because a lot of the knowledge he had accumulated in the past 18 years was in electronics and algorithms. He had made a magic version of artificial intelligence to serve as his own mage tower steward in the magic world. This aspect is also familiar. In terms of artificial intelligence algorithms, cooperating with the vengeful spirit as the core can save a lot of trouble. It can also add the hardware conditions that were lacking before. And it may be easier to put together. Get pregnant and take care of it soon. Then I will help you solve your obsession. And you will help me manage the house. Wang Yi touched the ring on his hand. As a necromancer, he can certainly control it by force. And even now this vengeful spirit is Wang Yi's summoned creature and cannot betray. However, in order to mobilize the subjective initiative of the vengeful spirit, rather than passively turning it into an answering machine, it is still necessary to maintain friendly communication with each other. Now that the decision has been made, some hardware facilities can be prepared. Even if it is mainly based on the network, the basic server still needs to be matched. Although the brick phone in my hand has been abandoned for 3 years, it can still be used after charging. But the mobile phone is in arrears. Fortunately, the bank cards are still there, and the money in them is enough. Otherwise, I would have to shamelessly go to Uncle Lee to return the deposit. Don't make the same mistake again after you've suffered a loss once. This is the key to 301. Next to your original room. After taking the key to the warehouse, Uncle Lee continued to preach for a while, and then helped Wang Yi make a bowl of duck blood vermicelli for dinner. Thank you, Uncle Lee. Wang Yi took the key to the room, picked up the vermicelli and started to eat. Uncle Lee originally opened the store for his interest. Apart from the basic seasonings, there is no technology or hard work at all. The taste is also very good, and the quality is good, and the price is cheap. But thinking of the resentful spirit of his eldest son, and the vague sadness between Uncle Lee's eyebrows, Wang Yi also knew that this landlord also had his own troubles. Wang Yi checked the balance of his bank card on the ATM machine. There were still 120,000 yuan left, all of which were the money left from selling songs. It was enough to build a basic server, but if he wanted to save trouble and do better, it was still a bit tight. In terms of funds, he should first find a way to open up some sources. After all, his artificial intelligence was somewhat invisible in the early stage and could not be quickly realized. The fastest way to open source is probably to sell some more songs by myself, because there are previous channels and reputation. The speed of realization should be certain. The previous songs were all sold before the plugin was activated. Although the memory of the 2 lives is very strong, not many can be made complete. And most of them are children's songs. And I remember both Reverse War and Lone Hero more clearly. The price at the beginning was not high, but after the shipment, the price was still good. From a few thousand to tens of thousands at the beginning. And the last Lone Hero sold 100,000. The price of lyrics and music has always been low. And only the top masters, who have become famous, can get 6 figures. However, with the fermentation of these 3 years, the price of selling new songs now should be able to be raised. It's just that the output of songs cannot be too high. It's not wise to take out all the songs that you have heard but don't have here at once. Because mobile payment is not yet popular. Wang Yi swiped his card and spent $29.99 to buy a Hanwei EP1 mobile phone. After operating it in his hand, He found that it was very similar to the one in his previous life. The times and development trends can be predicted to a certain extent. Returning to the era of smartphones, Wang Yi also started to register his own mobile account. When he left, it was just the note of the era change, and he hadn't opened the WeChat account. He also bought a laptop to facilitate some operations later. Then he went to the McDonald's next door to surf the internet and found the music copyright registration platform and started to register 2 new songs to be sold. Although the overall development of this world is very similar to the previous life, there are still some differences. The awareness of copyright is relatively strong, and academic journals are more standardized. It is relatively easy to register patents and copyrights. After buying things, he went to the McDonald's store to surf the internet and completed some basic operations. When he left, it was already dark. The lights were on, and the streets were bustling, more lively than during the day. Wang Yi wore a standard plaid shirt and a computer bag, and walked towards his residence with the key in his hand. However, the night wind could vaguely see the sharp muscle outline through the gap between the buttons of his shirt. The perfect body makes Wang Yi, who originally had a 60 to 70% appearance, up to 80%, or even 90% in the eyes of some people. This is the well-proportioned physique of the great knight. Walking up the stairs to this rented house full of life, Wang Yi came to 301 and glanced at 302, which used to belong to him. Lu Shirka, the dead extra, hadn't returned yet, and she looked very tired. I won't pay the money back, and I'll help her out if I have the chance. Turning the key to enter 301. It was as small and cramped as 302, but fortunately there was a window. But there was still a musty smell in the air. The bed board was also empty. But Wang Yi didn't care much. His mental power was still there. Although his mental power would be very sticky and almost useless without the help of a medium, because the external magic power was too lazy. It was still no problem to use it to maintain his long-term spirit. When he was tired, he could meditate a little and be full of energy again. He had long been accustomed to using meditation instead of sleep, so it didn't matter whether there was a bed or not. I need to pull an internet cable. After the money arrives, I have to rent a larger place as a computer room. Uncle Lee seems to have one here. Pulling the notebook to the table and opening it, Wang Yi began to type quickly. It's not that he has started to prepare for artificial intelligence now. The core has not yet woken up, and the hardware has not yet arrived. There is no need to rush. He is just sending out the entire academic paper now. This is not for making money. But he encountered some problems when studying magic. The ability of overclocking is powerful. So powerful that it seems to have changed him into a different species. But overclocking itself has its limitations. That is, it will not provide inspiration. Unexpected things are useless no matter how high the computing power is. Blue Star is full of outstanding people and beautiful places. What Wang Yi wants to do now is to throw out some of his own research problems and ask everyone to help look at them together. In order to make those academic masters pay attention to him, he must also throw out some dry goods by the way. Let's start with a paper to say Lo. Chapter 5 Bells and Equality. You live next door? Lu Shika was holding the key to open the door, and looked at Wang Yi, who came out to throw away the garbage, and said with some surprise. Wang Yi also opened the door after hearing her come back. After all, she helped him, and was a new neighbor. Of course, the most important thing was to ask for the Wi-Fi password. After all, the network cable had to be pulled tomorrow. Yes, I also want to thank you for your help today. Add a friend. If you have any trouble, you can find me. Wang Yi shook the phone in his hand. I didn't expect that you look young, but you have a lot of tricks. Lu Shioka looked like she had seen through it. As a beautiful woman, she was often approached by various excuses to shake her signal. But she did not reject Wang Yi's action of adding a friend. Somehow, she felt that she had a natural trust in this young boy who was deceived by pyramid schemes. That's right. Sister Shika is a big beauty. At this time, Wang Yi naturally would not make himself boring by saying that I was after the Wi-Fi password. By the way, what's your Wi-Fi rate? I can't get the network cable until tomorrow. Wang Yi casually stated his main purpose. 88. I want to watch TV series tonight. Don't download movies. No. Thank you. After saying that, Wang Yi threw away the garbage and returned to the room. After connecting to the Wi-Fi, Wang Yi logged into the student account of his alma mater, the Academy of Sciences. After graduation, he could also use the school's database, which is definitely a benefit for those who need it. Every school has to pay a large amount of fees for the database every year, and these are free and open to students. Otherwise, Once an individual downloads the required information, he will have to pay a fee, and many of them are still US dollars. This world has a very good protection of intellectual rights. Afterwards, Wang Yi began to search for the papers he needed and downloaded them. They were all related papers on quantum mechanics. In the 3 years in the magic world, with the help of overclocking, he was able to chew through a large amount of knowledge. When he was studying, he would also encounter various jams. Relying on the memory of overclocking, he could determine that these jams were inextricably linked and complementary to the quantum mechanics here. But unfortunately, he had focused on algorithms and electronics before, and had only heard about quantum mechanics in general. Now he had to start cramming. First, read all the things summarized by the predecessors to see if they could be inspired and helped. In addition, he also submitted his first manuscript, a paper on pure number theory. About the proof of Goldbach's conjecture, please don't argue with me. I can't prove it. The reason why Wang Yi studied mathematics was related to a spell model he created. Because he had been hiding in the Mage Tower, Wang Yi was seriously lacking assistance, which made him pay attention to the undead. And finally he focused on the skeleton. But ordinary skeletons are too rigid, and the summoning process is too simple. It is precisely because of this simplicity that Wang Yi feels a little overwhelmed. In the end, he learned from his mistakes and relied on overclocking and his own mathematical skills to cooperate with the practice of spell models, combined with some mathematical theories from other worlds to complete the collision of the sparks of the two civilizations, allowing him to complete the process of because so, and thus make okay improvements to the summoning of skeletons. The conjecture itself is one of the achievements, but the most important thing is the mathematical tools that are perfected by combining some novel ideas from the other world. Now Wang Yi can give certain specific programs to the skeletons and let them do specific things, which is far beyond the original ability of the spell model of summoning skeletons. Therefore, he is naturally very confident about this paper, and it is quite handy to write it. He just needs to pay attention to some mathematical experience from the other world and complete the proof process. After looking at the prompt of submitted to journal, it means that it has been submitted successfully, and the next step is to wait. For such a big proof, the review will definitely be very cautious, and it is quite normal to take more than a month. It is precisely because he knows that he will have to wait for a long time that Wang Yi sent it out first. As for being famous and being paid attention to, Wang Yi does not care, although he does have a lot of secrets. In fact, this kind of pure number theory conjecture, even if he finally wins an international award for it, has limited impact. In this era that has just entered the era of smartphones, the melon-eating crowd is more concerned about various celebrities and gossip. There may be a shock in the academic world, and it may also attract the attention of his alma mater and some attention from higher levels. But the attention that can be attracted in the field of number theory is relatively controllable. It's not like he took out a perpetual motion machine. It's just that Wang Yi used to be a complete pragmatist, and he used ready-made knowledge to learn. His papers were just for coping, and he lacked experience in this area. This kind of pure mathematics paper should have been submitted to professional journals in the field such as Annals of Mathematics. But he directly submitted it to science in this world. And this famous science itself is still a disaster area for civilian science bombing. The Goldbach conjecture receives a large number of submissions every year, almost like a perpetual motion machine. The title Wang Yi chose perfectly fits this point. Wang Yi, who didn't know much about this, threw it aside after completing these operations and began to pay attention to some papers he needed. Directly turn on the overclocking state, download and read, and the extra time will gradually begin to understand the relevant papers. In the end, he locked a major doubt he encountered on the Bell inequality. Does God throw dice? This problem has also been bothering the mages in the other world. A group of people support that everything in the world completely follows a certain law, without exception. It is impossible to predict, because there are still some hidden variables that have not been discovered or detected. The other group is completely the opposite. This can be said to involve the issue of causality. The mages attach great importance to this because they can really use it. Good guy. Can the formula be established in this way? Can it be verified in this way? Sure enough, some problems themselves only need to poke a layer of paper window. Bell's inequality itself is not complicated, but it is precisely because of its relative simplicity that it is more important. Mathematics will not lie. In the 1980s, the second generation of testing instruments had almost completed the falsification of Bell's inequality. The third generation of testing instruments is more accurate. However, for Wang Yi, what he needs more is this idea and verification process to verify his own magic side troubles. He can completely use similar experiments to verify the problem that bothers him. This makes Wang Yi feel comfortable that he is about to pursue the truth. Many people have heard of quantum entanglement. That is, entangled photons can determine the state of another through one. Bell and Einstein both believe that this is actually because photons are given some information from the beginning, or they follow some formulas and rules, which are hidden variables written in advance, so that the entangled photons will be in step, and there is no connection between the entangled photons. In order to support Einstein, Bell specially came up with the Bell inequality. If it is established, Einstein is right, and there is indeed some hidden variable. To verify this, you first assume that there is a hidden variable, and then design an experiment to prove or disprove it. Because photons are still electromagnetic waves, they have wave characteristics. If they are waves, they have amplitude and polarization direction. So different polarizers can be used to let entangled photons answer questions, and statistics can be made through the different results of different photons on different polarizers. By relying on high-precision experiments and increasing the amount of data collected, we can statistically fit the Bell inequality to see if the statistical results match, and thus determine whether the photon has been written into some hidden variables in advance or not. This made Wang Yi's eyes bloom with the brilliance of the arcane, and his heart was surging. Sure enough, the most brilliant essence of a civilization is the knowledge summarized by this civilization. Bell's inequality is not complicated, and the principle of the experiment is not complicated either. The most difficult part is the accuracy and the instrument. However, this seemingly simple inequality and experiment, this kind of fantastic thinking can solve the problems that plague the forefront. Now someone has completed the verification of the quantum world, and what remains is Wang Yi's verification of the magic world. Chapter 6 Neighbors. Unconsciously, Wang Yi had been reading the paper all night with great interest, and he still felt that he had not finished. New spell model prototypes and optimization plans emerged in his mind one after another. Although mages are also pursuing the truth, they are still suppressed too much for their own rule. After all, mages are only a minority. Looking at the vast amount of papers and the literature cited in the papers, Wang Yi's eyes were full of emotion. Even if he relied on overclocking, he could only get a drop in the ocean in one night. Even in the low magic world, as a group with power in their hands, they will naturally suppress those who threaten their existence. The human civilization in that low magic world has existed longer than this world, but it is deeply rooted and stuck there without any shakes. Just like Giordano Bruno, who has been promoting the heliocentric theory, was burned to death in the Piazza della Signoria in Rome. If the Vatican had been in its heyday, and even more powerful, it is possible that the technological explosion in this world would have been delayed for many years. In fact, it was only 100 years before humans really began to experience technological explosion. Once the seal is lifted, and systematic research, accumulation, and collision of thoughts are started, the door to a brilliant new world will be opened. Otherwise, Wang Yi would not have been able to become a legend in the other world in just 3 years with the knowledge accumulated here. Without the previous 18 years of accumulation, it would not have been possible even if he had cheats. However, because that world has the relationship between magic and magicians, the small group of magicians will conduct some advanced research on their own. And even if they are all centered around magic, they have accumulated a lot of knowledge from other angles. Early the next morning, Wang Yi heard the sound of Lu Shuka going out. He could feel the seriousness and hard work of this kind-hearted girl. But unfortunately, although she has outstanding looks and a good figure, she also has this serious fighting spirit. But this road is really difficult. There are inspirational stories of male actors who have risen from minor roles. It is really difficult for female minor roles, especially beautiful female minor roles, to avoid being dyed into the color of a big dye vat. However, Lu Shuka has 2 strong hardware facilities, and it is still no problem for her to become a special actor and have no worries about food and clothing. After all, not everyone pursues fame. Lu Shuka's departure also means the arrival of the next day. Wang Yi, who had been up all night and was still energetic, stretched his body and opened the door. The morning light shone in from the corridor and spread on the stairs. The city began to recover, and people who were busy for their livelihoods began to go out one after another. Wang Yi hummed the brisk music of the elves in the other world and went downstairs to buy a basket of buns. This bun shop was opened before he went to the other world. The old shop has very good craftsmanship, with a lot of stuffing, thin skin, fat and juicy. The noodles of the hand pole are soft and delicious. But be careful of the juice and oil on your hands. Wang Yi, who has the physique of a great knight, can persist for several weeks without a drop of water. and can also eat a cow in one breath. A basket of buns, 1 and 2 bites, was almost finished just after walking back to the stairs. When buying buns, I received a call from the telecommunications company. I debugged it, and let myself try to see if it was connected. The previous tenant here also connected, and it can be done quickly, without having to go to the door. However, just when Wang Yi reached the 3rd floor, a tall and burly figure walked out of room 303. He was over 1.9 meters tall and very strong. His bulging muscles could be seen through his sports vest. His face was also fierce. It should be easy for him to be a special actor in such a place. New neighbor of 301? The burly man glanced at Wang Yi condescendingly. After Wang Yi stuffed the last half of the bun with his fingers, he also looked him up and down. He had heard the breathing sound at the door before, which meant that this guy might have come out after seeing him go upstairs through the cat's eye. Chewing slowly with his cheeks puffed up, Wang Yi reached out to wipe the back of his pants, swallowed the breakfast in his mouth, and asked with some doubts, "What's the matter? Did you add Lu Xiaoka's WeChat message last night?" The burly man had no expression on his face, but he looked very fierce. This look, coupled with his height and body shape, brought a sense of oppression. Hearing this, Wang Yi was immediately shocked. Although the sound insulation here is not very good, this should be a deliberate eavesdropping, right? Looking back, he did hear breathing nearby last night, but there are many residents in this building, and the atmosphere of life is very strong. He can't pay attention to everything. It seems that he is eavesdropping. Yes. Is there a problem? Wang Yi raised his eyebrows and said straightforwardly, "That's right. Lu Xiaoka is really good looking. It's normal to be harassed in a place like a vertical store where all kinds of people are mixed. Since I have taken your money, I will do it." Just when Wang Yi glanced around and prepared to find some props to calm him down, this oppressive guy suddenly showed a very contrasting flattering smile on his face. "Good brother. Can you please push it to me?" I asked her several times, but she refused to add me. The sudden look of rubbing his hands, and the flattering expression on his face made Wang Yi speechless. But then he closed his eyes and pinched his nose, secretly complaining in his heart. That's right. This is a modern society, and I can't always have this kind of stress response and habit of others wanting to harm me because of the experience at the beginning of the alien world. This bad habit must be changed. Go ask it yourself. I can't push it without permission. Besides, she probably won't add it even if I push it. Don't be so ruthless. Buddy, are you also drifting here? I'll introduce you to resources. I'm familiar with many group leaders. The man's image completely collapsed, and he became very familiar with everyone. Thank you. I don't hang out here. Wang Yi rolled his eyes and took out the key to open the door. It was just right for him to go back and test the network situation. We're neighbors. Don't be so cold. My name is Ma Dong, and I've been here for more than 10 years. Ma Dong's words made Wang Yi pause. It wouldn't be unkind for a neighbor to know him normally. He turned around and said while opening the door, "Wang Yi, I used to live here, in room 302, but I haven't seen you before." "Oh, no wonder we know each other. I was wondering. You didn't look very handsome. But you have a good figure. Have you been exercising?" Ma Dong himself exercises regularly, so even though Wang Yi is wearing a t-shirt, he can still make a certain judgment. He doesn't look strong, but his body fat percentage should be almost perfect, and his contours are also amazing. He really wants to see what happens when he works out. Afterwards, he briefly explained the reason for living here, so as not to be regarded as a pervert who moved here specially. The place where I used to live was demolished. The landlord is really a jerk. He didn't give me any share after renting the house for 10 years. He explained it in a joking tone. "Oh, haha." Wang Yi nodded to show that he understood, and then closed the door and said goodbye. Then goodbye. The door closed, leaving Ma Dong alone outside thinking about something. With such a good figure, he still eats meat buns like this. How did he train while guessing? He also started to go downstairs. They are all vertical drifters, although they have made a little name for themselves. That's it. In fact, he has seen many beauties in the 10 years of vertical store, and there are really many beauties who like his type. However, Lu Xiaoka is different from those. He has a different attraction to her. It's not that he must want to chase her, but he sees the shadow of himself when he first came to vertical store in her. And this is the lost youth. Either you fade into the dust, or you fade away. I hope you are the latter. With his hands behind his head, Ma Dong hummed a tune as he came to his pink donkey. He rode on the donkey wearing a helmet that was obviously smaller than his head, humming all the way as he hurried to the set. Chapter 7 Asking for Price. The phone rang, and Wang, who had just connected to the internet, swiped his finger across the screen. The internet is connected. Thank you. However, as soon as Wang finished speaking, a question came from the other side. Excuse me, is this teacher Wang? This question also made Wang realize that it was a mistake. But he had just returned and his mobile phone had only been renewed for 1 day. So there should be very few people who would call him. Will they call him teacher? Music? But I just simply entered the copyright of my songs on the computer. And there are no finished products that can be listened to. Who is it? Hello. Teacher Wang. I am the person in charge of Hong Kong Vita Music. Vita Lee. I just noticed that Teacher Wang registered the copyright of 2 new music works yesterday. So I am asking you. Sure enough, it was music. Wang paid attention to the songs he had sold before, and the effect and popularity were good. However, the price of composing lyrics and music itself is indeed not high. So there is nothing to regret. And there are many people who are more popular than me. It is unrealistic to let people focus on me just by relying on those few children's songs. Although the other party was polite, and said that he was the head of a company from Hong Kong. He had never heard of that company. How could a head pay attention to the 2 copyrights he registered so leisurely, and come to ask about it the next day? He just uploaded the lyrics and music plus a pure computer synthesized sound. And his fame was not that big. After quickly figuring out some problems, Wang also directly labeled this Lee Vita as a copyright middleman. Only this kind of guy would often pay attention to the new works in the copyright library. This world has very good protection for various copyrights. The copyright registration fee is not high. It is only 300 yuan for a single song, and 100 yuan for a subsequent song in the same series. So every day there will be a large number of professional or non-professional musicians completing some registrations, some of which may be just a melody and accompaniment. Many middlemen like to target this place to buy goods. Even if the lyrics and music are popular, the influence is not great. At this time, it is far less than the influence of singers. Wang naturally did not change the account when uploading, and still used the abbreviation E. After all, he wanted to use the previous influence and channels. The website backend can also check your personal information. But it doesn't matter. It's not something to be ashamed of. Wang uses the abbreviation just to reduce the trouble and harassment that may be caused. Those who have the power and channels to know his information from the backend will know it. No one will be bored enough to spread their privacy everywhere, which will lead to lawsuits. So the other party knows that he is a musician with a certain reputation. He is in such a hurry to contact him. Most of them want to take advantage of the opportunity. However, he knows his name and phone number, so he is quite capable. Is the music copyright fee high? It can be very high. The second authorization of the copyright of all Jay Chou's songs can cost tens of millions per year, and the 3-year exclusive copyright can reach 570 million. But this is a special case. Even if Wang already has a few songs with good reputation, the highest he can get is 100,000. He chooses music just because he is familiar with it, and the settlement is fast enough. I never thought about the sky-high copyright fees. In addition to being good sounding, a song must also fit the singer and be promoted. Many bar singers and street singers often have music that catches the eye, but they are unknown. Various talent shows can help promote, but they can also obtain the copyright of the songs created and used by the singers during the competition. From this point, we can know the disadvantages of free musicians themselves. The agent companies and publishers who hold resources will always take the majority. Sky-high copyrights are the value after operation, not the value at the time of creation. It feels like opening a blind box. Everything is unknown before it has been tested by the market. Even if Wang takes out a good product that has been tested, whether it can continue to shine depends on a certain amount of luck. Many good songs are not discovered until a long time later. So if someone is willing to pay directly, he doesn't mind buying out. Songs are just a means for him to collect initial funds. Teacher Wang hasn't released any works in 3 years. But considering the teacher's previous reputation, our company is willing to offer 50,000 yuan per song to buy out the copyright in your hands. Wang didn't think much of this offer, and even felt that the other party was actually quite sincere, because even some big musicians will have ordinary works, when he has only passed the copyright certification and even has not recorded properly. The other party is willing to start at 50,000 yuan, which is naturally quite sincere. It seems that the previous judgment was a bit wrong. He may not be an ordinary middleman, but a relatively strong one. 2 songs are not worse than Lonely Bravery. One for 200,000 yuan. If you agree, I will give you priority in the future. Wang Yi didn't say anything to the hypocritical guest on the other side. He made songs just to make money. And he made money quickly. He didn't really want to go deep into this industry to do anything. Everyone was more straightforward and saved time. After hearing Wang Yi's offer, there was silence for a moment. And then he said, "Where is the teacher now? Let's talk in person." Willing to come from Hong Kong already represents sincerity. The other party came here on his own initiative and was sincere. So Wang Yi naturally didn't care. "I'm in Shutian now." "Shutian? Which crew are you doing the soundtrack for?" "Mr. Wang Yi? I also know some people in the film and television industry. So I can." "No. I'm doing scientific research." Well, the topic was killed. And the other party roughly confirmed the itinerary and hung up the phone hastily. Since the other party came here directly, it is likely that the deal can be negotiated. The other party came here just because he was worried about the quality of the music and was willing to make a deal. The finished songs that have been verified by the market naturally don't need to worry too much about the quality. With these two songs, Wang Yi can consider renting a warehouse and purchasing a server. He had confirmed before that there are many empty rooms on the top floor of the building where he lives because there is no elevator, which is enough for a computer room. After all, the initial capital is limited, and it is too early to buy your own land directly. And Li Bo, the landlord, is a good person. So renting here can save a lot of trouble. As for the rent and cost effectiveness, the price of the top floor is not high because there is no elevator. Moreover, there is an industrial park and a large number of electronics factories near the vertical store. It is common practice to move into the factory if the vertical store fails. If you really need a piece of land in the future, it would be nice to have one nearby. Wang Yi, who was originally preparing to read a few articles of interest, then left the room and went to Li Bo's duck blood vermicelli shop, just in time to eat another bowl of duck blood vermicelli to fill his stomach. The previous buns were digested too quickly. "You want to rent 3 more rooms?" Li Bo, who was processing ingredients in the kitchen, paused slightly, then frowned and said to Wang Yi, "What are you renting for?" "Young man, there are some things you can't touch. After suffering losses, you must take the right path and can't think of taking shortcuts." As a landlord, Li Bo is very sensitive to such sudden rent increases. It is common for rental houses to be used as dens for prostitution, gambling, and drug scams. Wang Yi, a young man, suddenly did this, and it was easy to suspect the source of the money. "Don't worry, Li Bo. I know the severity. It's just a few computers." "Oh, I know. It's mining, right?" Li Bo had an expression of "I know," and his thoughts were quite avant-garde, or he had encountered such tenants. In this era, the craze for virtual currency has just begun. The central bank's 12.5 notice has not been issued yet, but a single ancestor coin has exceeded $1,000. Professional mining machines such as ASIC have begun to appear. The culprits of the graphics card price increase, and the carnival of profiteers have sounded the prelude. That's not the case. Don't worry, Uncle Li. My money comes from selling songs, or the money I earned before. Wang Yi, who knew Uncle Li's character and was well prepared, took out the bank account to show Uncle Li the time of his entry, and Uncle Li believed him immediately. As for virtual currency, although Wang Yi knew that if it followed similar inertia, virtual currency could increase by dozens of times when it reached its peak, he didn't care much about it. With the emergence of national-level boycotts, the previous crazy rise would be frustrated. The continued surge in the future was the beginning of international capital to cut leaks and launder money. A zero-sum game without a foundation, plus a platform that can be powered off at any time, is a game of passing the parcel controlled by others. Receiving money may also involve money laundering, which Wang Yi is not interested in. This is a parallel world. It is very likely that it is normal to be hit hard by the boycott. "I didn't expect you to write songs. You are very talented. There are 2 rooms on the top floor rented to a small band. Maybe you can have something in common." After seeing the information displayed by Wang Yi, Li Bo's expression was also happy. At the same time, he put aside his original worries and began to look for the keys with a smile. After renting the house, Wang Yi contacted the telecommunications company to prepare for the fiber optic cable. At the same time, he also went online to look for the server to prepare. Hanwei's 4-way blade server BH640V2 based on a certain Tel E5-4600 series processor is very cost-effective and convenient for expansion and combination. After choosing the goods, He just waited for the music copyright dealer to come to the door to deliver the money. Then Wang Yi casually checked the status of his submission. Wow! The efficiency is really high. The result came out in less than 12 hours. Reject? Rejection. I looked at the reply time. It was probably not long after I started working there. This is considered a second rejection. Chapter 8 Skipping does not affect viewing. Chapter 9 Finding a different way. The American Association for the Advancement of Science is the world's largest association of scientific and engineering associations, and the largest non-profit international scientific organization, with more than 200 branches and tens of millions of members. The annual meeting of the American Association for the Advancement of Science is also a top gathering of the scientific community around the world. In addition, the famous Science is now also hosted and published by the American Association for the Advancement of Science. With such a huge organization as its back, there are naturally all kinds of professional reviewers. But because this kind of review itself depends on their time, the review time is usually not short. In addition, in order to avoid some strange manuscripts wasting the time of the big guys, before passing them to these peer review experts, they will go through several procedures. First, the preliminary review staff will check the formatting and duplication rate of the paper. After there are no problems, the journal editor assistant will check whether the manuscript is complete, etc. After the journal editor has read the paper and feels it is appropriate, it will be passed to the peer review experts to minimize the arrival of inappropriate manuscripts. Even the preliminary review staff responsible for the first process have a good breadth of knowledge after long-term exposure. But their daily work is a bit mechanical and boring, because many of the people who submit manuscripts are students who just want to test the waters and send them casually. If it is just students, it is actually okay. At least the format and typesetting are generally in line with the basics. But there is also a kind of existence called amateur scientists, who make them feel a little scalp frying. There are often some shocking titles. The more you know, the more you will be in awe of knowledge. But for amateur scientists, who can exceed the speed of light with their forehands, perpetual motion machines with their backhands, and prove the Goldbach conjecture from time to time, the staff responsible for the preliminary review also feel a sense of powerlessness. Sometimes the other party will send emails to scold them after the manuscript is rejected. In the editorial department, Hoff, who has made coffee and is ready to spend a happy day, opened his work email and started today's preliminary review work. He has been in his job for 3 years and is very experienced. For many manuscripts, you can know whether to reject them just by scanning the title. Oh, God! The Goldbach conjecture has been proved again. After seeing a scary title, Hoff couldn't help but raise his hand to cover his head. But out of professional ethics, he still glanced at the corresponding author. Very good. I haven't heard of it. From China. Thinking of the machine-translated paper on perpetual motion machines that he saw last time, his scalp tingled again. Who published it? The colleagues next to him were no longer surprised by this. They would occasionally use such words to tease new colleagues. But there were no newcomers here now. Asking this question was also out of professional instinct. If it was a big shot, then this would really be a bombshell. Wang Yi. A Chinese. Really? I haven't heard of a master named Yi. Because it is an English journal. Generally, even if it is a submission from China, the signature will still be filled in according to Western standards. But Wang Yi used to be completely pragmatic and never considered this aspect at all. Even if he knew, he might not care about it. So here it directly became Master Yi. Rejected? Rejected. The work unit was not filled in detail. Hey, I've received more useless manuscripts from there recently. Normal. After all, they have such a large population. If it weren't for the language screening, there would probably be more submissions. The recent increase is because there are more machine translations. Hoff sighed helplessly. The workload of this job is getting bigger and bigger. But there are also talented people among the Chinese. I remember that last year Tao completed the proof that odd numbers can be expressed as the sum of up to 5 prime numbers without the help of the Riemann hypothesis, which can be regarded as filling in a piece of the puzzle. Yes, but he has won the Fields Medal of the previous session. Fields. Last month, Harold from France also published a paper on the weak Goldbach conjecture. After all, it's a century-old problem. While the two were talking, they also casually swept Wang Yi's submission into the recycle bin. On the other side, Wang Yi rubbed his forehead and probably understood where the problem was. The rejection almost immediately means that it was not in the hands of professionals at all. Mathematics will not lie. If you don't understand it, you don't understand it. The initial review must have been rejected because of other issues. So it should be his identity? In fact, if Wang Yi went to his alma mater to ask for help and find a big guy to sign as the corresponding author, he would definitely be able to get to the professional review stage. But obviously, he didn't have this idea. His original purpose of publishing the paper was to let the academic community know him as a greeting first, so that it would be convenient for me to publish some strange things later, and you would come to study and discuss with me to collide with inspiration. Now that the serious submission was rejected, he naturally found another way. Just a greeting. Let's get to know each other in a different way. Then he directly found an agent to connect with a special. Although the special is not as prosperous as it will be in the future, the number of monthly active users has officially exceeded 200 million. And the comment function of this parallel world special, which was originally opened in 2 years, has also been opened in advance. At first, a certain person could only attach his own opinions when forwarding. The comment function was opened in 2015. But similar adjustments will be made for the plot. I will not explain it in detail later. Please don't argue with me. After all, it is a parallel world. In fact, at this time, the number of active users of a certain book is 5 times that of a certain person. And the influence alone is even greater. He will not post any sensitive topics, and is not worried. Well, he said that he would not post sensitive topics. But after completing the registration and casually making an avatar of the Wuji Sword Saint, Wang Yi directly typed a title of "Does this mean that Science magazine involves racial discrimination?" Then he talked about the process in a fluent manner, attached a screenshot of the time when he was rejected in seconds, and finally uploaded the proof process step by step. The point of emphasis is that since his proof process is so long, they must have rejected it in seconds without even reading it. If you talk about the difficulty and significance of the Goldbach conjecture and a lot of mathematics on a certain person, it is useless. Who would go online to read mathematics? So it is better to choose a politically correct topic. Anyway, the proof process is attached at the end, and those who can understand it will naturally help to explain it. Maybe when the time comes, some strange questions that I need help with can be directly sent from a certain website to gather ideas. After doing all this, Wang Yi didn't care what would happen, and he quit the agency directly. He just wanted to achieve his goal, and he wouldn't waste time dealing with those comments. Instead, he looked up some relevant information that was useful to him. Silver is quite expensive, Wang Yi muttered after looking through the relevant information about silver. Under the influence of the European debt crisis 2 years ago, the price of silver climbed to its peak in 30 years. Now, although it has begun to fall, and a certain amount of overcapacity with the continuous surge in China's silver production. In addition, the demand for silver manufacturing has begun to decline slightly. But at least the price is still high. 1 ounce costs more than $40, which is about 10 yuan per gram. Silver is an excellent magic metal, and can also be processed into mithril. In the case of such laziness of natural magic, Wang Yi also needs to consider building a magic tower with high-quality materials for himself. To build a perfect magic tower, then increase its own influence to make money, gather global resources and talents to pursue the truth of magic and technology. This is the new goal set by Wang Yi. To build a wizard tower, the demand for silver is naturally as much as possible. 10 yuan per gram sounds inexpensive, but this is a gram. Just like cutting cakes, the price of a large piece is still a headache. How much does a normal bracelet weigh? The amount used in industry is not high, but Wang Yi needs to build a wizard tower. Even if it can be made entirely of silver and transformed into mithril, it is no problem. China is now the largest producer of silver, but there are many places where it is consumed. It is really troublesome to hoard such a large amount of this precious metal. It is no longer a matter of money. A short-term surge in demand will only lead to a surge in prices. The currency itself has limitations. After scanning, Wang Yi also felt that when he had time, he might have to go to Mexico. Chapter 10: The Rough Skeleton. After checking the information for a while, Wang Yi got up and stretched his body before going out to find food. I can't do this anymore. It's enough to read the information every night. I feel like I'm not human if I stay at home every day. Unconsciously, he entered the state of hiding in his alien wizard tower again. Wang Yi also felt that he needed to change a little. I have returned to the modern world. There are no threats around him. There is no need at all. There are still many things to eat in the vertical store. Some people even saw Wang Yi's figure under his t-shirt and asked him if he would like to shoot a movie. On the second day after returning to the modern world, Wang Yi ran directly to the snack street to complete the Grand Slam. He scored each small store in his mind to facilitate the selection of several places to eat in the future, carelessly biting a string of fish balls. After eating, he casually threw the skewer into the trash can a few meters away. Wang Yi stretched out his tongue and licked the sauce on his lips. I have to say that there are really many beauties in the vertical store. It's quite pleasing to the eye. Although he didn't want to waste time and energy, Wang Yi would not reject some encounters that didn't waste much time and were not illegal. Oh! White silk girls are more pleasing to the eye. Seeing a beautiful white silk girl with delicate light makeup and cool clothes passing by, Wang Yi also took a few more glances. Even in a vertical store, she was the kind that stood out from the crowd. However, after the break, I have to replenish a few silver bracelets for backup. The natural magic power is too slow to breed. And Li Yao's vengeful spirit is still stupid now. And it is completely useless. It would be great if I could catch a fresh one. In this world of magic laziness, the birth of vengeful spirits is very volatile. Wang Yi is considering whether to hang a sign of a supernatural agency and go out to take part-time business. Well, I have to go to the slaughterhouse to buy some cow bones and assemble a skeleton to do odd jobs. A skeleton is not a big deal. I can just throw it in the room as a curious collection. However, if I want to use skeletons on a large scale in the factory in the future, I have to find a better location. And I also have to think about the final location of the magic tower. However, these are not things that can be completed in the short term. So Wang Yi just paid a little attention to them. After buying the silver bracelet and carefully selecting dozens of kilograms of beef bones at the market, Wang Yi casually picked up a sack of beef bones with one hand. Wow! Young man, you are so strong. The meat stall owner gave Wang Yi a thumbs up. He could also lift it with one hand. But it was definitely impossible for him to show that it was so easy. He was a butcher with a strong arm and looked much stronger than Wang Yi. If you like to eat beef bones, you will be strong. Wang Yi grinned. But at this moment his cell phone rang. I thought it might be from the copyright dealer Levita. But when I picked it up, I found that it was Lu Shioka who had just added it yesterday. Hey Sister Shioka. Why did you think of contacting me? Is there anything good? Holding the beef bones in one hand and making a phone call with the other, Wang Yi's words were also a little teasing. Well, I want to trouble you with something. Okay. What is it? Although they had not known each other for long, Wang Yi could still tell that Lu Shioka was not the kind of person who would easily cause trouble to others. So he agreed directly. If he was wrong in his judgment and there was really a big trouble, then he would take it. But the financial support she gave him would be considered as repayment. Well, the bed in my room broke somehow. I ordered a new one, which will be delivered to my door. But I need to make room for it myself. I don't have enough strength. Wang Yi couldn't help but recall the time when he fell on the bed when he came back. Could it be that he broke it himself? Well, no problem. I'm buying vegetables at the market now, and I'm on my way back. You can cook? Lu Shioka seemed to be very surprised. Although Li Bo is a good person, the rooms he rented have been renovated. There are private bathrooms, but there is only one shared kitchen on each floor. But few people use it on weekdays. For many people, taking time to cook is actually a luxury. Well, I guess so. Wang Yi glanced at the beef bones he bought. Even if he eats a little, it should be enough. Right? Probably. So many beef bones. How do you know I like to eat beef bones? This is my specialty. A surprised voice appeared. Not Lu Shioka, but Ma Dong, who is 1.9 meters tall. At the stairs, Wang Yi couldn't help but show a dead fish eye when he saw the strong man coming down from the pink donkey. I know you like size. So many? You can't finish it in a short time. My room is big and there is a freezer. I'll save it for you. Ma Dong's villain face showed a kind of hideous smile. But it was a bit funny, with the pink helmet on his head. Then he came to help Wang Yi get it. Hearing his words, Wang Yi really couldn't refuse. He was kind. He really didn't have a freezer. Not even a refrigerator. Could he just say that I bought bones to build a large handmade figure? It's too abnormal. Forget it. Just treat it as buying vegetables to eat. And go buy some tomorrow. It's heavy. Ma Dong almost couldn't lift it up after taking Wang Yi's bag. Seeing that the outline of the bag was not small, he thought it should be supported by half a bone. But he didn't expect that the gap was almost filled. You have indeed practiced. How about it? With your conditions, you can easily become a special guest. If you are flexible, you may even become a stand-in. When the time comes, show your figure without showing your face, and cut it for the protagonist. It is guaranteed to be very popular. Ma Dong worked hard to carry the beef bones bought by Wang Yi to the 3rd floor. And he was still chattering. When the two came up, they found that Lu Shuka was already waiting at the door. Ma Dong kept talking all the way. She was not surprised that the two came up together. Is this bought by Ai? So much? Hearing Lu Shuka call Ai affectionately, Ma Dong always felt a little sour. And then coughed and said, Shioka's sister, I will let you see your brother Ma's cooking skills. I guarantee that you will swallow your tongue. After patting his chest and boasting for a while, Ma Dong turned around and said to Wang Yi, I will put the extra in the freezer first. Thank you for your trouble. Oh, what's the big deal? It's empty anyway. I don't have much time to make food for myself. This is also fate. I'll go and deal with the ingredients. Ma Dong smiled and grinned. Then let's see Ma's cooking skills. Ai, come on. Follow me in. Lu Xiuka also showed a sweet smile to Ma Dong, then waved to Wang Yi and opened her room. Watching the two of them walk in and talk about the bed, Ma Dong, who was carrying a large bag of beef bones, always felt a little messy. Looking at the beef bones in his hand, he suddenly felt that they were not fragrant. After sighing, he went back to the room to prepare the ingredients. Not long after, there was a sound of chopping bones. Chapter 11 Life. Lu Shuka's bed was not difficult to clean, but she was just not strong enough. Wang Yi took a quick look and found that it was damaged by the collision. He quickly dismantled the evidence and helped her move everything out. Thank you. I'll treat you to dinner if I have the chance. Finally, Lu Shuka said to Wang Yi happily after finally making room. Even though she was more familiar with Ma Dong, and Ma Dong's physique was a good cow and horse, she still subconsciously chose Wang Yi when contacting people, because she felt more trustworthy. It's just a small favor. It's just right that we can eat beef bones together today. I don't know how good Ma Dong's cooking skills are. Wang Yi smiled. In fact, because of his overclocking ability, he has mastered many skills. Even though his cooking skills don't have much soul because he didn't spend much effort, his pure proficiency and skills are really high. Maybe he can't compare with those world-renowned top chefs, but he is definitely better than professional chefs trained in batches. First see what Ma Dong's situation is. If it doesn't work, he can save the situation himself. But sniffing the spice smell in the air, star anise, ginger, cloves, pepper, dried chili, this guy really didn't lie. After all, Wang Yi didn't tell him in advance. These are things that his family has always prepared. There are a lot of bones. I'll go and help. From the current contact, although Ma Dong looks a little fierce, he is still approachable. They are all neighbors, and Wang Yi doesn't make sense to let him work hard over there alone. When Ma Dong saw Wang Yi coming, he had heard the sound of them moving things before, and said a little sourly, Why don't you ask me to help? Obviously I have known you for a longer time. Don't you still need your cooking skills? Wang Yi started to help casually. Originally, Ma Dong wanted to say something, but he stopped when he saw Wang Yi's skilled methods. I didn't realize that this young guy had this skill. He is self-disciplined and exercising, and has cooking skills. This kind of young people is really rare. Fresh beef bones, combined with natural spices, are full of fragrance. The portable stove is gurgling to prevent grease from condensing. The three neighbors came directly to Ma Dong's house, and ate around the table. Ma Dong's room is the largest and most central room on the 3rd floor. But the rent is also the most expensive. However, in terms of income, Ma Dong is also quite good. He often gets roles with lines, and he is quite popular because of his unique image. He is the kind of guy that no one can call out his name, but people will feel familiar when he walks on the street. He has exceeded 99% of vertical drifters. He said that he knew the group leader and had resources, and it was not bragging. Although it was not a good resource, there were really many places where he could talk. It is normal to rent a larger room to improve life. In this way, the three neighbors, who originally had only an ordinary relationship, also ate their first meal together. I can't tell. Brother Ma is quite virtuous. Lu Xiuka bit the beef bone without caring about her image, baring her teeth and giving a thumbs up. But she is good looking, so even if she does, she will only make people feel cute. Although she doesn't eat spicy food, she still enjoys chewing beef bones. Being praised by Lu Xiuka, Ma Dong also grinned, and then thought of something and brought out another box of beer. Would you like to drink some? Okay. Wang Yi's physical damage from alcohol was completely negligible, and drinking industrial alcohol was fine, let alone just beer. Ziz opened the 2 cans, clinked them, and drank with beef bones. Even after eating and drinking together, The relationship became much closer, and they started chatting about everything. Even Luciuka, who couldn't eat spicy food, also opened a can and joined in. The hot beef bone soup was still bubbling, and the spicy taste and beer made Luciuka's pretty face red, and she kept hissing and inhaling. Although a little beer wouldn't make you drunk, under the stimulation of alcohol, you talked a lot. Brother, this is all I want to do in my life. Now I just want to work steadily, find a wife and live with her, have a son and a daughter. Okay. Although Ma Dong looks big and strong, he seems to have a lower alcohol tolerance than Luciuka. He kept talking and burping, then turned to Luciuka and said, Sister Shuka, don't think that I look a little fierce, but I know how to live. I have saved 700,000 or 800,000 yuan, but it doesn't quite meet the aesthetic taste of girls like you. Luciuka has been approached and confessed in various ways, so she can naturally understand what Ma Dong means. However, she is a bit carefree and has a strong sense of justice. She doesn't like to play dumb and hang around. She said very bluntly, Yes, it's not right, but I believe that Ma will definitely find a good partner. There are not many men who can cook these days. Wang Yi, who was standing next to him, saw that Ma Dong was killed by Luciuka as soon as he showed his intention, and he also suppressed his smile and drank in silence. Hey, sometimes I really envy you. You can say whatever you want to say. I have specially asked about your crew situation. You even confront the director. Ma Dong was not sad because of Luciuka's words, or he was ready. With his experience, it is obvious that there will be no more life and death love. But after saying this, he was silent for a while before continuing. But it is difficult for you to keep going here with your personality. Every circle has its own rules. It's just that I personally hope you can keep it like this. After saying this, Ma Dong raised his glass and drank a big gulp. He was the only one who knew the bitterness of his 10 years here. After hearing Ma Dong's words, Luciuka was silent for a moment, holding the can in both hands and turning it subconsciously, and then smiled brightly. Since I can remember, everything about me was arranged by my parents. From daily food and drink to professional choices, there is almost no difference between when I was 8 and 18. And I have always been very obedient. Choosing to come here after graduation is the first time I refused their own choice. The reason I came here is that I don't want to be manipulated all the time. My parents can't do it, so why should the director do it? After saying that, she also took a big sip. It can be seen that she has considered the consequences of her confrontation with the director. I'm afraid she is a little upset today. It was originally a good dinner for neighbors, but it felt like it was about to turn into a competition of misery. In the end, Ma Dong fell down drunk first, and Wang Yi shook his head. He had grown so big for nothing. Fortunately, Wang Yi was strong, so he carried Ma Dong back to the bed and cleaned up the scene. Butter is easy to solidify, so it is more convenient to clean it up early. Luciuka, who was still sober, helped to help, looking at the discarded beef bones. Wang Yi sighed with some regret. If he was still in another world, with the natural magic concentration there and his legendary magician ability, he could still make a skeleton even with these boiled bones. However, the magic in this world is so lazy that it's a thankless task, and it must be fresh enough. After cleaning up, the two left Ma Dong's room and went back to their own homes. I was a little out of control today. I'm really sorry. I might have drunk too much. Luciuka's face was still a little red, and it was so fragile that it looked even more bright and beautiful. Nothing. Being suppressed for too long is bad for the body. It's good to vent, but as long as people can still live, there is nothing that can't be overcome. Right? Wang Yi thought of some of the things he saw in the other world. The bottom of the world really only has the goal of staying alive. Once they lose their labor force, they will die. You're right. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Chapter 12 Fermentation. After returning to the room, Wang Yi also had time to log into a special account. After a quick glance, he found that there were more than 200 reposts and hundreds of comments. You should know that there is a 12-hour time difference between here and the United States. Most of the time periods for Wang Yi's special accounts have been late at night. For a small transparent person, this is already a very good data. It seems that the title is more attractive. Racial discrimination in the academic world. What a wonderful new battlefield. So even if Wang Yi is a new account with zero start, it is easy to arouse some interest and attention. And because the title is well chosen and the rhythm is also good, most of the comments below are on Wang Yi's side. Although they can't understand the derivation process, They can understand the time when Wang Yi's manuscript was rejected. One by one, they are there to defend the injustice. Many people in the comments don't even know what science is. And they say that they will not buy this magazine to express their support. Many people's avatars are black. There are also many white people who support. On the contrary, many Chinese people have posted comments to condemn Wang Yi, accusing him of sensationalism and smearing the image of Chinese people. Some people who have a certain level of academic literacy and at least know what this is have already begun to strongly criticize Wang Yi for okay. What kind of journal do you think science is? Rejecting you so quickly is to save your time. I have the honor of publishing in EI journals. When I first published, my paper was rejected several times just for the format. But I am grateful to the reviewer for rejecting it, which allowed me to find my mistakes as soon as possible. This kind of comment is still relatively rational. And what is said is also reasonable and well-founded. Some are directly not polite. Go back and ruin your own journals. Don't come here and embarrass yourself. It's so funny. Goldbach's conjecture has been proved again. A special paper? You are really creative. We work so hard to improve our status, improve the outside world's impression of us, and endure humiliation. But there are people like you who make all our efforts go to waste. Sure enough, those who stay there are just some beep. This is the holy land of the global academic community, and a beacon for the world's top talents. It's not your rural corner. Don't bring the ignorance of the countryside and pollute your eyes. Sure enough, I made the right choice to come out. That's right. Staying there will only decay. What we need is the fragrance of freedom. Comments of this type are more or less off topic, expressing great indignation, as if Wang Yi would harm their interests. But then the user who claimed to have published in EI journals left a new message. You know what? The format of his paper is quite decent. But your workplace is too simple. Maybe that's the reason. And your title is too exaggerated. Even though I'm not a math professional, I know that the title is scary. If there is any achievement, please write more details. Some people replied to his comment. Really? I don't understand it at all. You look amazing. But it's too hurtful to reject such a long paper immediately. It's really discrimination. From what you said, his paper format should be quite standard. So he shouldn't be rejected so quickly. After quickly scanning the comments, Wang Yi felt that the popularity was okay, and forwarded many of them. Now it is gradually daytime in the United States. Because of the habit of forwarding, there should be a large wave of growth. However, in order to add fuel to the fire, Wang Yi specially picked out the guys who responded most fiercely. Popularity and other things are easy to rise when there are contradictions, especially for a small transparent account like himself. Look, the tool man is here. Then he selected a good target to make some simple replies. I heard that the security environment where you live is not very good. You can't invite people to the party held at your home? You were not so brave when you were robbed? Wang Yi himself never discriminates against workers. Earning money with his own hands is worthy of recognition no matter where you are. There will be bad birds everywhere in the forest. You can't kill everyone with one stick. But some people with the fanatical mentality of converts will be more extreme in their positions. Especially those who have a strong contrast between their lives after going out and their original expectations will do everything possible to prove that their choice is correct. In fact, there are many middle-class people with good economic conditions who would reply to Wang Yi's tweet. However, Wang Yi made up a label that they despised and disliked the most, and instantly pissed them off. There were continuous replies, and many people also attached some supporting photos. Photos of family parties, photos of houses, photos of playing golf, showing off cars, and showing off watches, trying to slap Wang Yi in the face. There were also some people who were really broken by what Wang Yi said and cursed. In short, the fire has been burned. Even if some big names in the academic world may not have much time to pay attention to a certain special, Wang Yi just needs to try his best to light the fire. Now the guy who has published in EI journals has made some comments. As long as more and more people see it, it will be enough. After lighting another fire, Wang Yi continued to leave it aside and slowly ferment. And he plunged into the ocean of knowledge again. There were already many accumulated problems. But now that he has come into contact with more, he found that there seemed to be more problems to solve. Learning never ends, and truth never deceives me. It was another fulfilling night. When it was almost dawn, Wang Yi closed his eyes and meditated for half an hour. Maybe because he drank a little yesterday. Lu Shika went out a little late today. As for Ma Dong, Wang Yi could easily hear his snoring in his room. Even with such a low alcohol tolerance, he still kept beer at home. He is really addicted to it. However, The relationship between the three of them improved a lot after the meal last night. A familiar ringtone came, and Wang Yi glanced at the phone and found that it was Levita. Teacher Wang Yi, I have arrived at the store, and now I am at the film and television city. Wang Yi was a little surprised to hear his words. This guy came quite fast. Let's meet at the Starbucks at the entrance of the film and television city. Okay. Since they have already arrived, Wang Yi will naturally not let others wait too long. At least the other party is now sincere. He bought a basket of buns downstairs and rushed over while eating. After arriving at the door of Starbucks and making a phone call, I saw a fat man waving at me not far away. The round belly looks quite funny in a casual suit. His face is also chubby, and you can't see your eyes when he smiles. Teacher Wang Yi, I didn't expect you to be so young, Levita said with a smile. Mr. Li is also very young, and his net worth is much higher than mine. Wang Yi didn't flatter him. Although the other party wore a suit, he should be in his early 20s at most. Not much older than himself. At this age, he has just graduated from school not long ago, and he can directly take out hundreds of thousands of yuan to buy copyrights. It is impossible to go all in. He must have more liquid funds. Reality is not like the internet, and the per capita income does not start at 1 million. It's just some support from the elders, which can't compare with your real ability, Levita said very sincerely. But family background itself is also a kind of resource and strength, and it is even more important most of the time. Let's go in and talk first, Wang Yi asked the other party. He came all the way here, so there must be a purchase intention, but he must come to confirm the quality. But Wang Yi is not afraid of the other party's quality inspection. As a great knight, Wang Yi has a full range of sound, and can even emit ultrasonic and infrasonic waves. If you want to confirm the quality, just do it yourself, and you will definitely be satisfied. Chapter 13 Just a Hobby. I have already arranged a recording studio. How about we record a demo first? They have arranged a bar singer to help me, plus a tuner. Although it is not perfect, we can make a judgment. Levita was impatient and did not want to waste time. He was moved by Wang Yi's words that it would not be worse than Lonely Brave. Writing lyrics and composing music is cheap, and music creators can't sell them at a high price. But the same is true for singers looking for good songs that match their tastes. Both sides are looking for the right ones. At least the song Lonely Brave is a rare masterpiece in recent years. The key is that it actually has a taste that is suitable for all ages. Young people, or children, can accept it. If it is really at the same level, 200,000 is definitely not a loss. Free musicians can't sell their good songs too high because they lack relevant channels. If the copyright falls into his hands, the price increase will be more than this. So the musicians who can maximize their value are actually creative singers, who can enrich the singer's own personality and increase the price. Okay. Seeing that the recording studio had been prepared before the other party came, Wang Yi also knew that the deal had been made. This was a sincere request for a song, and it seems that the other party is more confident than expected. It always feels like a young man who is eager to prove himself to his elders. He is very impatient and plunges into his career. The recording studio is not far away. As a film and television city, there must be many recording studios nearby. After Levita brought Wang Yi in, a decadent handsome guy with long hair and a mustache, dressed very artistically, smiled and greeted Levita directly. Yo, Mr. Li is quite fast. Looking at this relaxed and teasing tone, he should be an acquaintance. Levita said on the phone before that he had acquaintances in the film and television circles of Shutian, and he was not bragging. Take the person in front of him who can set up a recording studio here. He must have some connections. Please, if there are customers here, can you sew your mouth shut? If this gets out, do you want to roast me on the fire? Levita gave the decadent handsome guy a weak look. The latter also restrained himself. The bickering between the two also made Wang Yi discover some bright spots. Not too bright? Illegitimate child? But Wang Yi was just doing business, and he was not interested in going into it. Hello, Mr. Wang Yi. You can call me Sayer. Your Lonely Brave is really good. The decadent handsome guy came to Wang Yi and introduced himself. But he could clearly feel the courtesy in his words. Maybe for a musician like him, he would not appreciate Lonely Brave very much. Everyone has their own preferences. Maybe the songs that others play are just SOSO in their ears. Hello. I'll bother you later. This Sayer should be the boss of the recording studio. He also has a group of minions under him, and his equipment here looks very high-end. But it looks a bit messy with many external lines. Soon a small team was pulled out, And there was also a beautiful woman with red hair and cool clothes. This beautiful woman is Jeong Exeon. We will rely on her in the singing stage later. Don't worry. She is a professional bel canto singer. And her singing skills are quite solid. Enough for Vita to make a judgment. Sairui introduced the female singer separately. She practiced bel canto, but ended up singing in a bar. It can be seen that musicians are also very competitive. Jeong Exeon also looked lazy and sleepy. And I don't know if the dark circles under her eyes were eyeshadow, which was quite suitable. Wang Yi also liked to save time. After everyone was ready, he immediately took out the 2 songs he registered this time. Wheat Waves and Harbor Night are not in this parallel world. And the style is gentle and soothing for all ages. At first glance, it seems that there is not much impact. And it is completely different from the style of Lonely Brave. But it is easy to bring people into a relaxing mood. Overall, the speed of these 2 songs does not change much. But the sound intensity changes more. As long as the technology is up to standard. The recording speed is quite fast. Although Jeong Exeon looked lazy, she was still very dedicated after starting the recording. Moreover, as a bel canto major, her singing skills are also in place. At least the effect is directly shown. Before the finished product came out, Sairui, a professional musician, was surprised during the recording. He had a lot of experience in opening a recording studio in Shutian. Many movie soundtracks would have songs that caught his eye. But it was quite rare to have 2 high-quality songs at the same time. Especially the song Night of the Port, which could become the main theme song with the lyrics praising the Navy. This is a huge plus. A huge profit. Lee Vita was also very excited. Since he was going in this direction, he was naturally good at this aspect. Absolutely worth it. It was not a wasted trip. He really wanted to make some achievements to show others. Just as Wang Yi thought. It's a pity. If teacher Wang Yi himself was a singer, he would definitely become a hit. The music scene is really a bit sluggish now, Lee Vita said with some regret. The singers who can really stand up now are the creative singers. Then he asked Wang Yi with some expectation. There is equipment here. Do you want to try it? Just when Wang Yi was about to explain that music was just his hobby and his main job was scientific research, Lee Vita's subsequent words made Wang Yi hold back his words. If you sing well, you can get more money. Then sing 2 sentences. My throat is itchy. By the way, how much? Wang Yi had a smiling face and looked very kind. 50,000 for 1 song. Lee Vita spoke directly. He decided in his heart that even if Wang Yi's level was average, he would add the money to maintain their relationship. In this way, he would definitely give priority to his side in the future. Lee Vita was not short of money. Or not short of this little money. He was more concerned about long-term cooperation. Wang Yi coughed and adjusted his voice. The main thing was to suppress some of the pronunciation skills of the elves. He still had to be a human in the modern world. But even so, as the ethereal and graceful voice with distinct strengths and weaknesses emerged, everyone at the scene couldn't help but widen their eyes. Jeong Exeon, who had been lazy all the time, became more energetic. Hey, this guy used to practice opera, right? Can a man make such an ethereal tone? When the recording was finished, the audience was still in shock. Even more so than when the song was released before. After listening to good music for a long time, they will be immersed in the melody and recognize that these are 2 good songs. But they will not be too excited. But now, after matching Wang Yi's voice that is close to the limit of human beings, the effect is directly sublimated. It makes them seem to see the rise of a new star. Teacher Wang Yi, please join my economic company. Good guy. Lee Vita has directly transformed from a song collector to the boss of an agency? Maybe he is temporarily preparing to set up one. No need. We can just buy and sell normally. I won't debut. I think I told you that I am a scientific researcher. Wang Yi smiled and dispelled the other party's idea. In fact, he has already collected and sang. But he didn't expect such a big reaction. The excuse of a scientific researcher really made Lee Vita feel a little speechless. And he said unwillingly, you can be like Jay Cho. Hold the copyright in your own hands. And I will be responsible for the operation. The value of this will be 10 times. 100 times. Even 1,000 times. The other party was relieved by adding money before. And he tried to draw a vision for the future again. No. I still want my main business to reach this level. Selling songs is just a way for Wang Yi to make quick money. Not for debuting as an idol. And music is actually just one of Wang Yi's many interests and abilities. Just like cooking. To adjust his mentality in his spare time. He now has only one ultimate goal. That is the truth of magic and technology. Chapter 14 Weibo Popularity. Levita felt sorry. But because the relationship between the two parties was not close enough, he could not continue to persuade them, and could only think of ways to play a supporting role later. The decadent handsome guy Sairui on the other side also felt sorry. But he still smiled, and came out to ease the atmosphere and change the subject. Teacher Wang Yi said that he wanted to be a scientific researcher. But it's interesting to say that I found a hot post before. A person named EP1 posted a post on the foreign website that was somewhat related to scientific research. It was moved here, and many people were watching. It was quite interesting. Sairui is a musician, and he has one foot in the entertainment industry, so he is quite sensitive to some hot topics. He just happened to see it, and said it for fun. It just made Wang Yi feel that something was wrong. EP1. You head? It was moved back from the foreign website. So it should be about me. Right? I didn't expect the mover to be so fast. It was moved back to China just when it became popular there. It made Wang Yi think that it might be related to the few replies he carefully selected. Maybe someone was furious and moved it back specifically. But this is also a good thing. No matter where it gets hot, it's fine. True gold is not afraid of fire. This was his purpose. However, Sairui only knew that it was a post related to scientific research. The entertainment industry is too far away from the Goldbach conjecture. Most people have never heard of it. Maybe they heard the teacher mention it casually when they were students. But that was all. Even if they knew about it, many people thought it was a waste of time to simply prove 1 plus 1. The reason why it was brought back this time was that it involved issues such as face and discrimination. Oh, let me see. If you spell it, it's very similar to teacher Wang Yi. But it's just the opposite. Since Wang Yi expressed his unwillingness to debut, in order to maintain the relationship between the two parties, Levita also followed Sairui to change the topic and took a look. The original post was a blogger with a username studying in the United States. In the past, he only posted some photos from abroad, and then did some consultations on studying abroad or even immigration, and occasionally acted as an intermediary. There is a certain fan base. This time, it was also a one-sided attack, with the active forwarding of his fans and the topicality of the post. It immediately attracted a certain amount of attention, and the attention is still rising, with more and more people paying attention and forwarding, because many netizens can't understand English. And some of Wang Yi's reply tone is very irritating. After the blogger cut off the beginning and the end, hid the part and magnified the part, it suddenly became a super negative post that smeared the image of China. Now it is being criticized by many netizens. It's not very similar. I just didn't change the spelling format. It's probably what I posted. I said, I am a scientific researcher, and it should be reasonable to publish a paper. Wang Yi didn't hide anything specifically, and said it openly. In an instant, the atmosphere on the scene was a little solemn and awkward. Levita was even silent for a while. If the other party was not joking, he felt that it would be more promising to follow him to debut as an idol. There was really no need to fight for the dream. Really, it's good to have a dream, but you can't waste your talent. For a moment, Levita didn't know how to persuade him. He was being criticized by the whole network, so persuading him at this time seemed a bit like gloating. So he could only laugh dryly. Teacher Wang Yi's English is really good. What else can I do? I just hope he won't be hit so hard that he can't recover. Levita has seen many people fall on the road of cyber violence. For some netizens, they don't care about the life or death of the parties involved. They just want to make sure they are comfortable and vent their anger. With Wang Yi's words as a warm-up, the aftermath of his appearance as a talented singer-songwriter was immediately calmed down. It cooled faster than liquid nitrogen. Now no one is talking about going out together to eat something. The copyright transfer agreement was signed dryly on the spot, and the scene was dispersed after the payment was made on the spot. Looking at Wang Yi leaving without looking back, Levita couldn't help but sigh. Alas, what a pity. Why is he so stubborn? He is obviously very talented in music. His voice is a gift from God. Everyone has the right to pursue what they want, make money from music, and then realize their dreams. Isn't this very inspiring? Sairui's view is somewhat different from Levita's. He gave up everything for music and built such a recording studio. However, he himself has little talent in music creation. To some extent, he can understand Wang Yi's idea. Don't worry about him. Don't you find that this guy is a super good figure? Sairui's focus is different from Levita's. Ah? Why do you look at his figure when you are wearing clothes? I mean, he can train and maintain this figure. He is a very self-disciplined person with a strong will. If it were you, would you refuse the temptation to debut for your dream? Hearing Sairui's words, Levita also nodded in approval. Indeed, at first, he could change his mind and sing a few lines for 50,000 yuan. But later he drew a grand prospect that he could realize with a high probability. But he refused without hesitation. He gave up the wealth that was within his reach and chose a difficult path. Such a person would definitely not fall because of such criticism. Then Levita opened Weibo casually, and liked the blog post criticizing Wang Yi. He also added a forwarding comment. The paper is well written. Don't write it next time. Wang Yi, who is considered to be extremely self-disciplined, is eating fried skewers at this time. Although fried food has various disadvantages, it is indeed delicious. While chewing the fried skewers, Wang Yi continued to the direction of the vegetable market to prepare to get another batch of beef bones to fill the gap. This time, he would take them back when his neighbor went out to work. No. This time, he would find a place to summon the skeletons first and take them back as figurines. On the way there, he chewed the fried skewers with one hand and quickly swiped his phone with the other hand. He registered all the Weibo accounts after buying the phone. Mastery 10086. With the tags of freelance musician and scientific researcher. Relying on the Weibo he logged into, he also began to search for posts related to himself. Now the popularity has entered the top 30, and it has become more popular, and it is likely to continue to rise. After all, this issue is indeed quite topical. Not to mention that the blogger who reposted it also added his own things. Not long after Wang Yi logged in, he found that the popularity had risen several places. And then he saw that a well-known V also forwarded this post. This is a well-known anti-counterfeiting V. This time, he found a soft persimmon as a hot spot to criticize. For a long time, this anti-counterfeiting fighter has carefully selected the targets he chooses, and he never dares to target the direction that will really affect the interests of capital. Most of them are aimed at individuals and small businesses. Questioning others' plagiarism and academic fraud is his specialty. This time, the material provided by Wang Yi was simply delivered to his bowl, making him ecstatic. He directly launched his own criticism on his Weibo with sharp words. Chapter 15 Chapter 14 A tool man who helped a lot. So I have always said that amateur scientists are not worthy of being on the stage. I have always been determined to popularize some knowledge for everyone, and make those pseudosciences and fake academics public. As a result, this time I was directly embarrassed abroad. I went to a certain website to take a look. There have been thousands of reposts, and tens of thousands of comments. This is definitely an extremely bad influence. Next, I will briefly explain the journal Science to everyone. Xuechuan wrote a long article with pictures and texts, constantly writing out his own insights. Between the lines, he showed that he had drunk foreign ink. This is his specialty, and he is very familiar with this aspect. Most of the whole article is to show his own insights, full of praise and praise for science. This journal is so awesome. It is much higher than those in China. And how awesome the Science Promotion Association is. The world's top international science and technology organization. I believe that friends who know me know that I questioned Zhu Han's SCI paper 10 years ago, and was retaliated by Xiao Xuan after questioning him. But at least they have something and have published papers. But now this academic fraud is a pure clown who is sensational and has completely destroyed our image. I saw the original post on a certain website. He borrowed the name of racial discrimination, which led to a large number of foreign netizens who did not know the truth to support him. Once they found out the truth, the extreme contrast would immediately greatly reduce their impression of us. Xuechuan played his best one-sided words. But in fact, he did not even read Wang Yi's tweets. In this parallel space and this period, although Xuechuan had gradually been exposed for various double standards, he was lenient to himself and strict to others. But his personality has not collapsed completely, and his influence is still quite high. Wang Yi also directly selected this tool person and circled him on Weibo. I am the person involved. May I ask Mr. Xuechuan if you have read the full text of my certain website? Can you understand my proof process? If you don't understand, please ask someone who understands first. In fact, Xuechuan is indeed a top student, with a PhD in biochemistry from Michigan State University, which is almost equivalent to a 985 university in China. It's just that he settled in California in 2002 and has an income as a consulting expert. He also let it slip that he accepts funding from foreign funds. Xuechuan has always been very proud of his academic qualifications, which is why he has been able to stand firm in his anti-counterfeiting efforts. Even if he doesn't study the major and direction he chose for 3 days, he may be out of date. Now he is busy making money, and is almost losing his professional knowledge. But questioning that he can't understand is definitely stepping on his sore toes, and touching his reverse scale. At the moment, he didn't care whether this person was really involved or not, and directly grabbed the keyboard and typed. After finishing, he went to a special account to take a closer look and wanted to quickly find a few places to slap his face. But when he saw the content of the papers that Wang Yi kept posting, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Although his professional knowledge was almost lost, his English level and familiarity with the paper format were still there. At least after a rough scan, he really didn't find any problems that were easy to criticize. As a professional nitpicker, he saw the loophole in the work address. But he also knew that it seemed useless to bring it up, because he really couldn't understand the derivation. It's like a mountain between two different fields. Now he can't even read a cutting-edge paper in his own field, let alone the proof of a mathematical conjecture. However, after being specially ridiculed by Wang Yi, it was impossible for him to admit that he couldn't understand it. Apart from other things, in terms of hard talk, Xuechuan is definitely one of the top ones. Even if his whole body is cremated, he can still have a mouth left. In fact, everyone has their own strengths and different knowledge reserves. But Xuechuan is different. He will not admit his shortcomings. Even if mathematics will not lie, he will not understand it if he doesn't understand it. And he will hold on. After searching for some knowledge related to the Goldbach conjecture and consulting a few friends, he started to respond to Wang Yi in a very eloquent way. Of course, I don't understand your derivation, because this is a set of theories you made up yourself. You must first understand the meaning of the Goldbach conjecture. Once you really solve it, your name will definitely be on the Fields Medal next year. After writing, he also wrote a note to popularize science for everyone. The Fields Medal is the Nobel Prize in mathematics. At most 4 people are selected in 4 years. The next award will be given next year. Let's congratulate Mastery in advance. Originally, it was nothing for a small transparent account like Wang Yi to post. But Xuechuan's response instantly attracted a lot of attention. Many people flocked to Wang Yi's Weibo. Myself? Really? Delete the post. Stop smearing us. You brought shame to the country. No way. You dare to respond. The label says freelance musician. Scientific researcher? This is too unprofessional. Go back and write your songs. Another user who also has the label of freelance musician left a message. Please delete the label of freelance musician. And there are many other musicians who responded to this message to express their support. In addition, there are a lot of comments that will be blocked if they are typed out. Overall, criticism is definitely the mainstream. But Wang Yi didn't care. He circled Xuechuan again and left a message: borrow your good words. Then he turned off his phone. Because the vegetable market has arrived. I have to prepare beef bones. But the internet will not stop fermenting because of Wang Yi's withdrawal. Compared to the slow rise in the temperature of a certain special, the speed of ignition in China is extremely fast because Xuechuan, a person with his own topics and contradictions, has personally stepped in. The blogger who first reposted the article, studying in the United States, undoubtedly stood firmly on Xuechuan's side. He kept forwarding Xuechuan's doubts, and would comment on Xuechuan in the forwarding, popularizing his identity as a fake fighter and his academic qualifications to others. There is a sense of authority, and this can make the final conclusion. But also because of Xuechuan's fate. Many netizens who were disgusted with him because of the character problems that Xuechuan began to expose began to speak for Wang Yi. I also looked up his special. What's wrong with what he said? Isn't it discrimination to reject it immediately? Even if it's really bad. It shouldn't be like this. He didn't even look at it. It's too disrespectful. The person above. Are you a friendly army? Which side are you on? I also went to see it. The blogger who reposted it brought subjective emotions and deliberately distorted the speech. His behavior is not good. You know what? The format of the paper is quite decent. Can the person above understand it? Translate it and take a look. There are only some English pictures and formulas. I am so confused. Don't make it difficult for me. This is a math paper. Unrequited love will not lead to any result. For example, I love math. I'll send it to my tutor. I hope he doesn't have any objections. Since then, things have gradually come to Wang Yi's turn. Chapter 16 Teacher. Look what I found. Wang Yi carried dozens of kilograms of cow bones and flipped from the blind spot of the bridge surveillance into the bridge hole below. After arriving at a position that was concave inward and could block the line of sight, Wang Yi casually threw the bag of cow bones to the ground. The 2 silver bracelets he bought last time appeared in his hand. Originally, ordinary skeletons would definitely not need materials such as silver. But the magic power in this world was too lazy. So Wang Yi had to make some modifications and engrave the magic pattern for absorbing and storing magic power on the skeleton. The silver bracelet melted in Wang Yi's hand with the naked eye and began to show a faint fluorescence. The arcane brilliance began to appear in Wang Yi's eyes. The liquid silver began to outline itself in the air, and the arcane brilliance in Wang Yi's eyes also bloomed to the extreme. The next moment, the cow bones that were thrown aside began to tremble constantly, and then began to hang in the air and splice by themselves. The suspended liquid silver magic pattern flew out to the joint every time the bones were joined, as if acting as an invisible adhesive. Soon, a humanoid skeleton made of cow bones appeared in front of Wang Yi. Summoning a skeleton is a very simple spell, but it was because Wang Yi found several practical mathematical tools with the help of good guesses proof that he improved it. The skeleton belonging to Wang Yi is an excellent assistant who can add many small functions by himself. Made of cow bones, this skeleton is obviously very strong, and it is definitely not comparable to the fragile ordinary skeleton. With the blessing of magic patterns and the injection of magic power, this skeleton is definitely as powerful as a knight squire in terms of combat power. And it is not a big problem to do housework, serve tea and water, guard the house, and even help with research. It can be sent to the factory to tighten screws on the assembly line. However, Wang Yi needs to compile several different action instructions for it, and its potential is far beyond the original summoned skeleton. Moreover, because the free magic power is too lazy, although Wang Yi used silver to engrave magic patterns for blessing, it is also necessary to let it combine work and rest, either to do some low-consumption actions for a long time, or to use it for a short period of time with high intensity, and then rest and recover for a while. If it exceeds the limit, it needs to inject additional magic power. After completing the initial summoning, the magic power that had just been fully restored was consumed again. In this environment of magic laziness, Wang Yi always feels a little uncomfortable when the magic power is not full. In the future, I must build a super wizard tower made entirely of mithril, and get a top-level magic pool. After completing the summoning of the skeleton, Wang Yi first gave it a standby command, which was equivalent to directly turning it into a large handmade figure. Then Wang Yi put a set of cheap cosplay clothes prepared in advance on the skeleton, and after the disguise, he carried it on his shoulders and quickly climbed back. Because it uses cow bones, although the skeleton itself is humanoid, the difference is still quite large. Even if it is carried on the road, it will only attract some curious eyes, and it will not cause panic or anything. Nowadays, even ordinary people have heard of cosplay. Not to mention that this is a vertical store. Maybe it is a prop of some crew. Just like that, Wang Yi carried the skeleton back to the rental house. There was no sound in Ma Dong's room. He must have sobered up and went out to work. The kitchen was simmering on a low fire. It smelled like soup, with beef bones and seafood. After returning to the rental house, Wang Yi turned on the computer and completed the server order that he had prepared long ago. Purchasing the basic framework of the server itself requires a certain amount of money, but the cost of expanding and modifying it completely according to one's own needs is even greater. And another optical fiber needs to be pulled. Even the ghost that he caught still looked stupid, and the recovery speed was limited, which delayed things a bit. He could only start some program compilation and some auxiliary work first, or find another fresh one. Although it is very difficult for ghosts to be born in this environment of magic laziness, there are many people after all. If you really want to find one, you will definitely find some in this city. Wang Yi spent most of the 500,000 yuan after tax that he had just received before it was warm. But the hardware facilities required for the early stage of artificial intelligence are already complete, and he just needs to wait for the delivery to his door in a few days. After doing all this, he browsed his WeChat and Weibo again. Very good. Both sides have already seen replies that the paper has been forwarded to professionals. Sure enough, as long as the heat rises, these problems can be solved. Department of Mathematics, Zhejiang University. Xu Biao is 32 years old this year, but he has already crossed the threshold of associate professor, and is considered a young and promising backbone. Moreover, the profession of mathematics also depends on age. When you are in your 20s or 30s, it is easiest to produce academic results. For example, the field's medal requires you to be under 40 years old. This is related to the physiological structure of the human brain, which is almost a force majeure factor. Associate Professor Zhu Biao himself has already achieved some academic results, but his main direction is applied mathematics, and he has achieved some achievements in discrete mathematics. As a young associate professor, in addition to leading some students, he also has some professional courses to teach. Because he is humorous and his teaching is not rigid, he has a good relationship with students. Many students have added him to WeChat. Today he received a contact from a student who said that he saw a paper claiming to prove the Goldbach conjecture. Although he knew it was fake, he couldn't find where the problem was. He had some reading difficulties and wanted to ask the teacher for advice. Zhu Biao couldn't help but smile at this, and then asked the other party to send the paper to his email. After returning to the office, he opened the email to download it. The first glance surprised him. The format is quite neat. A very clean paper. Many graduates have to revise the paper format several times. At least the other party's full English submission has no major problems in terms of format. Just the workplace is a little simple. The layout is also very comfortable, which makes people motivated to read on. The derivation process is also very decent. Then he began to read while drinking tea, and slowly frowned on his face, and the teacup in his hand stopped and put aside. At the same time, he took out a few sheets of manuscript paper and began to gesture on them. Hey, I don't believe it. He has read 1/3 of the derivation process, and 3 tool formulas have appeared in it to complete the self-proof. Although he hasn't finished reading it, he has already felt that the goal content of this paper has increased after checking the steps and finding that these 3 tool formulas are established. Even if it is just these 3 tool formulas, each of them is enough to publish a paper. And I have only read 1/3 of it. Wow! After completing the verification of another built-in formula, Zhu Biao gradually showed a hint of excitement on his face. Because the 4th formula was helpful to a direction he was studying, he got some inspiration at once. What's wrong? A colleague passed by and saw Zhu Biao dancing and asked curiously, verifying the conjecture. Oh, the 2 papers by Gall Harold Hefgot last month? Last month, Harold Hefgot of the École Normale Supérieure in Paris published 2 papers announcing that he had completed the proof of the weak Goldbach conjecture. People in their major will definitely pay attention to it. But number theory is still very different from their applied mathematics. He knew it, but he didn't go to see it specifically. No, maybe something big is going to happen. After Zhu Biao completed the verification of the 4th built-in tool formula, he also felt that this paper seemed to be more than just a random name to bluff people. When he looked up and found that it was time to get off work, and the feeling of hunger came over his stomach, Zhu Biao turned around and said to his colleagues, Xinguang, come and take a look. This is what my student sent me. I have verified 4 tool formulas so far, and there is no error. One of them is very helpful to me. Let's study it together. At this time, the teacher called Xinguang came over and saw Zhu Biao several manuscripts filled with verifications and the papers sent on the computer. Chapter 17 Master. I started cooking when I got up. Let's have some soup today. Ma Dong stood in the shared open kitchen on the 3rd floor. The big casserole in front of him was gurgling. He started cooking when he went out, and now the bone aroma is overflowing. In addition to bone soup, he also added abalone, sea cucumber, fish maw, fish lips and other ingredients. And the soup is almost boiling. Smelling the fragrance, Wang Yi also stopped his programming and came out of the room. This is the beef bone he bought. Of course he has to share it. And Lu Shuka, who just came back today, looked a little tired, and also asked for a bowl without any courtesy. The fragrant and silky soup went down the throat into the stomach, as if there was a hot current spreading in the body, making people can't help but breathe a long sigh of relief, as if dispelling the fatigue of the day. It tastes good. Shioka's sister. What happened today? Ma Dong glanced at Lu Shuka and took the initiative to start a topic. Although he was obviously rejected last night, as a woman he liked and a neighbor, he still cared about this girl, just like he would have a good impression of Lu Shuka. In addition to her good looks, there is more of a shadow of his past in the other person. Even if Lu Shuka looks ordinary, he may not pursue her, but he will definitely take proper care of her. It's nothing. The director found an excuse to fire her. Anyway, half of the money has been received. Lu Shuka seemed to be indifferent. A director can indeed ban her from the industry, but it is not necessary to spend time and energy targeting her for such a small matter. Lu Shuka became a special actor with her image and strength. At most, it may be that some rumors will be spread to make it more troublesome for her to get a role in the future. After all, the other party is not a person with all-powerful hands and eyes, and it is impossible for her to be cut off with just one sentence. It's good to get the money, and it's also convenient. Wang Yi glanced at his first sponsor, and it seemed that he didn't take it to heart. I have to say that this woman has a pretty neat personality, and is not likely to go to a dead end. The last time she was scared like that. It might be because I was too sudden. By the way, you are all locals. I want to ask you something. Wang Yi then asked the two of them. The server has been ordered, and he has started compiling some low-level programs. But it will obviously take some time for Li Bo's eldest son Li Yao to recover. He just wanted to ask if there are any supernatural events. Preferably fresh ones. The flow of people in a place like the film and television city is so large. And the probability of birth is also higher. There may be many deaths in the hospital. But Wang Yi passed by on purpose when he came back. Maybe because there are relatively few sudden deaths. There are no resentments that meet the standard. At most, there are occasional natural spirits that dissipate in a few days. What? Have you figured it out? I told you not to waste this condition, Ma Dong said with a smile. He was quite concerned about Wang Yi's figure. Lu Xiuke next to him also sipped the soup in small sips, while curiously looking at Wang Yi waiting for him to say the next word. I want to ask, have there been any accidents in the film and television city recently? Or have there been some legendary supernatural events? You can also hear about it. The question was straightforward, and Wang Yi didn't care about it. There are so many masters in reality, not to mention a fake master like him. But Wang Yi's sudden turn caught Ma Dong and Lu Xiuke off guard. Why did he suddenly ask such a question? Well, I'm actually a freelance musician. The kind that can make money. I want to find some inspiration. In addition, I have learned a few tricks from my ancestors to see if I can deal with that kind of thing and make some extra money. There are actually many superstitious people in the film and television industry. Many people even look for feng shui masters before filming a movie. Especially those in Hong Kong and Formosa. Wang Yi's later words were much more honest than the previous excuse of a free musician looking for inspiration. Oh, I can't tell. He's a master. But give up? He's too young. Why don't you show me first? Looking at Ma Dong's raised eyebrow expression, Wang Yi was a little speechless. He couldn't really read faces, and he didn't know the terminology. He could only catch ghosts. Lu Xiuke next to him was smiling with big eyes. But then she seemed to think of something and said, Oh, if you want to say something happened, it really happened recently. 7 days ago, someone died when our crew next door was filming a costume drama. The media was suppressed, but there was still a cordon. It might not be an accident. Lu Xiuke's words diverted Ma Dong, who wanted to tease Wang Yi, and nodded. I heard about it too. And it seems that there are some strange rumors. But the crew didn't want to talk about it. It seems that there is some scruples. Maybe the crew issued a gag order or something. Worried about being targeted by paparazzi. Ma Dong also added that his circle is larger, and obviously knows more. But because he didn't pay special attention, he only knew this one thing. Things like this happen all the time. And they are spread as urban legends, such as supernatural events during filming. These are the customs of the film and television city. Many new extras have been frightened and sick. Ma Dong looked unconcerned, obviously not believing such things. If you want to know, I will find out for you tomorrow and tell you later. Lu Xiuke patted her chest and made a promise. The bulging shaping sweatshirt made the other two people at the table glance at it. Ma Dong also immediately followed up and said, I don't care much about this kind of thing. But if you want to know, I will help you ask tomorrow. It's best to ask about similar things. And then tell me a few locations. Wang Yi did not refuse their kindness. He was not familiar with the film and television city, and it would be troublesome to find it like this. The magician in the low magic world, especially in such a place where natural magic is lazy, has such an awkward search ability. In addition, the sun has some light attribute magic, which has a restraining effect on spirits. They don't have to worry about safety when they go to understand such things during the day. After all, Ma Dong also said that similar rumors occasionally appear, but they have no impact. When the time comes, I will help them solve some dirty things. Isn't it wonderful to be mutually beneficial? After eating all the remaining soup in front of the stunned expressions of the two neighbors, Wang Yi returned to the rental house with satisfaction. At the same time, I thought it would be a waste if I didn't take advantage of the popularity. So I opened Weibo and didn't respond to some of Fang Chuan's circles. I posted another message separately. We accept exorcism, ghost hunting, and disposal of supernatural items within the scope of the vertical store. If you are interested, please leave a message. If you are not serious, please do not disturb. P.S. I don't look at feng shui. I don't look at face reading. And I don't predict fortune. Good man. Originally because of Feng Chuan's exit, the heat has completely risen after a day of fermentation. And it has already rushed into the top 10. Feng Chuan even posted continuously on the other side. The blogger of studying in the United States also teamed up with several friends to constantly lead the rhythm. Wang Yi did not respond to them, but directly posted such an anti-scientific post, which immediately made the people who attacked him keep forwarding comments as if they had discovered a new continent. Only Feng Chuan felt as if he had punched a cotton ball. Hack! I said so much proudly. And I went okay with saturation firepower coverage, just to prove that this is a folk science. A pseudoscience. But in the end, someone posted a post directly, and all his saturation firepower fell into the air. This is more uncomfortable than the opponent's sharp counterattack. Or this one is the sharpest counterattack of the opponent. What kind of move is this? Can it be operated like this? After typing for a long time and deleting all of them, he could only reply sarcastically. You forgot to add the tags. Free musician, scientific researcher, and master of the supernatural. It was obviously a sarcastic remark. But Wang Yi circled him after he finished speaking. Thanks for the reminder. Looking again, it turned out that the tag of the Master of Supernatural had been added. Chapter 18 Detonation. In addition to making Shui Chuan feel uncomfortable, Wang Yi's reply was also very interesting to many netizens. The jokes on the internet in this era are obviously much lower, and many people almost burst out laughing. Hey, I'm beginning to doubt the authenticity of the blogger. Yeah, you're so good. I think the blogger did it on purpose. If the blogger wants to learn from Feng Jia, then you've succeeded. Looking back, it can be seen at a glance that the Feng Jia incident was to attract traffic. But at this time many people still believed it. Of course, there were also many people who started to attack and greet people directly. And the blogger studying in the United States and a group of agents were also fanning the flames. Wang Yi, who was busy programming, came back halfway and glanced at it, and then posted a new article as if to emphasize. Someone has sent it to professionals to look at it, and the results will be out soon. So everyone will wait and see. I hope that everyone can give me some trust at that time. If there is a similar situation that cannot be solved, you can contact me. In order to avoid harassment, you can leave a message to explain the situation first. Wang Yi did not directly disclose the contact information. Otherwise he would be annoyed to death. He would occasionally check it when he was free. If he saw that there was really something in stock, he would go to the store to take a look. At this time, the mathematics department of Zhejiang University was already brightly lit all night. Almost all of them were devoted to the verification of the proof that suddenly appeared. In fact, they had already completed the preliminary verification and found that it passed. But this kind of thing is too annoying, and they must make sure that it is foolproof before they dare to speak. Just when the vertical store had entered late at night, and Wang Yi was constantly compiling some underlying logic of artificial intelligence, the other side of the ocean entered the most dynamic time. The University of Pennsylvania, one of the Ivy League. As a private research university, the University of Pennsylvania has almost used the word making money to the extreme. It has the first medical school and the first business school in the United States, and also has the earliest student union organization in the United States. The Wharton School of Business has trained a large number of upper-class people and has many billionaire alumni, which is very influential. However, compared with the hot finance and nursing, the mathematics department of the liberal arts college is relatively backward for the reputation of the University of Pennsylvania itself. This year, it ranks 18th, and it is obviously declining. But no matter how world-class universities are, they also have a separate liberal arts college. And because of the vast alumni group, they are also well informed. On this day, a professor in the liberal arts college, who looked 50 years old, was also a little dazed when looking at the paper in front of him. This was sent by one of his students, who worked on Wall Street and had a very respectable identity. After looking back for the special that the other party mentioned, Professor Walker understood that this student had keenly sensed the fermentation of racial discrimination in the academic world, considering whether it would have an impact on finance. As long as they can smell it in advance, these Wall Street hyenas can find a way to hunt, whether it is shorting or going long, or jumping back and forth, or guiding it by themselves. In short, they have a lot of ways to turn some of the rumors they have obtained in advance into cash. However, this student himself has a good foundation in mathematics. He was originally only concerned about the possible waves caused by racial discrimination in the academic world. Later, he found that the proof was quite decent. So he sent it to his teacher to understand the situation, because it was sent by his own student. And the panel of this paper was indeed clean and comfortable to look at. Walker tried to verify it. It would have been better if he didn't verify it. After starting to verify it, even if it has not been completed yet, he knew that this paper was quite remarkable. It was just because he was now energetic than when he was young. So he was forced to stop halfway. After rubbing his swollen forehead, he did not reply to the email, but directly called his student. After a few rings, the other party also answered okay. Professor, I didn't expect you to call me directly. Did the email I sent to you cause you trouble? It really caused me trouble. No, see. But I called you specifically to tell you that this matter will inevitably detonate the academic community in the United States and even the world. Your judgment is correct. This is a nuclear bomb that is about to explode. Nosi, who was at the exchange, was also slightly stunned after hearing what his professor said. Nuclear bomb? Although I haven't fully proved it, I can guarantee that this paper itself has extremely high academic value, enough to be published in the annals of mathematics. And it is very likely to be invited to give academic reports. Now I need to find a few old friends to verify it together. Speaking of this, Walker paused and said in a faint tone, if we complete the verification and confirm it, then this will be one of the winners of the Fields Medal next year. You should understand the impact of this. From my current judgment, it is very likely. After hearing what the professor said, Nosy also understood why he contacted him directly by phone. Oh, God. A certain paper has important academic value? It's unbelievable. I understand. Thank you very much for the professor's call. A mathematical proof can affect Wall Street? Of course it can. As long as they want to. They can. Racial discrimination in academia? What a wonderful new battlefield. As long as the guidance is in place. It can even force journals such as Science and Nature to stop publishing for a few issues, and mobilize a large number of scientific researchers to speak out or even go on strike. The stocks of companies involved in cutting-edge technology such as medical care, drugs, education, etc. can be easily broken. Now it is not a question of whether to make money or not, but how much money can be made. This kind of thing is obviously not something he can eat alone. So he immediately contacted his boss to report okay. At that time, the media must cooperate in advance, and it may also be necessary to persuade several persecuted objects to speak out and accept interviews in advance. This kind of thing. They are the most professional. Tap da on the keyboard. After deleting the message, Xuechuan felt quite angry. My goodness. When the other party jumped into the cesspool, his mud throwing was completely ineffective. They were already catching ghosts, and he was catching them and outputting them. Isn't it embarrassing? But he, who had long been arrogant and extremely paranoid, could not accept this kind of anger at all, and he had to find a way to get back. But while he was thinking about it, his hardcore WeChat group was circling him crazily. Those who could get Xuechuan to the hardcore WeChat group alone must be the most loyal and important fans, and even believers. They also donated funds for him, and some of them even donated more than 3 million yuan. This is one of the capitals for his good life. When he opened the WeChat group, the first content caught him off guard. Teacher Xue, the official Weibo of Zhejiang University, came out to support that person. Chapter 19 Shock. Zhejiang University stood up for the ghost catcher? What kind of style is this? If this wasn't his true group of believers, Xuechuan wouldn't have paid any attention to him, and he wouldn't have fought back directly. But he knew how much these people trusted him. To put it bluntly, even if some of them betrayed him, it wouldn't be possible for so many people to say it together. After replying a message of stay calm, he sat in front of the computer and opened his own battlefield again. After finding the official Weibo of Zhejiang University, looking at their pinned new news, it was really true. Goldbach's conjecture was proved by Chinese scholars. Lock in the Fields Medal next year in advance. Let us congratulate Master Yi. The title of Master is well deserved. Although this Weibo has few fans and cannot be compared with Xuechuan at all, Xuechuan clearly knows the importance of this. The foundation of domestic 985 universities is usually higher than their international rankings. Although foreign-educated sea turtles are still popular now, the recruiting units have gradually discovered that the quality of these sea turtles sent abroad for gilding is not as good as their own 985. Xuechuan has criticized many people in the academic world. But all those who have been criticized, even professors of some universities, will only respond to him personally. And the school institutions have never personally intervened. This time, it can be said that Xuechuan felt an unprecedented pressure. Prove the Goldbach conjecture? The next Fields Medal? Don't be ridiculous. Are you crazy? The person who controls the official Weibo has been bribed? This is the biggest possibility that Xuechuan can think of. In short, the information brought by this message is more likely. Coupled with the uncomfortable feeling of punching cotton before, Xuechuan suddenly became bolder and sat in front of the computer again and began to output proudly. As a well-known domestic university, should the official announcement be more stable? Directly lock in the Fields Medal? Directly complete the proof of the Goldbach conjecture? Has it been recognized internationally? Originally, the official announcement of Zhejiang University had just begun to ferment. After all, not many people pay attention to the university Weibo, and the initial forwarding and comments have just begun to appear. Xuechuan personally went on stage and instantly exploded. What? The university institution has officially announced? But this is indeed too much. Isn't it? The first to rush out were Xuechuan's believers. The Fields Medal is the Nobel Prize in mathematics. You gave out the Fields Medal? Ridiculous. You are too full of yourself. Don't say your account was hacked again. Is this a top-notch university in China? The gap is really too big. Thanks to Xuechuan's popular science, his fans already know what the Fields Medal is, so they continue to criticize Zhejiang University's arrogance. But in the face of such criticism, institutions that usually don't respond positively chose to fight back as quickly as possible this time. A large number of professors and associate professors of the Department of Mathematics of Zhejiang University have opened Weibo to explain the situation and the verification process. Many people have also uploaded the verification manuscripts. We didn't believe it when we first got the news. But mathematics doesn't lie. After the all-night verification by 16 teachers in our Department of Mathematics, we can proudly announce to everyone that the Goldbach conjecture has been proved by our Chinese. Why do we dare to say with certainty that he will be the winner of the next Fields Medal? Because if the Fields Medal is willing to slap us in the face, we welcome it very much. We also saw the original post, which was rejected in seconds. This is indeed academic discrimination. Our compatriots who can complete the proof of the Goldbach conjecture, our compatriots who can win the Fields Medal. When they submitted their academic achievements, they were rejected without even looking at them. If this is not academic discrimination, what is it? Shame? It is indeed shameful. But it is the face of the entire science journal, and even the entire Western academic community, that is controlled by it. This is to win glory for the country. 6 professors and 10 associate professors supported the platform on Weibo, and the school's official Weibo supported it. This sudden scene directly stunned Xuechuan. At this time, he vaguely felt something was wrong in his heart. No way. It's not really completed the proof. Right? But he really can't understand it. But for Xuechuan, being stubborn and double standard is his usual characteristic. And he continued to reply hard. This is just your one-sided statement, which has not been recognized by the international community at all. It is invalid. Then he edited another one, quoting Wang Yi's previous words that he had hit on cotton. Look at what he said. He promotes feudal superstition. He said he catches ghosts. Okay. But soon. Zhu Biao, a relatively young associate professor, circled Xuechuan alone. Master Yi is not very old. Look at how anxious you are when young people on the internet brag. He said he catches ghosts. I believe. And he must have used mathematical methods to catch ghosts scientifically. Then another old professor posted a message. I have called many professors in this major, and I cannot confirm this person's identity yet. But his work location is indeed blank. So he may not be an employee. Just when things were getting worse and worse, and everything was overwhelmingly unfavorable to Xuechuan, suddenly, a porter sent a screenshot from the other side of the ocean, belonging to the official announcement screenshot from the other side of the ocean late at night. Several professors from the Department of Mathematics at the College of Arts and Sciences at the University of Pennsylvania have preliminarily verified that the proof of the Goldbach conjecture on a certain topic has been verified. Now we invite colleagues to confirm it together. In addition, they also officially announced a paragraph. Regardless of whether the Goldbach conjecture has been proved, can a paper with such a clean and concise format and typesetting really fail to pass the preliminary review? Just because the other party's name exposed their ethnicity? Racial discrimination in the academic world really exists. Just a few minutes later, the official science journal officially issued an open apology letter. A public apology to Mastery personally. From the time point of view, it is very likely that the University of Pennsylvania still notified them in advance. Let them be mentally prepared for this kind of thing. Apologizing at the first time is the best choice to reduce losses. And it can be imagined that because it involves political correctness issues, this storm can only be said to have just begun. Now we can only stop the loss as early as possible. Until this time, Wang Yi, who had completed the construction of a section of the underlying structure, took the time to go to Weibo and take a look. After seeing the excitement on Weibo and Mut, he circled Shuichuan again on Weibo and posted a screenshot of the apology letter from the journal Science that he received in his mailbox. Mr. Shuichuan, does this count as the international recognition you want? It doesn't matter if it doesn't count. I can wait, and I believe there will be more voices soon. After posting this, there was another sentence. Chapter 20 Popularity. Levita stared at the trend and comments on Weibo in amazement. He was completely confused. Are you kidding me? Is it really proven? You are really a scientific researcher. After buying the song before, because of Wang Yi's cold reception, Levita and his friends also left the party hastily after signing the contract. Levita has been sighing all the time. He obviously has been blessed by God. But he doesn't cherish it. He also gave Fang Chuan many likes. It would be great if he could face the reality and choose to debut. After the incident became popular, Levita was a little worried that he would not be able to bear it. Just when he was hesitating whether to call to persuade Wang Yi, the subsequent reversal speed was so fast and fierce that his jaw fell to the ground. Isn't this too exaggerated? Because he paid attention to it. He had understood a lot through Fang Chuan's popular science and knew how awesome this matter was. But he never expected that this was really proven. He was really discriminated against academically. Oh my God! Levita, who gradually came to his senses, was so happy that he immediately deleted the comment he had forwarded before. The paper is well written. Don't write it next time. After deleting it, he thought about it and called Wang Yi. Wang Yi, who doesn't spend much time on Weibo and just leaves after posting, is also continuing to improve his artificial intelligence underlying architecture. When he was in the other world, he made a magic version. Now with cutting-edge electronic accessories, coupled with the gaps filled by the ghosts and his familiar programming, the problem can undoubtedly be simplified a lot. He became more and more comfortable when writing the underlying architecture. He was still a little unhappy to be interrupted by the phone. But when he saw that it was the sponsor, he still answered the phone. Teacher Wang Yi, congratulations. I really didn't expect you to have such talent. No wonder you disdain your debut. Levita first flattered him. The entertainment industry and the academic circle are two completely unrelated circles. And in fact, most of the entertainment industry itself has limited education and achievements. Even some idols who have established a persona of academic tyrants are actually very unsound. 90% of the extras in the vertical store have high school education. There is nothing shameful about making money by one's own efforts. But it also means that there is no common language between the two circles. The gap is too big, and Levita couldn't find any topic for a while. After a while of talking, he finally said the purpose of his visit this time. Teacher Wang Yi, this is the thing. This incident has caused quite a stir and attention. I want to take this opportunity to release your song first. What do you think? In fact, for general songs, singers are assigned first. And it is rare to promote a song alone. But now the traffic is too large. This is the code of wealth. And it is entirely possible to promote the song first. Just use the version sung by Jiang Xian and release it. Wang Yi was a little surprised to hear what the fat man said. In fact, the song is already in the other party's hands. It is okay for the other party to start promoting it without notifying him. And it is not illegal. It is more particular to inform him specifically. But since you asked, Wang Yi said bluntly, I guess now you also believe that music is just my hobby. If I promote it directly, it will probably cause a stir and disturb me, which makes it difficult for me to deal with it. Wang Yi's words made Levita feel disappointed. But after hesitating for a while, he still didn't plan to act on his own. Instead, he sighed and said, Teacher Wang Yi is a real scientist. I am superficial. No, you misunderstood me. I agree with your publicity. Wang Yi saw that the other party was not tactful. So he immediately added a sentence. Lest he really give up. The copyright has been sold. I won't do anything that has no benefits. Then what do you mean you have to pay more? Seeing the new 500,000 yuan after tax in the text message, Wang Yi also showed a satisfied smile on his face. Not bad. This little fat guy can get along. In fact, Li Vida could have left Wang Yi alone. And Wang Yi couldn't say anything. But in the end, he came over and asked again. And really gave money again. Generally, hundreds of thousands of Weibo hot searches are enough. Of course, this kind of Weibo hot search can't be compared with Wang Yi's spontaneous one. But his topic has been hot, and it already exists. This time it is equivalent to Li Vida's pure show of goodwill to maintain the relationship between the two. It is true that the other party made a lot of money. But the song transaction has been completed. And it was not snatched away. Others can make money because of their ability. And Wang Yi will not care about these gains and losses. So in return, he still posted a new post after Li Vida's official announcement. The label of scientific researcher should be worn now. This is my label as a free musician. I hope everyone likes it. After posting, he also circled Li Vida. This made Li Vida even more excited. And he immediately replied and thanked him on the official Weibo of Vida Music. Now is the time when Wang Yi is the most popular. But he has a ghost-catching advertisement and a music advertisement. He really uses the popularity clearly. Many stupid netizens who originally thought Wang Yi was very interesting immediately started to reply in various ways. I'm convinced too. Master Yi is different from the old scholar in my impression. If he hadn't responded with a screenshot of the email, I would have always thought he was an imposter. To reply to the above, mathematicians are not very old when they achieve results. So Master Yi should still be very young. I just didn't expect him to compose music. We can only say that we don't understand the world of geniuses. We must pay attention to and support him. Why does the music of mathematicians feel so funny? Hack! Master Yi is the author of Gu Yong. No way. The lyrics and music of Gu Yong are all written by Yi. This really matches. In an instant, a huge uproar was set off on the internet. The signatures of Wang Yi's previous songs and new songs can be found. And Wang Yi didn't think about how long he could keep it secret. As long as his personal information is not widely leaked and does not affect himself. It's okay. He also casually reminded Li Vida not to disclose privacy. Free musician E and scientific researcher Master E can be fabricated on the internet as you like. It doesn't matter at all. However, he had his real name registered in the copyright registration. So it was easy for the official to know him. Wang Yi didn't care about this. He had never thought about hiding it. And there was no need to hide it. After all, if he wanted to do any development in the future, he would have to deal with them. And it would be easier to get support with such a name. Because of the convenience of the industrial chain. Plus the policy inclination and subsidies. If Wang Yi wants to open a high-tech company in China in the future, there will be no problem. Of course, if it is a pharmaceutical company, it must go to a place like Hengsangwo. Anyway, in order to avoid trouble, the parent company must be offshore, making money, gathering the world's top resources and talents to explore the truth. This road is very long. This time the Goldbach conjecture has been proved, which will definitely make him pay attention. His alma mater and higher-level educational institutions will probably contact him. All Wang Yi needs to ensure is to reduce the spread of private information on the internet, not to be disturbed, and the official side to take a positive attitude. The 3 years of disappearance are real, almost completely evaporating from the face of the earth. In this case, it is really only convenient to smuggle abroad and then find an opportunity to escape back. Now the Skynet system has not covered too comprehensively. And it also has a storage time limit. In fact, there is no need to worry about spending a lot of time and energy to check this. At most, it is some entry and exit information and tickets. No entry information. He came back to smuggle. And he also practiced a good skill by the way. Right? There are no train tickets. But there are buses that have not been registered yet. There are many ways and methods. He is not a criminal of serious crimes. So it is not so exaggerated. Even if you really don't believe it, there is nothing you can do. Anyway, this limelight itself is a kind of umbrella. If you still don't believe it, you can just think that I was abducted by aliens for 3 years. Chapter 21 Alma Mater's Reaction. Shocked. The author of nursery rhymes actually did such a sensation. Are all nursery rhyme authors big shots? Goldbach's conjecture was proved by the author of nursery rhymes. The Nobel Prize in Mathematics is locked in advance. And the winner is actually, this time, it's a nationality of the country. After a day of fermentation. Especially with the news coming from the other side of the ocean. It directly exploded. even if the mathematics award is too far away from ordinary people. It is after all known as the Nobel Prize in Mathematics. And it is the first Chinese nationality of the country. Naturally, it can continue to dominate the list for a period of time. Even Xuechuan, who is extremely stubborn, can only jump out to post an explanation at this time. What I oppose is that Master Yi's behavior is not good. It is obvious to all that he has affected the image of Chinese people on a certain website. This will not disappear because of any academic achievements. Now with the halo protecting the body, people will naturally not see the negative impact of this matter. Since you have misunderstood me, I will no longer reply to this issue. It is equivalent to unilaterally declaring victory and then playing dead. But as a result, Xuechuan's explanation had just come out, and the United States suddenly launched a massive anti-academic discrimination movement. The three famous journals, Science, Nature, and Cell, all announced that they would stop publishing one issue. Even The Lancet, Journal of Clinical Oncology, and Journal of the American Mathematical Society also announced that they would stop publishing one issue to support this event. One after another, researchers came out to tell their stories, and scholars of Asian, African, and Hispanic origin came out to tell their stories. It seems that they did not dare to speak out in the dark before, but now they dare to come out. At this time, some insiders anonymously disclosed a lot of inside information to the BBC and other media. Take the American Association for the Advancement of Science as an example. 2/3 of the authors and reviewers are white, while blacks, Latinos, and indigenous peoples add up to less than 10%, and Pacific Islanders and Asians together account for about a quarter. Scholars still attach great importance to citation if they want to publish academic results in top journals. Recommended? Obviously, white people have more advantages in this regard, and other ethnic groups may find it more difficult to enter the academic circle, and their achievements are more difficult to be noticed, which will cause the academic world to be less diverse, because of the thresholds and barriers of the academic world itself. Some political correctness was difficult to break through in the past, but this time Wang Yi poked a hole from the inside, and immediately opened up a new battlefield. The various correctness that had long occupied all walks of life began to launch a fierce attack on the high ground of the academic circle. Now it is not just racial discrimination, and some people have found that the proportion of achievements of female academic workers is not high. This must be caused by the stereotype of women. If there was no Wang Yi's post, it could still be argued that academic achievements are academic achievements. But there is indeed a person who is rejected because of discrimination, which can directly disintegrate this defense. So were there a large number of female scholars who were rejected because of discrimination in the past? Because of the rejection of the manuscript, they were discouraged and gave up their scientific research careers? For a time, this offensive instantly detonated the entire Western media, and Wall Street also shook violently. Wang Yi's post was forwarded and commented on crazily, as if it was a beacon that cut through the darkness. The continuous explosive news made Xuechuan's face swollen. But fortunately, he had already posted no more response, pretending to be dead and closed the comments, just as if the world was peaceful and nothing happened. Even Wang Yi himself was quite surprised. Although he originally used politically correct topics to stir up a stir, there must be a pusher behind such a big wave. But it doesn't matter. Everyone wins okay, and those with the same interests are allies. School of Science, School of Mathematical Sciences. The School of Science itself is a relatively low-key school, but no matter how low-key it is, it cannot cover up the horror of its own background. Just for the School of Mathematics, there is an academician and a super luxurious lineup of 24 professors, and the number of associate professors is less than half of the professors. After learning that the person who proved the Goldbach conjecture was actually a student who graduated from the School of Science, the entire School of Mathematical Sciences was stunned. What's going on? Why don't we know? No one in the alumni group said anything? Normally, it is normal for such proofs to be spread from the alumni group first. How come it was so unexpected? At first, they were still sighing that a powerful person had emerged in the domestic mathematics community, but they had not yet found out who it was. As a result, the powerful person was taught by us? Check. Who is it? Academician Lee rolled up his sleeves and issued a death order. But just after he finished speaking, he was directly interrupted. Oh, I found out that it is not from our college, but an undergraduate graduate from the School of Computer Science and Technology next door. For a while, there was a silence at the scene. At this internal meeting of the School of Mathematical Sciences, in the luxurious lineup with more professors than associate professors. The big guys looked at each other, and I didn't know how to describe their feelings at this time. Some of them are professors in applied mathematics, and their research direction is indeed related to computers, which is also one of the relatively popular major directions in mathematics at present. But the Goldbach conjecture, a pure number theory conjecture, was proved by undergraduates from the School of Computer Science next door? Where are we facing? I'll take him to study with me. A professor in his 50s was interrupted by academician Lee as soon as he opened his mouth. What are you doing? After being interrupted, he sighed. With this ability, if he really wants it, wouldn't he study directly? Now that he has proved it, let alone studying. Places like Princeton may invite him to be a professor. Although Princeton University is also a private school, it has a very strong academic atmosphere, which is a bit opposite to the University of Pennsylvania. The most profitable business schools, medical schools, and law schools have always been in disarray, and they are so arrogant. It is very normal for Princeton to directly hire him as a professor to prove the Goldbach conjecture. Do you still want to take him as a student? You want peaches. In fact, they have also verified the proof process. It is wild and unrestrained, with tricky angles. The whole process is smooth and linked together. Some mathematical tools in the proof process alone are extremely useful. Then, should we invite him to go through the special channel? For this kind of award, it's quick to write a report. Special matters are handled specially. The Academy of Sciences is a typical one that has support from above, and it also has the right to independently review the professional title, although the review process is extremely cumbersome and requires personal application. There is still a high probability that the report will be approved if it is handled specially. After all, it is a global problem, and there is a gap in China. However, the speed and efficiency are definitely not as good as those of private institutions. But this path and direction are feasible. Let's find a way to contact him and ask for his opinion first. I always feel that it is not useful if we discuss it here. Academician Lee took off his glasses and wiped them. The little guy who doesn't care about the degree may be more purposeful in doing things, and it may not be as they wish. Chapter 22 Evaluations from Acquaintances. Chen Hao is a full-time counselor at the School of Computer Science and Technology of the Academy of Sciences. Being suddenly summoned by a group of bigwigs in the school made this little counselor feel uneasy. When he came to the conference room, he saw that there were many academicians, including school leaders, department leaders, and leaders from the School of Mathematical Sciences next door. What kind of scene is this? Do you still remember a student named Wang Yi from the 2007 class? He got straight to the point and asked Chen Hao directly, although he didn't know what he wanted to ask. Chen Hao had a deep impression of Wang Yi. He said with emotion, I remember that he impressed me deeply. He was very self-disciplined and had clear goals. Although he only graduated with a bachelor's degree, he didn't choose to continue his studies. I think his professional level is not worse than that of a master's degree, or even a doctorate degree, as he often attends classes. Chen Hao paused for a moment and observed the faces of the leaders before continuing. He should be preparing to start his own business. I have recommended some policies to support and loan graduates' entrepreneurship to him, but he didn't seem to care. He may have prepared his own channels. At the same time, Chen Hao was also thinking that it might be that the student who made him remember so clearly had made a big move during this period. It can be said that Chen Hao has always felt that Wang Yi must be able to make achievements. The only difference is the size of the achievements. It must be a big deal to attract so many school leaders to appear. But what are the people from the School of Mathematical Sciences doing here? No matter how much Chen Hao recognizes Wang Yi, no matter how big his imagination is, he will not associate the prover of the Goldbach conjecture with him. Please, the style is different. He graduated from a serious computer science major, and he has been taking classes, and his research topic is also in this direction. Although it is indeed related to mathematics, the gap is still too far. Chen Hao has also paid attention to this recent hot topic. But most of the people who pay attention to this hot topic will not really click on the picture to see the proof paper. Many people will even only read the title. Otherwise, if they see the signature, they may make an association. Now he only knows that the proof is mastery. There was a little silence at the scene until academician Lee of the School of Mathematical Sciences couldn't help but ask, has he come to our mathematics department to take classes? He is very passionate about mathematics. Right? Although Chen Hao respected the academician very much, he still looked at him with a strange look and said, no. How should I put it? Wang Yi is very purposeful in doing things. His ex-girlfriend is still studying for a master's degree in school, and she should have a deep understanding of it. Chin Hao's expression was slightly subtle. Wang Yi's girlfriend during his school years was very beautiful, and she could be regarded as the campus belle of the School of Management next door. But her reputation was not very good, because he knows Wang Yi well. Chin Hao knows that Wang Yi has a clear purpose in choosing such a girlfriend. Simple. No time wasting. High-cost performance. Break up after graduation. No dragging. Oh! He was in a relationship in school? Call him over quickly. Some people's eyes lit up. But unfortunately, they didn't seem to hear the purpose of Chin Hao's example. And for a student who is studying for a master's degree in school, the school leaders have something to ask. Of course, it is impossible to refuse. Very quickly, a beautiful figure walked into the venue cautiously. Although she was still studying for a master's degree, she was a student of the School of Management after all, and she was already dressed in a professional outfit. Her graceful figure was perfectly reflected by the hip skirt, and the black stockings over the knees, and the light makeup on her pretty face were indeed eye-catching. However, this group of old scholars didn't care whether the little girl was pretty or not. As soon as they came in, they asked about Wang Yi directly. This made Qian Yayan almost explode on the spot after hearing this name that made her teeth itch. But fortunately, she knew the occasion and quickly calmed down. Qian Yayan has always been very confident about her appearance, and she thinks that her art level is not low. When picking up things, she will show her curves and beauty. The action has been integrated into her bones. She believes that even if she travels to the ancient palace, she can at least be a concubine. In her eyes, men are just tools with various values. Most of them only need communication tools to hang around, and occasionally reply "oh" and that's it. Only those who were marked as high-value targets by her had the rare opportunity to accompany her for dinner and movies. Moreover, she had a very good grasp of the inner heart of men, and knew that the more you can't get it, the more you cherish it. She would not let others hold hands, and acted very cold, until she met this bastard. Originally, she just wanted to find a tool to help her prepare for the exam because of his good academic performance. But this guy, who was considered her official ex-boyfriend, met her most often in the hotel. She was completely tricked. He always felt annoyed with her, and usually asked her to take a screenshot and email it to him. He would reply to her email regularly every day. He was just a super bastard. Even Qian Yayan was a little surprised why she was tricked by this guy who only looked average. Later, after breaking up, she thought about it carefully and realized how terrible this guy was. He was very aggressive and purposeful. He would step on his own limits every time and approach a breakthrough step by step. He was not afraid of her turning against him. If she showed that she turned against him, he would really say goodbye directly, making her sunk costs go down the drain. Even later, this was completely different from the style of those licking dogs, which really made Qian Yayan's heart move. The other party had good grades, strong purpose, high execution, and a potential stock. It was not impossible for them to be together. But just when she decided to take a step further, the other party graduated and said goodbye. When she left, the other party said, "Senior sister, thank you for accompanying me through a happy college life." It really made Qian Yayan completely understand that he was just using her as a gun mount. Later, I went to the other party's college to inquire. Maybe because he studied hard. I heard that there were other beauties who had a crush on him, and it seemed that she had discovered that she was coming. The big beauty came to her and looked at her coldly for a long time. As for the charm of that bastard when he was serious, Qian Yayan fully recognized it. Otherwise people like her would not fall. But it seemed that he didn't want to bother a pure girl like Hua, and finally chose me. Looking back on the experience of their relationship, this guy really never accompanied me shopping once. And he never watched a movie. It was just the ultimate use of time. It seems that real women will only affect his speed of drawing his sword. Now that the school leaders came to ask this question, Qian Yayan immediately knew that it was likely that this bastard had become rich. Damn it. It was so annoying. Although she was very angry in her heart, Qian Yayan still spoke obediently in the face of the school leaders' questions. If the school wants to ask him to do something by taking advantage of the school's friendship, it is better not to have too much expectation, unless you can provide enough win-win benefits. Speaking of this, Qian Yayan bit her red lips, and then sighed and continued. But although he is very purposeful in doing things, he also has his own flexible bottom line. If it is not something that will cause him trouble, the probability of agreeing is still very high. Qian Yayan was itching with hatred, but at the same time, she knew that her vision was right. This is a dark horse. At this time, she couldn't help but ask curiously, I don't know what he did to attract so much attention from the leaders? Chen Hao also wanted to ask this question, but he was not convenient to speak. Qian Yayan was different. She was an ex-girlfriend, and the relationship was different. Oh, the mastery who proved the Goldbach conjecture is the one who made a lot of noise recently. But from what you said, don't spread it everywhere for the time being. Hearing this, Qian Yayan showed an ahem expression. Heh, the person who proved the Goldbach conjecture is you. Bastard. If I had known earlier, I would not have taken the medicine. I regret it. Chapter 23. The goal is clear. Ah? Are you in Shudian? Wang Yi was quite surprised to receive a call from his former school counselor. He thought that his alma mater would definitely contact him, and his identity was not difficult to check. Wang Yi still has some feelings for his alma mater. Apart from other things, he still uses his student account to check information. However, because he only had a small cheat for enhanced learning ability, he couldn't afford to waste time to achieve his goal. Apart from studying and recharging, he left almost nothing. Even dating a girlfriend is the kind of person who rushes to combine work and rest. Okay, I'll come. Now that a teacher from the school has come directly with his counselor, Wang Yi will naturally go over to talk to him. The influence of the Academy of Sciences itself is still very large, and various support plans can help. But unfortunately, he is destined to use an offshore company, and his own secrets are too big, so there will still be certain restrictions on cooperation. The meeting place is the guest house in Shudian, which looks old-fashioned but also grand. A small meeting room was also opened separately. There weren't many people, including Counselor Chen Hao, Professor Liu from the School of Computer Science and Technology, whom Wang Yi knew, and Academician Li from the School of Mathematical Sciences. In addition, there was an ordinary middle-aged man with a meticulous expression whom Wang Yi didn't know. But because of some experiences in the other world, Wang Yi could roughly judge that he should have served in the army, and was probably a veteran. You are really young and amazing. I heard from Chen Hao that you didn't focus on mathematics before. Academician Li sighed. From the fact that he led the team, it can be seen that the two colleges finally compromised with the School of Mathematical Sciences in the dispute. After all, this is definitely an international mathematical problem, and it will definitely win the highest award. So it is better for the School of Mathematical Sciences to come forward. Academician Li is polite. Number theory is indeed just a tool I need to use for my own goal direction. Wang Yi saw that it was this person who led the team, and he could roughly guess their thoughts. So he opened his mouth and said okay to block some. Of course, he doesn't mind cooperating with his alma mater, but he definitely doesn't concentrate on studying difficult mathematical problems. He doesn't need others to tell him what to do. Sure enough, you are a very utilitarian guy. Don't worry. Since we took the initiative to come to your door, we must have a certain understanding of you. For people who are really capable, our tolerance is beyond your imagination. Academician Li didn't mind Wang Yi's words, or he was mentally prepared when he came. Otherwise the School of Computer Science might not necessarily compromise this time. But to do research, you must have cutting-edge equipment, a direction, and financial and policy support. We have all of these. Knowing that Wang Yi is the kind of person who doesn't show his eagle until he sees the rabbit, the old scholar naturally took out the most attractive place in a targeted manner. With the background of the Academy of Sciences, it is no problem to apply for supercomputer support, and all aspects can provide sufficiently high treatment. Don't look at the news about domestic stars and idols that fill the eyeballs, and their income is also so and so. But in fact, for top talents, the policy tilt is almost unlimited. Yes, the actual money you get may not be much, but when you really reach this status, you will find that you don't need money anymore. There are few media reports, and many people don't even know their names. In fact, to some extent, it is a kind of protection and prevention of disturbance. To really do scientific research, you need to calm down. For example, take Wei Shen. He concentrates on studying mathematics, but some guys who want traffic will disturb him, which is completely counterproductive. The environment that scientific researchers originally need is quiet. As for the actual status, it is not comparable to the so-called stars, and it is not at the same level at all. Of course, some talented staff at the bottom may be buried, because it is difficult to quantify the scientific research work before the results are produced. So even if you keep saying that you don't only focus on papers, it is still difficult to get rid of this point in the end. But Wang Yi's Goldbach conjecture has been proved, and the results have been presented. So this possibility has been completely skipped. Of course, I hope to cooperate with my alma mater. And of course, I hope to have these help. But I am a layman. I don't have much selfless dedication. And I may look to the international community in the future. Wang Yi looked at the old professor with a face full of expectation seriously, and explained his position very straightforwardly. He plays magic. At least it is impossible to expose these now. This is not a question of trust or distrust. But he will not test human nature. So although using the school's laboratories, materials, and even supercomputers in the end will make him tempted, Wang Yi has enough courage to refuse. However, looking at the slightly disappointed look of the old professor, Wang Yi still smiled and added, "But as long as the motherland does not cancel my name, my nationality will always be Chinese." Wang Yi wants to gather enough resources and talents to achieve his goals. In the future, he will inevitably embark on the road of a real oligarchy. In addition to the factors related to his magic, his biggest backer can only be himself. But at the same time, he also has the most basic feelings. He doesn't mind helping when he can. But that must be after he grows up and has the capital to negotiate. He does not accept external forces' instructions. Regardless, Academician Li showed a trace of relief when Wang Yi replied, whether it was comforting or polite. "You young people, forget it. You all have your own ideas. And an old man like me won't preach. But if you want to borrow laboratories and various equipment, you can contact us directly. We are going to apply for an honorary professor for you." Academician Li and his team also had a few floating goals this time. And now this is to leave a token of gratitude. Just like Academician Li said at their meeting before. "If we don't give it here, there are many schools abroad that want to give it. It's my honor. For this kind of benefit that doesn't require any effort and can get some practical convenience, Wang Yi certainly won't refuse. For some tests that don't rely on magic, he can indeed use the laboratories of the Academy of Sciences. This saves a lot of money. The construction costs of some high-performance laboratories are absolutely astronomical. And you may not be able to buy things with money. At least Wang Yi can't consider these in the early stage. By the way, this is Comrade Zunku. He has some questions for you. Just answer them. It's not an interrogation. We are very tolerant of high-tech talents." Then Academician Li introduced the middle-aged man whom Wang Yi didn't know. After hearing this, Wang Yi could generally confirm that he was a professional in charge of security. The other party had been expressionless. But after hearing Academician Li's words, he suddenly changed into a gentle smile. "Teacher Wang Yi, don't be nervous. I'm just asking routine questions. To be frank, it's normal for talents like you to be funded by foreign forces. It doesn't matter if you don't say it. The most cutting-edge technology today is in the United States. It can be said that the top experts must have a shadow over there. For Rabbit, if you can use it for me, why should I care about your past?" In fact, Zunku's main concern is the incident of Wang Yi's overseas travel 3 years ago, and the problem of his disappearance in the past 3 years. It seems that in their opinion, Wang Yi may have been exposed to something during the trip, and it is normal to be in a foreign research laboratory for the past 3 years. As for spies, they had never thought that spies would not do things so high-profile. And even if they were really spies, we would take them too. Wang Yi naturally let them imagine what they wanted. Anyway, going to the United States was just for tourism. And they were cheated by pyramid schemes for the past 3 years. Believe it or not, the previous proof is the biggest protection for oneself. But it is good to ask about it this time, which is equivalent to having a clear path. Chapter 24 Shock. If you ask where the high-tech industry from scratch can develop best, there is only one answer. That is China. Because it has the most complete industrial chain, the most advanced power, logistics and other foundations, as well as policy inclination and protection. The United States, as the world's only superpower, relying on the siphoning of global talents and the plundering of global resources. The strong will always be strong. The winner takes all. And the accumulated advantages continue to expand. When all capital believes that this overlord can continue to sit on the throne, then even if he is in chaos and rottenness, as long as the world begins to be turbulent, this place will become a natural safe haven. And with the interest rate hike, global capital will naturally flow in. In fact, just like stocks, when everyone recognizes that it will rise and starts to flow in, even bad stocks will still rise. And even those who originally did not want to enter will be swept into it to ensure that their assets do not shrink, and allocate US dollar assets to form a snowball effect. However, this kind of harvest itself is different from the stock market, because of the large amount of capital flight. Once other countries can't bear it, It will inevitably cause an economic avalanche. The high-quality assets of the avalanche countries will spiral down to cabbage prices, which will attract the hyenas to surround and kill again. However, Wang Yi makes a living by magic, and he is not afraid of being strangled by others. Although for the convenience of the future, he will definitely use offshore companies as parent companies. It is also natural to maintain good relations in China. This conversation is still very satisfactory for Wang Yi personally. A Goldbach conjecture, although it is in the direction of pure number theory, is a world problem after all. So he has received certain preferential treatment. And this degree is just right. Just give proper care and convenience, but not too much attention, so that Wang Yi has enough space and time to maneuver. As a legendary wizard, he has no shortage of time and can take his time, while Wang Yi solved some of his own problems. The other side of the ocean entered a vigorous academic anti-discrimination movement. Even many people hope that Wang Yi can join in and become a spiritual leader. But Wang Yi obviously didn't want to waste time on this. Even if he was invited to attend some academic conferences, he didn't plan to go for the time being. He politely replied to the email and refused. He just wanted to say hello to everyone and ask everyone to help solve some problems. Now that he is famous, it's just right to ask everyone to help. After returning to the rental house and sitting in front of the computer, Wang Yi didn't continue programming, but thought about it and chose a difficulty he encountered. Because he is now famous for number theory, the problem he chose has become a mathematical problem after being involved by him for a while. A mathematical problem that seems to have no practicality for the time being. If Wang Yi threw out such a thing when he was still a transparent man, no one would play with him. Mathematicians are very busy, and experts in other fields often ask mathematical masters for help. But now that he is in the limelight, he threw out a mathematical problem on the side of the spell model, which can still attract a lot of attention at the moment. In terms of his own brain power under overclocking state, Wang Yi can crush everyone, but he needs inspiration to trigger it. He will speak out just to see if anyone can propose a direction that he has not noticed before. It doesn't matter if you can't prove it. You can give some assumptions, and you will naturally check the direction of the assumptions. You just need to brag, and you are responsible for implementation. After posting all the relevant difficulties, Wang Yi left a last sentence on a certain special. I have been struggling with this problem recently, and I can't extricate myself from it. So I am really sorry for rejecting some invitations. A mathematical rising star who proved the Goldbach conjecture was stuck with a mathematical problem, which naturally aroused the interest of many people. Mathematicians actually have the desire to compete with each other, and there must be many people willing to try. Apart from other things, after the completion of the Goldbach conjecture, there were fewer directions for some mathematicians to write water papers. And now there is one more. It doesn't matter if it is not proved. The important thing is to participate. Many improving conjectures have produced many useful mathematical tools in the process of proving them, which is a direction. Although the question left by Wang Yi now seems useless. Who knows what can be gained in the process of proof? After throwing out the things he needed, which could also be used as an excuse to decline, Wang Yi then logged out of the internet and logged into Weibo to take a look. At this time, the situation abroad was still getting more and more intense, but the domestic popularity had declined. After all, it was just a math problem, and most people couldn't understand it. They knew it was awesome, but it would only be like that after a while. People still like to read some gossip and scandals. This is an age of entertainment to death. And Wang Yi's topics of mathematical exorcism were also regarded as Wang Yi's own ridicule and as a counterattack against the other party's ship before. In this case, there were a lot of replies about supernatural events under this post, but they were all made up by stupid netizens. They all said it seriously, but Wang Yi knew that many of the contents were wrong at a glance. Some of them might exist, but were not in the vertical store. So he didn't plan to run around for the time being, but just replied to some small suggestions. In this world, free magic is lazy. The birth of vengeful spirits is very demanding, and they are weak, except for some depressions where magic may be relatively loose, or when it has accumulated for too long. Ordinary people can find ways to deal with newborn vengeful spirits. For example, buy some mirrors to reflect sunlight into the house during the day. Let's not talk about killing. As long as the person is not the object of the vengeful spirit's obsession, it is no problem to drive it away. However, it can only rely on sunlight reflection, not ultraviolet lamps or other things. This is because sunlight has some light magic, which has a certain killing effect on attribute monsters. This is also the reason why there is almost no news about vengeful spirits in this world. The natural environment will harmonize most of them. After not getting effective information here, Wang Yi can only focus on the two neighbors Lu Xuke and Ma Dong. The underlying architecture is becoming more and more perfect. Now it is best to arrange the core as soon as possible, and then start targeted debugging later according to the degree of server fit and various problems encountered in networking. At least find a better one first. Otherwise Li Yao will have to bear the stupid situation now, which is inhumane. Duh. After hearing the sound of Lu Xuke coming upstairs, Wang Yi also opened the door. Lu Xuke, who had just come up, was startled by the door opened by Wang Yi, and then patted his chest and complained, "You scared me to death." Open the door gently. Wang Yi glanced at the other party's frightened face, and was a little surprised. He just opened the door normally, which could only mean that Lu Xuke herself was in a state of tension, thinking of what he asked her to do. He asked directly curiously, "Why are you so timid all of a sudden? Did you go to inquire about the situation and get scared?" Chapter 25 Rumors. Lu Xuke couldn't help but said unhappily when she heard Wang Yi's words, "I asked for your sake, but you're gloating." "No. I just want to tell Sister Xuke that even if there's something dirty coming, I'll protect you. I'm a professional," Wang Yi said encouragingly, which made Lu Xuke's face ease a little. Then she opened the door with a key and hooked her finger at Wang Yi and said, "Come in. The news I heard today is really exciting. I guarantee you'll be very interested." Looking at Lu Xuke's expression, which was still a little bit scared, but she was already a little excited, Wang Yi also felt a little funny. Sure enough, little girls like this kind of weird things. They are both naive and playful. She asked me to come in, probably because she was afraid. Entering the small house I rented before, smelling the familiar fragrance inside, Wang Yi sat on her new bed without any hesitation, and then watched the girl change into slippers and start to boil water. After finishing, she took off her shoes and sat cross-legged on the bed barefoot. The wide t-shirt covered her denim shorts, revealing her long, smooth legs, which was quite pleasing to the eye. In fact, Lu Xuke was usually quite defensive, but she had an inexplicable sense of trust in Wang Yi. After getting into the state, she still looked mysterious and lowered her voice. "I tell you, there may really be unclean things in this world." Lu Xuke herself is also a top student. Although she was scared by some weird things in the past, she is still a materialist overall. But today, her experience of helping her neighbor to understand the situation almost overturned her worldview. "I was fired by the previous crew. Before I was fired, an actor in the crew next door died last week. It was the third female role. It was a costume drama. The wire suddenly broke when it was hanging, and it was said that there might be human factors. It is still under investigation." Lu Xuke first talked about the cause of the incident, but the crew is very powerful. Although they are still investigating, the rumors in the media have been suppressed. The crew has also issued a gag order. I finally found out about it. Lu Xuke is good-looking and has high points in all aspects. Even if she was fired for arguing with the director, it is completely fine for her to go to the next crew to inquire about some marginal news. This is a gag order. But how can it be completely banned? The one who died was a little flower who just became popular recently. She is very beautiful. She was hyped up as a beauty once in 5,000 years on the internet. Lin Shurqin. Her popularity is fermenting now, and there will definitely be a period of rapid rise in the future. But this time she died here. Lu Xuke also looked regretful when he said this, and he felt a little empathy. Lin Shurqin had some gossips, and there might be some shameful things about getting resources, which Lu Xuke disagreed with. But at least Lin Shurqin is very dedicated to her work. She didn't let a stand-in do the wire work, but did it herself. She also worked hard to improve her acting skills, had high standards for herself, and worked seriously. These points are enough to beat many famous stars. But this little flower who relied on her own hardware capital and hard work just started to improve and was about to soar to the sky. But she died like this, which really made Lu Xuke sigh. But the most important thing is not this. Since Lin Shurqin's accident, strange things have happened to their crew one after another. Lu Xuke's pretty face was tense, and her pupils shrank slightly. Although the crew stopped working before the investigation was completed because of this incident, some staff members who were responsible for guarding the equipment could hear some strange noises every night. Sometimes crying, sometimes cursing. One of them said that when he was moving the equipment, he turned the corner and saw Lin Shurqin's miserable smile at him, and broke the equipment. Now he is still in the hospital, and this strange thing is getting worse and worse, and it's even a little bit out of control. At first, The crew thought that the staff was trying to shift the blame for damaging the equipment. But gradually more and more people claimed to have seen Lin Shurqin. And more people got sick. Moreover, when I went there, I could indeed feel that the temperature near their crew was inexplicably much lower. Just like walking into a basement. And I saw that they seemed to have invited Taoist priests and monks. The mysterious rumors, coupled with her own experience, Lu Xiuke really believed a lot at this time. And after hearing her description, Wang Yi was sure that it was indeed a vengeful spirit. It is even a very talented vengeful spirit. This Lin Shurqin may have a deep obsession with becoming famous. Only this possibility can have the opportunity to take shape in such a lazy magic environment. Not long after death, she can start to create initial illusions to influence others. The potential is really good. It is even possible that the location is a relatively loose magic depression. If placed in the environment of the other world, it is very likely to turn into a pure land of undead and occupy the mountain as the king. It is definitely an extremely excellent target. As the core of artificial intelligence, the function can be much stronger. It is decided to be her. Don't worry. I am really good at this. I will solve the problem right away. Wang Yi's words made Lu Xiuke's expression stiff. She came back not too early. It was already sunset. If Wang Yi went to the film and television city at this time, it would probably be dark. She went there in broad daylight and felt the gloomy feeling. You actually went there at night? Hey. Even the crew dares not to move there at night. Don't mess around. It's true. What I said is true. Just wait here with peace of mind. When Wang Yi walked out of the room, he happened to see Ma Dong, who was walking back exhausted. Seeing Ma Dong's look, Wang Yi raised his eyes slightly, and then said, Brother Ma, did you go to that problematic crew today? Ma Dong, who was walking up the stairs listlessly, looked up and saw Wang Yi after hearing his words, and said with some surprise, Huh? You are really capable. But that place is very weird. Damn. I actually believe in it now. Before, Ma Dong looked like he didn't care at all. And it was only after Wang Yi asked him that he went to learn about it. It happened that the crew invited a Taoist priest and a monk to perform a ritual during the day. The Taoist priest said that he needed a strong man with blood and blood to help. And he was immediately chosen for his size. Ma Dong was also happy to sell the director's face. And he patted his chest and agreed without charging any fees. You don't know. After I followed the Taoist priest into the hall, the temperature was at least 10 degrees lower than outside. And there was no air conditioning. Then the Taoist priest asked me and the other 5 men to take off our shirts and sit in a circle, and kept writing something on us with a kind of cold ink and a talisman pen. It was obviously noon, but I was shivering with cold. They did this for the whole afternoon before letting me go back. I shouldn't have helped if I had known. It's exhausting. I haven't even had dinner yet. I wanted to get some beef bones today, but now I just want to go back and fall asleep. Ma Dong looked unlucky. He didn't believe in ghosts and gods before, but this time he really believed it. That thing was so fierce. In the past, he thought that even if there was such a dirty thing, he, a man of blood and vigor, would not be weak at all. But today he was really weak. Don't sleep. You really need to get some beef bones first. Otherwise you will get sick. That thing is really fierce. I said. I still have some skills in this regard. Listen to me. That Taoist priest must have some tricks. I don't know what tricks he used to stimulate Ma Dong's blood to loosen and spread. If it was really an ordinary ghost, such as Li Yao, it would be directly dispersed by the blood of a few big men. But Lin Shurqin must have a very deep obsession. Wang Yi can feel from Ma Dong that the other party treats them as supplements. This is simply a fight between 2 weaklings, which is unbearable to watch. At present, the weakling ghost has the upper hand. It's better to go tonight than to choose a day. Chapter 26 Qin Palace. Are you really going? It's really fierce. Ma Dong's face showed a palpitation. Have a good rest. Let professionals do professional things. Wang Yi pushed Ma Dong and pushed him to the door of the room like a chicken. Ma Dong, who was tall and strong, was obviously not in the same weight class as Wang Yi, but was pushed back by Wang Yi casually, without even the ability to struggle, even if he felt very tired now. The contrast in visual impact and the feeling of powerlessness that was completely irresistible also made Ma Dong's eyes widen. Why are boxing matches divided into heavyweights? That's because the gap between heavyweights is almost overwhelming. But now Ma Dong, who considers himself a fitness expert, found that the gap between the 2 sides is really a world of difference. Are you okay? It's okay. Give me the contact information of the director. And then I will say that you introduced it. And I promise to make you proud. Wang Yi also returned the favor. Seeing that the other party had started to invite Taoist priests and monks, he knew that they were in a headache. Being able to solve this problem was also a help to Ma Dong. How about I take you with me? Ma Dong hesitated for a moment, and then spoke. No. If you don't want to get sick now, just stay at home and rest. It's better to eat some beef bones. Not too cooked, so as to absorb more marrow. Ma Dong is still very loyal. After being rejected by Wang Yi again, he did not show off. He really felt a sense of being hollowed out by what Wang Yi said. Lu Xiuka in the next room also opened the door and whispered, "Remember to tell me when you solve it." He is more curious than a cat, but scared to death. He is really a novice and loves to play. Don't worry. I will recommend you to the director when the time comes. You just don't have anything to do. Wang Yi waved to the two and went downstairs directly. Wait. Ma Dong called Wang Yi. And then Wang Yi looked up and saw the key thrown over. Remember to wear a helmet. And take good care of it. Holding Ma Dong's donkey key, Wang Yi smiled and made an okay gesture after listening to his instructions. It seems nice to have a little donkey, wearing a pink helmet on his head and riding a pink little donkey to the film and television city. Wang Yi parked the car in the carport in silence. Fortunately, it was night. I don't know why Ma Dong chose this color. Sure enough, all tough guys like pink. Although it was already night, the film and television city was still brightly lit. There were many crews waiting to shoot night scenes. Shugyan Film and Television City covers an area of more than 50,000 acres, with more than 2,000 various photography scenes and studios. Most of the materials needed for most movies can be completed here. It is really like a maze inside. And the age contrast of various photography areas is very large. People who are not familiar with it can easily get lost. Wang Yi glanced at the map, combined with the routes and locations introduced to him by the two, and walked towards the Qin Palace photography area. There are many extras who specialize in shooting night scenes, with all kinds of costumes. Night scenes are usually easier to work on, and the price is slightly better. Many extras sleep during the day and focus on night scenes. Moreover, many of them had already made arrangements with the group leader in advance. Occasionally, when they heard the group leader roar, a group of people would spontaneously follow him. However, the direction Wang Yi was walking in was getting less and less crowded. Brother, what are you doing here? Listen to my advice. It's not clean over there these days. A miner who was smoking in the corner glanced at Wang Yi and persuaded him. Thank you for reminding me. I know. I went there for this. Wang Yi smiled and thanked him. The miner who was smoking saw that Wang Yi knew and shrugged. There are so many brave people these days. Maybe they are just curious. Qin Palace, a very famous palace in Shugyan Film and Television City, has a high degree of restoration. It is said that it was copied from ancient books. Many costume dramas need to come here to punch in. The usage rate is quite high. It is usually open to tourists. But the Qin Palace seems deserted these days. Since Lin Shurqin fell to her death, this place has become weird. Many people said that they saw Lin Shurqin at night. Various supernatural rumors are emerging one after another. There were no people here a few nights ago. But today is different. The Qin Palace, which seemed a bit gloomy and dark at night, is now brightly lit. The large searchlights used by the crew made it look like daytime. There were crowds of people, and a group of muscular men in vests stood outside the palace in groups of 3 or 2, chatting and laughing. Judging from the words on their vests, they should be coaches from a nearby gym. They may look ordinary, but their bodies and muscles are quite outstanding. These coaches seem to be in specific positions surrounding the Qin Palace. In addition to these fitness coaches, there were also some people from the original crew. At this time, director Zhang Ming was full of worry. He had prepared this play for a long time, and the investors were also very powerful. But he encountered this problem at a critical moment. It was really unlucky. If he hadn't asked the investors to suppress the media and wait until the results of the investigation came out before announcing it, I'm afraid it would have exploded now. Although he is also a famous director, if he caused the investors to lose money this time, he would probably have a hard time in the future. Master Zhu Zheng, Taoist Xian Yangzi, can you really solve the problem tonight? Zhang Ming looked at the group of unreliable fitness coaches who were laughing and joking, and couldn't help but ask the 2 masters next to him. These 2 are famous masters in the circle, and many people in the circle like to ask them to look at feng shui. This time, the matter was too weird, so the 2 were found to come to help through the investors. Director Zhang is overthinking. This kind of ghosts and monsters can't be a big deal nowadays. Xian Yangzi and I can break it. Today. During the daytime. With the help of the strongest Yang Qi at noon. Xian Yangzi used a secret method to stimulate the blood of those donors, and severely damage the evil spirit. At night, the ghost must take the opportunity to escape. And I have let these donors with strong blood and Qi surround the hall. When the Yin Qi is the heaviest at midnight, it will be let out to make its soul fly away and never reincarnate. The monk Zhu Zheng looked kind, but his words were murderous. As fellow practitioners, he and Xian Yangzi knew each other and were competitors. However, when facing the sponsor, necessary professional praise was still needed. In fact, most of the time on weekdays, they mainly rely on deception and rhetoric, as well as the connections they have made. The number of times they have been brokers to connect connections for the financiers is more than this kind of work. This time is considered to be a rare real move, but the two are not very worried about it. They are considered to have a real heritage, and know that there are indeed some unclean things in the world. But except for the war years, most of these things will be naturally purified by the sun soon after they are born. The few lucky ones are nothing at all. It was just that in the corner they didn't notice. The two coaches who were arranged here suddenly felt the temperature drop next to them, and they couldn't help shivering. This is a corner outside the Qin Palace. Although there are lights in front, it still looks a bit dark under the shadow of the building. Coupled with the cold wind, it suddenly has a gloomy feeling. There are many shadows of trees on the side, and the night wind makes a rustling sound, and the shadows of the trees sway. Lao Zhang, do you feel a little cold? One of the fitness coaches, who was not tall but very strong, looked at the hair on his arms outside his vest, and couldn't help rubbing them. It's a bit weird. But we invited a master. We are so strong that ghosts will be afraid of us. The coach called Lao Zhang bulged his biceps, which looked very strong. That's right. So many people are here. Lao Lu and the others are over there. At first, the coach in the vest thought it made sense. But when he turned his head to look at the position of Lao Lu and the others who could see each other, he suddenly found that the two people who were there just now seemed to have disappeared. Lao Zhang. After finding that Lao Lu and the others were gone, the coach quickly turned back to pull his companions and tightly grasped the Buddhist beads that were distributed from his arms. But when he turned back, he saw Lao Zhang looking down at the instep of his feet. When he looked over, he found that Lao Zhang was standing on tiptoe for some reason, which looked very strange. Crack. The Buddhist beads in the palm of my hand suddenly cracked, and then broke into pieces. The material that originally looked round and shiny also became dull and decayed. The reaction of light and dark magic caused the dark energy of magic that originally had no electromagnetic force to begin to interfere with real matter briefly. It was not directly torn apart by ghosts. So don't argue with this. Chapter 27. A little discrepancy. Xian Yangzi received Zhu Zheng's commercial praise, so he naturally returned the favor and said with a smile, I only severely damaged the evil spirit during the day, but Master Zhu Zheng is more adept at eradicating it. Each of the invited lay Buddhists brought a consecrated Buddhist bead and blocked all the exits with a formation. Now the evil spirit has been trapped in the Qin Palace and cannot escape. Please rest assured, Director Zhang, you can shoot normally tomorrow. Hearing the two famous masters in the circle speak, Zhang Ming was relieved. In fact, he was also very scared during this period. He had heard some things before, which were mysterious, but this was the first time he experienced it in person. But at this moment, a quarrel came from outside and attracted the attention of the three people here. Hey, you can't come in here now. Where are you from? Looking back, I saw the staff stopping a young man in a plaid shirt, and it seemed that the young man wanted to come in. The young man also saw the three people here, and knew from their seat position that they were in charge. So he said loudly, Director Zhang, I was introduced by Ma Dong. I heard about the problems here and came to help. Zhang Ming was also stunned after hearing this. After thinking for a while, he remembered who Ma Dong was. The big actor who came to help at noon. There are many small actors who want to flatter themselves. But Xian Yangzi said that they would be weak for a few days because of this. And the other party was trembling when he left. Zhang Ming really considered letting him play a small role if there was a chance. The other party's appearance is actually quite distinctive. He introduced someone here because he was too weak to come, and he came to replace his night shift. It was thoughtful. Let him come in. With the director speaking, the stagehands naturally wouldn't stop Wang Yi again. When Wang Yi approached, Director Zhang also saw Wang Yi's well-proportioned figure under the thin clothes with a vicious look, and then patted his shoulder and said, You are thoughtful, and have a good figure. I can give you a role if there is a chance. You can get a Buddhist bead from Master Juzheng and then follow Master Juzheng's arrangements. The kind-looking monk next to him also took out a sandalwood Buddhist bead from his arms and placed it in Wang Yi's hand. From the small hole in the middle of the Buddhist bead, it can be seen that it was specially taken down. Wang Yi immediately understood the effect of the Buddhist bead while holding it. If the sandalwood itself is placed in another world, it can probably become a magical plant for making magic wands. Although the natural magic power in this world is lazy, it can also be contaminated with a slight light attribute magic, which does have a certain restraining effect on ghosts. In addition, this Buddhist bead should have been worshipped for a long time and gathered some wish power. The wish power itself has limited effect and dissipates very quickly. It is equivalent to an amplifier, which can amplify the light attribute magic power again on this Buddhist bead. It seems that this is why these magic tools can work. Some of the ancestral formulas should also have reasons. For example, the black dog blood may be the black dog that has the talent of a magic beast in another world. There is a little blood here. And the same is true for the rooster. Some foreign exorcism methods should be similar, because the resentful spirits in this world can't rely on much natural magic power. And the long-term killing of spirits by sunlight itself, it can be simply seen as a chicken pecking at each other. After all, it is something that has been summarized over thousands of years. Although the natural magic power is lazy, it can still summarize experience. Moreover, if there are those who are born with high enough spiritual power and have truly cultivated, they may be able to see ghosts directly with their naked eyes. Well, at least the two guys in front of them are not like that. They should be charlatans with some tricks. Such a large group of female ghosts made faces at them beside them and turned a blind eye. Obviously, they couldn't see it. Just now, I seem to hear them say something like you can't escape even if you have wings. Now that they have come out, I don't know who can't escape even if you have wings. But this place is also quite interesting. The layout of the Qin Palace is somewhat similar to the simple magic gathering array. It should be because of the excessive pursuit of restoration. And some accumulated feng shui layouts are also used. If the material is similar to the Buddhist beads in the hand, it can gather bright magic and the evil spirits will retreat. But I don't know if it is to save money. The material used is dark attribute, resulting in a simple dark attribute magic depression. The scene in front of us is formed under the blessing of many aspects. Playing with the Buddhist beads in his hand, Wang Yi smiled at the three people in front of him. Director Zhang misunderstood. I came here because I also know how to catch ghosts. I came to see. The other party invited a master, but Wang Yi did not catch him and leave. He did not let the other party understand the seriousness of the matter, but might offend him for nothing. Wang Yi actually does not mind helping others. But these days, the results of reminding others when you see a pit ahead and waiting for others to fall into it and then pulling them out are completely different. We are not familiar with each other. And the originally kind-hearted Master Juzheng and the immortal Taoist Xian Yangzi narrowed their eyes at the same time. What's the matter? Stealing business? As competitors, the two of them can praise each other in business because they both have a good reputation in the circle. They can be regarded as mutual achievement. Competition is competition, but also mutual recognition. As a result, a small scoundrel just popped up here to steal business? Cutting off someone's wealth is like killing their parents. Let's not talk about other things. If the other party really joins in, wouldn't it be a disguised way to put the two of them on the same level as the other party? They knew that some witches in the countryside also mastered some useful folk methods. It would be really useful to take them out at this time, which would be embarrassing for them. Then Juzheng snatched back the Buddhist beads and said to Zhang Ming with a stern face, "Since Director Zhang doesn't trust us and has invited other masters, please do as you please. I will leave now." As he finished speaking, Juzheng also took out his BMW key, looking like he was about to leave. It seems that the poor monk is not poor. As a director, Zhang Ming naturally saw the other party's concerns and would not let him go. He immediately smiled and said, "Master, you misunderstood. I didn't invite anyone else. It should be that Ma Dong who made the decision on his own. In fact, even if we exclude the methods of these two masters in the circle, Zhang Ming would not be able to offend them directly just based on their connections." Wang Yi had already seen the lame level of these two guys, so he naturally did not come out to confront them. He chuckled and said, "You two have misunderstood. I came here to take a look. I will never interfere after the two masters have solved the problem." This made Zhang Ming next to him feel relieved. He originally complained about Ma Dong's self-determination, but fortunately, this young man still knew how to read people's expressions. Zhu Zheng hadn't really intended to leave. And he hadn't received the subsequent incense money yet. So he was just pretending. Since this kid was sensible. That was fine. Well, young people should be more careful in the future, and don't break the rules. Xian Yangzi also said lightly, with the attitude of a senior master at this time. Master is right. Wang Yi glanced at the red-clothed ghost that had floated to his side, and smiled nonchalantly. Not to mention, although her face was a little pale, she was indeed very beautiful. And it can be seen that she was indeed a great beauty when she was alive. The hype of once in 5,000 years was a bit exaggerated. But she was no worse than Luciaka. A red cord dress with exquisite facial features and a tall figure can be called beautiful and graceful. If she is as dedicated as Luciaka said, it is indeed very likely that she will soar to the sky. Unfortunately, she died. Moreover, Wang Yi found that his previous judgment might be a little different. This guy is very obsessed. And the free magic of the Qin Palace is relatively loose due to the layout. But from the way this woman made faces at him, it was really hard for Wang Yi to think that this was a guy who wanted to get ahead in the entertainment industry. When Master Zhu Zheng began to direct the fitness coaches to stand and prepare, Wang Yi's eyes kept staring at the vengeful spirit of Lin Shiqin. Lin Shiqin, who had been making funny faces in front of several people, sometimes taking off her head and holding her hair in front of her, seemed to have discovered something wrong. Suspiciously, she began to tentatively float to the left, and then to the right. After discovering that Wang Yi's eyes were always staring at her, she swallowed the saliva that had already disappeared. Wang Yi also saw an expression of shame, anger and disbelief on her pale face. Can you see me? Yes. Wang Yi nodded. And the other three were all paying attention to the Qin Palace at this time. And they didn't care about Wang Yi's performance. It was just that Lin Shiqin screamed instantly after hearing Wang Yi's words. The piercing scream directly acted on the brain signal, causing Zhang Ming, Zhu Zheng, and Xian Yangzi to cover their ears at the same time, with painful expressions on their faces. And Lin Shiqin screamed all the way and ran straight into the Qin Palace. This made Wang Yi a little confused. After scratching his head, he suddenly pounded his palm. Did she let herself go here because she thought no one could see her? When she found out that she could see, she died directly? It seems that human nature is still quite reserved. Just like when a person is taking a bath or looking in the mirror. No one around may make some funny movements. If these are seen by others, it may be embarrassing. Wang Yi couldn't help but think with evil interest that when she was being a little bitty to him at the beginning, if he bit her tongue forward, she wouldn't know how she would react. It would be quite interesting. 2 chapters completed. I'll take advantage of the free public period to explain more. I can see the comments. So I really want to add these 2 chapters. In fact, if you haven't missed it, you should be able to draw a general conclusion. It was mentioned at least 3 times before that the sun's damage to spirits. And it was also said that the vengeful spirits would lose their humanity and only have instincts as time goes by. There was also the natural spirit that the protagonist found when passing by the hospital that was born and dissipated. So according to the proportion, these things may indeed appear many times in a city, but they also dissipate quickly. And don't forget that the ghost in the film and television city was found by the protagonist. If someone like Li Bo's son is allowed to wander around without humanity, some unlucky people may get seriously ill. But if he leaves the shelter of the warehouse at night, he may be purified by the sun during the day. The probability of ghosts appearing is low, and they generally do not exist for a long time. And the threat is limited. So this kind of thing is limited to some rumors and urban legends. The rumors of supernatural events appeared, causing panic and desolation for a while. But after a while someone tried it, and found it was false. You should have heard these similar rumors more or less. Right? Don't always think about messing with the author in the author's field. You are still eager to do it even after being vaccinated. If you want to do it here. That's it. Reese. Chapter 28 Wonderful. The sudden scream gave Zhang Ming, Zhu Zheng, and Xian Yangzi a splitting headache. They covered their heads and screamed at the same time. They were drooling. And they recovered after a while. Lin Shiqin screamed all the way back to the Qin Palace. Several fitness coaches, who passed by on the road also squatted on the ground with their heads in pain. For a while, the scene seemed a bit messy and panicked. Although Zhu Zheng and Xian Yangzi relied on deception as their main business, they did have some tricks to get to where they are now. And they recovered the fastest. After they recovered, they looked at each other and saw the fear and ugliness in each other's eyes. Zhu Zheng trembled and spread out his palms. The originally round Buddhist beads looked rotten, as if the macromolecular structure of the wood was destroyed and the molecular bonds were broken, as if they would crack if touched. Damn! I won the jackpot! Masters, what happened just now? Zhang Ming wiped the saliva from the corners of his mouth and asked hoarsely while panting. He almost thought he was going to have a cerebral hemorrhage just now. Even the two masters were in such a bad state. It was obvious that something had happened. Ba. Donor Zhang. We can't take care of this matter. Before, it was Director Zhang. And now it has become Donor Zhang. We were careless. Now take a closer look. This Qin Palace is like a white tiger lying on a mountain. It is a very dangerous place. There was no accident before because this Qin Palace was built not long ago and has not yet gathered enough evil spirits. Now the evil has been formed and someone with an obsession has died here and has become a fierce ghost. I guess my practice during the day has made her swallow a lot of blood and qi and become stronger. Xian Yangzi also bowed, his face full of bitterness. Wang Yi, who was standing next to him, was also quite surprised after hearing this. Although what he said was very mysterious, this Niu Bizi was indeed quite capable, and he had wrongly blamed him at first. When the Qin Palace was arranged, some key nodes were secretly matched. It might be something summarized by referring to the feng shui of the past dynasties. But because of the materials, the magic power gathered was dark. This is because the magic power of this world is lazy. No matter how much you toss it, it will be like this. Otherwise it will really become some kind of undead pure land. So this led to the loss of balance in the original chicken pecking. And the two half-bucket masters were defeated. Ba. Mr. Zhang, please let those donors disperse quickly. This kind of thing is actually easy to deal with. Wait until noon to burn down the Qin Palace, and it will be solved. I will take my leave first. Will Yan Tianzuan? I am the same. I will return all the donations from Mr. Zhang. The two masters behaved in a surprisingly consistent manner. After giving the reminder, they prepared to pick up the bucket and run away. But when they turned around, they saw Wang Yi behind them, who looked fine. And the three of them were stunned at the same time. The screams before made them all very embarrassed. When they covered their heads, their hair was messy, their faces were very pale, and there was still saliva left at the corners of their mouths. But Wang Yi was still the same as before. He smiled at the three of them. If the two masters can't solve it, let me do it. This really made the three of them stunned. Zhu Zheng and Xian Yangzi looked at each other and exchanged glances. But at this time, they no longer had the toughness at the beginning. And then Zhu Zheng spoke to Zhang Ming and said, "This layman is not affected by evil spirits, so he may have a way. My master also told me that there are occasionally geniuses born with yin-yang eyes in this world, who can see spirits and have extremely high resistance. It is very likely that this donor is such a person. Don't underestimate his age." It must be said that the two people's accumulation of relevant metaphysical knowledge in this world is indeed beyond Wang Yi's. They speak clearly and have reasons. Wang Yi can find corresponding points with magic verification to understand the meaning of their words. The so-called yin-yang eyes are born with mental power exceeding the threshold. In the other world, they are wizards. If they are placed here, they can also see spirits. If the mental power is high enough, the resistance to spirits is naturally high. Combined with some method summarized from the experience of this world, they may become real masters. There may also be witches, yin-yang masters, exorcists, and girls who can see in foreign countries. They are unpopular and weak, but they do have something. Sir, please forgive me for the offense before. I don't know your name. Director Zhang Ming immediately began to bow to Wang Yi. Wang Yi, don't worry. I came here for this. The same running fee as them. Is it okay? Wang Yi pointed at the two masters. He knew that the fee would not be low by looking at their pretentiousness. He was too lazy to bargain and just copied it. Of course it's okay. Also, I was introduced by Ma Dong. I will arrange a role for him, the villain, and the role can be considered as the third male lead. I have a friend who is also an actor. A woman. Just now, the third female lead is her. Wang Yi looked at Director Zhang in a strange way. No wonder he could become a great director and learn to answer questions quickly. Let's go. Solve the problem of the Qin Palace first. Wang Yi walked directly towards the Qin Palace. And Master Zhu Zheng and Xian Yangzi, who originally wanted to run away with the bucket, did not leave, and followed Wang Yi together. Master Zhu Zheng asked curiously, "Master Wang, you should call me the donor." Zhu Zheng did not call him the donor, but changed it to Mr. Wang. I wonder if you have any way to deal with this Qin Palace. Director Zhang beside him nodded and asked, "Yes, Mr. Wang. This Qin Palace is extremely important in the film and television city, and is worth a lot of money. It must not be burned. This Qin Palace was built in the 1990s, at a cost of 1.2 billion yuan. Now it can generate several hundred million yuan in revenue each year. It is an extremely important filming location and tourist attraction in Shudyan film and television city. Although Zhang Ming is also a famous director, he certainly can't take the blame. When did I say I wanted to burn it? Wang Yi looked at the few people strangely. In fact, he could just go in and do it. But it seemed too simple to do it. And there was nothing mysterious about it. He didn't want to chant spells in front of the few people. The style of painting is wrong. Isn't it? Since this world has its own ways and methods. He also respects this. And if the Qin Palace has been like this, it will indeed be troubled sooner or later. Director Zhang. What happened just now? Why did I hear screams? My head hurts. Is there really something dirty? Director Zhang. I quit. I want to get out. Oh no. Lao Lu and Lao Zhang's two groups fainted. Several people came over, and the fitness coaches who were affected by the incident, as well as the coaches in other places who were not affected, also gathered around, all talking in panic. The two coaches who fainted when Lin Shurqin came out had also been discovered, and the atmosphere on the scene was quite flustered for a while. At first they said that today's work was easy, and they laughed at the superstitions of these filming when they chatted. In the end, they really came. Didn't we ask someone to solve it? And Jing, it will be fine in a while, and you won't lose money. When facing this group of fitness coaches, Zhang Ming still had enough dignity, and he collected all the mobile phones before coming in, so he was not afraid of random photos. Wang Yi first went to see the people who fainted. Don't worry. Just take a few days to rest. They are physically strong. They frightened themselves and got sick. Their mental quality is not good. After making sure that they were fine and dragging them to an open place to lie down, Wang Yi began to walk around the outside of the Qin Palace, and then came to a pillar and pointed. This one. After passing a few pillars, he marked another one, and this one. Then Zhu Zheng and Xian Yangzi walked around the area for a long time, and after discussing with each other for a while, they slapped their thighs and said, So that's it. So that's it. I understand. Zhang Ming next to him also had a subtle expression. What did you understand? Now he can see that these two masters are indeed capable. But they are definitely much worse than Mr. Wang. It turns out that this line of work is not more popular as you get older. Empiricism kills people. The Qin Palace should want to restore its original appearance as much as possible. So the specifications and layout are very careful. And even solid wood is used. It's just that it should have used manmo. But for cost effectiveness, it used imported acacia wood, which turned the original yang gathering into yin gathering. Over the years, it has become like this. And the two sticks selected by Mr. Wang are the two most critical points of the formation. The two masters who were originally ready to run away helped Wang Yi complete the explanation. Then Master Jujing said, So just burn these two sticks separately, and it will be okay. This made Director Zhang's face darken. Do you only know how to burn? Don't bother with that. You should have prepared some things to remove the gloom. Just pour them on the two pillars to seal them temporarily. The yin energy will naturally be released. Then scrape the paint off the two pillars during the day, and expose them to the sun for a few days, and they can be painted back. It shouldn't cost much. Wang Yi also glanced at the monk who set the fire. The magic power in this world is lazy. It has been gathered here for more than 10 years to reach this scale. And because there is no silver, it can't store much. Temporarily seal these two pillars. Under the overall natural magic balance, the gathered magic power will be quickly calmed down and return to laziness. This is not a palace made of silver. How can it gather so much? It's just relative. Otherwise, I wouldn't think of making a pure silver wizard tower. Great. Why didn't I think of such a simple but efficient method? Great. Mr. Wang is really my Taoist genius. It must be said that these two masters did a good job in the way of supporting the main role, which saved Wang Yi a lot of trouble. Chapter 29 Promise. Ziz. The black and red ink splashed on the two pillars, and it actually produced an effect like a branding iron dripping water. This is the reaction between the light and dark magic that does not interact with normal matter. The phenomenon of electromagnetic interference began to appear briefly. However, as the ink vaporized, a cool air gushed out from the dark Qin Palace the next moment and dissipated quickly. Everyone shivered unconsciously. But in fact, this cool air did not lower the temperature. It was a feeling of spiritual feedback from humans. The dark attribute magic gathered here made them cool for a while. But if measured with a thermometer, there would definitely be little change. Only the pillar reaction would have some interference changes. Great. This place where Ian gathers is broken. And the threat of the evil ghost is greatly reduced without the ghost. Master Zhuzheng sighed again. This ink is good? Wang Yi scanned the traces left on the pillar, and also expressed his affirmation. This is the ancient method that I have inherited for a long time. Pine smoke, graphite, sesame oil, cinnabar, silver powder, black dog blood and cockscomb blood are in the best proportion. Under normal circumstances, it is enough. Xian Yangzi also showed some satisfaction on his face at this time. After all, he also contributed, and the donation will not be refunded. Wang Yi listened and analyzed the formula quickly. In the end, he had to admit that the ancients did make a variety of combinations based on their experience. In theory, silver is the best magic metal and can be refined into mithril. But silver is solid at room temperature, and it is also expensive in ancient times. So they adopted the best cost-effective configuration. If I don't use magic power, I really can't do it so well. Now you wait for me outside. I will go in to deal with it. When the time comes, close the door of the hall. Don't open the door no matter what happens. After pretending outside, Wang Yi was also ready to go in to eat the staple food. With the changes in the two pillars outside, Wang Yi's words will naturally be fully executed. And he will not ask what to do if he fails. The coaches who stayed behind hurriedly began to close the doors of the hall. After watching Wang Yi walk in from the main entrance, they closed the last door. Wang Yi stepped into the dark hall, and the last beam of light gradually closed and then disappeared with the creaking sound of the door closing. The whole hall was silent. Come down. Why are you shy? Wang Yi came to the center of the hall, and then looked up at the beam on the top of the hall. At this time, Lin Shurqin, who was wearing a fluttering red dress, was squatting on the beam. Because of the angle, it was quite pleasing to the eye, and Lin Shurqin just glanced down at Wang Yi, and then ignored him, still squatting on the beam with her knees hugged, and seemed to be mumbling something in her mouth. But there was no spiritual fluctuation. It's exposed. It was not until after this sentence that Lin Shurqin moved, and then floated back, spiraling down around the pillar. Not to mention, after becoming a vengeful spirit, the image of this guy in a fluttering red dress moving casually actually added a bit of spirituality. After landing, Lin Shurqin, half hidden behind the pillar, glanced at Wang Yi, and said with a curled lip, "What do you want to do? I advise you not to meddle in other people's business." Being able to see herself, she could vaguely feel a hint of instinctive threat. Wang Yi was also very satisfied with her performance. Her speech was coherent, and her logic was clear. As far as the AI core was concerned, she was much better than Li Yao, who was in the ring on his hand. Of course, her strength was also much higher, and she was really capable of harming people. I came here specifically to find you, not to meddle in other people's business. But I like mutual benefit, and you can also make some appropriate requests. We may spend the rest of our lives together in the future. So we should. Who will spend the rest of their lives with you? Before Wang Yi finished speaking, Lin Shurqin suddenly became excited. Her voice was a little stuttering. Her hair stood up, and the whole spirit body fluctuated violently. Wang Yi was a little surprised that she was so excited. He had learned about Lin Shurqin from Lu Shuka and Ma Dong. It was true that she was also very hardworking, but she was definitely not a pure girl to have the popularity and resources she has now. There is a lot of utilitarianism in doing things. Wang Yi doesn't discriminate against others with tinted glasses. His girlfriend in college is quite a green tea lover. But green tea is delicious and quenches thirst, and there is no guilt or mental burden. But now seeing Lin Shurqin like this, it seems a little different from what he expected. The fluctuation of the spirit body will not lie. This guy's obsession actually has such thoughts? Want to find someone to spend the rest of his life with and support each other? Is this tired of the entertainment industry? Could it be that he has never been in love? Only this explanation can explain the reason for her spiritual reaction at this time. After discovering that it was different from what he had imagined, Wang Yi did not take action directly. Anyway, there was still time, and the group of guys outside did not dare to disturb her. He pointed to a staircase and said to her, "Then let's talk. You should know that you can't run away." Wang Yi's eyes were filled with a faint arcane glow. No matter how strong the other party's obsession is, no matter how suitable the environment here is, after all, it is just a rookie ghost born in a world that is almost without magic. And Wang Yi is in an absolute dominant position. After Lin Shurqin became excited for a while, She also fell silent as Wang Yi released his breath. At this moment, in her eyes as a spirit, Wang Yi was like a big furnace. The residual spiritual energy next to her, that was a tonic for her spirit, seemed to be completely under his control, forming a giant scorching sun wrapped around his body, as if it was going to penetrate the entire Qin palace. The gap is too big. It is indeed impossible to escape. The other party could have just taken action, but he asked her to come over and talk. In the end, Lin Shiqin still floated over and sat next to Wang Yi. It must be said that Lin Shiqin is very suitable for this kind of ancient costume, with a beautiful and elegant appearance. Then Wang Yi also heard some of her life stories that she began to talk about. Even though he knew that she must have a story to have such a strong obsession, Wang Yi did not expect it to be like this. Lin Shiqin was born in a single-parent family, and later her mother found a stepfather. But when she was in junior high school, her stepfather wanted to do something bad after getting drunk, which forced her to fight back desperately. And finally she ran away from home after being injured. Since then, she has never gone back. Although she seems not to want to talk much about her original family, the suffocating feeling can still be felt from the few words she describes. At the age of a teenager, she had to make a living on her own. With her good looks, you can imagine how much malice she would face. Later, when she found out that even those who entered the factory as factory girls had to face the prying eyes of the workshop director and all kinds of malicious eyes, she also realized it. She didn't even graduate from junior high school, and she had no skills. If she wanted to survive, she could only rely on her beauty. And since she wanted to use it, she naturally had to choose the best method to ensure the greatest value. She wanted to be a star. A big star. A top star. A queen. Even capital. She wanted to live well. And she wanted those people to watch her climb to the top. After having a new goal, Lin Shiqin seemed to have changed into a different person, and began to sprint towards her goal with all her strength. And she would do anything to achieve her goal. This is also the reason why she would choose to hang on the wire when she got resources, and was about to take off. Hee hee. Do you think I'm a bitch? Actually, I think so too. But I don't care. I must get what I want. I want to get it myself. Lin Shiqin fell silent after saying this. As a result, she died before dawn. How could she not hate him, and how could she not have an obsession? So, your obsession is to find out who killed you, right? Wang Yi, who had been listening quietly, also spoke slowly at this time. It should have been. Lin Shiqin looked up at the roof of the palace, her tone erratic. But what you said before suddenly made me a little concerned. After saying that, Lin Shiqin tilted her head and glanced at Wang Yi. Since she was a director, most of the people she encountered were malicious and coveted. Lin Shiqin naturally had a desire in her heart, a feeling that she was not needed because of her beauty, and she wanted to be needed in another way. Then, Lin Shiqin stood up directly, stood in front of Wang Yi, tiptoed, turned around with her hands behind her back, and smiled brightly. Then, for the rest of my life, please give me more advice. Chapter 30 Hand-Rub Chips. Crack. As the door of the Qin Palace opened, the people outside saw that the person who came out was Wang Yi, and they all let go of their worries and breathed a sigh of relief. I said, don't worry. Mr. Wang is born with the ability to see yin and yang, and he is born to be suitable for this line of work. When Wang Yi didn't come out for a long time, Master Zhu Zheng, who wanted to run away several times, turned back to a kind look. It's okay. It's solved. In fact, everyone should believe in science. Such things can be explained by science. After Wang Yi came out, he smiled gently at everyone. This made everyone show a subtle expression. I believe you. Ah. Yes. Yes. Mr. Wang is right. In fact, such things are rare. It's nothing to encounter occasionally. As long as you keep a good attitude and stay rational, I'm afraid we will have more of these things. Xian Yangzi also hurriedly said at this time. This time, it was considered that the two of them failed, and it was all thanks to Wang Yi to make up for it. So they also have to return the favor. Moreover, such an incident actually increased their reputation. This shows that they are really capable. And this time the enemy is just too difficult. In fact, how many times can you really catch ghosts? Most of the time. You still want to ask about feng shui, future, and brokers. In all, this young man is not a competitor. Even if you really want to join the circle, then just join. Anyway, you are not afraid of one more. After this incident, they will naturally not exclude it anymore. Director Zhang, there is no need to publicize this kind of thing. This is my bank account. Remember to help pay the tax on my behalf. Goodbye. Wang Yi handed over a small note. In fact, this kind of thing would not be publicized, because this kind of thing itself is low in harm. But the spread of news is easy to cause panic and some superstitious behavior. So there will be corresponding tacit understandings in many aspects. Many insiders know that this kind of thing may exist, but it's no big deal. Most people have never seen it, and it doesn't affect the mainstream at all. In this way, Wang Yi rode Ma Dong's pink donkey all the way back home. After parking, Lin Shurqin floated out of Wang Yi's silver bracelet and said strangely, "You are so coquettish. Is it because I am the only one who can see you, so you can let yourself go?" Wang Yi looked at Lin Shurqin, who seemed to be much more relaxed, and couldn't help shaking his head. But it's good to be energetic. In addition to computing power and network, the upper limit of artificial intelligence is also closely related to the spirit body as the core. Let yourself go. Lin Shurqin frowned slightly, then smiled wickedly and flew in front of Wang Yi when he went upstairs, slightly lifted the sides of her skirt, and said in a seductive tone, "How about it? Do you want to see it? Good guy. Really let yourself go. Okay. I'll ask about your case tomorrow. Calm down first." Wang Yi went upstairs muttering to himself. When he reached the third floor, he heard the sound of Lu Xiuka's footsteps in the room. He must have heard the sound of his keys. Sure enough, not long after, Lu Xiuka's door opened a crack. Lu Xiuka behind the door stole a glance at Wang Yi and asked in a low voice, "How is it? Are you okay? The problem has been solved. Director Zhang Ming said that you will be the third female role, and Ma Dong has also arranged a role." At this time, Ma Dong should have had a loss of blood and qi during the day. He ate something quickly and then rested. Only his snoring could be heard. And Lin Shurqin, who was originally laughing and joking next to her, now floated in front of Lu Xiuka and kept looking up and down, and even got into her nightgown. Finally, she came out and gave Wang Yi a thumbs up. "You really have a good eye." Name beep. Chick. Wang Yi only felt the wheel hub rolling over his face, and then his wrist moved slightly, and Lin Shurqin exclaimed and was sucked back into the bracelet. Originally, the third female role belonged to Lin Shurqin. Wang Yi knew that although she was driving here with laughter, she must still feel uncomfortable when she recalled the sad things. "I'm a little tired today. I'll talk to you when I have time." Wang Yi blocked Lu Xiuka's words before she could speak. "Oh, well, have a good rest." Lu Xiuka was obviously disappointed. If Wang Yi wasn't tired, she might have dragged him in to tell a story. When Lu Xiuka returned to the room, she suddenly reacted. "Wait, what did he just say? Director Zhang Ming asked me to play the third female role?" On the other side, Wang Yi returned to the room and released Lin Shurqin again. Looking at her, "She is a good person. Don't take it too seriously." "Of course I know she is a good person," Lin Shurqin muttered and rolled her eyes at Wang Yi. This made Wang Yi also prepare to find something for her to do, so as not to think too much. "Okay. I said before that I will add an external connection for you. You have to take the initiative to learn and master more functions. The server should arrive in 2 days. Let you use the laptop to adapt first." While Wang Yi was talking, he also took out a silver bracelet. With a body, Lin Shurqin can resist the invasion of sunlight, and at the same time her self-control ability can be increased, and she will no longer gradually lose her humanity. The next moment, the bracelet melted in his palm, and then he quickly outlined it. In addition to the tiny magic patterns, the liquid silver bracelet itself also looked like a complex logic circuit. However, the logic circuit itself is millimeter level, which can be distinguished by the naked eye. Its main purpose is still the possession of the spirit body, with magic patterns as the main and circuits as the auxiliary, mainly to complete the transmission and conversion of signals through pins. At the end of the transformation, there were pin interfaces at the corners. This will be the core chip of the artificial intelligence system, and other servers, network devices, etc. will be its external devices. When I delegate authority, I will also grant the right to use this skeleton at home, with the silver magic aggregation array engraved on the skeleton. It can be barely used even in this environment of free magic laziness, which is considered to be a match. Now, I will give you some basic knowledge of electronics. Digest it well. Lin Shurqin, who was curiously looking at her new chip next to her, was stunned after hearing Wang Yi's words. "No way. I haven't even graduated from junior high school yet. Are you overestimating me?" But before she could react, a lot of knowledge flooded into her mind. This is the extended magic developed by Wang Yi himself. After he gave the skeleton functionality, the means of upgrading and stripping it out are unique to him. After the basic framework is built, Lin Shurqin will start to improve herself. Some mechanical and tedious completions will definitely be better done by artificial intelligence. This can save Wang Yi a lot of time and energy. After he has a territory in the future, he can get more silver to gather magic power as a drive, and summon more skeletons. And he can also have an alternative automated factory. All these will need to be controlled by her at that time. However, it will definitely take a lot of energy and time to cultivate it to that level. As for betrayal, loss of control, there is no need to worry about these. Wang Yi started as a necromancer, and Lin Shurqin can now be regarded as a summoned creature under his control. He will give respect, communicate, and fully mobilize Lin Shurqin's subjective initiative. Restrictive measures may never be used, but whether it is useful or not is one thing, and whether it exists is another. Wang Yi will not test human nature. Chapter 31 Coolies are coming. The skeleton sat in front of the computer desktop and kept typing on the keyboard. Wang Yi sat aside and looked through some news on his mobile phone. The impact of academic discrimination overseas is still heating up. It is obvious that there are special promoters behind it. After glancing at the situation on Wall Street, Wang Yi roughly understood who caused it. However, it has little impact on him. I can try it later, but not now. The popularity of him on the domestic network had already dropped. But because Levita started to promote his own music, he directly used Jiang Xion's version of 2 songs. It ignited another wave of popularity. Wheat Waves and Harbor Night are both soothing music suitable for all ages. And they do not have the impact of traditional pop music, because the singer himself is not well known. It is an exaggeration to say that he became famous overnight. However, because of Wang Yi's previous popularity and the gimmick of mathematicians' music, there is still some popularity. In particular, someone found the screenshots of the information that Levita had deleted before. Levita thought he had deleted it quickly, but he didn't expect that the stupid netizens were even faster. The screenshots of the reposts of the paper is well written. Don't write it next time. Filled the homepage of Way to Music's Weibo. Various jokes emerged one after another. The repost is well written. Don't write it next time. The comment is well posted. Don't post it next time. The music promotion is very good. Don't promote it next time. Such replies are really neat. But now Levita just happened to promote music, and he couldn't turn off the comments, so he could only explain constantly. But the more he explained, the more flustered he became, and the happier the stupid netizens felt. This in turn ignited a wave of heat. After seeing this, Wang Yi also smiled and reposted and liked it 3 times. It was deleted very well. Don't delete it next time. After Wang Yi also left the stage, the heat that had cooled down a little suddenly came up again. With the popularity, the new songs were widely circulated from the beginning, almost developing these 2 songs to the limit. If a famous singer releases a new album or new song, if it does not meet expectations, he may be criticized. But Wang Yi's 2 songs are different. They are originally soothing songs with high quality, and there was not much expectation at the beginning. When the expectations were lowered, the charm of these 2 songs was felt at once, and the popularity rose steadily. The comments were also varied. He is really a free musician. Awesome. The song is well written. Don't write it next time, crossed out. It sounds good. I like it very much. Even my baby likes it. It is very relaxing to listen to. Music is supposed to relax people. But when I think that the author is that great mathematician, it really feels a bit out of place. When Master Yi was controversial before, I saw free musicians united to boycott him. But now, they are starting to lick his ass. How can I not lick him? The music industry has been cold for so long and finally has a new topic figure. It's just strange that Master Yi's true identity has not been officially announced yet. You don't care about it now. The Academy of Sciences officially announced that it is their person, a graduate named Wang Yi. But other information was not released because of privacy. In fact, not many people care about Master Yi's real name. Mathematics is far from people. As for Wang Yi's small fame on the internet before, it's just like that. For some well-known anchors and internet celebrities who can dominate the popularity for a long time, how many people can call out their real names except for those who rely on their real names? People know more about their famous IDs. Master Yi. For this change, Wang Yi still thinks it's pretty good. This level is just right. After receiving a reward of 660,000 from director Zhang Ming, Wang Yi's remaining money at this time officially exceeded 1 million. For ordinary people, holding millions of liquid funds. As long as they don't buy a house or something, they can already live quite well. But this money is just like that for Wang Yi. It's only more than 100 kilograms of silver. There is no way to buy even one piece of cutting-edge experimental equipment. But fortunately, the goal of artificial intelligence has been completed in its prototype. When the server is in place, it can be initially put into practical use. Can't you do the calculations and coding yourself? Do you still need to rely on the skull to type? Wang Yi listened to the crackling sound of the skull and asked with some confusion. The keyboard itself can only be regarded as a peripheral for many automatically compiled programs. The speed of self-compilation is very fast. Isn't this missing the point? I am perfecting the self-compilation function. It will be soon. I haven't even graduated from junior high school yet. You are making it too difficult for me. Lin Shurqin got out of the chip and floated in front of Wang Yi complaining. After all, it is the prototype of artificial intelligence. It is completely fine to arrange multiple processes to chat and do things at the same time. Thank you for your hard work. Wang Yi touched Lin Shurqin's head in the air. Why do I feel that I have been deceived by you? I feel that you are looking for free labor. Lin Shurqin wrinkled her nose. She said before that please take care of me for the rest of my life. It seems that she just wants to get it for free. How could it be? Don't you think this is fulfilling? Don't worry. I will go to understand your case tomorrow. If I can't find it, I will help you. Wang Yi made an okay gesture. Actually, this is pretty good. Lin Shurqin glanced at Wang Yi and muttered. Then she dove into the silver chip again. Have you ever played video games? Wang Yi asked while flipping through his phone. Do you think I have a chance to play? Lin Shurqin said in a muffled voice in the chip. Play more now. And I'll tell you to program a few games after the server is in place. Wang Yi scratched his huge funding gap and thought of a way to make money. If he relied on himself to type, it would not be impossible to program a few good games. But it would take too much time and energy. However, after Lin Shurqin's side is perfected, it will be much easier. The only thing to note is that artificial intelligence is still not visible to the public. And it needs to be steady. The output cannot be too high at once. And it has to be done slowly. This way, it will not roll itself out. And it will be more reasonable. Of course, you can throw out some in a row at the beginning. After all, it can be said to be your own accumulation over the years. And a big advantage of games is that even if they become popular, they will not attract too much attention. What bad intentions can a game developer have? Because he cannot roll over himself. Wang Yi has carefully selected the game content. Now he has nothing. So if he wants to control the content in his hands for the long term, the choice is actually limited. And it must be of high quality and can attract a lot of attention. In the case of little room for selection, the content is actually very easy to confirm. That is, Minecraft that does not exist in this world. With the help of this World PC Game's own ST game platform, it is enough to release it. This game has great potential. And the development speed of artificial intelligence is fast enough. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds can also be used as a long-term operation. In order to obtain funds for long-term operations, you can also make some small games in cooperation with major game companies, such as Jump, Temple Escape, Sheep, etc. When the time comes, after making small games that make money in exchange for a wave of startup funds, you can start digging for the gold mine of long-term operation games. I graduated from a serious computer department, so it is reasonable to make some games. Right? Moreover, Wang Yi knew that after he proved his guess, it would be abnormal if he was too low-key. He found his new track and started a cultural entertainment game company, which could be used as his vest. What do the subsequent groups and companies involving black technology and huge interests in the entity have to do with me? A game maker? Even for the game company, Wang Yi can only hang the title of legal person and developer, pretending not to interfere in this specific operation, forming a situation where people at different levels will have different perceptions of him. Wang Yi, the rental house, the musician Wang Yi, the game player Wang Yi, the master Wang Yi, the mathematician Wang Yi, layer after layer. Under this multi-layered cognition, people at different levels will feel that this is the truth after peeling off a layer of their new SHL. Only the secrets they dig out themselves can make them believe it, so as to cover up their most core secrets. Just when Lin Shurqin typed the code all night, as the day dawned, Wang Yi also woke up from meditation, looking at the code that has begun to scroll automatically and quickly on the screen, and the various boxes that keep popping up. Wang Yi also understands that Lin Shurqin has entered a stage of rapid growth. Now she is more restricted by the hardware of this laptop. The server is coming soon. Bear with it for a while. Let's go and ask about your case. Wang Yi has another silver cross necklace in his hand. The chain is wrapped around Wang Yi's wrist, and he swings the pendant in the direction of the computer. And Lin Shurqin also flew out and got into the pendant. With a possession, she can move freely without fear of the sun. Chapter 32 Investigation. Brother Wang, did you really succeed? Director Zhang Ming said he would give me a role. Wang Yi took Lin Shurqin out of the house and met Ma Dong, who had been waiting for a long time. He was stunned when he received the call inviting him to play the role. Then he naturally thought of what Wang Yi said when he left at night. You really did it. And you succeeded? As an old drifter, Ma Dong waited at the door of his house after he received the call, after knowing that Wang Yi helped him with this matter. He didn't come to the door directly because he was afraid of disturbing his rest. It was not easy to wait until Wang Yi came out before he came to ask about the situation and wanted to express his gratitude. Looking at Ma Dong's excited expression, Wang Yi also smiled. In fact, with your own foundation, there is a high probability that you will get this kind of role. Anyway, by the way, didn't I ask you to find out the news and make you sick? How are you? Are you feeling better? Wang Yi asked casually while looking at Ma Dong's still weak face. Hey, it's okay. Director Zhang called me personally. All my illnesses are cured. Now I can kill a cow. Ma Dong grinned and shook his arm with a force of dozens of kilograms. Brother Wang, you are a truly capable person. I will remember your kindness this time. If you have any instructions in the future, just tell me directly. Ma Dong did not hesitate and patted his chest to say that he would tell me directly in the future. And he used the word instruct to describe it. Having been in the outside world for so long, he knows too well the help that noble people can bring. Although Wang Yi still lives in this kind of rental house now, since he can solve Director Zhang's problem, he is definitely not an ordinary person. Ma Dong has also heard about the power of some masters in the circle. He didn't believe in these things before, but even so, he knew that the connections of these masters could leverage quite terrible power by just scratching them. Don't worry. It's just a matter of convenience. Don't worry. I will find you if there is something suitable for you in the future. Wang Yi did not reject Ma Dong's kindness. From the current contact, Ma Dong is a good person. Then I'll go to Director Zhang first. Wait a minute. Let's go together. I just happen to have something to do. Wang Yi raised his hand, then came to Lu Xiuka's room and knocked on the door. Lu Xiuka, who was washing up, also opened the door in confusion, biting a toothbrush in her mouth, looking like someone would hold her toothbrush and brush her a few times. It's just right for us to go together at that time. Hurry up, Wang Yi said to Lu Xiuka. And Lu Xiuka nodded repeatedly, vaguely saying that she would wait for her. Now Lin Shurqin is his first employee. And since Wang Yi said that he would solve this case, he would naturally do it. At present, although Wang Yi has the title of a great mathematician and is recognized as a free musician, he will probably be rejected if he rashly gets involved in such things. In this case, it is better to go to Director Zhang Ming, who will first obtain first-hand information here. And then, he can use his influence as a client to get a deeper understanding. With a lineup of 3 people and 1 ghost, Ma Dong's little donkey must be abandoned, and a taxi is taken. Online ride-hailing is still in its infancy, and without external competition, the drivers are reluctant to pick up so many people, and it's hard to share passengers. Usually, Ms. Lu Xiuka sits in the front seat, and Wang Yi and Ma Dong sit in the back seat. But Lu Xiuka was very dissatisfied with the driver's random glances, so she changed seats with Ma Dong. The tall and burly Ma Dong sat on the passenger seat, and immediately shut up the driver, who was cursing a little. He was as kind as he could be, but he would occasionally sneak a peek at the 2 beauties behind him with the rearview mirror. At the same time, he kept complaining about Wang Yi, who was sitting between the 2 beauties. I really don't know what kind of shit luck I have. If I get to sit in that position, I will definitely be very happy. After arriving at the destination, because mobile payment is not yet popular, Ma Dong took out cash to pay. Looking at the dozen 100 yuan bills in Ma Dong's wallet, the driver also casually said, 20. No less. The 4 of you are full. Are you blind? There are 3 of us. And you are still right not to use the meter? Do you believe it or not? I will report you. Ma Dong did not intend to indulge the other party. He glared at him and took out a 10 yuan bill and a 5 yuan bill, and then asked Wang Yi and Lu Xiuka to get off the car, because of Ma Dong's deterrent power. The driver took the money silently and didn't say anything. It was only after Ma Dong got off the car and closed the door that he muttered, There are 4 of us. I don't know who is blind. Thinking of this, he looked at the rearview mirror again, wanting to see if the beauty would give some benefits when she got off the car. But then he found that the beautiful and charming red-dressed beauty in the back row was sitting quietly in the car and had no intention of getting off. I almost bumped into someone when I was peeping at the whiteness of her collar through the rearview mirror. And the impression was quite deep. After Wang Yi and Lu Shuka got off the car and closed the door, the driver looked at the red-dressed beauty and felt a little confused. Beauty. You? But before he finished speaking, he saw the red-dressed beauty, who looked coquettish, smiled at him strangely, and suddenly disappeared in the car. The sudden change made him tremble all over and almost wet his pants. Hack! He immediately looked back outside the car. Ma Dong. Wang Yi and Lu Shuka were still discussing where to have breakfast, and then walked into a noodle shop next door. He could still clearly hear Ma Dong's loud voice saying 3 people. This almost frightened him to the point of cardiac arrest. He trembled and pulled out a white sand, lit it with a lighter for a few times before taking a deep breath, and then exhaled smoke rings to dispel some of the urine smell in the car. Don't scare people. It's easy to scare people into problems. Wang Yi ate the big bowl of meat noodles in front of him and whispered to Lin Shurqin, who was sitting opposite him and looking at him with her chin on her hand. Just now, it was Lin Shurqin's influence. Ordinary people can't see the vengeful spirits unless the vengeful spirits actively stimulate the connection with the visual signals of the brain. Just like Lin Shurqin scared people in the Qin Palace at night. After Wang Yi created a new body for Lin Shurqin, the other party no longer needed to care about the killing and influence of sunlight, but was more comfortable. Hee. I just think his eyes are not honest. So let him look at them enough. Am I not beautiful? He is lucky. Lin Shurqin stared at Wang Yi with her chin on her hand with hazy eyes, making Wang Yi feel a little uncomfortable while eating noodles. However, the big meat noodles tasted quite good. The big meat was stewed, fat but not greasy, and melted in the mouth. The ingredients in the soup base were also quite good, and it was very delicious when eaten with hand-rolled noodles. Wang Yi drank 3 bowls of rice. With the physique of a great knight, it is natural to eat more. Right? Good guy. I really admire your body management. It's okay to eat so much. Ma Dong gave Wang Yi a thumbs up. He only ate a large portion, and Lu Shuka sent a small portion without meat. If you exercise well, you don't have to worry about eating too much. Let's go! Zhang Ming sent someone to pick us up. Wang Yi also told Zhang Ming in advance that there was no need for a surprise attack, although Wang Yi had helped to deal with the problem. Zhang Ming was in urgent need of making up for the progress he had fallen behind before, but he still hurriedly sent someone to pick him up. If Wang Yi hadn't clearly stated that he didn't need it, he would have come by himself. After all, he is a big director, and he is quite good at being a man. There is no meaning of throwing it away after use. Of course, for someone like Wang Yi, he probably wouldn't dare to throw it away after use. Didn't you see that the 2 half-bucket masters are doing well in the circle? Chapter 33 Direction. Director Zhang's assistant and the driver drove the naughty car to pick up Wang Yi and the other 2, and drove directly into the film and television city. Mr. Wang. Zhang Ming's expression lit up when he saw Wang Yi get off the car. He hurriedly stepped forward to shake hands. This shocked Ma Dong and Lu Shuka, who came down behind him. Judging from the sudden action of director Zhang Ming to give the role, Wang Yi must have helped a lot, but they didn't know how much. But now looking at director Zhang Ming's expression, it seemed to be a level higher than expected. In fact, this was also why Zhang Ming wanted to learn about Wang Yi's information overnight. And then he found a very interesting information. The real name of the Master Yi, who has been making a lot of noise during this period, is Wang Yi. Not many people pay attention to the real name, and there are no related photos. But combined with the ghost-catching message of Master Yi, and the address also written as within the vertical store, it is likely that it is this great mathematician. After making a judgment, Zhang Ming was actually a little confused. How did it get involved with mathematics? Why is the style so wrong? Was the other party's advice after the end of last night serious? Zhang Ming is a famous director and an old-school figure. There are actually many old-school figures like him who believe in both science and metaphysics. And there is no conflict at all. But even for them, they actually don't really connect science and metaphysics. But Mr. Wang Yi in front of him did it. If it was just a simple master, the influence would actually be just like that. It's true that the circle cares about this, but there is a limit. Especially since the other party said that he is only good at catching ghosts. This is even more of a niche among niches. There is no market for such a young age. It can be said that Zhang Ming would still respect it before because of his way of dealing with people. But, after knowing that this person is a great mathematician, Zhang Ming felt a little different. Although he felt that those mathematicians who inexplicably prove something like 1 plus 1 might have some big problems. He couldn't understand it at all. But since it has been said that this can win a Nobel Prize in mathematics, the meaning is still different. The academic world can be said to be a dimensionality reduction attack on the entertainment industry. Don't be fooled by the fact that the academic circle is silent and seems to have no presence on weekdays. But that's because all kinds of self-media and the internet focus too much on entertainment. At this time, the other party's youth represents unlimited potential and unlimited possibilities, and must not be offended. So Zhang Ming's performance is somewhat inconsistent with his identity as a famous director. It's nothing to be just a master, and it's nothing to be just a mathematician. But this inexplicable combination plus youth, it must be given enough attention. And Wang Yi looked at the other party's honey-like smile, and probably understood what the other party might know. But it doesn't matter. People at different levels will have different understandings of themselves. This is a scene created by Wang Yi himself. And there may be cooperation at the corresponding level. For example, this time, it is mutually beneficial. Director Zhang, I called before coming here to briefly explain my purpose. Is this a bother? No. It's my duty. This matter was caused by me. And I will definitely follow up to the end. I have booked a table at Xieji Private Kitchen for lunch. And I will invite relevant personnel to come along. You can ask directly at that time. And they will give me face. Hearing Director Zhang's words, Wang Yi also nodded. This is the blessing brought by the other party's status. If you go there by yourself, it will be difficult to understand normally. But for Zhang Ming, it is just a matter of one sentence. These are my two friends. Please take care of them. Director Zhang. Wang Yi's words also made Zhang Ming focus on Ma Dong and Lu Xiuke. Especially Lu Xiuke, who stayed longer. There are so many things like inserting beautiful women in. The coal bosses in the past liked to do this kind of thing. And they only inserted people and invested money, never making any comments. It really makes people miss that time. But unfortunately, in recent years, coal bosses are withdrawing. The investment in the film industry in 11 years is less than that in 10 years, which is a signal of withdrawal. Don't worry. Leave it to me. I will say low when the time comes. And I won't let her suffer any grievances. Zhang Ming directly promised that as a veteran director, he still has this face. As for Ma Dong, well, he is very unique, and it is actually easy to arrange. It is not the kind of thing that will be difficult to insert. He was annoyed that some film and television companies wanted to take roles at every turn and also pointed fingers at the script. It was too easy to arrange it casually. As a director, Zhang Ming had a lot of things to catch up with, because he was delayed for a long time because of the supernatural incident. But now, he just arranged for the deputy director to take Ma Dong and Lu Xiuke to adapt. And he was chatting with Wang Yi all the time. Mr. Wang's music is also very good. I like the 2 new songs. I can't keep up with the melodies of young people now. I'm old. Zhang Ming smiled and praised Wang Yi. Wang Yi didn't care about this kind of flattery. He had shown enough value. He would definitely hear more and more of this kind of words. The strong are always surrounded by good people. Just like when he became a legend in the other world. Even the arrogant elves were not as arrogant as rumored in front of him. Director Zhang should understand. Music is just my hobby. Tell me about your understanding of Lin Shichin. Let's chat casually. Wang Yi also began to learn about the case from Zhang Ming's perspective. Man-made. This is a foregone conclusion. The wire has traces of tampering with the blade. But there are no clues to solve the case. The criminal is quite familiar with the surveillance location. And there is no video data or suspicious fingerprints left. After all, it is a shooting scene. And there are a lot of traces of other people nearby. The team members have been preliminarily investigated one by one. And there is no clue at present. The surveillance location is obvious. After all, it is just a temporary crew. So it is possible even if an outsider sneaks in. However, the main direction of the investigation is still in the crew. Hey, Lin Shichin's background is not good. And she is very hardworking. I am more optimistic about her, Zhang Ming said with some regret. He is old now, and a little overwhelmed. So he is no longer enthusiastic about scripts. Instead, he is more inclined to cultivate some filmmakers who can carry the flag. Recently, he always feels that the atmosphere in the film and television industry is not very good. It is not that the atmosphere is originally very chaotic. but that some newcomers are getting less and less acting skills. Before, he thought that the group of post-80s actresses was already quite passable. But with the comparison of some newcomers that have emerged recently, wow! The acting skills and professionalism of those who were not very good before were immediately crushed. As for Lin Shichin, he really wanted to train her. At this time, Lin Shichin also floated out of Wang Yi's hands. Hearing others' positive comments about her behind her back, she was in a complicated mood at this time. It is precisely because this child is very hardworking and dedicated that I really can't understand why someone in the crew would do such a thing. The little doll is a little scheming and not very approachable. But she is not a big star and is dedicated and hardworking. I can see that the crew has a positive impression of her. Although Zhang Ming kept saying that it was unlikely that someone in the crew did it. It can be seen from his repeated emphasis on this point that he actually doubted that it was really someone in the crew who did it. But he just couldn't accept it. Chapter 34 Solving the Case. Zhang Ming's face was still quite solid. During lunch, the investigators revealed a lot of information to the parties involved. There was too little information, and the crew was too chaotic. They were also a little helpless when they rushed forward to rescue people after they fell. They could not rule out the possibility that someone in the crew committed the crime. But the initial interrogation of each person did not find any special circumstances. At this time, they were also very troubled regarding Wang Yi's request to see the clues involved in the case. They finally agreed after discussing it. But Wang Yi could only look but not touch. It's already an exception. But there are really few clues this time. The pressure from above is a bit high. A staff member pointed to the things in the evidence bag in front of him with gloves and sighed. The pressure of the murder case is here. To be honest, they also want to let Zhang Ming think about whether there are any clues when they meet at noon today. After all, he is a famous director, so they should be polite in their questioning. As for checking the evidence, as long as you don't touch it, it's okay. After all, Director Zhang is also one of the victims to some extent. They speculated whether someone was specifically targeting Director Zhang for the random crime. In this case, it is very likely that there are few clues left. Now they are just waiting to see if someone will disclose this matter, and then follow the clues to find out the truth. Wang Yi looked at the items involved in the case in front of him, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He is just a legend in the low magic world. The magic power in this world is still so lazy, and what he can do is limited. At least, he can't go back in time or something. But now Lin Shichin is his summoned ghost. With this relationship, he wants to see if there are any related residues here. Originally, a week has passed. Although this kind of breath remains for a lot longer than smells, it should also be almost dissipated. But Wang Yi, who didn't have much expectations, actually found something useful here. It is a breath that is about to dissipate, which can be called obsession, hatred, or willpower. This is a trace that can be left by human extreme emotions. It is a manifestation of the soul side. It usually dissipates very quickly. Usually only places like temples with good incense can have some residues. It's just like the way a pool leaks while adding water. The Buddhist beads of monk Yuzhen were also enhanced by the power of vows, which is a similar situation. This should be the extreme aura of a single person, or the aura related to Lin Shichin. Although there is not much left, and it seems to be about to dissipate, it can still remain for more than a week, which can almost be directly declared to be the murderer. Wang Yi did not move, but he poured some relevant knowledge into Lin Shichin, and relied on her own spiritual body to carefully extract the breath. At that time, no matter what the motive or evidence is, as long as all the suspects are looked at, the murderer can be locked by the breath judgment. It will undoubtedly be much easier to find evidence when the result is known. It's a pity that Wang Yi's ability on Earth cannot directly use this breath to search at a long distance, and can only be done at a close distance. Sorry to bother you all. Lin Shichin and I have a close relationship. I'll leave this to you. If I have any clues, I'll let you know immediately. After getting something useful, Wang Yi also said goodbye. Zhang Ming thought that a master like Wang Yi might have some special methods, but he certainly wouldn't explain it. So the two of them went out and got into Zhang Ming's car. Mr. Wang, do you have any clues? A little bit. When the time comes, please ask Director Zhang to find an excuse to call everyone over. Originally, Wang Yi wanted Zhang Ming to call the crew to screen them first. But when he was halfway through his words, he suddenly looked out of the car. Stop the car. Originally, Zhang Ming was still waiting for the next words, and he was stunned when he heard Wang Yi say that. Looking at his cold expression when he glanced out of the car, he immediately felt that it might be related to this matter. Then he saw that after the car stopped, Wang Yi went out directly from the car window without waiting to open the door. His agility scared the driver. In addition to being a driver, he also works part-time as a bodyguard. And he is very skilled. You follow him too. There should be clues, Zhang Ming said calmly from behind. The driver who had parked the car also nodded and quickly followed Wang Yi. Wang Yi quickly shuttled through the crowd. He didn't expect to be so close to the owner of this breath. It seems that he is indeed not from the crew. Now Zhang Ming's crew is still working overtime. However, just as Wang Yi quickly approached the target and saw a slightly fat back, Wang Yi felt a violent fluctuation in Lin Shurqin next to him. Why? Know him? Wang Yi looked at the back of the fat young man and asked calmly. My half-brother. Lin Shurqin's words immediately made Wang Yi feel a sense of entanglement. He already knew that Lin Shurqin's original family had a big problem. But she had been away from home for so many years. Unexpectedly, she returned to the starting point in the end. Knowing the other party's identity, a person outside the crew left a breath on the wire, which was undoubtedly completely confirmed. As for the reason, Wang Yi felt that he didn't need to think of many reasons, since the other party had already done it. No matter how weird the reasons were, it wouldn't be strange. Do it yourself? Or do I? Or call the police directly? Wang Yi's tone was flat. If it wasn't for Lin Shurqin, and he promised her, he wouldn't care so much. But now, he must let his top employee know what he wants. Call the police. Lin Shurqin's tone was also a little complicated and melancholy. Originally, she showed Wang Yi that she was the kind of unyielding and unscrupulous character. But at this time, she had a helpless emotional fluctuation. And it seemed that she never expected this result. Let me go! What are you doing? Zhang Ming's driver held the fat man tightly and called the police on the side. To be honest, what he did was indeed against the rules, because he could only be handed over if he was caught in the act or wanted. But no matter what, he was Zhang Ming's driver. It was no big deal to find clues and keep the person in advance. But E1, who was being held down over there, became extremely pale when he heard the police being called on the phone. And he kept struggling and trying to escape. He didn't know the specific situation of the current investigation, and he didn't have any special channels or connections, so he could only wander around occasionally to find out. Now he was directly held down by someone, and his first thought was that something had happened. The more he struggled, the more suspicious he looked. Zhang Ming's driver Qiang also knew that Wang Yi had solved the Qin Palace incident. At this time, he only admired him in his heart. No wonder the boss was so fond of this young man. He just came out and locked the suspect directly, because Wang Yi and his team had not left far. Ewan was still struggling when the police arrived. As an old criminal detective, he was a little confused when he received the call. He didn't know why the investigating police officer, who turned around and caught the suspect, was also bright at this time. Good guy. It's this kid. They really don't have decisive evidence now. But the suspect doesn't know. From his violent struggle, it can be seen that the other party is guilty. For this kind of person, breaking through the defense line is what they are best at. Chapter 35 Cause and Effect. Ewan didn't know what had been learned that led to him being held down. It was precisely because of this information gap that he was tricked and his psychological defenses were broken, leading to his confession. Because the police officer in charge of the case, after learning about his identity and relationship with the victim, told him directly that if he pleaded guilty and accepted punishment, plus a letter of forgiveness, he would most likely be sentenced lightly. With this hope in front of him, Ewan gave up resistance and confessed one by one. My family worked hard to raise her. And now I have just graduated from technical school, and it is time to start a family. This woman has become so ruthless after becoming rich. Why? I asked her for money several times, and she drove me away. She is a woman who will get married sooner or later, and all this money should be mine. But she is so heartless. So I want to take revenge on her. After his psychological defenses were broken, and there was no danger of a heavy sentence, he would also burst out all his resentment towards Lin Shurqin. But even in this situation, he still had his own cunningness while confessing his guilt. He insisted that he just wanted to take revenge. But he didn't expect that someone would die. He didn't know that the drama of their crew would be so high. But obviously, his real thoughts were more than that. He was not a member of the crew. But he took great pains to find out the relevant situation. Naturally, he had planned it for a long time. He was able to leave traces on the wire, and be captured by Wang Yi a week later. You can imagine how extreme his emotions were. He felt that this was natural because he was influenced by it since he was a child. After Lin Shurqin ran away from home, They didn't care much. It would reduce the burden to raise one less person. Only his mother complained a few words, saying that it would be okay to collect a betrothal gift when she got married in the future. It would be best to marry a rich man so that she could eat for a lifetime. His father also acquiesced to this, saying that with her looks, it should be possible, no matter how she got along outside. He would find her when she wanted to get married. E1, who was influenced by it since he was a child, also took it for granted. While they were waiting for the fruit to ripen, a neighbor suddenly told them that the woman had become rich and was going to be a big star. Seeing some of the popularity on the internet, there was also the hype of a beauty that only appears once in 5,000 years. And there were several TV series and movie roles, which immediately made their family ecstatic. They didn't know how much money they had, but it would definitely not be less to be able to appear on TV and movies. In this context, their family went to Lin Shurchin's house many times to find her. However, Lin Shurchin herself was also a strong character. She ran away from home after that experience, and she didn't care about it for so long after leaving. She would never let these parasites go after working hard to climb to the present. She directly refused and never met with them. Even if they threatened to expose it, she didn't take it seriously. She believed that such things would definitely get sympathy, whether they threatened to sue or expose it. She dealt with it casually. She didn't have the ability to resist before. But now Lin Shurchin, who had struggled to get to where she is now, was naturally not afraid. She was just a little sad that her mother treated her differently. But it was precisely because of her mother's attitude that made her determined to cut it off. But what she never expected was that she was right to make the decision to cut off the murderer. But she never expected her brother to be so extreme. That day, Lin Shurchin's mother and stepfather came over. Lin Shurchin's mother is a farmer's woman. She looks a bit like Lin Shurchin. It can be seen that she was also a great beauty when she was young. But because of the hard work and oppression of life, her eyebrows are already full of wrinkles. Especially after hearing this thunderbolt. Her face was full of sorrow. Lin Shurchin's stepfather is a thin black man, who seems very calm at this time. Officer. That's Stinky. Lin Shurchin only has us relatives. The murderer is her brother, and we are also very painful. We have lost our daughter. Please don't take our son away again. Yiwu explained the situation to the police officers very calmly, which was also the most effective way to reduce the punishment of Yiwu. For such things, the prosecutor will indeed consider it as appropriate. And if the sentence is too light, they, as family members, will definitely not appeal. And if the sentence is too heavy, they will definitely appeal. Lin Shurchin has a single social relationship, with her closest relatives choosing to give up. Yiwu will not sentence her too heavily if she cooperates with the commutation of sentence. Yiwu insisted that he just wanted revenge, and no one could prove his inner thoughts. Without sufficient evidence, he could only be convicted according to the standard of negligent homicide in the case of innocent. In addition, he pleaded guilty and received the forgiveness of the victim's family. So he is likely to be given a lighter sentence. And the standard of less than 3 years is very likely. Similarly, for the case handlers, even if some old criminal investigators doubt the real motive of this guy and whether he is going to kill people, they dare not do anything rashly without evidence. It's good that the case is closed. Otherwise, if they are really convicted of a serious crime in the end, who will thank them? The victim's family? On the contrary, if the case is overturned due to insufficient evidence, they will bear the responsibility. Now everyone is happy. Except for the dead, who will not speak again. Everyone can get a satisfactory result. Leader, we also want to ask about the inheritance of our daughter. Our daughter is gone, and our son is in jail. We are helpless and helpless. When our son is released, we have to arrange a marriage for him. It will be very expensive if he has a criminal record. So, just after signing some materials for bail pending trial, Lin's mother began to ask about the inheritance. Although she can be released on bail pending trial, she still has to wait for the prosecution of the procuratorate. She also wants to fight for a suspended sentence and take the opportunity to hire a good lawyer. They are also the family members of the victim. The victim can't speak. If there is a good lawyer's advice, there must be room for maneuver. And the inheritance is theirs. And now they just want to get it quickly. This kind of face directly makes the case officers disgusted. But the other party's request is reasonable and compliant. But they can only produce some relevant certificates. Rules protect the vast majority of people. In essence, the improvement of procedures is definitely more beneficial than harmful. But at the same time, as long as there are rules, there will be loopholes. When you encounter some people who take advantage of loopholes to disgust people, Sometimes you will seem powerless. This is what civilization must go through to move forward. But the loophole is not only exploitable by the disgusting party. Do you want to do it yourself? Or should I? Leaning against the street lamp, Wang Yi used the shared perspective to look at those faces, and couldn't help but say another word. I'll do it myself. I just wanted to make their crimes public. After saying this, Lin Shurqin turned around and smiled brightly at Wang Yi. Boss, you don't think I will be soft-hearted with them? Looking at Lin Shurqin, who seemed to be much more relaxed, Wang Yi got up and walked towards the rental house. The server was about to arrive. Be careful of the impact and don't hurt innocent people. Understood. News on the second day. A family of 3 was electrocuted to death because the water heater leaked electricity and did not take the correct rescue method. The 3 dead looked terrified, as if they were greatly frightened before death. After investigation, it was finally found that this was an accident. Chapter 36 Prototype completed. Thank you for your help. Wang Yi thanked several installers, who politely left after conducting a preliminary test and found no problems. This is what we should do. If you encounter any problems in the future, Mr. Wang can contact us at any time. We will provide free door-to-door service during the warranty period. Then we will leave first. Okay. Goodbye. Goodbye. At this time, a row of blade servers have been placed in the vacated top floor room. Wires and optical fibers are additionally connected to meet the needs of these servers. In addition, Wang Yi also bought various chips, interfaces and lines separately. And then, he will expand the basic framework of these servers according to his own needs. The specific debugging depends on Lin Shurqin's own adaptation. With her initial self-programming and improvement, Wang Yi has also reduced a lot of burden. The skeleton has also been brought up by Wang Yi, and Lin Shurqin can control the skeleton to assemble it when necessary. Just after Wang Yi completed the initial splicing, Lin Shurqin also flew in from the window with a silver pendant. The silver pendant silently returned to Wang Yi's wrist and wrapped around it again, while Lin Shurqin herself went into the chip. Although she said it very easily and decisively before, no matter how she was killed for such a ridiculous reason, Lin Shurqin was still shocked. What? Autistic? No. I just want to improve the function as soon as possible, since the hardware is in place. Don't bother me. Go down and check your information. Don't worry about me. Lin Shurqin's voice came from the server, and the indicator lights of the server also lit up one by one, and slowly all the performance reached an optimal level. On the configuration screen, you could also see that lines of code began to appear continuously, and pop-up windows appeared one after another, and various optimizations began. Let the compatibility between the silver chip and the server continue to improve. Okay. Let you be alone first. As Wang Yi finished speaking, he also left the room and closed the security door. He rented 3 rooms, and the walls were opened with interfaces that could pass data cables and wires. At this time, the servers in the 3 rooms were connected in series and provided to Lin Shurqin for use. Until this moment, this modified version of artificial intelligence has completed its prototype. What remains is to continuously improve and upgrade itself to match these hardware devices. Artificial intelligence itself is not convenient to be exposed and cannot be directly monetized. But there are still other ways. Wang Yi returned to the rental house. Ma Dong and Lu Xiuke were still in the crew and had not returned. Both Ma Dong and Lu Xiuke would definitely cherish this opportunity. This left Wang Yi with only a few boxes of instant noodles to deal with it. And then he clicked on the question he had raised before. Well, there is really no useful reply. If it is not a difficult point, he would not have solved it now. Even if he is just in need of ideas now, it will not appear so quickly. Many of the messages from the special one want to ask Wang Yi about his views on academic discrimination. Wang Yi naturally didn't bother to pay attention to this. The popularity of Wang Yi in China has also dropped a lot. There is only one hot search related to his music in the top 10. On the contrary, Wang Yi has seen the hot search of Lin Shurqin. After the case was solved, the confidentiality requirements were naturally no longer so strict. The paparazzi swarmed in like sharks smelling blood, constantly disclosing the case. Lin Shurqin already had a certain popularity, and her own appearance also attracted a group of LSPs as iron fans. After this case broke out, it really shocked a group of people. Wang Yi glanced at the CPU usage and said directly to the microphone, "How about it? Seeing that your fans are still speaking up for you. Do you feel better? I'm just an AI. I don't know what you were talking about." A somewhat emotional voice came from the external speaker, and Wang Yi still felt that his employees were in a better state. "Okay, Miss AI. Please learn about offshore company registration before upgrading yourself. Then register 2 investment companies with different names for me. And then help me register a game company in China. With a pitiful little assistant. Wang Yi is also ready to gradually accumulate capital. Offshore company registration is no problem. I was familiar with the process last night. Don't domestic game companies use offshore parent companies as holding companies? After cutting off the worldly ties, Lin Shiqing quickly entered the state. And she actually started to check some related processes when she was typing the code with the little skull yesterday. At that time, Wang Yi hadn't said what he wanted her to do. But he had already made preparations in advance. No. The game company must be completely separated from the offshore company. And the two should not have any relationship. Now you are short of money. But you can start looking for some suitable people first. When you have money, you can directly build the framework. Remember to apply for the game version number. The application should be very loose now. Remember to connect with the ST game platform in advance. To do so many fancy things is actually to avoid some possible risks. Although it may not be used, the company registration itself does not cost much after being familiar with the process. Wang Yi holds a relatively harmless game company himself. And the others will be controlled by offshore companies in the future. Directly in the hands of Lin Shiqing. That is, for now, there is only one living person in so many companies as a bear commander. However, for the time being, Wang Yi only needs a company SHL and has no intention of recruiting employees. Even if the company recruits people in the future, the main body will definitely be handed over to Lin Shiqing for operation. And it will be okay to rely on headhunters to dig some professional managers or something. In addition to the game company, he will be stable behind the scenes at that time. Even if it is a game company, it can show the image of a hollowed-out game developer. With Lin Shiqing in control and the core technology in hand, there is no fear that the company will get out of control. Even the most reliable people may change. But artificial intelligence will not. Company registration in this world is very convenient and can be completed online. In this case, there is an artificial intelligence that has been initially formed to handle it, which is also very convenient. The companies that left the case are Eternal Venture Capital Company and Truth Holdings Company. Domestic World Culture Entertainment Game Company. It looks like a fierce operation. But the total amount of the company's account is only 1 million. This is to encourage entrepreneurship. The company address can be filled in as a residential building. Otherwise it is necessary to rent an office location. In this way, Wang Yi's grassroots team was barely built. And the rest is to fill in this framework. Without accepting capital financing and not sharing the cake. The difficulty of starting is obviously different from the difficulty of using PPT to attract a large number of resources. Sometimes high-quality creative companies accept capital investment not only for money, but also for the channels and resources in the hands of capital. If you don't share money with others, why should others take you to play? Directly rely on bank loans? All rely on the founding team. When you are working hard to run your business with a bank loan, your competitors will take off with capital investment and wave checks in the next second. Before the golden finger arrived, Wang Yi actually wanted this route, relying on his own core technology not to be left behind by capital, and then gradually become a member of capital. But now, at least some of the core interests related to his goals are impossible to share. Some of the corners can be thrown out to attract specific targets. I am a legendary wizard. It is not too much to eat alone. Right? Chapter 37 Warm-up Method. Games are indeed very suitable. But my computing power is still limited at present. Are you sure you want to focus on games first? I think if you do development, industrial software such as EDA, CAE, CAD, and CAM are very suitable, as well as mobile and PC operating systems, and some related office software. After receiving Wang Yi's instructions to develop several games, Lin Shiqing specially displayed a Q-version expression face on his computer screen and expressed some of her own opinions. Seeing that employees are willing to exercise their subjective initiative, Wang Yi is still very pleased. But he still smiled and shook his head when he heard her words. I designed your external connection. Of course, I know your ability. But with this little computing power, it will take a lot of time for you to come up with a completely independent industrial software that bypasses all patents. This period of time will occupy most of your computing power. And what if it is developed? I don't want to become a target so early. Artificial intelligence compiles code, which definitely has a crushing advantage. So even if the major foreign giants have established a large number of patent barriers, they can still find a way to bypass them with software alone. It just takes longer. But this price is not what Wang Yi wants to see at the moment. For example, once an EDA software is developed. Although it will definitely get support from the upper level. The next second after the software is released, it will definitely be sanctioned by the United States with any excuse. For example, you stole my patent or something. It is obviously a great disadvantage for a team with only 1 million registered capital to get this level of attention. Moreover, the code of industrial software itself is the real giant, with a huge amount of work, which is not something that can be done by one or even a few geniuses. After it is really developed, will you say that you developed it alone? Or expose this artificial idiocy? Obviously, you will definitely reach out to industrial software in the future. But this kind of sensitive thing is definitely not now. Just like Wang Yi made a high-profile mathematical conjecture as soon as he came out. This is because the mathematical conjecture itself will not bring harm and trouble to Wang Yi. The same is true for selling songs. You have to eat one bite at a time. Wang Yi has already decided to eat alone, which is the beginning of HL. He doesn't want to increase the difficulty. The same is true for operating systems. Although the relative difficulty is not as great as that of industrial software. Operating systems rely on ecosystems. There are many Linux-based systems in China, but there is no ecosystem. So these are things that need to be considered in the future. For now, it is better to accumulate original capital by relying on things that will not make people feel threatened. Games are undoubtedly a very good direction. What bad intentions can a game company have? Come out to eat. The next morning, Lu Xiuka's voice came from outside Wang Yi's door. And Wang Yi also smelled a fragrance early. After coming out, he saw Ma Dong busying around over there. And then brought out 3 bowls of noodles. I know you have a big appetite, so I specially prepared a lot. You can eat directly after you finish eating. It's very fast. Ma Dong grinned. He was very satisfied with the role arranged by Zhang Ming for him. And he also got in touch with this director. A casual word from him could make it at least 10 times easier for him to get a role in the future. Ma Dong, who thought that he had reached the end of his rope, was very grateful to Wang Yi. The noble man. I don't need to thank you for your kindness. Anyway, I will take care of your breakfast from now on. Ma Dong patted his chest and promised. Wang Yi certainly would not refuse such kindness. It would be great to eat and drink for free. Lu Xiuka, who was next to him, also sat down and took the noodles and said happily, "You don't know? After Director Zhang spread the news, the director who fired me in my last drama immediately came to apologize to me directly. This feeling is really great. No wonder everyone wants to be a big star." After that, she bit the noodles and slurped them. "Why? Didn't you come to set up a store to become a big star?" Wang Yi's words made Lu Xiuka stun for a moment. And then she chewed and said vaguely, "Maybe. But I still want to make a decision myself more." Although Lu Xiuka was very dedicated in the past, it was obvious that she also knew that it was difficult for her personality to become a star. This time, she also felt a little dizzy. And a trustworthy younger brother from the neighbor next door suddenly made her take off. Lu Xiuka is in good condition, and she and Lin Shurqin have their own strengths. In addition, she also works hard, and it is foreseeable that she will improve her speed after having resources and platforms. Then she said to Wang Yi while slurping noodles, "Thank you for this time. I will treat you to a movie after I am done. Director Zhang has to rush to work recently, and I guess he has to go out early and come back late every day. I don't like watching movies. Please treat me to delicious food." Compared to watching movies, Wang Yi prefers food. If you find something you like, you can learn it yourself. After breakfast, Ma Dong and Lu Xiuka both went to the crew, while Wang Yi went out to buy another batch of silver. Now that the server has been built, it is better to use silver to strengthen the places that need to dispatch magic. The current usage is okay, but when I am ready to build the magician tower, I am afraid I still have to go to Mo country. After Wang Yi purchased another batch of silver, he put the things in his bag. The domestic silver production is also quite high, but this kind of thing has a destination, and it is still very troublesome if the amount is too large. The underground forces in Mexico are strong, and the silver production is high. It should not be a problem to find a way to take over 2 silver mines. However, at least the money on the game side must be almost in place, and a suitable headquarters location must be found. Lin Shurqin's compilation speed is fast enough after the hardware is in place. A small game like Jump Jump can be compiled easily, if there are no accidents. Minecraft will be completed in a few days. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is not so fast mainly because it is optimized so that computers with lower configurations can run it. For the time being, Wang Yi is only preparing for these 2 games on the PC side. Otherwise, it will be troublesome to take out too many games at once. And it will also form a situation where it will roll itself up. There is no need for mobile games. Of course, it is pesticides. But the current configuration and popularity of mobile phones are very tight for optimization. And it takes more time. Since it is the initial accumulation at the beginning, Wang Yi can only follow along with his bare chest. After having Lin Shurqin send a few concept drawings to his phone, Wang Yi opened his Weibo again, added a tag for himself as an independent game producer, and posted a new content. I studied games for 5 years, and made a groundbreaking game to test the waters. I hope everyone will like it. Then he posted some pictures of block people in Minecraft. The quality of the two phenomenal PC games can trigger a lot of attention, so they can break through the siege without relying on a powerful platform. Wang Yi is ready to keep the gold mine, and dig it slowly on his side. Unlike those small games, he can only find a way to contact and buy them out, and use the price of the small games as startup capital to leverage the two PC games. Although Wang Yi's popularity has dropped recently, it is because he did not hype it up. After posting another post this time, it immediately attracted the attention of a group of sand sculpture online games. Sofa. Watch the great mathematician up close. It is worthy of being a game made by a mathematician. I heard that Tetris was also invented by a mathematician. It is indeed a mathematician style. You have learned this in 5 years? Oh, it proves my guess. Then it's okay. The game is well made. Don't do it next time. These netizens are obviously making fun of him. They are used to Master Yi's frequent tricks. He even said he wanted to catch ghosts before. However, those who were hostile to Wang Yi before seem to have discovered a new world at this time. Studying in the United States immediately reposted the post. Although he did not dare to ridicule openly, he also said in a sarcastic tone, "It is unwise to enter a field that you are not good at without permission. Just like you don't know how much impact some of your remarks will have on foreign countries. Now the foreign network is in chaos." Then he took the opportunity to post some screenshots of some remarks that have been distorted in the foreign academic anti-discrimination movement. China is still very disgusted with such extreme remarks, and wants to take the opportunity to reduce the halo of Master Yi. His words immediately attracted the support of a group of intermediaries, who explained the bad situation at this time, and felt that it was Master Yi who provoked it. This even made Shui Chuan, who had been silent for a long time, post a new post again. He did not mention the names, but everyone knew who he was talking about. As a public figure, you have to be careful about your words and deeds. You have studied for 5 years, and made something like this. What will those students, who are going to devote themselves to related majors think? What will your parents think? You are the top academic master in the eyes of many people. When Wang Yi saw that the kind-hearted Shui Chuan had jumped out again, his eyes lit up. Although the other party did not forward or mention his name, Wang Yi circled him in return. Wait and see. Wang Yi also made a similar reply last time, and this time it was the same tone, which immediately evoked some bad memories of Shui Chuan. At the same time, it also caused a round of ridicule from netizens. However, even these netizens who ridiculed him only thought that Wang Yi was just making fun of him, and never expected that he would actually come up with such a game. Chapter 38. Gentlemen, tell Ma that you don't need to prepare for me these days. I'm going out. Wang Yi sent a voice message to Lu Xiuka on WeChat, and went out with his computer bag. Lu Xiuka should be free in the crew now, and she immediately sent a voice message to Wang Yi. Where are you going? You asked me to transfer. It's more comfortable to chat with a beautiful woman than with a rough man. Ma will be sad. It's okay. I think he should be used to it. You haven't told me where you're going yet? Shencheng. The car is here. Talk next time. Have a good trip. Wang Yi swiped his phone, then raised his hand to stop a taxi. After sitting in the passenger seat, he saw that it was an acquaintance, the one who was scared to pee in his pants by Lin Shurqin last time when he pulled the 3 of them. Luckily, Lin Shurqin is now perfecting her own framework and completing the compilation of the game. Otherwise she would probably play a trick with her personality. The taxi driver obviously remembered the last incident very clearly. He was so jealous that Wang Yi sat between 2 beauties that he looked at the rearview mirror several times. Now he looked bitter, but still asked honestly, "Where are you going, little brother?" The airport. Wang Yi had asked Lin Shurqin to help him book the plane ticket. Although the high-speed rail has been developed in a big way, it is not so popular. The airport of a certain film and television city in Wang Yi's previous life was built a few years later. But this parallel world was built much earlier. And this driver, who originally liked to share passengers and didn't like to use the meter. Was as honest as possible when he picked up Wang Yi this time. He used the meter obediently, and didn't stop to ask other passengers on the roadside. There was no conversation all the way into the airport highway. Finally, when he was about to get off the car, the driver couldn't help but ask Wang Yi, "Little brother, I saw you seem to be entangled by unclean things last time. Didn't encounter anything special?" He didn't sleep all night after the last encounter, and his fear has not subsided to this day. He wouldn't feel at ease if he didn't ask. "What dirty thing? I'm young and strong. How could I be targeted?" Wang Yi felt a little funny when he saw his phone suddenly light up, and then waved his arm. After that, he looked at the driver and said faintly, "Also, if you say dirty things, you are more likely to be targeted." "Driver, I think you may be a little unlucky recently." Wang Yi smiled meaningfully, then paid and got off the car. The driver looked at Wang Yi's smile and shuddered inexplicably, thinking that it was similar to the last time he saw that dirty thing. This made him not even wait for the repeat customers at the airport, and he stepped on the accelerator and went back, until he got off the airport highway and returned to the city. And he breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the radio in his car made a buzzing sound, and then a cold and hoarse voice came out. "Be careful next time." Squeak. The sharp brake sounded, and the taxi driver stopped to the side of the road with a horrified face, looking at the radio that had spoken before with trepidation. And the whole person was stunned. There really is something dirty. Don't overdo it. In the airport terminal, Wang Yi, who had already completed security check and received his boarding pass, reminded him with headphones. Although Wang Yi has not yet made a customized phone, and Lin Shurqin is busy optimizing the server after it is in place, Wang Yi still installed an app developed by himself on his phone to facilitate the connection with Lin Shurqin. It is also convenient for Lin Shurqin to send some journals and papers to his phone for his own research when he is free. And Wang Yi also found that his AI seemed to have some voyeuristic properties, and liked to observe silently in secret. But he warned her not to invade various surveillance systems at will when she was not sure, and only when she was sure. "I waited until he got off the highway to scare him." "Damn. What a dirty thing." Lin Shurqin's sticky voice sounded in the headphones, which made her ears itchy. Hearing her tone, Wang Yi also understood that she had almost walked out of the shadows. With such a strong obsession and strong enough spiritual power, she would naturally not indulge in the past. Wang Yi, who was talking to himself with headphones, looked quite normal in the airport terminal. This time he went to Shenzhen to actively find Goose Farm to promote several small games that had already been released. After all, in the early stage of entrepreneurship, there was no help except for an artificial intelligence that could not be seen in the light. So this kind of thing could only be done by himself. Temple Run, a derivative version of Tian Tian Cool Run, plus Jump Jump, and Sheep Sheep that can be implanted into many programs. This is what Wang Yi can directly take out now. And if everything goes well, Nongyo can also go directly to Goose Farm later. Goose Farm, which has the largest traffic, has a unique advantage in promoting this kind of game. It doesn't matter if it takes the absolute majority by relying on the channel advantage. It can be said that this kind of small game can only maximize its benefits by holding on to Goose Farm's thigh. However, Minecraft and PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds are phenomenal games with excellent quality. After Lin Shurqin completes the optimization, she can eat it herself. It is enough to recruit people to build a framework with the funds from the sale of small games. After Lin Shurqin finished her trial run, Wang Yi could arrange for her to develop a truly cross-era black technology game. However, as Wang Yi had decided before, he couldn't just roll himself over, so he had to proceed step by step. The flight time was only about 2 hours in total, but the time spent rushing to the airport, registering for security checks, etc. was even longer. After finally getting on the plane, Wang Yi missed the benefits of high-speed rail. However, thinking of the cattle horse transportation in the other world, riding a bone dragon to rush on the road still had to be exposed to the wind and sun. And this plane was a completely different dimensionality reduction attack in terms of comfort. I must customize a private one when I have money in the future. After casually glancing at a few stewardesses, Wang Yi found that the quality of the stewardesses on this plane was just average. And the only one who had a score of 7 or 8 after makeup was also in the business class in front. Even the quality of stewardesses was allocated by level, which was too much. After losing interest and retracting his gaze, Wang Yi opened his notebook and prepared to improve the PPT. At least for now. You are completely unequal in front of the goose field. If you are not fully prepared, others will not give you a chance. Now Wang Yi is just a team of beginners. so of course he knows what to do. However, just after he took out the computer, the stewardess next to him politely reminded him not to use electronic products. So Wang Yi had to put it back helplessly. In fact, it is completely fine to use electronic products in flight mode. But since they have asked, Wang Yi will respect their duties. At this time, the passenger next to Wang Yi also came, and she smelled of high-quality perfume before she arrived. Then a beautiful woman wearing Valentino high heels and dressed gorgeously came over. The wavy long hair with delicate light makeup is very good, and the suspender stockings with miniskirt are also quite eye-catching. As soon as the other party came over, she quickly looked at each other like Wang Yi, and finally stayed for a second on the latest ultra-thin business notebook that Wang Yi put away, showing a charming smile to Wang Yi as a greeting, and then sat down with her skirt pressed down. On the other hand, Wang Yi glanced at the other party, sniffed his nose, and quickly retracted his gaze. After putting away the computer, he closed his eyes and rested. The beautiful woman Wang Yi would like to watch. After all, it is pleasing to the eyes. If it saves time, he doesn't mind something happening. But he smells a serious gynecological disease. Although he is not a germaphobe and his knight's physique is not afraid of these, Wang Yi still refuses this kind of thing. Wang Yi's ex-girlfriend is also tea-like. But for a greater goal, she is still quite self-disciplined. The person in front of him is probably a professional engaged in some special work. Just more senior. Maybe he flew over specially for the business this time. Wang Yi's cold expression made Zhang Min stun for a moment. She is quite confident in her charm. This science and engineering man in a plaid shirt carrying a computer actually closed his eyes and rested after taking a look. Shy? Or playing hard to get? However, this aroused Zhang Min's interest. She looked Wang Yi up and down carefully again. After vaguely seeing the perfect body proportions from the gap between the shirt buttons and the outer contour, she became more interested. Young and with such an outstanding figure, she really doesn't mind something happening for free. It must be very beautiful. And the other party's computer is worth tens of thousands, which also shows the financial strength. Zhang Min's own clothes are also worth a lot of money, which is far more than the computer. But this is the face of her profession, and she still knows it in her heart. A good prey on the journey. Handsome guy. Didn't you rest well last night? Is your girlfriend pestering you? Zhang Min took the initiative to fasten her seat belt, leaned sideways, and asked curiously. Her arm rubbed against Wang Yi's arm vaguely, and the words she said were also slightly ambiguous. If it was really an honest science and engineering man who was hit by these three axes, I'm afraid he would have been in a mess. Beauty. Puyangi is actually good, but it's best not to stop and use it consistently. In addition, you should also pay attention to oral safety, as there is also a risk of infection with genital warts. Wang Yi opened his eyes and glanced at the other party calmly, and reminded him kindly. He directly confronted Zhang Min with a breath, making her face red. She wanted to scold him, but suppressed it. Wang Yi's voice was very calm, and no one could hear it in the background noise while they were still boarding. But if she made a bigger noise, she would be embarrassed. After a while, her face changed, and she fell silent. Chapter 39 Medical Prospects. After calming down her heart by pressing her chest with one hand, Zhang Min regained her composure. She actually discovered some problems during a recent physical examination and was also actively undergoing treatment. However, due to her busy business, she had been taking medicine intermittently and had not seen any improvement. And her throat was indeed a little uncomfortable recently. So she just took some anti-inflammatory drugs to relieve it, and said that she would go for a checkup after this deal was done. But the other party only glanced at her and saw it. Guessed? The possibility is really small. Who has the problem of saying these things to a beautiful woman? And they all came true? Zhang Min panicked when she thought of his words. Since she was in this line of work, she was of course aware of some dangerous occupational diseases. HPV is definitely a very difficult one. Although it will not kill people except for inducing cancer, it is extremely troublesome. She has been very careful about safety. But how can her mouth also do it? And these days, even if the FDA in the United States accelerated the process and took the green channel, the HPV vaccine was not approved for production until 2006. This is also the kind of vaccination that will be famous in the future and will be sold at a certain price to prevent cervical cancer. Because the process is different from traditional vaccinations, HPV virus cannot be cultured in vitro, so the output is quite limited. At present, it is not enough to meet the needs of the United States, and it has not been heard of in China yet. Zhang Min naturally cannot get in touch with it, Thinking of the advice of some colleagues and the trouble of this thing, Zhang Min got a headache, and then put his hands together with a pitiful expression and lowered his voice to Wang Yi. Brother, are you a doctor? You should be very good at medicine if you can tell at a glance. Do you have any good suggestions? I guessed it blindly. Sorry. I just wanted to make a joke. Wang Yi was too lazy to pay attention, and just perfunctorily said it, which immediately made Zhang Min curse in her heart. Are you kidding me? But she didn't dare to say anything more. After seeing Wang Yi close his eyes and rest again, she could only lean aside and sulk. But not long after, the guest at the last seat in this row also arrived. He was a pot-bellied man in a suit. As soon as she saw Zhang Min, her eyes lit up. After sitting down, she greeted him directly. Beauty, you are in good condition. Are you also in Shutian? I haven't seen you before. I have some connections in the circle. This is Shutian Airport. It is normal to have people related to the film and television industry. Zhang Min even flew here to complete a business deal with a big star. After hearing the fat man's words, Zhang Min, who was a little irritated, could only suppress her dissatisfaction, squeezed out a business expression, and said with a smile, No, I came here to travel. After being frightened by Wang Yi's words, she really wanted to change circles now. I used to think that I was pretty good, but I found that it was not a big deal. Wouldn't it be more terrible if I ran into AI in the future? Now that I have made a lot of money, why not try the film and television industry first? If it doesn't work, I will go home and find an honest man to marry. It was also when the idea of quitting the circle came up that she patiently chatted with the fat man. Wang Yi, who was originally meditating, suddenly began to ponder a question after perfunctorily dealing with the outsider before. HPV seems to be very interesting. This virus is extremely easy to infect. It is not just a special way of transmission. It is very likely to be transmitted through daily contact and even clothing contact. Then it will appear when the immune system is weakened. But most of the time it manifests itself in the form of common warts. And there is no specific medicine for it, which is quite difficult to cure. If it is deeper, liquid nitrogen or laser is needed. And it is very easy to relapse. It can be said that it is the same as psoriasis. Not fatal, but very annoying. Unlike immune diseases such as psoriasis, HPV is a virus transmission, which has its own conditions for elimination, either vaccination or specific medicine for the virus. Merck, which has mastered the core technology of vaccination, has billions of US dollars in revenue from vaccination alone every year, and it is in short supply for a long time. It's true that Merck has mastered the technology, but HPV virus cannot be cultured in vitro, and the production of vaccinations is quite complicated, and the production is limited. It should be no problem to find a way to circumvent the vaccination patent, or focus on special medicines. Wang Yi kept thinking. He could even make life potions, but there was no material in this world. It would not be a big problem to make up for the medical knowledge and make special medicines. Because of the special nature of his body, under overclocking conditions, Wang Yi must eventually master the biological side to make himself more perfect. So it is just a matter of time to make some special medicines on the way forward. Moreover, the relative attention paid to medicine is also within an acceptable range, because this can be regarded as a rigid demand, and it can be achieved step by step through this gradual disintegration of the defense line. Perhaps Merck will waive its money to lobby and hold on, and the FDA will not be considered in the short term. But in China, there should be a chance to create a fast track. In fact, there should be some institutions in China that are doing research now, but they just can't overcome the technical difficulties. Wang Yi is also thinking about the gains and losses at this time. It seems that the matter of building a factory in Hengsengwo should also be prepared, but there is no rush for the time being. Now I don't have enough startup funds. I will first finish the game business and make the first pot of gold before considering the real industry. After the plane took off, just when Wang Yi closed his eyes and meditated, a slightly urgent voice suddenly came from the in-flight broadcast. Excuse me, are there any medical staff among the passengers? A passenger has fainted. I beg the medical staff to take the initiative to contact the nearby flight attendants. As the broadcast was speaking, several flight attendants stood up and asked again in the aisle. Soon, two people stood up. One was a gray-haired old man, and the other was a middle-aged man with glasses. Both of them quickly followed the flight attendant to the business class. There are not many common diseases that can cause acute coma, but most of them are very fatal. If rescue is not timely, it will be troublesome. Brother, are you really not a doctor? Zhang Min, who was chatting enthusiastically with the fat man who claimed to be the producer, turned around and whispered to Wang Yi after hearing the broadcast. This made the fat man feel a little uncomfortable. He looked Wang Yi up and down and said in a pretentious tone, "You are a young guy? A medical student? It's right to stay out of such trivial matters. If you can't solve them, it may delay things and cause trouble." Wang Yi glanced at the fat man who looked like a peacock spreading its tail, and didn't bother to pay attention. He was overwhelmed by hormones and boasted too much. He really thought he was a big producer. "The doctor is gone," Wang Yi said calmly, but soon frowned slightly and stood up. He could hear the movement in the business class in front of him. It was an acute large area myocardial infarction. Although chest compressions have been started and the flight attendants have brought the emergency AED on the plane, it can only be temporarily stabilized at most, and the risk is still extremely high. Acute myocardial infarction is a disease with a very high mortality rate, and sudden cardiac death accounts for 80% of all sudden deaths. It would be fine if the symptoms were discovered in advance and went to the hospital, but I am afraid that this kind of patient who thinks it's not a big deal even if he has symptoms, and he doesn't know it yet, will have trouble after the cardiac arrest. The golden rescue time is only 4 minutes. If no one rescues during the golden time, he can almost be declared dead. But even if someone is doing chest compressions, and even if the plane is equipped with an AED, it is still very dangerous if you can't get to the doctor in time. Although Wang Yi doesn't think he is a good person, he won't sit idly by if he can save a life. Anyway, it's just the use of some force techniques, and it doesn't involve magic. Chapter 40. What is professionalism? The patient has not recovered his heartbeat. The gray-haired old man half knelt in front of an old man who looked pale and no younger than him, and kept pressing his chest. The AED has been used, but it has not recovered. Now it can only be maintained by chest compression. How long will it take to land? Contact the airport in advance to prepare an ambulance. The younger doctor also said calmly to the flight attendant, and then said to the old man, "Let me do it. You can check it by the side." The gray-haired old man did not show off. Chest compression consumes a lot of physical strength. At the beginning, he was more experienced, and he was the first to use AED. Now it would definitely be better to change to a younger one. At this time, a young man hurried to the old man and asked anxiously, "Doctor, how is my uncle? The situation is very bad. Although we intervened in time, the plane has not landed yet. I don't know if it is too late. Moreover, the AED has failed at the beginning. This time the position may be more dangerous. If the myocardial infarction can be intervened in time, in most cases, the impact on the patient after surgery is not great. But if it is a pulmonary embolism caused by the detachment of blood clots in the lower limbs, it will be troublesome." The words of the old doctor made the young man pale. "What should I do? Why don't I try it? I am still somewhat confident in the emergency treatment of chest compression." But at this moment, a voice came from the side, and except for the doctor who was rescuing, everyone else looked over. It was a man who looked very young. No one doubted that he had better physical strength, but when it came to his experience and skills, no one could believe it. But the gray-haired old doctor still nodded and said, "My friend and I are not professional thoracic surgeons, and we rarely participate in emergency treatment. We only have some emergency treatment techniques. If they are from the nursing department, it is indeed more suitable. Chest compression and artificial respiration are the most commonly used emergency treatment techniques. Medical staff must have mastered the techniques, and even flight attendants themselves have relevant training, because the golden rescue time for cardiac arrest is only 4 minutes, which is also the reason why sudden cardiac death accounts for 80%. If there is no emergency treatment for more than 8 minutes, the patient will die without a doubt. And even if he is rescued, it will cause irreversible nerve damage. If you see someone unconscious on the road and call an ambulance and wait nearby, if the unconscious person is caused by cardiac arrest, then the ambulance can almost be declared dead directly. At this time, even if the ribs are broken due to unprofessional techniques, it is better than doing nothing. The law stipulates that it does not require a medical qualification certificate to perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation and other emergency measures on patients with cardiac or respiratory arrest in public places, and ordinary citizens can also participate in rescue. The old doctor knows that there is a big difference between mastering skills and using them frequently, and he will not underestimate the other party because of his young age. At this time, a young male nurse is more useful than a famous doctor. Doctors have to spend a lot of time studying and practicing, so the person in front of him is more likely to be a rare but precious male nurse, or a medical student. If he is a medical student, he should not have the courage to say such a thing at this time. The middle-aged doctor, who was still pressing and performing artificial respiration twice every 30 times, also had sweat on his forehead. Although he didn't look at Wang Yi distractedly, he could still hear him. He said as he did it, "Come over here. I'll finish this set, and you'll take over. Let's keep our strength and take turns until we get off the plane. If the airport is ready in advance, there will be a chance." Wang Yi nodded and came to the right position beside him to take over. As soon as the middle-aged doctor let go, Wang Yi took over. But when they saw Wang Yi's hand, the two doctors next to him changed their faces. Wang Yi pressed the patient's chest with his thumb, and quickly counted a few times as if measuring, and then quickly clicked with one hand. The action was very pleasing to the eye and rhythmic. But how could he be so reckless when it came to a matter of life and death? "You?" Before the words came out, the patient suddenly opened his eyes and breathed heavily on his own under the expressions of the two of them who had seen a ghost. Hack! This change made both of them shudder. "Are you kidding me? What is this operation? Awake? Don't move. Just keep lying down." Wang Yi let go of his hand and told the patient that it would be better to wake him up first than to waste time talking nonsense. This was more convincing than anything else. He just knew enough about the human body, and then relied on the control of the ninth level to perform physical-assisted therapy. The force penetrated without hurting the heart, and the wave and the blood clot completed resonance and loosened several key nodes. It was considered to relieve the patient's symptoms and restore his autonomous heartbeat. But at this time, the heart rate was still disordered, and the symptoms themselves had not improved. There was even a risk of atrial fibrillation causing sudden arrest again. "I just temporarily relieved his symptoms. Now I need two people to judge. There should be emergency medicine on the plane." Wang Yi stood up to make the air more circulated. The patient had fallen into a coma before, and the medicine didn't work. "The patient is awake. Aspirin 300 milligrams loading dose. A nitroglycerin tablet under the tongue. Lie still and don't move. Keep oxygen supply." Although the old doctor was almost scared by Wang Yi's move and had a heart attack, he still calmly gave suggestions at this time, and the middle-aged doctor finally executed them. Now the patient is awake. Although he is still not out of danger, it is much better than before. Now as long as he lands in time and sends him to the doctor in time, there will be no problem. When the situation calmed down and the middle-aged doctor was watching the patient, the old man had time to turn around and say to Wang Yi with emotion, "You are really young and formidable. At the beginning, you almost sent me away with those two moves. What is this method? Is it Chinese medicine?" The old man's face was full of curiosity. Wang Yi's moves just now were clean and neat, and it was pleasing to the eye, with a bit of the style of national martial arts, which made the old man think of it. Although there are many controversial aspects, Chinese medicine is still widely recognized in terms of massage, bone setting, acupuncture, conditioning, etc., and it is also internationally recognized. The old man knew that it was too extreme to blindly praise or criticize Chinese medicine, and he should be treated rationally. Witch doctor? Wang Yi laughed dryly. But he didn't stay here anymore since the problem was solved. It's better to leave it to professionals. As for the gratitude from the patient's family, just listen to it. No one who saves people goes there to listen to the gratitude. Sometimes it's enough not to be blackmailed. After the old man saw that the patient and the middle-aged doctor were relatively stable, he quickly caught up with Wang Yi and continued. "I am Song Tianming, the chief physician of the hepatobiliary surgery department of Guangzhou Medical University. Where did you graduate from? Young man? Have you joined the work? Are you interested in coming to our hospital?" Song Tianming didn't know Wang Yi's other levels, but just based on his first-hand emergency level before, he was a top talent in medical care. Now the medical industry is becoming more and more specialized. As long as you can master one, it's enough. Wang Yi went to the front and brought back an old man who was chattering behind him. This scene made Zhang Min and the fat producer in the seat widen their eyes. Is this a success? They did hear the exclamation in front, but they didn't expect it was this guy's credit. They also heard the old man's words. The social status of the chief physician is very high, and it's a big hospital like Guangzhou Medical University. Nowadays, such large hospitals are becoming more and more aggressive in recruiting people. The fact that the other party directly invited him was enough to show the other party's status in the hospital and their importance to this young man. Wang Yi originally wanted to deal with it casually, but then he thought of his previous plan, and it seemed necessary to know some people in the medical field. A chief physician who can fly around by plane must have some connections. Director Song, you are too kind. In fact, I am engaged in drug research and development. Maybe we will have dealings in the future. At least the game company still has a SHL and finished products. And there is no shadow of the medical field. But it does not prevent Wani from asking. Such an answer really caught Song Tianming off guard. What kind of magical excuse is this for rejection? Drug research and development? Song Tianming had a picture of a big hammer hitting the patient's chest in his mind. And then he quickly shook it off, sighed with some regret and said, "Well, it seems that you don't like our small temple. If you change your mind in the future, you can always find me. This is my business card." Song Tianming handed a business card to Wang Yi, said goodbye, and went back to the front to help watch the patient's condition. Chapter 41 Strong Penguin. You said you're not a doctor. After Song Tianming left, Zhang Min immediately abandoned the fat man next to him and stared at Wang Yi. This time, the guy who claimed to be a producer did not have the same attitude as before. He was able to make friends with the chief physician. And he was so young. To be honest, he was not someone he was willing to mess with. But he still felt a little jealous. "Brother, you said you were doing drug research and development? Are you a medical representative? Are you here to do business? My name is Chung Duojin, and I'm a web drama producer. I do have some connections, but they're just some small hospitals and pharmacies." Chung Duojin suppressed his dissatisfaction and asked Wang Yi with a smile. "No, I'm here to do software." Wang Yi told the truth. But this completely different answer immediately made Chung Duojin think it was nonsense. After all, few people would confess to someone they met for the first time when they were out. After a few awkward chats, he could only put away some of his thoughts and prepare to continue chatting with the beautiful woman next to him. But Zhang Min is really well informed. She just dealt with this web drama producer casually before, and now she is too lazy to think about it. Apart from other things, the other party is squeezed in the economy class with her, and it is likely that he can't provide any help. Isn't it just wanting to get something for free? She has seen a lot. On the contrary, if this young man is willing, he may really have some good suggestions. Damn it. If he didn't know my background, he would be able to suck his soul out. Because there was a patient on the plane. The landing was completed more than 10 minutes earlier. This emergency plan is still quite complete. The patient was sent to the ambulance directly with green lights all the way. Heh. In the end, no family members came to thank you. When queuing out, Chung Duojin sighed. "Don't you feel too tired to live for others? I just want to do this." After saying that, it was Wang Yi's turn. But just when he was about to leave, he was pulled by someone. Looking back, he saw Zhang Min pulling his sleeve. "Brother, let's find a place to chat. If you really come here to sell some software, maybe I can help you. I have a cousin who works in the goose farm." Wang Yi was a little speechless after hearing this. "You should have a lot of cousins." I just said it casually. "Thank you." Then Wang Yi broke free from her pull with a little force, and disappeared from the side of the two in 3 or 2 steps. This kind of woman is a shrewd person. She may just be testing it. After all, Shenzhen Goose Farm is a signboard. And Wang Yi doesn't think that this kind of person who meets on the road can help him. The big farm has its own procedures, boss. Are you flirting with girls again? That's a bad woman. Stay away from her. Wang Yi got on the taxi to the hotel, and after putting on the headphones, Lin Shirqin's voice came from it. "You didn't hack the plane, did you?" Wang Yi raised his eyebrows and asked. "How dare I? You said I couldn't do anything unless I was absolutely sure. I'm your summoned creature. How dare I disobey you?" Lin Shirqin said aggrievedly, and then explained. "I just turned on the recording function of your phone before boarding the plane." Wang Yi was speechless. His AI was indeed a voyeur, but he did not order it to stop. It was a good thing that employees had subjective initiative, and it was no big deal. Otherwise, why not use Li Yao as an answering machine? Then Lin Shirqin said quickly, "I heard the woman's phone number. Sent her a link to draw Estee Landy for free, and implanted a backdoor in her phone. TSK. I'm really open-minded. She actually took a small video herself. Do you want me to show it to you? It's very practical." Listening to the chattering in his ears, Wang Yi couldn't help showing a dead fish eye expression. Sure enough, you are a voyeur. But when he was in the Mage Tower, he was used to chatting with his AI butler. With such an employee, the journey would not be boring. Transfer some biomedical journals to me, and assign weights based on time, citations, and author identity. Received. The hotel that Lin Shirqin booked for Wang Yi is a 5-star hotel, and it is also very close to the Penguin headquarters. But she got a discount coupon for the event, which only costs 200 yuan a night. and also comes with a breakfast coupon. When he arrived at the hotel, Wang Yi temporarily stopped his research on a previous paper on stem cells repairing myocardium. The theory is quite novel, and the experimental data is also very beautiful. Wang Yi plans to borrow the laboratory of the Academy of Sciences to restore the experiment when he is free, and he could also verify it from the side. But now, he still has to improve the PPT first. The Q version of Lin Shurqin has been staring at Wang Yi happily on the computer desktop, and from time to time, she helps him simplify some operation steps. As the core of artificial intelligence formed by the vengeful spirit, she can program any picture she can think of, and she can also borrow other online pictures if she can't think of it. The functionality is extremely powerful. In fact, she can also help Wang Yi solve the PPT directly. But after all, Wang Yi will have to speak by himself at that time, so it is better for Wang Yi to do it himself. When is the appointment time for Penguin? Tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock. I know. In the meeting room 1403 of Building B of Penguin Building. Wang Yi was explaining the relevant information to 3 staff members of Penguin Game Marketing Department through PPT. The 3 staff members were also looking at the PPT seriously, occasionally marking something by hand, and whispering to each other from time to time. After Wang Yi finished speaking, the person sitting in the C position spoke. Mr. Wang is really young and promising. He has developed 4 small games independently just after graduation. Among them, Tian Kupeo is very consistent with our Penguin's game purpose. Jump is also more suitable for small games. But the sheep, forgive me for being blunt, does not meet our game standards. However, considering that Mr. Wang has provided several high-quality games, we can implant them into the mini program. But we will not promote them additionally. Now Penguin has updated the Shake Letter 5.0 and launched the first Shake Letter mini game, Aircraft War. Many independent game developers and small studios want to hold the thigh of Penguin. Moreover, compared with the later Penguin which had traffic competitors, the current Penguin can be said to be the only one in the traffic sector, and it is the only one that is superior. Therefore, compared to the future when game developers can get up to 70% of the profit, the current Shake Letter mini-games that cooperate with Penguin can only get 30% at most, and even 10% at the worst. As for app games such as Temple Run and Tian Kupeo, there is no need to think about profit sharing, and they can only be bought out. Since Wang Yi came here in person and made a PPT carefully, he must be aware of this situation. Whether it is Tian Kupeo, Jump, or even the future pesticide, they are all made by Penguin, not by them. As for the game Sheep, it is indeed simple and has been criticized a lot. But it is undeniable that its ability to make people click on ads is absolutely first class. It controls the psychology of players tightly, and they will definitely curse after playing it once. But most players have clicked on ads. Although this is a transient game, it can make money. In Wang Yi's previous life, this game did not become popular for a long time. But after deducting the platform's commission, the game party earned more than 40 million in 10 days. Normally, ordinary listed companies only have this much revenue in a year, although there were short video platforms at that time. And because of the emergence of competing products, game developers could get up to 70% of the revenue. But this is enough to show the brain gold effect of the game itself. Although it looks silly, it has the capital to make money. Although Yaoxin is the only one now, and the promotion is not as convenient as short videos, and the commission is still fierce. But Wang Yi's expectations are not high, and it would be okay if it can be similar to the buyout price of the previous games. The premise is that there must be traffic promotion from Penguin. Wang Yi originally wanted to make quick money, and if this side is unwilling to promote, it is really useless. Everyone, can you do this? I also have some traffic on Weibo. I will help promote it together. If the effect exceeds your company's expectations, how about increasing the promotion? This is also one of the reasons why Wang Yi dared to come alone to promote to a giant group like Penguin. He originally brought his own traffic. Harvest a wave of fans and leaks. Just be gentle. Chapter 42 Results. Hack. Is this graduate the mastery who proved the guess of the brother? After Wang Yi made a new suggestion, the 3 marketing department employees looked at each other. Wang Yi would definitely briefly explain his identity when he made an appointment, but they only knew that he was a graduate of the Academy of Sciences. For a business that couldn't be any smaller, there was no need to bother to do any background check. Penguin has always been a big family, and even because it didn't do background check, Lao Ganma picked up a few months of advertising for free. Now when they heard the news suddenly, they almost dropped the pen in their hands. After just a moment of consideration, they began to ask their superiors, In fact, Wang Yi's mathematical achievements have nothing to do with the Penguin Group. However, the trend caused by his previous Square Man stickers and some of his words actually attracted some attention from Penguin. As the strongest game company on the surface, Penguin will have a dedicated person to pay attention to the popularity related to games. Looking at the heated discussion caused by Wang Yi's pixel picture, there are also people who want to consider whether to learn from it in the promotion of new games. As a result, I came here. Besides, no matter how far away mathematics is from him, he is also a well-known scholar. Great mathematicians have a strong magic resistance aura. Even a large group like Penguin will definitely give enough courtesy if there is no sharp conflict of interest. Then Wang Yi found that his treatment began to change. The deputy director of the marketing department came to receive him and affirmed Wang Yi's suggestion. No problem. Since it was proposed by teacher Wang, let's do it. The two app games are packaged for 5 million. And Jump Jump and Sheep Sheep are implanted in our Shake Letter minigame. And the profit is divided into 30% and 70%. Of course, the third is Wang Yi's side. But for Penguin Group, which currently has no competitors, giving up 30% is already the highest treatment. In fact, if your company is willing to promote it, my share can be reduced a little. Wang Yi will not focus on this share ratio. If he does not want to use the promotion here, it doesn't make much sense even if he takes 90%. This is not a question of profit sharing. But if Mr. Wang is so concerned about this small game, we can proceed as usual. If the effect is good, we can increase the promotion efforts. In the end, both parties signed a satisfactory contract. 5 million cash flow. And then the profit sharing of the small games of Jump Jump and Sheep Sheep. However, the profit sharing of the small game is stepped. How much you can get depends on the situation of the game itself, and how many people Wang Yi's own traffic can bring in at the beginning. At present, because of Wang Yi's sand sculpture picture of making games, he is still a little hot in the game circle. In any case, it is impossible for Penguin to suffer a loss. It is important. But you want us to lose money? Sorry. It is impossible. After signing the contract, when Wang Yi left the Penguin building, the lights were on. And the evening Shenzhen also had a different feeling. The brightly lit Penguin building behind him seemed to be talking about the fast pace and busyness of the prosperous city. Wang Yi knew that the things he brought this time were all good goods that had been tested by the market and created greater wealth. Tian Tian Kupeo has achieved a monthly turnover of over 100 million. And Temple Escape has had a monthly turnover of 30 million. However, these are all the results after operation. Just the game itself. In fact, it doesn't cost much for Penguin. To be honest, if he didn't have his own protective aura, he wouldn't have come to him so directly. It's quite good to get such results now. In business, if you don't find Penguin, you won't get so much. But if Penguin doesn't have you, you can still pick it at will. The cash flow of 5 million. Because it is in the name of the company. It only needs to pay 6% value-added tax according to modern services cultural and creative services design services for the time being. And it will be okay after issuing the value-added tax invoice to Penguin Group. Corporate income tax is levied on annual profits, so it can be temporarily not paid. And some expenses can still be deducted. The money on the company's books is now enough to leverage the future development. Games are one of the main sources of income for Penguin Group. It can be said that since Wang Yi wants to share the cake here, it is more likely that he will go to the opposite side of Penguin in the future. It's good to use Penguin's money to leverage the future game gold mine. In Wang Yi's previous life, the sales of Minecraft exceeded Tetris, reaching 230 million copies. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is also a phenomenal game with sales of tens of millions. And Wang Yi can easily eliminate plugins with Lin Shirqin, ensuring that it can be upgraded to a higher level. This means that these two games have a potential of more than 10 billion. But it takes time to explore. Have you found enough people? When the funds are in place, just build the framework directly. Wang Yi put on the headphones and said, no problem. The first batch of 13 targets is enough to complete the construction. Various equipment has been selected. And we just need to wait for the money to arrive. Lin Shirqin sent a list of names and her recent work to Wang Yi. As Wang Yi's #1 production donkey, Lin Shirqin has a lot to do, including her own optimization and upgrade, compilation of various programs, information query, office location rental, equipment procurement, paper selection, human resources, and finance. Wang Yi scanned the personnel selected by Lin Shirqin. Most of them were employees in their 30s and 40s with families. Overall, they were stable. Maybe the recruits don't have any outstanding abilities, But Lin Shurqin only wants tools, not top-notch abilities. This kind of employee with a family and mediocre abilities is the most suitable, because it will take a few days for the employees to arrive, the equipment to be installed, and the office location to be waiting. So Wang Yi prepared to catch the flight to the Academy of Sciences the next morning, and borrow the Academy of Sciences laboratory to try the water. As for the itinerary, Lin Shurqin can help Wang Yi arrange it clearly. However, just when Wang Yi continued to read the relevant papers with relish in the evening, he received a call on his mobile phone. It was Levita. During this period, Levita was pressed by Lin Shurqin to output on the internet, and he was in a state of panic at this time, which made Wang Yi feel quite interesting. Hello? What's the matter with Mr. Li? Teacher Wang. Don't call me Mr. Li or not. Hi. I just want to ask if you have offended anyone recently. Someone has hired a water army to attack you recently. Levita seemed a little tired. Last time, it was such a mess. There must be some people who were offended. It doesn't matter. Let them talk. What? Did it affect your business? Wang Yi asked Lin Shurqin to do this. Of course. He knew what was going on. That's fine. It's like this. We have an award for a music festival. I'm going to make it happen. Would it be convenient for you to come and receive the award? Hearing this, Wang Yi immediately lost interest. These awards didn't have much prize money, so he was too lazy to go. But just when he was about to refuse, Levita on the other side spoke first. These awards are usually given to people who come here in person. Our company can give the teacher 300,000 yuan for travel expenses, time and place. At the end of the year, Hong Kong. You can contact me then. After the two hung up the phone, Wang Yi checked Facebook and Weibo after being reminded by Levita. This was a bit surprising. There was nothing wrong with Weibo, but the quarrel was a bit more intense. His pixel-style pictures had begun to be made into various emoticons and ghost animal materials. Black and red are also red. If the quality is good and there is enough confidence to reverse, the more ridicule you make now, the less effort you will have to make. It must be said that Lin Shurqin is very talented in this aspect, and she deserves to be famous in the entertainment industry. In addition to the normal situation on Weibo, a reply appeared on a certain special that made Wang Yi feel a little novel. It was a suggestion on imaginary numbers. Although this reply was also very playful. The poster should be a college student in the mathematics department of a university. Just a direction suggestion. But what Wang Yi needed was a direction suggestion. Shurqin, send me some papers on the meaning of imaginary numbers in physics. Received. Chapter 43 Team. Essay and Essay. Wang Yi's eyes were filled with blue arcane light, and a strange colorless sphere in his hand was constantly changing, as if it was constantly spitting out distorted bubbles, and then slowly dissipated. When everything was over, Wang Yi closed his eyes, and after a while, he opened them again, and could still see the residual color above his pupils. Interesting. The physical meaning of imaginary numbers. Although he hasn't fully understood it yet, Wang Yi has already felt a unique difference in the spatial level. A sense of transcendent restraint. Sure enough, some strange suggestions and ideas can be used to create new ideas. After thinking about it, Wang Yi began to edit a new paper, throwing the solution of this piece of related imaginary numbers in a mathematical way, and at the same time attached his new thinking problem behind this problem. After finishing the work, Wang Yi came to his senses and found that several days had passed. Originally, he planned to go to the Academy of Sciences to do an experiment first. Now that the place he rented is ready and the staff have been recruited, he decided to go back first. It's almost fermented, so I can put the game on the platform first. After all, I don't have the money to do anything medical now, so I'd better make some money from the game first. I don't know when I can have my own laboratory, or I'm just poor. After Wang Yi returned to Shutian, he first came to the office building that Lin Shurqin rented for his company. In addition to the film and television city, Shutian also has an industrial park and many electronics factories. In addition to factories, there are many office buildings. There are many small-scale advertising companies, film and television companies, and internet companies. Although Wang Yi's company World Culture Entertainment Game has a grand name, it seems normal to be placed in Shutian. There are quite a lot of small companies in the cultural and entertainment category here. Even when Lin Shurqin recruited people, most of them were local materials. Wang Yi got off the taxi directly from the airport and looked up at the office building. It is located in the old city area, very close to Wang Yi's current residence, and it can be reached in 5 minutes on foot. The office building itself is also quite old, but overall it is still clean. I picked it specially, and rented half of the 7th floor. The current location is more than enough, and the computer room can be arranged. The most important thing is that it will be convenient for you to expand in the future. There are only some half-dead companies on the 7th, 8th and 9th floors, and many areas are still empty. Lin Shurqin introduced her achievements to Wang Yi, and Wang Yi was very satisfied with it. Game companies rely on content, not pomp. From where Wang Yi lives now, it can be seen that he doesn't care much about these. Do you want to move my server here too? Lin Shurqin asked. If there is a need, she will directly contact the moving company. Not for the time being. It's pretty good to put it like this. Just above me. Wang Yi pondered for a moment, and still rejected the proposal. The company is a company, and artificial intelligence is artificial intelligence. It's better to separate them. However, the company's server can be remotely controlled and borrowed by Lin Shurqin. And when her own magic tower is built in the future, it can be moved directly into the magic tower in one step. Okay. We have recruited 13 people so far. The finance, legal, and secretarial departments are all in place. There are also electricians and programmers who maintain the servers. The new servers purchased by the game company here are considered to be Lin Shurqin's own use of public equipment for personal use. In fact, after the real operation begins, it will definitely be mainly based on renting servers. Okay. Notify them to hold a short meeting. After confirming the situation again, Wang Yi also went directly into the building and started waiting for the elevator. The elevator in the office building is really slow. Although this office building looks half dead, you still have to watch it go down floor by floor. And Wang Yi found that many of the people waiting for the elevator together were beautiful women with fashionable clothes. And the two men were also very handsome. Probably the models or young actors of the company here. Huh? Are you from the opposite game company? After the elevator reached the 7th floor, Wang Yi and another man and two women got off the elevator. The handsome young man who looked a bit like a cream boy looked at Wang Yi with some surprise. Yes. We will be neighbors in the future. Please take care of me. Take care of each other. But the boss of your company is quite interesting. He actually recruits online and even interviews. You should be one of them. Right? My name is Wenyu, the boss of Yuzhong Advertising. I mainly deal in various print ads, model shows, car shows, and host some celebrations. If you need anything, you can find me, and I will give you a discount. The two tall beauties next to him just looked Wang Yi up and down, and chatted with each other without any interest. However, Wenyu seemed to have a bit of social disorder, and directly promoted his business. Wang Yi, I think he is the interesting boss you mentioned. Wang Yi also reached out, and shook hands with the other party, which made Wenyu look a little embarrassed. The main reason is that Wang Yi is too young, and he really didn't think in this direction. Mr. Wang is really young and promising. Please forgive me for the initial offense. Wenyu was also glad that he only used quite interesting to describe him, and didn't say anything excessive. However, he was so young and could rent half a floor and hire more than a dozen people. Even if he relied on family support, it was enough to show that he had a solid foundation. The servers, computers, personnel, etc. would cost a lot of money. He started his own business, so of course he knew the hard work involved. The two tall models next to him, who had started chatting with each other, turned their attention back to Wang Yi. It turned out to be the boss. So low-key. Yes. I made a mistake. It has to be said that women, especially beautiful women, have a natural advantage in communication, and it is easy to resolve some embarrassment with such a joking tone. At this time, Wang Yi had already arrived at the door of his company, nodded to the three of them and said, My employees don't know me yet. I'm going to say hello first. See you later. Okay. Bye. By *2, this kind of office building only has some glass doors, and some employees near the door heard Wang Yi's chat with them before. In addition, they were notified of the meeting, so they naturally knew that the boss had arrived. When Wang Yi entered the door, they all stood up a little awkwardly. Don't be nervous. Since we have recruited you, it means that we recognize your abilities. Let's go to the meeting room to talk about the future focus and assign everyone's work. In fact, the work arrangement is very simple. After all, the company itself is just a SHL. Their main role is to maintain and run various procedures that need to be run in reality. Mainly, Wang Yi asked Lin Shurqin to remotely command, and when it is necessary to make a decision, just sign it. The slightly more important ones are three people. Lin Na, a middle-aged woman in her 40s, with an assistant accountant qualification certificate. In fact, Lin Shirqin will control the main aspects. So she is just a certified tool person. And it is okay to know some basic financial operations. Zhang Xiang, a lawyer in his 50s, who has not made a name for himself, is the company's legal affairs. He is responsible for contracts and legal affairs. He is also just a second tool person who can complete some operations with the help of certificates. Finally, there is the manager who helps to convey some information, and is also a married young woman Qian, who takes care of some personnel work. She is in her 20s. Her son has started kindergarten at the age of 3. She has a little more physical strength and energy. She wears light makeup and looks neat and mature. In fact, after being recruited, the employees knew that the company also had a separate development team. They were only responsible for operation and maintenance. So they were actually very satisfied with this easy job. Most of the people Lin Shirqin picked were lazy and lacked ambition, which was just right for her. Chapter 44. Build Momentum. 8-hour work system. 2 days off a week. But because the computer room and the company need to keep people in shifts, weekends are not necessarily off. If it is a holiday, you have to work overtime. And the normal overtime pay standard. Although the salary is not very high, there are 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. In addition, they have purchased a major disease insurance. And there are additional transportation, food, and housing subsidies. Bonuses will be given based on performance at the end of the year. To be honest, this group of employees are quite worried about their company going bankrupt. Before Wani came back, they had discussed it privately many times with worry. Now that they see that business has started, they are relieved. However, when Wani released the concept map of my world, there was a commotion at the scene. An older programmer raised his hand tremblingly and said, This seems to have been seen. It was a topic on Weibo for a while. Very good. You are very professionally sensitive. I initiated that topic. Wang Yi had an approving expression on his face. Boss, you are Master Yi? Assistant Chen Qian couldn't help but scream out, her beautiful big eyes full of surprise. Yes, it's true. If you have paid attention to the official announcement of the Academy of Sciences, you should know my name. The game company would have been Wang Yi's public, so he would naturally not hide it from his employees. When the time comes, he will have to cooperate with them in the promotion. After hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but feel a little shocked. Master Yi's affairs were still quite popular some time ago. Maybe you haven't paid special attention to them, but you have heard some news about the details. It's over. This good place for retirement may not last long. No wonder the benefits are so good. This is the first company opened by a great mathematician. People are kind-hearted and don't know the dangers of the world. Wang Yi didn't pay attention to the employees' thoughts. All the low morale could be swept away with the outstanding results. Those who have paid attention to me know that I have released a game concept map. Yes, this is the game Minecraft that our company needs to focus on promoting next. With Wang Yi's simple explanation, the employees gradually discovered that things were not as they thought. Although this game looks very silly and inferior, several younger employees gradually found that it seemed to be something. It is difficult for people to understand the charm and playability of the game Minecraft simply from the explanation. But at least it can make them clear that this is indeed not a game for fun. Thinking that the company still has a chance to save, the employees' motivation began to increase. They began to discuss some low-cost promotion methods. I have completed the cooperation with Penguin on 2 small games. Penguin Company should be online in the next 2 days. We can take advantage of this opportunity. In addition, I will also create momentum online. What you need to do now is to play games for me and record video materials. Wang Yi assigned them a task of slacking off at work. They have to make the first batch of game videos and send them out through the small broken station first. After all, even if the game quality is very good and there will be running water, it still needs running water to stimulate it. They will be this group of living water. Cheers! When Wang Yi came back, Ma Dong and Lu Xiuka came over to have a meal even if they were busy on the set. Even Ma Dong, the little guy, drank 2 more cans of beer and fell asleep, which made Lu Xiuka laugh with her hands covering her mouth. Hee hee. Ma Ji's alcohol tolerance is not as good as mine, and I haven't practiced it in my daily life. Lu Xiuka's face was red after drinking 2 cans of beer, and with a loose t-shirt, she looked like a girl next door. It's okay for us to drink a little, but girls still have to be careful when they are outside. Sometimes they can't put down the glass after holding it. Wang Yi glanced at Lu Xiuka, whose face was flushed, and reminded her with a smile. Anna, Apart from having tried it with my roommate in college. I only drank it last time when I was with you guys. Director Zhang Ming took good care of me for your sake. I dare not touch the drinks outside. Lu Xiuka stuck out her tongue. She was quite cautious in this regard. In fact, she herself wondered why she had such an inexplicable trust in the little brother next door. Was she horny? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but tilt her head and secretly look at Wang Yi a few times. He's not handsome enough. Maybe he wants to be a sister. Then Lu Xiuka suddenly burped and patted her chest and said, "Don't worry. I'll protect you in the future." Hearing Lu Xiuka suddenly say such inexplicable words, Wang Yi glanced at the outline taken by the other party and knew that she was almost there. After cleaning up the scene, he sent her back to his room. "Hey, the boss is still a gentleman. Just drink a few more cans. I guarantee that I can do it in front of that big guy." Wang Yi returned to the room and took a shower. But Lin Shurqin floated down from upstairs and circled around Wang Yi, grinning evilly, not avoiding suspicion at all. Letting the water droplets in the shower slide over the marble-like well-proportioned muscles. Wang Yi was too lazy to pay attention to this voyeur who liked to drive. For serious girls, Wang Yi would not be too proactive. By the way, Penguin just sent you an email. 2 small games will be launched tomorrow. You can promote them according to the situation. They are quite optimistic about Jump Jump and have given a lot of volume. But it depends on the boss if he sheeps out. Lin Shurqin nodded her chin, as if she was thinking of the business she had come down to. Don't worry. They will give volume. It is true that Jump Jump is obviously more classic. And Wang Yi also added a way to place advertisements. That is, the small box you step on can be replaced with the brand of the advertiser. And there are extra points for stepping on it. But for the sake of gameplay, this is almost the limit that Tao Yishio can do. And Yangldying is undoubtedly a hard promotion. It is definitely not as good in the long run. But the promotion effect in the short term is definitely better and makes money faster. Like melatonin. It looks very stupid. But many people can't help but try it. No matter how much you play. Even if you only try it once, you will be cut. It's just a matter of how much you cut. Anyway, many people still didn't buy melatonin. But many people really played this. But for now, I have to lead the pace myself, so that they will naturally help promote it after seeing the effect. My epic-making game is about to be released. But I played a small game recently. It's really addictive. There are only 2 levels, but I just can't pass it. It seems that mathematics is not omnipotent. The next day, with the launch of the minigame, Wang Yi directly opened Weibo to start promoting the game. He also released a picture of the first level. Recently, there have been various attacks on Wang Yi's 5 years of game production on the internet. Various silly pictures and emoticons have emerged. And Wang Yi has not responded positively. This sudden response immediately attracted a lot of attention. Is that pixel game really going to be released? When it's released, remember to circle me. I want to see it with my own eyes. What the HL? You can't even pass this kind of matchup? A great mathematician can't play games. You can pass it with your eyes closed. What the HL is this? Shake letter mini game? Has Master E been recharged? Is this a promotion? I don't care about this matchup. I only care about my world. Let me see what the Blockman can do. LOL. Just name it Bear Cube 2. How can it be named 2? I is the most. God. I. Master E. Have you proved something again? There is another discussion about you on the internet. And it's still mostly positive. Picture. Win glory for the country. Awesome. The advantage of having your own traffic is that people will forward and leave comments as soon as Wang Yi posts. Although it is still mainly teasing. Wang Yi has the title of a great mathematician, which is equivalent to a 90% magic resistance aura. Not many people dare to attack directly. And at most they will say a few sarcastic words. Later, someone posted a special proof that Wang Yi had posted and solved. From the picture, there are quite a few replies. And some of the replies are from other mathematicians. Chapter 45 Spreading. Because the game has just been released, Wang Yi himself hasn't seen it yet. But through the pictures moved here, he can see several Ivy League math professors reposted comments. Smith, a professor of mathematics at Harvard, an old man with a bald head, commented, "Oh, God, what did I see? Someone made a joke, and you actually proved it. Are Orientals so amazing? Are you interested in working here?" Stanford Professor Merriam. I actually looked at the problem that he raised before. And I had no clue at all. I didn't expect that he would come up with it in such a short time. And proved it just because of a joke of my student. This is crazy. Stanford Cuckoo. I'm the one who replied to the post. Actually, I just said this on a whim. I want to see the great man who solved the guess up close. I'm crazy. Can you imagine the feeling of jokingly proposing a hypothesis and having it completed by others? Princeton Charles. Mathematics is indeed a subject that relies on talent. Today's young people are really terrible. Editor-in-Chief of the Annals of Mathematics. Well, Mr. E, don't you really try to publish an article here? Look forward to it. Compared to Wang Yi's last tweet that set off a storm of academic anti-discrimination, Wang Yi's tweet this time was not as popular, but it attracted many authoritative people in the profession to respond. In fact, this is the effect caused by Wang Yi's previous guess. It's hard to say about other aspects, but at least the mathematical community absolutely recognizes Wang Yi's weight. Otherwise, it would be impossible to pay so much attention to him. Seeing these screenshots, Wang Yi also pondered for a moment. There is no doubt that this has increased his halo and increased his current popularity, which is just right. Then Wang Yi felt something was wrong. After a closer look, he found that Fang Chuan, the official hype tool, did not circle him. How can this be possible? Well, if you don't come, I'll go. Wang Yi went straight to Fang Chuan. He looked at his previous posts and found that there were still a lot of sarcastic words. It was not until some new comments from the outside world appeared in his comments that he stopped, and then sent out the latest message without Wang Yi. Some people can obviously achieve academic success, but they just can't stand the loneliness and want to make money. They really waste their talents. Does the country train such talents to make gains? They are misleading. It must be said that Fang Chuan's cultivation in this aspect of arguing has really reached a very high level. He can find all kinds of strange angles. If you are brought into his thinking, it seems to make sense at first glance. This made Wang Yi directly circle Fang Chuan in reverse. Yes, I study mathematics for the purpose of making money. You should be able to find it. I graduated from computer science and mathematics is just a hobby. On the other side, Fang Chuan saw this sentence at the first time after being reminded by fans, and he was immediately frustrated. Here it comes again. The other party admitted it directly. This was just like the last time when the opponent suddenly showed up to catch ghosts. When he positioned himself on the ground, he was already invincible, and was in an invincible position. They all admitted that they wanted to make money. And Temo is really a computer major? It was so uncomfortable, as if ants were crawling on my body. Then Fang Chuan saw Wang Yi's latest circle again. I recommend you to play this little game. If you can pass it, it means you are better than me. Haha. Although I think you can't pass it. Seeing Wang Yi's words, and the screenshot of the game, Fang Chuan smiled coldly. This kind of inferior provocation method also wants to work on me. Naive. Then he opened WeChat and searched for this little game. When he opened it, he saw the simple screen of the first level that could be passed by rolling your face on the keyboard. And he almost laughed out loud. Could it be that this great mathematician is an idiot in games? That's not to say that you can't attack him in this regard. How can you have the nerve to make games when you are so bad at playing games? No wonder you made that shitty Pixel Man. While thinking about this, he also completed the first level, and then looked at the second level and fell into deep thought. The difficulty has indeed increased a little, but it seems that I can still try it. It doesn't seem too difficult. 3 hours later, Fang Chuan, with red eyes, looked at the option of whether to choose to revive, and his whole face twisted. He was originally paranoid, and it was okay if he didn't fight. But if he really fought, it would be much more difficult for him to get out than ordinary people. All the 3 props for help can be seen in the advertisement. He has always used these props before, and he will silently start over if he fails. But the revival option must be forwarded. Seeing that there was only a little icon left, he was silent for a moment, and finally chose to forward it. He sent the game link to his fan group, and explained himself and added a sentence, asking fans to try to pass the level. He didn't believe it. There will always be someone who can pass it. As long as someone passes it, I will take a screenshot to slap you in the face. After posting, he clicked on the resurrection and started a new journey. He watched fewer advertisements in a year than today. Wang Yi actually made a slight change to the sheet, and everyone can pass the second level in one and only one correct order, because the picture will block the picture below. This has nothing to do with skills. It is purely luck. Ensure that after enough players and enough attempts, a very small number of lucky players will appear in the form of probability. And then the pictures posted by those lucky players, and their rankings in the game will form a new round of excitement. Penguin building. Data center. Lao Hu. Why do I feel that this thing is not right? A man in a shirt wearing glasses looked at the suddenly abnormal data of the small game in front of him, and always felt that something was wrong. Although the small game has been added, it can only be found by searching. And there is no main promotion. How much money has the game developer spent on publicity and promotion? Slowly, some public accounts have also started to link up. And it has begun to form heat. And the data of this game. How to say it? It is surprisingly weird. Do users click in just to see ads? Why is the proportion so high? What the hell? It doesn't look like a robot? Let me see. Isn't this the one we just posted? By the way, he and Taio Yishio seem to be the same developer. This, Taio Yishio's data is very good. And the effect is quite good after a trial push. There is stickiness and interaction. And there are also ads that do not affect the gameplay. We are preparing to increase the promotion efforts. But what is this thing? Let me see what's going on. Lao Hu took out his mobile phone and then searched for this weird game. The second level strategy of Sheep is out. A related video on the small broken station began to appear. And then Wani forwarded it on Weibo with an OK. It looks like a game video of a player clearing the second level. And this video was of course made by Lin Shichin. There is no way. In terms of probability, the first player to clear the level has not appeared yet. And more people have to join the pit and play a few more times before the probability can be spelled out. Now Lin Shichin can only cheat. Then Wani posted a dynamic and a thumbs up on his Weibo to show his awesomeness. The clearance personally recognized by the great mathematician and the university bully. This is not enough to be arrogant. For a while, more people were interested. In fact, this game that accurately grasps the mentality of players is the most restrained type of player. That is, the serious player. Ordinary players may abandon it if they can't pass it twice. And at most they will be cut once or twice. But serious players may be in trouble if they fall into it. You think this is a technical game. But it is actually a psychological game. All players are actually machines that click on advertisements. Penguin has started to actively promote it. Lin Shichin, who has been monitoring the data, also provided Wani with the latest news at this time. This also means that a lot of money will enter his pocket. In terms of quick money ability, this game is absolutely excellent. But this malicious money making will greatly reduce the life of this game. But for Wani, this is enough. Chapter 46 Business. Good morning. Lu Shirka, with bloodshot eyes, yawned and sat at the table, greeting Wani who came out. Ma Dong had already prepared breakfast. Tall Ma Dong looked quite funny in a small apron. Good morning. Didn't you sleep well? Wani glanced at Lu Shirka and teased. Oh, don't mention it. Lu Shirka sighed and took out his phone. And then Wani heard a familiar silly BGM in silence. Good guy. You didn't play all night. However, Lu Shirka's personality is soft on the outside and strong on the inside. She looks soft and cute. But you can see her inner stubbornness from abandoning the comfort zone at home and running here. This kind of personality. She is completely defeated by this dog game. Looking at Lu Shirka's red eyes, Wani was silent for a moment and then reminded her. Don't play it. You can't pass the level. This game is just an advertisement. Wang Yi's words made Lu Shirka stunned. You know this? I thought I was the only one playing it. I would have shared it with you when I resurrected. Now my classmates are scolding me to death. After that, she lowered her head and said, No. I see there is already a pass video. As long as you are careful to find the pattern, you will definitely pass it. At this time, Ma Dong also came over and asked curiously, What are you playing? So excited? I played a game called Jump Jump yesterday, which was quite relaxing. After a while, Wani saw two people sitting at the door with their heads down and holding their mobile phones. The sand sculpture BGM echoed in the air. Oh, what a sin. Wani now also found that in this wild era of mobile games, it seems that this game that came out in advance is even more lethal. In the future, everyone will be a little defensive after eating too many routines. Now it seems that no one really thinks that this game itself is not allowed to pass. But it's good this way. At least I can eat more. I'm going out first. Don't forget about your crew. After Wang Yi finished his noodles, he stood up and reminded his two stupid neighbors. A big star stood up. The crew has nothing to do today. Oh, by the way, how about inviting you to dinner next Saturday? I grabbed a table reservation for Sieji private kitchen. Are you free? Then Lu Shioka seemed to think of something and looked up at Wang Yi. although she looked a little haggard because she didn't get enough rest. She had a good foundation and a different kind of charm. Last time Wang Yi helped her get a role, she said she would treat him. Okay. It's very expensive there. Be careful, I'll eat you out of money. The place where Wang Yi was treated by Zhang Ming last time was also there. But at that time his mind was all on the case, and he just dealt with it hastily. He remembered that the taste was really good. Most of the dishes were comparable to his own. And the signature dishes were very spiritual, and even above his level. That chef is definitely amazing. This time he went there to learn a trick. Hey. This time my contract is for 80,000 yuan. So enjoy it. Lu Xiuke showed a proud expression on her face. Very proud. In the past, she had a good foundation and could be a special actor, usually earning 300 to 500 yuan a day. But she didn't get a role every day. In comparison, this time she signed a contract directly and got 80,000 yuan, which has pushed her forward a big step in her career. The third female role is only paid 80,000 yuan. Wang Yi was actually a little surprised. It depends not only on the role. I was not famous before. Normally, if I had this opportunity, let alone pay, some people would be willing to pay to join. Ma Ji's role is a test of ability. So Ma Gu can get 150,000 yuan. Lu Xiuke can face reality very well. She is not even a professional, and she has learned a lot from this performance. Okay. Then I will kill a big customer. Wang Yi nodded and agreed. At this time, Ma Dong also said, I have something to do that day, so I won't go. But I will invite you again later. Wait for me to choose a place. I will remember it. Wang Yi waved his hand, and then went downstairs. The morning light sprinkled on the street, and a new day began with the workers pouring out of their homes one after another. Like worker ants, seemingly scattered but orderly, going to various places. Day after day, year after year. The busy breakfast stalls, the traffic jams on the streets, and the electric cars shuttling on the sidewalks are all embellishing this city full of life. But walking on the road, Wang Yi, who has returned for a while, still feels a sense of alienation and a faint sense of incompatibility. It seems that the world around him is black and white, and he is the only color. When did I become sentimental? Twisting his shoulders with emotion and stretching his muscles, Wang Yi also squeezed into the crowd and walked towards the company. Lin Shichin is very good at handling things, and the location is perfect. The 5-minute walk is purely for digestion after a meal. Find time to teach Ma Gu a few tricks. He still has some cooking talent. In the future, we can eat different breakfasts in different ways. Humming the melodious melody of the elves, Wang Yi's mind seemed to calm down under the comfort of this music, and came to the door of the office building. Handsome guy. See you again. While Wang Yi was waiting for the elevator, a charming voice came, and he looked back and saw one of the two models from the company opposite yesterday. She is tall, fashionable, and looks good with makeup. However, Wang Yi can tell that she has had microblading. She has a natural oval face, but her eyes and nose are not well controlled, so she has made special adjustments. His ex-girlfriend has an oval face, bright watery eyes, and a small nose. The visual impact when she kneels and looks up is great. Hello. Wang Yi sighed in his heart, and after reminiscing about the past, he nodded calmly and greeted her. Handsome guy. You have a good figure. Have you practiced? My name is Zhao Ye. You look younger than me. Just call me Sister Ye. Zhao Ye stretched out her finger and poked Wang Yi's arm, muttering, this level is considered very aggressive to ordinary people. It is difficult for ordinary boys to resist, and they are easily flustered. However, for Wang Yi, he just disliked her for having had surgery. Wang Yi. By the way, Sister Ye, how many people are there in your company? Are there many people like you? The elevator arrived, and Wang Yi and Zhao Ye entered the elevator together and asked her, you are not honest. Kid, our company only has 7 or 8 official models. But the boss is very wild, and can borrow a lot when there is a need. And you have seen the quality. What? Do you want to introduce a business? Zhao Ye glanced at Wang Yi coquettishly. After the previous test, she was more and more sure that this young boss had seen the world. If ordinary people really met her and flirted with her, they would have been in a mess. They often have the habit of flirting with people to test their skills. Can you see us? The COS circle is getting hotter and hotter every year. But the orthodox modeling circle and the entertainment circle cannot accommodate this circle for the time being. The COS circle is not so commercialized at present, and it is more about generating electricity with love. Nurses, Stewardesses? Jiaye glanced at Wang Yi with a strange look. She was not that kind of person, and generally did not do this kind of business. Does your company have these uniforms ready now? Ah? Now? Just tell me if you have them. Don't be so domineering. We have them. Jiaye looked around at the other people in the elevator, and whispered to Wang Yi in a low voice. The shy look made Wang Yi speechless. Okay. If you don't have much work today, and there is business coming, also ask your president when to order more cost clothes. Maybe there will be more cooperation in the future. Now the small broken station has not started to fully grasp the copyright, and has not even applied for a video license. It can be said that the outpost of the small broken station is also powered by love. Some of the cozers in it are the same. At this time, the small broken station is still a private land of a group of enthusiasts, and there is not even any means of monetization. But the user group here is extremely young and has a high viscosity. Are you ready to accept the welfare of the big sisters in society? My dears. Chapter 47 Technical Advantages. Of course. No problem. I also feel that there are many business opportunities in the cause circle recently. It seems that the money of those otakus is easy to make. When Yu is also a person with a keen sense of smell. He has discovered that there is a peculiar group that is usually silent and only entertains itself in its own circle. After several unexpected contacts, he found that the consumption capacity of this group seemed a bit beyond his expectations. It's not that they have a lot of money in their own pockets, but they are willing to spend money. The demand for other material things is extremely low, and they can save a considerable amount of savings. But they don't even blink an eye when it comes to things they are interested in. Now that the boss next door has come to the door for business, he is naturally ready to enter the field to try. Let's start first. Just some shots of your company's employees playing games, sailor suits and nurse uniforms, and buy more other things in the future. I'll make a list for you. Among the costumes left by Yuzhong Media, these two are more appropriate for the time being. When some costumes of anime characters come out, the effect should be better. Starting to break the circle from a small broken station should be a very cost-effective option at present. This is a neighboring company, and it doesn't take time to shoot, so they can give some friendly prices. The quality of models here at Yuzhong is very good, although several of them have undergone plastic surgery. The results are very good. Coupled with the matching of makeup and clothing, the visual effect is quite outstanding. Originally, they only need to be responsible for beauty. Who cares about what the other person looks like when watching the video? Combined with the beauty app developed by Lin Shichin, the small broken station can be killed. Is this me? How did you do it? The post-production is too amazing. In such a short time. Wow. Me too. Can you forward a video to me? I want it too. It has to be said that Lin Shichin absolutely understands women and aesthetics. The beauty software she developed personally has really excellent shooting effects. It's just that Wang Yi doesn't want to sell this software for the time being, because it can't be sold at a high price now. The best way is actually to sell it to various mobile phone manufacturers, implant it in their shooting function options, and then collect a beauty tax or something. At present, these advertising videos can be regarded as warm-up. A university male dormitory looks a bit messy. There are some strange smells unique to male dormitories in the air, and the ceiling fan above the head makes a creaking sound, stirring the dull air. A boy with glasses leans on the bed. In front of him is a laptop on a small table, and the screen is playing a new series full of bullet comments. As the content ends, after the passionate ED sounded, he just relaxed as if he had let go of a breath of air. Hey, I have to wait until next week. This year's new series really makes Jiangbo feel very happy. It can be said that it is a fight between gods. Any one of them may be the hegemonic series. Date: Attack on Titan, Electric Gun, My Sister, K-On!, White School. All of them are Jiangbo's favorites. In addition to the Naruto and One Piece he is still following. It is really quite fulfilling. As the ED ended, after putting down the headphones, Jiangbo heard a familiar sand sculpture BGM on the bed opposite. He was almost tired of listening to this BGM. It was so stupid. What are you doing? It seems you've been working on it for a long time. Jiangbo asked. I sent it to you a long time ago, but you didn't even watch it. Wait. It will be ready this time. You can pass it after watching this advertisement. The roommates seemed to have started to enter the advertisement part, and looked up and said to Jiangbo. Facing this, Jiangbo just smiled indifferently. He glanced at it. It was a connect the dots game, which was very stupid. I don't know why he was so excited to play it, but he even watched the advertisement. Crazy. His roommate didn't seem normal. After not wanting to listen to this stupid BGM, Jiangbo put on his headphones again. The new episodes were all over, and he felt a little empty. Go find the old episodes? While thinking, he also began to click on some content in the video area. Soon, he was suddenly deeply attracted by the cover of a video. It was a video of a young lady in a sailor suit holding a mobile phone and playing games. Because her hands were in front of her and the camera angle was from top to bottom. Her serious face and bottomless depth, combined with her not-so-serious sailor suit, instantly caught his eyes. So beautiful. She was originally a model-level beauty, with a good foundation, microblading and makeup, and the beauty software developed by Lin Shichin. The three major buffs were full, combined with the otaku-friendly outfit. She would definitely be a killer on the small broken station at this time. Although a large group of people were shouting about paper wives, and their wives were in the second dimension. When a beautiful big sister with the second dimension style appeared in reality, it was inevitable to click in and take a look. Then, Jiangbo heard the familiar BGM again, and the sigh of the little sister. It's so difficult. Minasan, can anyone really pass this level? It's so annoying. Although this coquettish voice is a little different from this circle, it can't help but look good. Hee hee. If anyone can really pass this level, please contact me and I will send you welfare photos. I can specify a cost of a character. Any character is fine. Even if I want to mail you stockings, it is not impossible. As he finished speaking, he directly hooked up the black stockings on his legs and flicked them. The arc of the edge of the stockings embedded in the thigh was quite clear. Jiangbo smiled coldly. Heh. Superficial. After adjusting his glasses, he closed the page of the small broken station and took out his mobile phone. I just want to prove that this game can be passed. That's all. Boss Wang. Brother Wang. Uncle Wang. Master Wang. Please. I don't charge money. Just help me. After the shooting was completed, after the models all asked for a copy of the video, the boss when you came over as if his mouth touched honey, and knelt behind Wang Yi's ass and begged. When you was very young, from the beginning of paying attention to the cost circle, and having a group of high-quality models under his command, it can be seen that he has a good eye. He had a sharp eye and immediately understood the huge business opportunity after seeing the finished video. Damn! This small company across the street is about to take off. You guys are still making a shitty game. That stupid game is useless. It would be great if you could help me shoot a commercial together. We are neighbors. Our company can make an exception and take on some of your company's post-production business. We can also give you a brotherly price. But you have to cooperate with our advertising needs in the future. Software is meant to be used. Wang Yi doesn't want to sell it now because it is much better than the ones on the market. And he wants more. It just so happens that there is a live advertisement next to it. Instead of selling it himself, it is better to wait for others to come to the door. By then, several games will have made a lot of money. And with more abundant funds, they can negotiate more confidently. Okay. I'll leave it to Mr. Wang in the future, when you definitely has a good vision. And he is young and capable. Wang Yi agreed to make an exception to help their company. And he was even more happy, because this meant that there would be no competitors in a short time. The quality of the models he had was originally high, and with the amazing post-production, it was directly gauze. In fact, there are many refined post-production PS photos now, but the era of video beauty that started directly is still lacking. The early beauty software is available, but it is far from comparable to the future. What's more, the program made by Lin Shichin on Wang Yi's side is more outstanding and comprehensive. By the way, Mr. Wang, do you have any favorites? I think they should be willing to communicate with you. It must be said that when you knows how to deal with things. And said to Wang Yi in a low voice. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Wen. But it's okay. Wang Yi declined politely. He is not a noble person. But now the two sides have a cooperative relationship. And he is what they need. If he can't control it at this time, he will be easily cheated. Others admire you? It's consensual? Brother Dongzi must have something to say. Even if he finally dealt with it, he still got into trouble. When he can be leisurely, Wang Yi can be very leisurely. But when he needs to control himself, he can be extremely self-disciplined. Chapter 48 Return to Alma Mater. Jump Jump is a classic game that helps relieve stress. So when Penguin has already given it a lot of volume, users who are suitable for it have already started to get in touch with it. However, because the advertising placement is relatively weak, there is no economic benefit that is worth noting for the time being. But Sheep is different. This is specifically created for quick money. In an environment where netizens are relatively simple and have not yet been deceived and become alert, the effect is quite outstanding. Coupled with the chain reaction of resurrection sharing, it has sparked heated discussions to varying degrees in public accounts. Baidu, Weibo and other places. In this era, there is another internet giant that is easily overlooked. It has more than 1 billion registered users, 300 million monthly active users, and good user stickiness. Taobao. Although Taobao has caused a sharp drop of 90% in monthly active users in the future due to its own self-destruction, not considering user experience, mindlessly adding advertisements and even selling Taobao, it is undeniable that Taobao's influence is still quite huge, especially for some targeted discussions. It is far more convenient than Weibo and other public opinion platforms. The Sheep forum also became popular for a short time. There were people asking for strategies and cursing everywhere. Some smart netizens had already discovered that this game seemed to be deliberately cheating, and they quarreled. It was not until the videos of the small broken station were moved over that the discussion was suppressed again after seeing the clearing videos. And with the appearance of the beautiful game players specially created by Wang Yi, the scenes of several cozers with unique styles playing games and interacting with each other made many netizens feel like chicken blood. Damn! How can people look like this? Even if they also said that they were employees of the car model company who were slacking off. They were too beautiful. The occasional playfulness and the rewards for those who could clear the game immediately cooled down the forum itself. Which? How dare you mess with my heart? The one upstairs. Please type with both hands. It's all routines. It's all marketing. It's impossible to give it away. I have accumulated virtue and done good deeds all my life. So I deserve to pass the level. Please give me their names. Which company are they from? After a few tricks of publicity and promotion, coupled with the game's own sand sculpture attributes and the promotion started by Penguin, Sheep immediately suppressed Jump and became a short-term high-heat game. With the main push of Penguin, the relative simplicity of the users themselves, and the subsequent popularity, Lin Shurqin also made a short-term estimate for Wang Yi. According to the ratio of viewing price and click price, we should be able to have a revenue of about 800,000 on the first day after deducting the share and tax. It is expected that the daily revenue will double in the next 2 days, but it will drop rapidly after the popularity. Hearing Lin Shurqin's words, Wang Yi was quite satisfied with the harvest. We can continue with the video later. When the time comes, when you send it directly to the company, and then Lao Li will send it to you for processing. Now Lin Shurqin is a strong development team in the eyes of other employees in the company. All kinds of things are reported and handled directly by Lin Shurqin. There are not many things they need to deal with. Mostly some errands and moving work. Okay. Are you going to the Academy of Sciences? Lin Shurqin prepared to book a ticket for Wang Yi. Well, in addition, my world will continue to be preheated during this period, and will be launched when the popularity of Sheep is the highest. I will urge Wenyu's cost server to hurry up. During this period, I will leave it to you. You are really good at ordering people. When Wang Yi returned to his alma mater, the online scolding about Sheep had begun to gradually appear. Big liar. Just treat us as advertising machines. And I have to say that Fang Chuan's energy is still good. He forcibly dug out that this game and Jump were both Wang Yi's work. After seeing that the advantage was in my hands at this time, he, who had been in a disadvantageous position, finally began to actively circle Wang Yi and launched a new round of attacks. Unbelievable. You are a great mathematician. The top talent cultivated by the country. You actually used all your talents to cheat money? Please forgive me for using the word cheat. I am really too angry. The opening of occupying the moral high ground. And then he listed Wang Yi's crimes one by one. Finally, he also dropped the most important news. A friend of his in the industry estimated that the advertising revenue of this small game has exceeded 10 million. Fang Chuan definitely understands human nature. He knows that Wang Yi's magic resistance aura is not so easy to break. He has always shown a position of heartbroken and hate iron for not becoming steel, just to avoid getting burned. But as a professional nitpicker, his sensitivity to catching flaws is also first class. First, he accused the country's top talents of being distracted by money, and then threw out the approximate total income without mentioning the division of the shares. He knows the current atmosphere of hatred against the rich on the internet. It can be said that as long as he throws out this income, he can automatically have many more friendly forces. This money comes too quickly, and the way to make money is that you click on ads. Aren't you angry? Sure enough, Fang Chuan understands the internet. His previous weirdness has only been supported by some of his own fans. But after this time, it quickly rushed to the hot search. In this era, live broadcasting was still restricted by 3G networks. And there were no live streamers selling goods. Even the income of celebrities was not that exaggerated. Suddenly, the advertising fee exceeded 10 million in such a short period of time, which was still a very eye-catching number. After the popularity rose, the self-media naturally followed suit. Various public accounts started new titles. Shocking. Mathematicians actually earned 10 million with a game. What's wrong with this world? Can no one calm down and do academic research? Is it a fallen genius or a business star? Various titles. Various efforts for 100,000 plus. It's like a shark smelling blood and pounced on it. Of course, some self-media that were a beat slower and didn't get the heat also began to find other angles to enter the market. Some of them will also speak for Wani in return. But no matter what, the popularity has been hyped up, and it has directly led to many people's defenses being broken. 10 million? Are you kidding me? We need to check this. Don't you have a guilty conscience? How can such a rubbish earn so much? Are they all stupid? Haha. He's a great mathematician. But in fact, he's just a money-grubbing businessman who just wants to make a lot of money. You've made so much money. Have you donated it to poor mountainous areas? Do you know how many children in mountainous areas have a hard life? However, Wani did not give any response to these, and let the heat of the attack rise. He has already arrived at the gate of his alma mater. As a top domestic university, the Academy of Sciences has first-class high-end laboratories, and a large number of national key projects are carried out here. Before Wani came here, he must have made an appointment in advance. He was originally asked to arrange a pickup at the airport, but Wani declined and returned here alone. In terms of age, Wani is now about the same as a normal junior and senior student. Looking at the students full of youthful atmosphere coming in and out of the school gate, Wani felt very relaxed. Professor Wang. Some familiar voices came, and Wani also saw his former counselor, Brother Chen. Why are you so distant after not seeing each other for 3 years? Wang Yi's words made Chen Hao feel bitter. What do you think? I'm almost scared to death by you. Originally, the school even wanted to arrange a speech by Wani, but Wani declined. However, Wani also made a promise that if he really won the Fields Medal next year, the 15,000 Canadian dollars of the prize money would be donated to the school. 15,000 Canadian dollars itself is not much, but there is no doubt that if the original meaning of this prize money was donated to the school by Wani, it would definitely be worth writing about. There is even a high probability that the school will match the funds and set up a long-term scholarship. With such a promise, everything is naturally for convenience. After all, before they went to find Wani, they had already learned about Wang Yi's character from the side. To describe it in a positive way, it is pragmatic. Everyone is quite happy to cooperate, so there is no need to make it unhappy. Chapter 49 Academic Fraud. Fake. In a biological laboratory, Wang Yi reached out and touched the back of the mouse in front of him, with a faint blue glow flashing at the bottom of his pupils. Normally, experiments on cell regeneration take a long time, whether it is in vitro culture or observation of regeneration time after injection. A large number of control groups and multiple batches are required. However, for Wang Yi, who started out as a necromancer, he naturally has his own catalytic means, which are much more efficient. As long as he avoids any strange traces that may be left, it will be okay. But even so, Wang Yi originally prepared for a week, and this week was just to verify the results. After proving that it is indeed effective, he will definitely need to spend more time and energy to conduct in-depth research in the future. If the research is successful, he can rely on his ability to overclock and strengthen his heart again. But now, it has been directly falsified. This is an extremely serious academic fraud. TSK, this is too ugly. I don't know how much manpower and material resources have been wasted. Wang Yi rubbed his nose. For him, because he can take some magic side means to assist. So not much has been wasted. But for some institutions and top laboratories that are working hard on this direction, the loss is huge. But the direction of stem cell regeneration is correct. This experiment only shows the limitations of c-Kit plus stem cells. In terms of direction, we can continue to look deeper. Wang Yi scratched his chin and fell into deep thought. And then sighed. Things are really not that simple. If that paper is true, then I just need to follow the gourd and then make improvements on the magic side. But now everything is over, and it will take much more time and energy. For example, I can copy homework at the beginning. And I only need to optimize the last few steps. Now, the other party only proposed a direction and inspiration. And then all the puzzles have to be completed by myself. The workload is not at the same level. Because Wang Yi used magic catalysis to get the results. His messy experimental data obviously cannot be used to confront the professor of Harvard Medical School and director of regenerative medicine in the United States. Anyway, the main pitfall is the money of the United States. So you can do whatever you want for now, since the time estimate is far from the expected. And the problem was solved in a short time. Wang Yi simply took the time to transfer some HPV virus samples. There are many types of HPV viruses. And there are many subspecies and variants. The most important thing is that this virus has not yet found a way to be cultivated in vitro. Human cells themselves have extremely strong immunity and external resistance. Most viruses in nature have no effect when they enter the human body. This requires that the synapses on the virus I have matching objects in the human body. Only after matching can they be mistakenly placed into the cell by the corresponding cell and begin to reproduce. The most effective way to deal with viruses is antibodies. Antibodies mainly attack the synapses on the surface of the virus, which is equivalent to destroying the key to open the door. Traditional vaccinations use inactivated viruses to conduct preventive drills on the human body. But HPV viruses have not yet found a way to be cultivated in vitro. Since the virus itself cannot be cultured in vitro, Merck has taken a different approach. First, it finds the gene of the virus capsid protein L1, and then uses genetic engineering to implant it into other eukaryotic cells that can be cultured, and then creates the corresponding L of the virus separately and purifies it, achieving the same purpose as inactivating the virus. But the production is very tight. With such a large market, it is actually very simple for Wang Yi to break through. It is enough to find a low-cost way to culture HPV virus in vitro. This is very difficult for other laboratories, because not only do they need to culture, but they also need to facilitate the subsequent batch production and purification of vaccinations. And at the same time, they also need to consider the cost and quantity of the culture medium. If it can only be used on a small scale, it is not as good as the current means. But this is not a big problem for Wang Yi. Although he has never used this method, he started out as a necromancer, so he still has some skills in cultivating plagues. Just be careful. Any ability depends on how it is used. As long as it is used properly, it may benefit mankind. Looking at the chicken embryo culture medium in front of him, Wang Yi also got a relatively satisfactory result. Viruses have no cell structure and need to be cultured in vivo. And chicken embryos are generally the most cost-effective means. It's just that many viruses cannot be cultured through chicken embryos. Of course, HPV didn't work before. But after Wang Yi used magic to enhance the activity of the chicken embryo culture medium, he finally achieved the original purpose. The enhancement method, enhancement ratio, enhancement amount, and enhancement direction must be constantly fine-tuned to find the most suitable one. In the end, Wang Yi developed this set. It is simple, convenient, and not afraid of plagiarism. It is simply perfect. However, Wang Yi has to wait and see about the situation on Hong San. Hong San's foreign investment situation is very delicate. If you don't make full preparations, it will definitely be troublesome. First, you need to get enough money. Wang Yi has been doing experiments for the past few days, and he has been oblivious to what is happening outside. But some topics related to him on the internet are fermenting more and more. More and more people are leading the trend. The source is from Foreign Water Army. And many foreign institutions have sent you invitation emails during this period. After Wang Yi came out of confinement, Lin Shirqin pointed out some key issues. Since it is almost done, let's open my world directly. The current sheep has shown a decline, and the popularity has reached the highest point. It is inevitable that it will decline from prosperity. This is originally a thing to make money quickly. After the task is completed and the popularity is hyped, it just happens to use ways to achieve the final effect. No problem. Everything is ready. The game itself is free, and different modules have different charges. The current discounted price of the full package is $78, and the domestic price is 478 yuan. After saying that, Lin Shirqin also sent a screenshot to Wang Yi's mobile phone. In addition, I think this picture is enough to reverse the popularity on the internet. After saying that, the Q version of Lin Shirqin also showed a smiling face on Wang Yi's phone. The pictures were all invitations from abroad in Wang Yi's mailbox. Some were for lectures, and some were for employment. There were also conditions such as helping the whole family immigrate and resettlement allowances, etc. All laid out. After seeing these, Wang Yi also understood Lin Shirqing's intention. He casually posted this screenshot on Weibo along with a screenshot of the honorary professor sent to him by the Academy of Sciences, and added a sentence at the end. I don't like foreign schools. I'm too lazy to go. My alma mater is the best. There was no explanation or response to the recent events. No additional explanation. It was just two ordinary pictures, which instantly crushed all voices after being posted. All doubts disappeared with Wang Yi's post. Soon, a new voice began to appear. I didn't steal or rob. I made the money legally and legally with my own ability. What are you talking about? I just like to see ads. Are you dissatisfied? Do you like to see ads? Or do you want to get rewards from the ladies after completing the game? Is it not okay for me to do both? I also make a living with my skills. Mastery graduated from the computer department. It is reasonable for him to make games. Right? Don't look at how much those big stars earn. Why are there people jealous of the money he made with his own ability? If Mastery really wants money, he should just go abroad. Have you seen the conditions given by others? A group of people who dream of getting a green card should have been jealous to the point of separation. At studying in the United States, brother, have you got your green card? You won't come back after graduation. Right? Is the intermediary business easy to do? Even because of Wang Yi's post this time. The official Weibo of the Academy of Sciences once again okay to support him. Don't be too lazy to go. This is not a report. This is an expedition. All the evil spirits will disappear under the glory of the righteous path. Chapter 50 Liar. Wang Yi originally wanted to treat Chen Hao to a meal after the lab was finished. But it turned into a dinner with the school bosses. From treating to being treated. However, he borrowed the school laboratory. And they also supported him on the official Weibo. And it was his alma mater. So Wang Yi couldn't refuse again this time. Eat the food. It's better not to drink. It hurts the body. Professor Wang is young and promising. Are you dating? Originally, Wang Yi thought that these old professors wanted to persuade him to give a speech. But later found that it was not the case at all. After a round of asking about his well-being, the professors and even academicians looked as kind as the old grandfather next door. After they showed this attitude, Wang Yi instantly felt the subtle difficulty in it. Because this is purely a comparison of age and seniority. His age has become an absolute flaw. They created a kind of atmosphere for him. However, as long as it is not a difficult matter, Wang Yi does not mind. Respecting the elderly and loving the young is a tradition. If he can help his alma mater, then he will help. Xiao Yi, we have also seen the email you posted. We are very pleased with what you said and your choice. Academician Li said with some emotion. But then changed the subject and said, however, regarding the invitation to some reports, if you are free, I think you can still go. Academician Li, do you think this kind of report is better abroad than in China? I thought you would want me to give a report at the Academy of Sciences. Wang Yi was really a little surprised. After hearing Wang Yi's words, Academician Li fell silent. After a moment, he said with emotion, although I don't want to admit it, the current global academic center is in the West. Even if we run our own journals, we need to publish an English version to gain recognition. This is not something that can be brought back by 1 or 2 awards. After saying that, he looked at Wang Yi and smiled. It's good that you think so. As we stated, you are going out this time to fight after hearing Academician Li's words. Wang Yi also paused, and then smiled brightly. Okay, let's go to the battle. After going to the battle many times, we will be able to conquer it sooner or later. Right? Ha. That depends on your generation of young people. I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to see it. The more academic workers, the more they can understand the influence of the West on academics. The translation of many journals themselves is inaccurate, imprecise, or even non-existent. So if you really want to get the latest developments in the first place, you must have a solid enough foundation in relevant professional English. This is not formed overnight. And it is not something that 1 or 2 outstanding people can do to change this situation. But since Wang Yi said that he could conquer it after more expeditions, it was not just his empty talk. With his knowledge system of the collision of 2 civilizations and his ability to overclock, perhaps 1 or 2 number theory articles could not change anything. But as some papers that really involve cutting-edge technology appear more and more frequently and account for a larger proportion, sooner or later, the habit can be slowly changed. Of course, for now, Wang Yi will not casually attract attention in sensitive areas. And this change cannot be achieved overnight. He can only start by slowly adding some Chinese words to English journals, and slowly changing a habit. Otherwise, if he directly takes drastic measures, it may cause a split in the global academic community. At least Wang Yi still attaches great importance to the opinions and inspirations of the elites. Only the collision of thoughts can produce enough sparks. There is plenty of time. No need to be so anxious. The last meal was also a pleasant conversation. No one had any other opinions about Wang Yi borrowing the biological laboratory. Because although mathematics itself has some limitations, it is very popular to transfer mathematics to other majors. Wang Yi is still in the computer department. He can do whatever he wants. Anyway, it doesn't waste much money. For real geniuses and real high-tech talents, enough tolerance is necessary. Xiaoyi, you are our honorary professor now. If you go abroad, we will reimburse you for the whole journey. And you can also assign an assistant to accompany you to take care of trivial matters. When the dinner ended and left, an old professor also winked at Wang Yi. Okay, if I really go out, I will borrow the name of the Academy of Sciences at that time. This is what we are looking forward to. After another short exchange, Wang Yi's relationship with his alma mater is more harmonious and more tacit. The invitations in Wang Yi's emails prove that he could still take off even without the help of the Academy of Sciences. Even if some rigid-minded guys wanted to trip him up, they had to consider whether they could bear the infamy if they forced people away. This situation can be said to be a happy ending for everyone. Wang Yi. After saying goodbye at the door of the restaurant, Wang Yi heard a familiar crisp voice, and turned around to see his ex-girlfriend looking at him on the side of the road. Her black corset dress outlined her exquisite figure, completely controlling the delicate features of her oval face, making her look like an elf in the night. It looked like she was waiting for him specially. And there was a tall and handsome guy standing a distance away from her. Wang Yi also had some impression of this guy. He was the president of the student union when he was studying. And he had always been pursuing Qian Yayan. He was one of the few people who could ask her out for dinner. But looking at the distance between the two, why does it feel like they are getting closer now? Senior. Long time no see. Wang Yi raised his hand and greeted him with a smile. The two broke up peacefully without any grudges. Hearing Wang Yi's address, Qian Yayan couldn't help but groan, feeling a little itchy. Are you free? You're in danger today. So I'm not free. Wang Yi glanced at her warily. This little girl has a lot of ideas. This answer made Qian Yayan crazy. What is this? Who am I in your eyes? Damn it! How can he remember it so clearly after 3 years? Is his brain so good? Can he see through it at a glance? Hey, Wang Yi. How are you talking to Junior Qian? Show some respect. Xu Yong was almost pierced by thousands of arrows next to him. Damn it! I can't even touch you for so many years. But you are saying some nonsense? Senior Su, I have something to say to Ai. You have already delivered him. Don't worry about the danger on the road. You can go back. Without waiting for Wang Yi to speak, Qian Yayan waved her hand impatiently. As a person with a strong purpose, Qian Yayan is not noble. But she can control her direction for a higher purpose. Green tea doesn't matter at all. But no rich kid would like a fickle person. So she is quite good at controlling the degree. Except for Wang Yi, the bastard who doesn't play by the rules. The bottom line she holds is eating and watching movies. Su Yan's family is very good, and he is a high-quality spare tire option. But now, Qian Yayan feels that in front of this real potential stock, any family is nothing. A rich and powerful family may be squandered, but having ability is completely different. Even being a concubine is better than choosing a useless second generation. Qian Yayan fell in love with Wang Yi in the past because of his attitude and execution when he focused on studying. Now that the results have begun to appear, she realized that she was too conservative at the beginning. After finally finding out about his position, Qian Yayan would never give up this opportunity. After a trace of decisiveness appeared in her eyes, she came to Wang Yi in high heels like a black elf in the wind, and then hugged Wang Yi's neck without hesitation and came up directly. After all, this is a familiar person, and this kind of action is quite accustomed to. If the other party takes the initiative, Wang Yi will not say anything to push away. Feeling the familiar touch. It seems a lot more unfamiliar. After a long time, Qian Yayan turned around and glanced at Xu Yong with a hazy look in her eyes, and said in a strange tone, Senior Su, I advise you to leave for your own good. What? Do you still want to keep watching? Wow. The tall boy ran away crying and shouting like an abandoned dog weighing more than 100 pounds. Senior sister is really cold-blooded. Not as cold-blooded as you. Isn't it good to let him go free? Qian Yayan hugged Wang Yi's waist and buried her head in his chest, and said in a muffled voice, sniffing the fragrance on the hair in front of him. Wang Yi was actually a little surprised. Qian Yayan was not a love-brained person. Very realistic. And it was quite decisive to cut off such an excellent spare tire on the spot. But unfortunately, Wang Yi was more realistic. And it was too much of a waste of time and energy to talk about love. Just when Wang Yi was about to leave, his arm was grabbed, and a very seductive laugh came into his ear. Let's go. I'm going to take medicine. Heh. You're lying. Chapter 51 Small Goal. In the morning, Wang Yi leaned on the bed and looked at the indescribable thing next to him. He thought it would be a waste if he didn't pull out the cupping monster. If he didn't have the physique of a great knight, Wang Yi really wouldn't dare to agree to this little goblin casually. He is so good at lying. However, with absolute strength, he is enough to deal with all kinds of small thoughts. At the end of the night, she still asked for mercy and knelt down to solve the big number math problem. After yawning, Wang Yi changed his clothes and got up to go out. After Wang Yi left, Qian Yayan opened her eyes. Damn it! What did this bastard practice outside? I almost died. Sitting up with a quilt, looking at the place where Wang Yi left, Qian Yayan couldn't help but sighed. He still failed. Why is this guy so cold-hearted? Although I admit that he is very attractive when he is focused, he should also look at me more. Damn it! Just when Qian Yayan was complaining about herself, the door of the room opened with a creak. Then Wang Yi, who was biting a fried dough stick, brought a cup of soy milk and a bag of steamed dumplings and placed them on the table. He glanced at Qian Yayan and said vaguely while chewing, Has the owner of this store changed? Why doesn't it taste as good as before? Qian Yayan looked at the breakfast Wang Yi put on the table in a daze. She was a little confused. It was not until Wang Yi put the hot soy milk cup on her face that she took it stupidly and then reacted. This is the first time this bastard gave her something. I used to bring him breakfast myself. Stupid. You bought it from the wrong place. Didn't you see the name on the bag? Bastard. As she spoke, Qian Yayan's tears flowed down inexplicably. Why are you so angry? Senior sister? This is not like you at all. Wang Yi wiped Qian Yayan's face with a tissue and teased her. Don't be so utilitarian in the future. Study hard. You know, only the ability you master is truly yours. Isn't it more practical than your little thoughts? What do you care? Qian Yayan rarely lost her temper in front of Wang Yi, biting the soy milk straw and turning her head to the side, revealing her beautiful collarbone. Okay, never mind. I have to catch a plane. I'm leaving first. Wang Yi's words made Qian Yayan's heart skip a beat. But then he said, My company is now setting up a store. And I'm quite free when I'm free. My number hasn't changed. But I've been out of touch for a while. Study hard and make progress every day. Seeing Wang Yi waved his hand and hummed a little tune to leave, Qian Yayan took 2 more steps with the quilt in her arms. And then asked, Hey, am I still your girlfriend now? You didn't explain it clearly when we broke up. Ex-girlfriend. Bang. After the door was closed, the pillow Qian Yayan threw also hit the door frame. And then she started to pack her clothes angrily. Damn. It was torn again. You didn't buy the relationship. So you don't feel sorry. But then she saw a handbag where the pillow fell, took it and opened it, and saw a beautiful new set of clothes. It's pretty. The boss is still so discerning. Damn. I didn't come to see it. The voice in the headset came, and Lin Shirqin seemed to be quite regretful. You're such a gossip. You're the only one who knows. I looked into her past, and she's actually pretty good. She's a good tease. But she's also a clean person. Come on. She's my ex-girlfriend. I know better than you. Isn't this just to help you check? You don't know a good person's heart. You're a ghost. Damn it. How's my world? It's already on the shelves. Because of your popularity recently, and the fact that the game is free, it's downloaded a lot. The first day downloads reached 100,000. But because the external network promotion is still limited, most of them are contributed by domestic users. And there aren't many people who pay for it at the moment. Lin Shirqin began to give the data seriously. In fact, this data is already pretty good. My world will have sales that will surpass the sales of Bear Cube in the future. But that will take time to accumulate. Now the word of mouth hasn't fermented yet. And it's already a pretty good result to get 100,000 downloads on the first day purely by relying on the popularity it has caused. When the time comes, combined with video promotion and the player's tap water, the popularity in China can be foreseen. But the modules have almost no sales now. They are all free. It's okay. This game needs time to get started. And when you feel the charm of the game itself, People will naturally pay for it. Wang Yi is still confident about this. The regular version only has creative mode and survival mode, and many functions that can increase the gameplay are gone, waiting in the expansion pack at the back. It's true that the whole set is expensive, but a single module is not expensive. How is the game promotional video? Is Winyu's costume in place? It's in place, and it's being filmed now. You may be able to catch up when you go back. In addition, I have used the creative mode to assemble a large number of wonders and animate character figures. But now the time is too short to send them out. I will prepare to send some accelerated videos when the time comes. Lin Shichin said proudly. Very good. Keep up the hard work. Employees can have subjective initiative, which greatly saves Wang Yi from worrying about things. I can free up more time to do what I like. Since Wang Yi sent out the screenshots of the invitation and the employment of the honorary professor, the internet has become much quieter. At least they only dared to criticize the game of sheep, and did not dare to bring Wang Yi into the game. If they wanted to bring him in, they would only dare to make sarcastic remarks, and usually be laughed at. Especially the study in the United States and some agents. They broke the defense. Many of them dream of getting a green card in the United States. As a result, what they posted was that as long as he was willing to nod, the whole family would immigrate and everything would be settled. There would also be a considerable resettlement allowance, and he would be directly hired as a professor by the Ivy League. This immediately made them jealous, and they could not even imagine how Wang Yi could refuse or resist such temptation. If Wang Yi could agree and was willing to bring people over, they would immediately turn around and lick his ass. But there is no if in the world. Wang Yi threw away the things they failed to get in their job search, which trampled on their inner pride. They almost went crazy. In fact, the purpose of most international students is to learn knowledge or broaden their horizons. Even if they are arranged by their families, they are convenient to use as a springboard, so that they can have advantages in the future, whether it is talent introduction or civil service examination. But there are indeed a very small number of people like studying in the United States, who can do many things that seem incredible or even incomprehensible in order to get a green card. Now Xuechuan has chosen to avoid the sharp edge, just entertaining himself in his own territory. But a group of people headed by studying in the United States have begun to lead the rhythm everywhere, and in turn have become the vanguard. They dare not directly lead Wang Yi's rhythm, so they can only attack Wang Yi's game. However, the nature of the game sheep is indeed very bad, so there is indeed an attack point. When the sheep was the most popular and the contradictions were the most intense, Wang Yi launched Minecraft, and the main body was free, so it naturally brought its own heat. Wang Yi also made a new announcement on Weibo at the appropriate time. Let's set a small goal first, to become the best-selling PC game this year. The arrogant declaration directly caused an uproar, and it blew up some official Weibo accounts in the gaming circle like a depth bomb. Chapter 52: A year full of classics. Ambition or arrogance? Confidence or arrogance? A good game relies on content, not marketing. Making millions of dollars makes the great mathematician feel inflated. Everyone has his own strengths. Don't cross boundaries casually to avoid being laughed at. It must be said that even if Wang Yi has a halo in front of him, it is to protect him and recognize his mathematics. The screenshots he sent and the voice of the Academy of Sciences directly suppressed all the negative impacts brought about by the previous sheep. Originally, it would be like this. Everyone should be well. But in the end, you actually added fuel to the fire and said such arrogant words. In fact, many people were suffocated by the dimensionality reduction attack before, and now Wang Yi has given himself a handle. And it is a handle that can be attacked in the game. Those self-media who are willing to take risks will naturally not be polite. You are a great mathematician. You are awesome. You are noble. You are amazing. You made tens of millions from a rubbish game. We are convinced. But you are so arrogant just because you made the first wave of money from the game? You think we dare not say it? Naive. It is already July now, and you directly say that you want to hit the top sales of PC games this year? Do you know what you are talking about? This year, foreign game giants have seen a blowout in PC games, and a large number of classics have emerged. Devil May Cry 5, Far Island 3, Tomb Raider 9, Simulator 5, StarCraft 2. The gods are fighting. Then you made a Pixelman game in July and said that it will become the top sales this year? You are crazy. Even if we only consider the domestic market, even if the game itself is free, it is impossible to achieve it. It is precisely because so many classics have emerged that even if Wang Yi has a halo to protect him, major self-media dare to attack Wang Yi's parts outside of the halo. We admit that you are good at math, but you don't have the final say in the game. It is true that the sheep made a lot of money, but this is all marketing means. Quickly using their popularity to cash in, not the quality of the game. Everyone will admit that this is a successfully marketed game. But is it a good game? Even those who play all night will never agree. Such words were even excitedly translated and posted on foreign websites by the group of people who study in the United States to arouse disgust abroad. Similarly, a large number of related topics have appeared in Weibo, Tiaba, and other places. Although Wang Yi's halo is definitely preferred by passers-by, such complacent words will naturally cause disgust among some people, especially the group of people who were pitted by the sheep. Under the leadership of the rhythm, they also express some negative opinions. Jump Jump is a good decompression game. But aren't these pixel people too exaggerated? At first, he made a concept map, and I thought it was a joke. But the game is really out? I took a look. The game itself is free, but the module package costs 478. It's crazy. You made so much money by selling sheep, but you are still not satisfied? You want to cut leaks again? Please, Master E, go back to study mathematics honestly. Don't do these fancy things. I'll go to the next one to have a look. Various voices emerged, but it is undeniable that there will always be curious people who will try it out after the popularity rises. After all, the game itself is free. After Wang Yi returned to the company, he started a new round of big sister publicity offensive. Because Wang Yi has the top beauty tools, the models of Yuzhong Company are now looking at him with shining eyes. He is the one who gives orders. This time, they were directly divided into two groups. One group was still in sailor uniforms, stewardesses and nurses. The other group was pure anime characters. What Kwang San, Saber, San Yi, Tsunade, Mai Shiranui. It can be said that across all kinds of hobbies, there will always be a favorite. Beautiful models, with the blessing of makeup and beauty, and some two-dimensional terms after simple training, combined with the cube man. As soon as this video came out, it instantly washed the entire small broken station, and people couldn't stand it. At present, there are some otaku dance and cosplay ups on the small broken station, but although they are more attentive, they are completely unable to resist Wang Yi's commercial and routine targeted sniping. At the same time, when this batch of new videos appeared, netizens who had doubts before immediately knew who was behind the scenes. It turned out to be you. Oh, my god. Miyu, Shiro. How can they be so beautiful? Jiang Bo was fascinated by the video in front of him. Now after watching the new series, he likes to watch the videos of the models of Yuzhong Company over and over again. And Wang Yi also arranged some stage names that are more inclined to the second dimension for them. After all, the sheep were slightly adjusted before, so there are really some lucky ones who passed the level. After these lucky ones learned about the benefits here from other channels, naturally many people would not let it go. Some people also posted the gifts they received. Some high-definition photos with lipstick printed on them, and stockings with perfume, directly caused tons of output damage to others. Although those photos are legal and compliant, they are almost at the limit of compliance, and they are in the category of being picked up if they are posted online. Those lucky people who showed off their gifts were really jealous. Jiang Bo, who has not passed the test, can be said to have spent all this time on the game sheep. Now he has shifted his attention after seeing the new video. My world? This Pixel Man game. Jiang Bo looked at the weird game style and felt a little hard to describe. But now these girls said that if they can play new things in my world, they can also get random small rewards. They can also add their shaking letters. This. Must try it. God will make him crazy if he destroys him. You are too arrogant to jump to the aspect you are not good at. Xue Chuan laughed when he saw Wang Yi's domineering and arrogant declaration. However, after suffering several losses before, he still endured it this time and ran to see if it was really this pixel game that was released. Find the ST platform, download it, and open it. It's really so stupid. My world is not the kind of game that makes people feel amazing right from the start. You need to really play it to know it. But Xue Chuan obviously doesn't have the patience to do so. He made sure that the other party didn't cheat him by selling dog meat under the guise of sheep. He immediately began his heart-wrenching speech. It's sad. Lamentable. Originally, I thought that pixel game was just something you said casually. Just joking. In fact, as a computer major and excellent in mathematics, you are indeed talented. Let's not talk about the scam game of sheep. I think Jump is good. in order to show his objectivity and fairness. Xuechuan first came out to praise Wang Yi's jump, because this little game is indeed a classic. After finishing, he continued to output "Okay to my world. I even downloaded this game. I thought there would be a miracle. But no, this is really a pixel game. It's really a bear block. I beg you now, don't squander your talent and talent. Don't waste it on such useless things. Don't just think about making money. You have many ways to make money. The Riemann hypothesis has a reward of $1 million US. You can go and get it. It has to be said that Xuechuan has been defeated many times. But he can still make a comeback. He has the ability. The change of angle makes him put himself in this kind of angry at his lack of competition senior style, which really has a good effect. And what he said actually dug a lot of traps. First, he emphasized that Wang Yi cheated money, squandered his talent, and created garbage. He also put forward the central problem of Riemann hypothesis. Among the problems in the mathematics world, Riemann hypothesis is currently recognized as the most difficult and has been tried by most mathematicians. At the same time, Riemann hypothesis itself is more practical. There is also a $1 million reward, which is known as the most difficult million to earn in the world. But at the same time, this is definitely a huge pit. Ordinary people don't care so much. If they are really led astray, it can indeed weaken some of the halo. Originally, Wang Yi was ready for the next step after seeing that the download volume and release time were about the same. If Xuechuan didn't circle him, he might have to take the initiative to circle back. Now seeing that the other party is so conscious, he can't help but laugh. But it saves his time. This is a phenomenal game. I believe that players will soon release some related videos. Let's wait and see. Chapter 53 Detonation. Seeing wait and see again, Fang Chuan began to feel his blood pressure rising again. He had already confirmed this game, and the other party was bound to lose. It was the other party's arrogant words that caused the flaw. But he still had a vague feeling of badness. I don't believe it. Can a small pixel be so powerful? Even if the download volume is really good in the end. As long as you fail to become the first of the year, you still lose. You are too confident. Young man. After mumbling for a while, he finally resisted the urge to type, and chose not to see Wang Yi's reply. Penguin Building. Game Marketing Department. The atmosphere at this time was a bit solemn. As Wang Yi's current largest partner, they must continue to pay attention to Wang Yi. Sheep. Sheep. Although the data is going downhill, and it will definitely cool down quickly. But Jump has always been in a steady upward period. In addition, the rough means of the sheep game can be regarded as opening a new world door for Penguin. Subsequent small games can also learn from it. So for Wang Yi, who has his own traffic, they have always been paying attention to him. Similarly, after Wang Yi released a new game, as professionals, they must have chosen to download and observe it as soon as possible. Although this game is very funny and pixel art style. After all, Wang Yi's current traffic is related to the income of their small game. So the Penguin Public Relations Department is ready to come up with some soft articles from other angles. Isn't it okay to retro the pixel art style to reminisce the past? At least wait until the small game has harvested all the leaks and the heat is fully utilized. But as they downloaded and began to gradually understand this game, they fell into silence for a while. After all, they are professionals. Perhaps not veteran players. But they can still see the novelty of this game. Sandbox. Create an open world. Everything can be created by the players themselves. Damn! What kind of dream setting is this? This concept is too strong. What do you think? Although they have recognized that this is a very good game, it has not been tested by the market after all. And they don't know how popular it will be. Great potential. The previous cooperation was good. Let's continue to talk. I think it's difficult. If he really wants to cooperate on this game, he should have talked to us directly. Don't forget that he founded a game company. Pay attention first. He has too much aura. We should mainly cooperate in a friendly manner to see his ideas and plans. Well, but we have to make another preparation. Although we don't want to use it. Business is business. There are already enough game companies now. Just when the Penguin Games marketing department held a special meeting, the small broken station was suddenly flooded with videos related to Minecraft again. The only difference is that it was introduced by beautiful big sisters before. And this time, it is real game content. Wang Yi gave his employees such a long vacation. And of course, they all played Minecraft in various ways. Some classic scenes were selected and recorded into videos. And the best clips of creation, survival, adventure and online were selected. In addition, various figures and wonders created by Lin Shirqin also appeared one by one. This is completely different from traditional games. It is a game with infinite possibilities made of small blocks, showing its charm to the world for the first time. In addition to some of the ones set by Wang Yi, he unexpectedly found that although it was only the second day, there were actually up hosts in the game area who posted videos related to the trial of Minecraft. It was a video of several up hosts who knew each other online. This time, they were not made by Wang Yi, but real tap water born from the first batch of players. Very good. It's done. Happy Chicken is a well-known up host in the game area of Shupa Station. He likes to review some console games and 3A masterpieces. At first, he was quite resistant to the pixel game Minecraft, thinking that the popularity of this inferior game might lead to the phenomenon of bad money driving out good money. If future games begin to focus only on publicity and hype, and reduce the quality, it will definitely be a disaster for those who like games. But as a game up host, even without the inner drive provided by the beautiful big sisters, he downloaded the game as soon as possible with the mentality of stepping on thunder. In fact, the happy little chicken was originally going to post a teasing video to talk about some of the weird places in the game. Just like sometimes some bad movie commentaries can be very entertaining as long as they are criticized well. But when he really started to get involved, he had a feeling of WTF. The contrast between the pixel style and the internal functions is too big. As a gamer and a young gamer, his sense of smell is sharp enough, and he invited several friends to explore the charm of this game together at the first time. Everyone separated different functions, and then everyone began to feel shocked. Hey, why do I feel? This game really has the potential to be the best-selling game. I don't know. I don't understand so much. Let's get started. Good guy. You are worthy of being a mathematician. Awesome. You can play with pixels. After gradually discovering the charm of this game, they really sank into it and couldn't stop. As we all know, Minecraft is a game that can kill time without knowing it. After working all night, they finally understood the functions of this game. It can be said that this is a game with infinite possibilities and infinite ways to play. Players are the real creators. However, when they were excited and prepared to be the first group of spectators to explain the game and let more people know about it, after each of them posted their videos, they were a little confused to find that there were so many videos posted by Temo and Little Chicken. Come and see the gods. The friend who was connected to the microphone murmured and sent him a video link. And then he saw the Forbidden City built by Lin Shirqin himself. The Forbidden City in Minecraft is purely built with blocks. Even the video inserted the real aerial photography on the side. The degree of restoration and the workload directly made them, the real first batch of players, instantly feel confused. While we were still knocking on the little cubes, Temo had already created a world wonder. Look! There's more! I think this game is going to be crazy. After seeing the relevant link again and the new video, a highly restored Tifa figure also appeared in front of him. And then, there were characters such as Misaka Mikoto, Shauna, Naruto, Pirate, Bleach, and Conan. After that, other players teamed up to fight dungeons, kill Enderman, etc. Strategy videos also appeared. This made them, the real first batch of players, feel confused when looking at cheating players. When did there become so many high-level players on the small broken station? It was not until they saw the beautiful big sisters playing games in front of the computer screen and controlling the characters to start a crazy competition of hand speed that they understood the problem. You are taking the players' way and leaving them with no way to go. Bastards. Brothers. The jawbreakers are here. Let them see what a real high-level player is. Everyone can do something fun. There are so many ways to do something fun in this game. Defend our honor. Protect the little broken station. We can't let them corrupt the atmosphere. Good guy. They said that videos with new ideas can get rewards? This atmosphere is great. It's time for the lifeless little broken station to innovate. Chapter 54 Record Breaking. My world suddenly exploded. Although Wang Yi's popularity was added, the popularity itself only put the game on the cusp in advance. With the quality and novelty of this game, most of the players who downloaded and played it attentively at the first time were attracted by this game, and the retention rate was frighteningly high. Then Wang Yi's employees prepared the video modified by Lin Shirqin in advance, as well as the wonders and figures from Lin Shirqin's side. With the promotion of many big sisters from Yuzhong Media, all kinds of related videos have exploded. Starting from a small broken station, the videos swept Dubon and Ku, and the dissemination links were spread all over WeChat public accounts, Weibo, and Tiabo. It actually triggered a very sensational national effect in the shortest time. It can be said that anyone who likes games, and netizens who pay attention to games will see news related to my world during this period. The popularity of Yangelgang was also very high before, and now it is actually steadily increasing. But with the help of the contradictions created by Wang Yi himself, the heat formed by multiple oppositions, and the residual heat of the final sacrifice of the sheep, combined with the publicity and promotion of breaking the circle, my world can be said to have become a hit in a very short time. After all, this is a high-quality game in itself. In the future, even players who don't play blocks and don't like this style will not deny the excellence of this game. It can be said that the sudden explosion of heat stunned the employees of the World Culture Entertainment Game Company. They knew that this newly released game was good. After all, they themselves had been online many times at work. But after all, most of the company's employees have families. They will think the game is fun, but they won't play it too crazy. I really didn't expect this game to explode such heat. The number of downloads on the first day was 100,000. The number of downloads on the second day reached 700,000. And the number of downloads on the third day reached 3.7 million in one day. It directly crashed the ST platform. 3 days. Domestic. This even exceeded the total sales of many 3A masterpieces. This sudden explosion of heat scared the opposite you shown. When you used to secretly criticize Wang Yi for playing some shitty pixel game when he had a treasure in his hand. Those models were just for the photo effect, not for real play. But who would have thought that this thing would be so popular? No wonder. No wonder a company that can develop such an application would also pay attention to games. It turns out that this game is really awesome. The company World Culture Entertainment Games has also opened an official microblog, and will upload screenshots of the ST platform every day. This terrifying download volume is really shocking. Even if the main body is a free game, it is exaggerated enough. The key is that the content and comments about this game on the internet are almost all positive. Everyone has their own preferences. It can be said that the high recognition rate is enough to show the horror of this game itself. The group of self-media that mocked Wang Yi and said that Wang Yi was arrogant and conceited were instantly abandoned. And then they changed their style without any shame and changed their titles. A miracle in the game world. This is a true genius. Mathematicians are really good at making games. Let's count Master Yi's achievements in both literature and sports, while spitting in their own faces. These self-media are also secretly bitter. Aren't you cheating? The previous game was so rubbish that even jumping was a very casual game. But you suddenly threw out something like this? The key is that this thing looks square, and I don't want to play it at all. Who would have thought that you could make it so fancy? This is too cheating. Even Fang Chuan was numb after seeing these numbers now. What the H.L. is the good reviews on the whole network? How can it be so popular? Luckily, he chose to play it safe before, and did not respond to Wang Yi after seeing Wang Yi's wait and see. And Fang Chuan himself chose a tricky angle to respond to Wang Yi. Although there are still many people who come to him to mock him. As long as he turns off the comments and then explains to the fans in the core group, the damage is not too big and the foundation is not shaken. But for the most hardworking group of people who study in the United States, they are really abused. Whether it is people who like Wang Yi or people who like my world, or simply a group of people who have nothing to do, they are all picked out and whipped, in order to divert the contradiction and avoid being targeted. Those self-media also chose to add insult to injury. For a while, all kinds of ridicule and attacks were completely a trend of everyone pushing down the wall. All kinds of greetings of "Did you get the green card?" plus screenshots of game results. Forced them to lock the comments and play dead, and dared not even breathe. It was like a large army of block people going to war, leaving no grass. With the increase in the download base and the high quality of the game itself, the sales of the paid module naturally rose steadily. There are also players who are not short of money, who are worried that the game company will go bankrupt. So they buy all the modules before there is any demand. 3 days, 30 million in the account. And it can be predicted that this income will explode in the next period of time. The income brought to the company by Yangelgang through viral marketing, overdrawing word of mouth and game life, and purely making money has not exceeded this number. But of course, the popularity of my world itself is also related to the heat and controversy caused by Yangelgang. Sheep sacrificed his last life and ignited the fire of my world. Not bad. It hasn't started abroad yet. And they are the big players there. Wang Yi leaned on the boss chair in the company's office and turned around, listening to some business summaries given by Lin Shurqin in the headphones. and he didn't feel very excited. Although many people have said that they don't care about money. For Wang Yi, money is indeed just a tool to achieve his goals. Besides, this was expected. Make good connections with the ST platform, and find a way to transfer the foreign income to the two investment companies. Wang Yi only arranged the tasks, and Lin Shurqin naturally figured out the specific operations. World Culture Entertainment Games Company is a purely domestic company controlled by Wang Yi himself. And because of the business involved, it is somewhat conspicuous to hold such a large amount of foreign exchange in his hands. Domestic money is transferred domestically, and foreign money can also pave the way for the future direction. I understand. Last time, the hardworking porters exaggerated some of your remarks and posted them on the internet, which also aroused the hostility of many other game fans. Do you want to reverse it now? Previously, they were so angry about studying in the United States that they exaggerated Wang Yi's arrogant remarks that he wanted to be the first and forwarded them. And Wang Yi was the cause of the academic anti-discrimination movement before. And he is also a great mathematician. He also has a high degree of attention on the internet. This time, it will naturally stir up some heat. Hey, that's really hard for them. But the paper mainly depends on a certain special. But the game needs to cooperate with the ST platform. Forum. A certain book and ends. I understand. Chapter 55 Promotion. Although PC games are not as popular as console games in the United States, they are still a vast group. After all, gamers are the same. It is not that gamers who play consoles will not play PC games. And many console games will also have PC versions, which will allow game fans to experience them separately. Especially this year, hot games are emerging like mushrooms after rain. Although StarCraft 2 is also quite popular, StarCraft 2 itself has been criticized by some old StarCraft players. Although the sales volume is considerable, the reputation is really not comparable. But no matter what, this year's lineup of the gods fighting in the game circle has begun to show its prominence. The major game manufacturers are competing at this time. Even the fans of each game are competing. The annual sales volume itself is no longer just a matter of money, but also a matter of breadth. Some related game magazines and media can also feel the feast of this year, especially with the development of the internet. It will also have a considerable influence on social media such as certain books and ends. Previously, studying in the United States, and a group of friends on his side constantly moved Wang Yi's arrogant words and spread them on various platforms. Here, there is no aura of a great mathematician. They can make up whatever they want. It must be said that Wang Yi's previous bold words were indeed very arrogant. But it was because of this arrogance that he could attract enough attention and cause enough heat. Now is the hottest time. Plus the fans of other series of games. They are already fighting each other. And now you throw a depth bomb? Although the fans are arguing fiercely, none of these game giants dare to say such a harsh word as the first in sales. When the heroes gather together, whoever stands out will be easily attacked by the crowd. As a result, what these 3A masterpieces dare not say was said by a pixel game. And it was officially announced. Then, under the guidance of studying in the United States, Wang Yi proved the identity of good guess. And this time, they also learned to be smart, knowing how to make good use of Wang Yi's correctness last time, and ignited Wang Yi's fire. But they did not lead everyone to speak out, and kept silent, adding fuel to the fire. Not to mention, as long as the correct issue is involved, the heat will not decrease. What's more, this is already very topical. Many people went directly to Wang Yi to leave messages. The majority of them attacked. For foreign netizens, they don't care whether you are a mathematician or not. Arrogant. I won't play this game even if I jump out of my house. This ridiculous block is also a game? Do you think it's a bear block? Please don't insult the bear block. This is the best-selling game in the world. Mathematicians should just do your math. Nerds. I hate math the most. It makes me dizzy. So I hate mathematicians too. Last time, so many of us helped you fight discrimination. But you compromised yourself? You must have made a dirty deal with those people above. Of course, since the popularity has risen, there will definitely be many people who download the game with the intention of finding fault. What Wang Yi has to do is to cast a wide net and stir up the popularity. Anyway, it's fine as long as enough people see it. There is no doubt that with the help of studying in the United States and Wang Yi's own identity, it has successfully caused a good start. Now, it is Wang Yi's turn to fight back. First, he used a certain person to speak. I am not arrogant. I am just stating a fact. If what I said cannot be realized, I will prove the Riemann hypothesis. Responding to this kind of words directly, Wang Yi can be regarded as a direct answer to challenge all fans of the game. Then, in the right aspect, Wang Yi did not hesitate and directly put up the My World map, including black square people, white square people, yellow square people, and green square people. How many games can make all skin colors of characters consistent? None. This is the first one. Some face-shaping games actually already have skin color options, but it is undeniable that no matter how hard you try, you can never treat everyone equally. No matter good or bad, there will always be slight differences, whether it's quantity or quality. But My World doesn't have it. All beings are equal. In addition, Lin Shurqin also quickly started the work of moving some of the hottest related videos to a certain tube, and also dubbed them in different English. With the blessing of epic making beauty, it is instantly tool. Oh, they are so beautiful. Games played by such beautiful girls must be fun. I want to know if they have any taboo videos. I can't stand it anymore. They are different from the Oriental girls I remember. They are too beautiful. It turns out that not all of them have squinted eyes. But this game seems to be quite interesting. Is it a building block game? It's a bit like Lego. It seems like it can be played. And it really treats everyone equally, as he said. All characters of different skin colors are really the same. Appearance is justice. As various pictures and videos began to circulate, coupled with Wang Yi's perfect correct behavior, the attacks on Wang Yi began to decrease. Oh, isn't it the funny game that I thought at the beginning? If the game is really good and the game company has enough confidence, this domineering declaration is not unacceptable. The West does not advocate subtlety. The reason why game manufacturers dare not say such things is that their competitors are too strong. They are not sure and are afraid of being attacked by the crowd. If they are really sure, those big manufacturers will say more arrogant things. For example, some people claim to have broken Moore's law, which is a manifestation of confidence. At the same time, foreign manufacturers also focused on this weird game that suddenly appeared. What the hell? A new competitor? But originally, they also thought that this game was probably just to hype up the popularity and make some money. After all, many games this year are series games, with the foundation and reputation of old players. But when they started to study this game, they immediately felt that the situation was not that simple. Compared to some game companies that only want to make money and only look at education and majors when recruiting people, many foreign game companies require employees to love games. If even the employees themselves don't like games, who will play the games they make? So many of them are also senior players. Because of this, they can understand the horror of this game more deeply. This is a trend. Guys, the real competitor has appeared, subverting the gameplay. This is very interesting. Magical East. Magical mathematicians. Do mathematicians like this kind of blocks? Compared to the initial disbelief of netizens, the first step of game manufacturers is to believe in the quality of this game. Many are still thinking about cooperation and even acquisition. However, as the first batch of videos began to explode in various circles of the internet, allowing them to see different Oriental aesthetics and gameplay, My World's popularity began to get out of control. There are really many foreign players who are doing it. Then the console version of My World came into being. Chapter 56. We need this game. The spending power is really strong. Wang Yi couldn't help but sigh when he heard Lin Shurqin's report on the download volume of various channels and the sales ratio of modules. People abroad have long been accustomed to paying for games. Many people think that Wang Yi has made a lot of money with a game that is free. And they are also very satisfied with some expansion packs. These expansion packs also have some newer and more comprehensive functions added by Lin Shurqin. And there is another point. Many foreign players have plenty of time. Minecraft itself is a sniper for those with plenty of time. The first video on the internet that was not uploaded by Lin Shurqin came out on the same day, which is faster than the efficiency in China. The game player is a black guy who makes all kinds of strange noises almost all the time, which makes people want to order a Song of Sunshine, Rainbow, and Little White Horse for him. Afterwards, major game forums and game journals also swarmed in like sharks smelling blood. Begin a detailed game evaluation and report. Wang Yi did not go to recharge specifically, because for this kind of journal, they will charge a lot of money for games that can influence. But for this kind of game that is unstoppable at first glance, they naturally have to consider their own reputation. PC Gamer, an epic game that may bring game innovation, is born. Pocket Gamer, a very interesting game, completely beyond expectations. Gamma Sutra, another dark horse in the game this year. The funniest thing is that the good reviews from abroad have just begun to appear. The first wave of attacks and bad reviews led by studying in the United States has just begun to be carried back to China. At this time, many domestic self-media began to use the comments on the foreign network to express their own rational opinions. We have to admit that Minecraft has been successful in China, but it is still difficult to gain international recognition. It's a pity that domestic games still can't break through the siege. When can we have our own 3A masterpiece? Success and failure are both due to Xiaohe. Master Yi's game failed abroad because of his own speech. Humility is a traditional virtue. Congratulations on the success of Minecraft in China. Of course, because the game suddenly became popular in China. These rationalists did not dare to go too far in their statements. They were just purely for the sake of popularity and traffic to attract attention. Reflecting the contrast between China and abroad is a new direction. As self-media, they know clearly what the traffic password is. As long as they are not blocked, they dare to test the limit. Originally, Lian Fanchuan was ready to continue his long output, but he always thought something was wrong. So he took the initiative to check it out on the internet. Just after seeing the rave reviews and the titles of many game magazines, I immediately came back and silently deleted the words I had already typed. This time, I will spare your life. Penguin Building. Game Marketing Department. How is it? Is there an estimated calculation? Why is it more popular than in China? A group of people were waiting for something. And soon someone said, "It's out." The estimated download volume has exceeded 1 million. And the payment ratio is extremely high. The profit may surpass that of China. This statement caused an uproar as soon as it came out. In their eyes, My World is simply a miracle. It has made 30 million in 3 days in China. In fact, they thought it was very good before. But this My World is even more exaggerated. And unlike the previous marketing that relied entirely on marketing and deception, My World relies on the quality of the game itself. It was already exaggerated enough in China. But now the leaks are harvested abroad? This is simply unbelievable in their eyes. Penguin dreams of opening up the foreign game market. And the success of LOL has shown them a new direction. But in addition to relying on money to acquire, Penguin's own game development capabilities are indeed embarrassing. Forget about copying homework and asking them to innovate. So their best way is acquisition. Talk. Let's talk. No matter the price. We Penguin need Minecraft. Such an excellent game. And it can also earn US dollars. We Penguin must have it. If you pay more, you don't have to have too many shares. And they can still have their own control. Unlike Ollie, Penguin is more sensitive to policy reactions, and will not easily take over the magpie's nest. Generally, it is just a share. This is their routine operation. In addition to making money itself, they also want to enhance their own influence and expand their territory. Although they also noticed that Wang Yi did not propose cooperation last time because he wanted to do it himself. They also felt that as long as the money was in place, everything would be easy to talk about. We don't want control. Isn't it good for everyone to win? Penguin wants to acquire 33% of the company's shares. Forget it. After all, it's my company in the open. I don't want to play a game of wrangling with shareholders. I'll go back. Wang Yi knew that if it was purely for the development of the company, accepting Penguin's investment would definitely be a win-win deal. In the future, he can use Penguin's traffic. And he could also get at least hundreds of millions of funds immediately. But the game company was originally something Wang Yi put on the table. The money earned in China was just transferred by the game company itself. And he didn't have so many demands. A few $100 million is a lot. But I transferred a large amount of US dollars to overseas. And a game company is still a bit eye-catching. It would be better for Lin Shurqin to directly manipulate the overseas game income to flow into 2 off-site investment companies. So Wang Yi really didn't consider the investment in Penguin. When I just graduated and didn't die, I must have cried and begged Penguin Dad. But now it's unnecessary. This way, it's pretty good, but with Penguin's usual style. If you don't join, such impressive data may be hostile and suppressed. Although the game market is huge, Penguin's grabbing of the market is not just a matter of money, but also influence. If you refuse directly, they won't care whether you are a mathematician or not. When there is no conflict of interest, they will definitely give respect. But when there is a conflict of interest, it's different. Wang Yi has not won any award yet, and he does not have any special status. Now he is just an honorary professor of the Academy of Sciences. You are a good mathematician who does not do mathematics, but comes to the game to compete with us for interests. and you are unwilling to make friends with me and accept our investment, then you must be prepared to accept resistance. It doesn't matter. At least they dare not target me openly. Let them do whatever they want. If the small game is sold to Penguin, only they can promote it. But if it has the quality of hardcore games, it is not necessary. Moreover, Penguin is a commercial company. Although there may be some unpleasantness, and even offensive and suppression, they will also cooperate when it is time to cooperate. For example, if Jump can continue to bring profits, they will still promote it. For example, if they are asked to advertise, they will also accept it as long as they are paid. In business, however, Penguin's offensive came earlier and more fiercely than expected. Wang Yi rejected their investment with such favorable conditions, which immediately attracted the attention of Penguin, who believed that this was a hostile act. So they immediately came up with a second plan. Almost the next day, various water armies appeared on the internet, and the purpose of these water armies was surprisingly consistent. That is, they thought that great mathematicians like Wang Yi should not waste their talents and should do scientific research. Directly forced Fang Chuan, who had been playing dead, to stand up to show support. This time, Fang Chuan, who chose to play dead, saw the news on the external network in advance, and suddenly saw so many supporters pouring out, and he felt very confused. When did my influence become so big? However, he, who has been up and down on the internet for many years, immediately felt that something was wrong. Oops. Someone wants to make me a target, and they don't care whether you agree or not. Because I did say those words. If I swallow my pride now, I can't explain my existing fans. This is directly forcing him to be roasted on the fire. Dilemma. Chapter 57. Not that kind of person. There are water troops. This time they are regular troops, different from those scattered soldiers in the past. Lin Shurqin can easily detect changes on the internet. The combat effectiveness of organized online water troops far exceeds the expectations of ordinary netizens. Because even if normal netizens can reply and comment, they don't comment very often. And many people simply don't comment. Just eat melons. But water troops are different. When a virtual machine can register an account after receiving a verification code, it is not a problem for one person to hold hundreds of accounts, relying on some repetitive words to copy and paste, and even some special water army work scripts. It is not surprising that a few people can kill a large army, and in order to avoid being caught, they often take some special ways to bypass monitoring, such as commenting to divert traffic, commenting under high-profile posts, and in a large number of accounts like it to become a hot spot. Take the most loosely controlled certain audio for example. If you see that the first likes and comments in many popular videos are similar, it can be generally regarded as the operation of water troops. They don't need all the accounts to speak. Just use the thumbs down and thumbs up. Wang Yi had also suffered some attacks from the water army before, but they were all minor ones. This time, it was obviously a little different. Moreover, the water army did not dare to attack Wang Yi directly, but created an atmosphere to force Wang Yi to go back to do research. Also, a headhunting company has started to poach our employees. What Lin Shurqin said later made Wang Yi even happier. Let them poach. No rush. Let the bullets fly for a while. Well, I'll observe the situation first. In addition, boss, you have a date today. Just a meal. Wang Yi knew what Lin Shurqin was talking about. It was the thank you dinner that Lu Xiuka ordered at Xieji private kitchen today. Hey, you have been missing these days. What on earth have you been doing? Lu Xiuka came back from the crew early. Director Zheng knew that she was inviting Wang Yi to dinner and decisively approved her leave. Today, Lu Xiuka didn't wear makeup, tied a single ponytail and threw it behind her, plus a white sweater and shorts, looking full of youthful vitality. Wang Yi, who had just returned, glanced at her long white legs. Business. Is there something dirty somewhere? Lu Xiuka showed an excited expression on her face when she heard it, but her tense legs showed her nervousness at the moment. She is indeed a novice and a playful person. How can there be so many dirty things? Think about how many times you have encountered them since you were born. Wang Yi rolled his eyes at her and looked at Ma Dong's locked door and said, Brother Ma really has something to do today? Well, the big star who was acting like a big shot is finally here. Brother Ma has his rival and has to wait all day. When Lu Xiuka heard that it was not a dirty thing, she lost interest in continuing to inquire. Wang Yi was able to get such courtesy from a big man like Director Zheng, and he arranged this kind of role for her casually. So naturally, she didn't have to worry about his work problems anymore. He must have a lot of ways to make money. thinking of the past when I wanted to take him to play a small role. Okay. Let's go. I'll treat you to a big meal. It's highly praised. I've wanted to try it for a long time. Lu Xiuka zipped up her sweatshirt and waved to Wang Yi. Although the sweatshirt was loose, it still couldn't cover up her plump curves after the zipper was zipped up. It can be seen that Lu Xiuka must have had good nutrition during her growth period. I will definitely eat you out of money today. Don't cry when the time comes. Wang Yi smiled casually at the lively Lu Xiuka in front of him. The first thing he saw when he returned was this girl. Not only was he naked, but he also received hundreds of yuan of sponsorship from her. Wang Yi had a good impression of Lu Xiuka. However, as Lin Shurqin said to him, she was a serious girl, so he would reduce his aggressiveness. It's pretty good now. Taking a break occasionally is very relaxing. Xieji's ancestors were imperial chefs. The key is that with the advancement of technology, they are also keeping up with the times. The ancient secret recipes are combined with modern craftsmanship and many ingredients. The reputation has always been very good. Many top stars and famous directors like to come here to eat. I also made an appointment with great difficulty. Lu Xiuka spread her hands and made a super big gesture, as if to say how difficult it was to order. Seeing her like this, Wang Yi couldn't bear to tell her that he had already eaten once. He nodded with a smile on his side. I just hope the portion is bigger. Don't worry. I have reserved a table for 8 people. When the time comes, I must order the minimum portion for 8 people. I know you eat a lot, and I guarantee that you will be full. Lu Xiuka covered her mouth and smiled like a little fox. The sleeves of her sweatshirt were slightly longer and covered half of her palms. She looked like a student who was still studying. Even if she was a big eater, she would definitely be able to hold on if she could eat so many dishes without eating staple food. Although Lu Xiuka borrowed Ma Dong's electric car, Wang Yi looked at the little pink and decided to walk with Lu Xiuka. Anyway, it's still early, and the distance is not too far. This time, Lu Xiuka thanked Wang Yi for the dinner. And of course she agreed to it. The red sunset was hanging in the sky. But there were still busy figures of extras on the way to the film and television city. Some of them are extras who specialize in night scenes. Now is their time to go out. And they may have just woken up. Now even Kangaroo has just taken shape and will be officially launched at the end of the year. Most of the extras with low education have few choices. Many people are not trying to become big stars, but really want to make a living. At least, the choices of extras are more free. And if they fail, they can only go to the nearby electronics factory. There are also many people who muddle through like the sauna god. Along the way, Lu Xiuka was also chatting with Wang Yi about interesting things in the crew. And Wang Yi also briefly talked about the process of catching Lin Shurqin that day, satisfying the curiosity of this coward. TSK, you told other beauties about me as a joke. So people care about me. Lin Shurqin's dissatisfied voice came from the earphone on the side of Wang Yi. This guy is really a voyeur, eavesdropping the whole time. In fact, Lin Shurqin could have come out with the help of the pendant made by Wang Yi. But she said that she would give Wang Yi some time alone. So she didn't come. Although the person didn't come, his ears did. He should be staring at Wang Yi's phone and eavesdropping. Shouldn't you care more about it later? I'm sitting and you're standing. I'm eating and you're watching. Wang Yi moved his lips and mocked the other party. What are you talking about? Lu Xiuka asked curiously when he saw Wang Yi's lips moving. Oh, talking to a ghost. Hee hee. You're lying again. I'm not so easy to scare. Lu Xiuka laughed. And at this time, they also came to Xieji's alley. Xieji is not far from the film and television city. But it is outside the film and television city. And it feels like a hidden place in the city. This alley itself doesn't look special. Just like an old city alley paved with asphalt. There are some sewing shops next to it, which should be able to customize some costumes and repair work. I don't know if it is to show the characteristics of the shop. Most of these sewing shops will also display an old-fashioned foot sewing machine. But even in such an inconspicuous alley, there are many luxury cars parked in an open space the size of a basketball court. Most of them are naughty cars. Celebrities and famous directors like to come here. And it is not bragging. If it is not only accepting pre-booked guests, and the reception capacity is limited, there will definitely be more than what is in front of us. The last time Wang Yi came here, he saw several familiar celebrities coming in. But the reception capacity here is not strong. So there is no lobby. Only private rooms. Except for bumping into each other when entering and leaving. There is generally no embarrassing situation. And there are no paparazzi squatting and secretly taking pictures in this kind of place. which shows that the boss behind this is still quite powerful. Dr. Wang? At this time, Wang Yi heard a strange call from the parking lot, turned his head, and saw a big-bellied man in a suit looking over. Because of this unique name, Wang Yi immediately remembered that this was the guy who claimed to be a producer he met on the plane. And it seemed that his name was Chung Duojin. Appearing in this kind of place, it seems that he is indeed a mixed-up shop. However, compared to the other party's attitude last time, this time, there was a surprised expression on his face. Dr. Wang, are you going to Xieji for dinner? I wonder if you can help me get him in. Don't worry. As long as you can get in, it's okay. When the time comes, I will pay for your table. I can give you a 500 yuan bribe. It seems that he suddenly thought of the consumption here. And finally Chung Duojin shifted his promise, and changed it to a 500 yuan bribe. Looking at this guy's appearance, he should have been squatting here all the time, thinking of his self-proclaimed identity as a producer. Is he going in to meet the boss? To get investment? But this guy underestimated me too much. I am not such a casual person. 500 yuan also wants me to do convenience? Maybe taking him in will cause some trouble. No. After saying that, Wang Yi pulled Lu Xiuke into the door of Xieji under her slightly curious eyes. Xieji can stop people like paparazzi and Chung Duojin. And it also has its own characteristics. There is no beautiful reception at the door, but two burly men. Last time Wang Yi came, he could vaguely feel a hint of blood on these two people. The kind that was stained with blood. Well, but they are not social people. Judging from their temperament, they should be retired. However, they can retain such a bloody aura. They are definitely not ordinary conscripts. They are probably some border or even special forces. This boss is actually quite interesting to be able to invite these two people. And because Lu Xiuke had an appointment, he was able to enter without any obstacles. Only Chung Duojin was left stomping outside. But he didn't dare to follow. Chapter 58 Awakening. Spicy small green dragon and raw marinated king crab are the seafood representatives in the store today. Wang Yi's mouth is smooth after eating them. If these two dishes are mainly based on ingredients, the following ones: smoked chicken belly, assorted sausage, fried tendons, and smoked duck feet, which are both delicious and test the cooking level, really satisfy Wang Yi. The cooking skills of these dishes are definitely not inferior to his. Moreover, he has to rely on perfect strength control and absolute control of the heat to vaguely cover the opponent's spirituality and barely tie. But there are two other dishes that Wang Yi thinks are top-notch and have their own spirituality: the blood lamb deer and the marbled beef rice bowl. He can almost restore the previous ones just by eating them. And he can make them himself if he is given the ingredients. But the blood lamb deer, a fragrant and tender delicacy, and the marbled beef rice bowl, a unique signature dish that combines modern ingredients, are something that Wang Yi cannot restore. Last time, he tried the blood lamb deer, which is a deer blood cooked with artificially raised fawns that have not been weaned. Homemade rice wine, ginger, and tea oil are added to the deer blood to prevent blood coagulation, and finally fried together. But Wang Yi can confirm the ingredients and even copy the cooking. But he knows that he can't make such a good taste. After tasting it this time, he can be more sure that the other party will have unique changes and techniques according to the subtle differences in the ingredients. It is spiritual and amazing. As for the marbled beef rice bowl, it looks ordinary. But the more tender marbled beef is selected to replace the yellow beef, making it more plump and juicy. With the bright grains of rice, it can absorb the juice and ensure that it is fat but not greasy. Wang Yi thought that he could not reach this level unless he spent more time to immerse himself in it. The boss has something. But if he didn't have some tricks, he wouldn't be recognized by so many people. After eating, Wang Yi wiped his mouth with satisfaction. Lu Xiuke ate half of the 8-person portion, and the rest was stuffed into Wang Yi's stomach. Generally speaking, the two signature dishes should be made by the boss himself, and the others are probably made by his apprentices. If there is a chance, I can get to know them. However, just when Wang Yi was full and ready to retreat with Lu Xiuke, a silver ring on his finger suddenly trembled. This made Wang Yi pause and feel a little surprised. It was Li Yao's fluctuation. This guy should have been left for too long, resulting in a serious loss of humanity. He was almost a sand sculpture with only instincts. Wang Yi specially built a new body for him. And his recovery speed was only satisfactory. Because Lin Shurqin was captured again, Li Yao's recovery was slower. And Wang Yi didn't urge him specifically. This time, it was the first active fluctuation after he recovered him. After a slight sense, Wang Yi also frowned. This guy should not have recovered to this extent. This is the act of recovery after being stimulated by something outside. And there are signs of evil spirits. But after all, it was a summoned creature that Wang Yi had subdued. So he just moved his fingers slightly, and it completely calmed down. After thinking about it, Wang Yi took the initiative to inject some magic power to help Li Yao recover. Relying on the external stimulation before and Wang Yi's magic power supplement, the muddled Li Yao seemed to be much more awake. He floated out in a daze and looked around, and finally locked his eyes on Wang Yi. His originally empty eyes gradually focused, and then he seemed to recall the experience during this period, and smiled at Wang Yi bitterly. I didn't expect that Brother Wang had such a skill. I really misjudged you. Thank you very much for your help this time. After saying that, he floated in the air and bowed to Wang Yi. Li Yao didn't know what would happen if he continued to be muddled like that. He only knew that if he followed his instincts completely, he might hurt others. What if he hurt his relatives? Now that he has come to his senses, he is really scared. Although Li Yao is in a spirit state, he still has a bookish air. Uncle Li is not short of money, and Li Yao is also a top student in the liberal arts. He also has a good foundation in painting and calligraphy, and has a bit of an artistic style. He has a beautiful wife and a lovely son. He was originally happy, but he died suddenly and turned into a vengeful spirit. Lu Xiuke saw Wang Yi wanted to get up after eating, and was about to leave, but suddenly saw Wang Yi stopped and looked at the sky, which was a bit strange. What are you doing? Let's go after eating. Don't worry. I can still afford it, and I won't run away. Lu Xiuke laughed. Nothing. Well, you also know that I am good at some strange things. And I encountered some problems. Haha. You lied to me again. Lu Xiuke stood up and said proudly. But just after she finished speaking, she suddenly felt a chill, which made her shiver. I just asked him to say hello to you. Don't worry. It won't hurt your body. Clang. Lu Xiuke sat down on the chair directly, her teeth clattering, and then kept moving towards Wang Yi, looking around with her big eyes in fear. Don't worry about me here. How about you go to pay the bill first? I'll talk to him first. Okay. I'll go to pay the bill. I'll wait for you in the lobby. Lu Xiuke stood up with a whoosh, and then walked out of the box quickly. Before I met her, she was very excited to tell Wang Yi a story, and she listened with great interest. But when she was in front of me, she was scared like a flea. Alas, Yi Gong loves dragons. Lu Xiuke is a good girl. Li Yao obviously died after Lu Xiuke moved in, so he also knew this tenant. Tell me, what happened to you? It's not easy for this world to give birth to a ghost. Since you are now my summon, I will naturally solve some of your problems. Wang Yi crossed his fingers and placed them on the table. Speaking gently, Li Yao and Lin Shiqing were both captured by Wang Yi. Since they have become ghosts, there must be a story behind them. After hearing Wang Yi's words, Li Yao's body obviously showed a wave of resentment again. He seemed to be a little excited, and it took a while to calm down. Haha. I am not willing to accept it. It's probably my ridiculous life. I thought I found the love that I could spend my whole life with, but in the end I was killed by her. Li Yao's words surprised Wang Yi, who was originally listening. Sun Jie? Were you killed by her? Wang Yi also had a good impression of Sun Jie. Li Yao's wife was a beautiful woman who was outstanding in all aspects. She was a kindergarten teacher. They also had a son who should be 6 years old this year. Although Li Yao was dead, Wang Yi saw her helping Li Bo to take care of the kitchen when he went to Li Bo to install the network cable and circuit. Now it seems that if Li Yao was really killed by her, then this woman must have more plans if she is still so attentive. For example, Li Bo's inheritance after 100 years. Li Bo also has a second son. But after all, Sun Jie still has his eldest grandson here, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to make a will to give some. Such a large fortune, even if only a part is divided, is enough for ordinary people to squander their lives. Chapter 59 Poor Li Yao. Warning, from here to chapter 63. It is a bit melodramatic, which is toxic to some readers. Please read carefully. If you don't like this, please jump to chapter 64 directly. Don't say I didn't warn you. After listening to Li Yao's story, Wang Yi also exclaimed, what a guy. Sun Jie is definitely a very scheming woman. And compared to those Wang Yi has met so far, Sun Jie has another characteristic. That is, cruelty. Li Yao treats Sun Jie very well, and the two have always been very loving. Sun Jie manages the housework in an orderly manner, takes care of her husband and children, and Li Yao has always been very satisfied with her, and has never doubted anything. It was not until Li Yao was suddenly diagnosed with liver cancer that he vaguely discovered something strange. The doctor felt very strange about Li Yao's situation. Li Yao did not smoke, drink, stay up late, was not infected with hepatitis B, and had no relevant medical history in his family. In theory, the probability of contracting liver cancer with this habit is very, very small, and there is almost no inducement. Faced with such a serious disease, it was still in the late stage, and Li Yao finally collapsed. But just after he had resigned from the hospital and Sun Jie took him home, he really understood the reason before he died. It was Sun Jie who added aflatoxin to the porridge she cooked for him every day. It turned out that Sun Jie had always had a lover. Later, after she found out that Li Yao liked her, she and her lover discussed it, and this marriage came about. After getting married, Sun Jie never broke off contact with her lover, and even their child was not Li Yao's. It was just because they didn't dare to do it too obviously and chose the right amount, which led to the delay of so long before success. When Li Yao was dying, Sun Jie had already brought her lover back in broad daylight to fool around, and fooled around in front of him, as if she wanted to anger him to death as soon as possible. In the end, it was as she wished, and Li Yao turned into a vengeful spirit with endless resentment. But unlike Lin Shiqin, who was blessed in the environment of the Qin Palace, even if Li Yao's final resentment turned into a vengeful spirit, the effect was actually just like this. He wanted to take revenge crazily, but his methods were touching. In the end, the couple only got seriously ill, and then they went to the temple to ask for a peace amulet at a high price, which caused Li Yao to lose the ability to take revenge. As time went by, Li Yao gradually became confused. I saw it in Li Bo's store before, but I didn't see you react so much at that time. What did you see this time? Li Yao is a spirit, and his perspective is always a little different. He should have seen something through the box. They both came. And my brother too. Li Yao's voice seemed a little heavy, and Wang Yi couldn't help but think that his brother was also involved. Wang Yi recalled Li Bo's youngest son. Compared with Li Yao, his youngest son has a lower sense of existence. It seems that his name is Li Shun. He doesn't have a fixed job. He just rides a motorcycle every day, and occasionally goes to the entertainment industry to be a small role, pick up girls, etc. He was a bit naughty and had a bit of street slickness, but he wasn't a bad person by nature. He was quite righteous and would often help some tenants when he came back for a stroll. He was good at repairing small items because he played with motorcycles. After recalling this, another idea came to Wang Yi's mind. If they give Li Shun another accident, then all of Uncle Li's property will eventually fall on their heads. Thinking about it this way, the possibility is really quite high. They have already done it, and it is very likely to do it again. Sun Jie is a woman with good external conditions. She is the kind of woman who is easy to associate with the bed. Now she is alone with her nephew. If she takes the initiative to pue Li Shun, my goodness, this straightforward motorcycle boy is likely to fall into the trap. Okay, I'll give you a buff. You can deal with it yourself when the time comes. Wang Yi is not a person who must pay attention to procedural justice. Li Yao has been dead for so long, and he has always been regarded as dead, leaving no evidence. In this case, it is natural to let Li Yao treat him with his own way. Then Wang Yi also let go of his five senses. Through the thick soundproof wall, he heard several adjacent boxes. One of the boxes should be the core of some crew, and heard the director calling something. The second box should be a table of new guests, who came here to see the world and try new things. The other one should be the target. Wang Yi heard the voices of Sun Jie and Li Shun, and there were two other unfamiliar male voices. One should be the lover mentioned by Li Yao, who was also surnamed Sun, and was called Sun Miao. He was also disguised as Sun Jie's cousin. Li Yao had seen him before, but he had never doubted it. The other one was a man named Huang Xiao. Listening to their conversation, it was probably Li Shun who took the lead and introduced Huang Xiao to Sun Jie and Sun Miao. Huang Xiao should have some connections in the film and television industry. It seems that Sun Jie is still planning to enter the film and television industry. However, she does have good conditions, and it is not surprising to have such an idea in a place like Shutian. But just when Wang Yi was about to use an evil force to strengthen Li Yao and let him solve the problem himself, there was a commotion outside, because Lu Shuka was still outside, although she was not involved yet. Wang Yi went out to see the situation first. Mr. Li, I'm Xiao Cheng. What do you think of the project last time? Oh my god. It was Cheng Duo Jin from before. He must have found a way to sneak in from the new table of guests. At this time, he was diligently asking something to someone at the table of the crew next to Wang Yi. It seemed that he asked when the other person came out to the bathroom. The face of Mr. Li, who was stopped, also looked very ugly. He didn't answer Chung Duojin at all, but asked loudly, "What's wrong with you, Xieji? Can you let people in and disturb the guests' meals? We came here because we trust your reputation." This voice directly made things worse, making Chung Duojin look ugly, and also blew up other onlookers. In addition to the family of 5 who had just come in, the 4 people in Sun Jia's room also came out curiously at this time. It seemed that it was mainly that Huang Xiao who was interested in the outside world, and it seemed that he knew Mr. Li. "Hey, what is Mr. Li doing? So angry? Hey, isn't this the producer of that crappy web drama? Are you also being entangled by him? Then Mr. Huang may indeed have some power here. Not only does he know Mr. Li, he also knows something about Chung Duojin. Xiao Huang, you are here too? Oh, it's unlucky to talk about it, but this is what you promised last time." Mr. Li. Before Chung Duojin could explain, 3 people came out from the kitchen. A middle-aged man with a square face, a young and handsome guy, and a fat man weighing at least 300 pounds. "Dear guests, please calm down. Today, the dishes are 20% off. If you have anything to say, please talk slowly." The middle-aged man, with a square face wearing a chef's uniform, said calmly in a steady tone. Every word he said was sonorous and powerful. Although the environment outside was a bit chaotic, he had a stable aura. For a while, the commotion was suppressed. Chapter 60 Change of Mind. This plot will not end until Chapter 63. Readers who are not interested can start from Chapter 64. Boss Xian, I don't want to cause trouble here. It's too annoying. I just came here because I think it's quiet here. After seeing this square-faced man coming out, Mr. Li did not act aggressively. His momentum was directly suppressed. The restaurant is called Xieji, but the boss's surname is Xian. It can be seen that this boss here should have considerable power. At least Mr. Li doesn't want to offend. However, to be able to make such good dishes, it is impossible to be weak in terms of personal connections. Although this relationship may not be strong, it can't withstand the large number of people. Then the square-faced boss Xian looked at Chung Duojin, causing Chung Duojin to sweat on his forehead. But he still gritted his teeth and said, "Boss Xian, I definitely don't dare to mess around here. It's just that Mr. Li promised me before, and I couldn't find him. So I had to do this in a hurry. And I came in with the guests who were dining. Although I took advantage of the loophole, I didn't violate your rules here." At this time, the family of 5 who were watching the excitement nearby also looked a little embarrassed. They received 500 yuan to bring the fat man in, but they didn't expect this place to be so grand. But what Chung Duojin said was not wrong. Although he was taking advantage of the loophole, Xian Chung, as the boss, really couldn't say anything. "I agreed? Yes, I agreed. But I didn't sign a contract. Can't I regret it? Don't you look at your crappy drama. It's purely a scam." Mr. Li's face also showed anger at this time. He boasted too much before. He is rich and a celebrity in the circle. But this does not mean that his money is blown by the wind. I have been avoiding him because I am afraid of embarrassment. Now that he is giving me a dogskin plaster, I might as well just speak up. It is nothing more than losing face. But it is better than losing money. How about this? If the 2 guests cannot reach an agreement, they can go out to discuss it later. Since this guest came in with a guest from box 3, please do not harass the guest from box 1. Is that okay? Xian Chung has obviously seen the world and dealt with similar things before. He set the tone right away. Anyway, it is your business if you cannot reach an agreement. Don't quarrel in my store. In line with his words, the 2 men who were originally at the door also came over and stood quietly without saying a word. Although Chung Duojin was unwilling, he had no other choice at this time. In fact, he wanted to squeeze in here just to make Mr. Li agree to what he promised before for the sake of face. But he never thought that he would speak up on the spot in front of so many people. As long as the squeeze fails, he will have no way. The family of 5 over there will definitely not let him go. So now he can only leave in disgrace. Fatty Chung. It's just right. Come to my place. There may be business for you. Just when he was feeling discouraged, Huang Xiao suddenly spoke and Chung Duojin's eyes lit up. This feeling of light at the end of the tunnel made him immediately stare at him. After Xian Chung saw that there was no conflict now, he nodded to everyone and returned to the kitchen. When Mr. Li saw Huang Xiao calling Chung Duojin over, he opened his mouth. But in the end, he didn't say anything. His eyes stayed on Sun Jie for a while, as if he saw what Huang Xiao was planning. He looked back at Lu Xiuke again, but didn't say much. Finally, he went back with the people in their private room. Those people in Mr. Li's private room should be small stars and directors. They didn't want to get involved in the previous things, so they didn't say anything. However, Li Shun also found Wang Yi and Lu Xiuke, and then said with some doubt, "Lu Xiuke? You are here too?" Lu Xiuke is a big beauty and a tenant. It is normal for Li Shun to remember her. Lu Xiuke naturally knows her and raised her hand to say "Lo, I'm treating friends to dinner." But she was scared by Wang Yi before, and now she is still a little uncomfortable, and her expression was misunderstood by Li Shun. The beautiful girl was eating with a strange man in a high-consumption place, and she seemed uncomfortable. This is enough to make up a lot of plots. He didn't remember Wang Yi, who had disappeared for 3 years. "Your friend? Invite her together." Huang Xiao's eyes lit up when he saw Lu Xiuke. Although Sun Jie, the young woman, looked very attractive and seductive, she was Li Shun's sister-in-law after all. Looking at Li Shun surprised at the fact that this beautiful woman was here, it can be seen that she would not normally come here to consume. And she is probably a tenant. That's not necessary. Li Shun and Huang Xiao are both motorcycle enthusiasts. He knows the character of this friend. His sister-in-law came to introduce him and reminded him many times in advance. She brought him only after getting a promise. Now you know what he is thinking when you see him like this. Although Li Shun is a bit ruffian, he is still very upright. He doesn't want Huang Xiao to target a hard-working girl like Lu Xiuke. But before he finished speaking, Wang Yi spoke first. "It's not good not to go if someone invites you." Lu Xiuke was also stunned when she heard it, and looked at him puzzledly and said, "Are you still not full? That's too exaggerated." But Wang Yi was going to go, so of course she would follow him. She could see that Mr. Huang's eyes were not right. She had seen a lot of them when she was hanging around in the store. But she believed in Wang Yi. "Ah, I remember you. You should have lived in Xiuke's room before. Last time you came to ask your father-in-law to get a new network cable." Sun Jie seemed to remember Wang Yi at this time, and stretched out her hand to touch her chin and said, Sun Jie, who had a beauty mole at the corner of her eye, exuded a mature temperament. If you only look at her appearance, it is easy to attract people's initial goodwill. If Li Yao was not floating on the side now, it would be really hard to believe that she was such a vicious woman. Mrs. Sun is getting more and more charming. Wang Yi also smiled. He suddenly took the initiative to accept Mr. Huang's invitation, mainly for this couple. Originally, he was going to give Li Yao a buff and let him solve it himself. But now that there is a chance, naturally, this couple must be ruined. "Hey, why are you talking to the sister-in-law?" Li Shun heard Wang Yi's words and came out a little aggrieved. It's true that he is very straightforward. He seems to respect Sun Jie, but there may be some admiration mixed in. I am praising her. I will get to know her better later. Wang Yi would not get angry with Li Shun. However, if I hadn't intervened, this guy's character would have been very likely to follow in Li Yao's footsteps. Please sit down. I'll ask the boss to add a few dishes. Everyone relax. Back in the box, Huang Xiao said with a smile. Then he said to Cheng Duojin, Fatty Cheng is still trying to attract investment? How many dramas do you have now? Do you have any good scripts suitable for Sister Sun? Huang Xiao pointed directly at Sun Jie. And although Sun Jie looked down on Cheng Duojin, who came in to attract investment, she still showed him a seductive smile at this time. Cheng Duojin was amazed. The conditions are very good, and it is not difficult to find a suitable script introduced by Huang Xiao. At least the investment is stable. Yes, of course. I can tailor a drama for Miss Sun, and I guarantee it will be a hit. TSK. Don't promise me whether you can be a hit or not. Don't brag, Huang Xiao said sarcastically, and then turned to look at Sun Jie and said, Sister Sun, don't mind me looking for this fat guy first. After all, you are a newcomer. It is best to try out online dramas to gather popularity. By the way, you can also hone your acting skills and experience. Otherwise, even if you really find a role for a big director, it will be easily rejected. After explaining it specifically, Sun Jie was somewhat relieved. She turned back and looked at Sun Miao, who kept a low profile and tried not to talk. After seeing him nod, she said coquettishly, What are you talking about? Of course I don't care. After all, it is Huang Xiao's way. I toast you a glass. After saying that, she picked up the wine glass in front of her and drank it all. Under the stimulation of alcohol, Her face flushed. Being toasted by a beautiful woman naturally made Huang Xiao feel quite comfortable. And he also drank it all. Li Shun, who was standing next to him, showed a little worry, as if he didn't want Sun Jie to drink so much. This made Wang Yi, who was watching coldly, figure out a little bit of the situation. It is very likely that Sun Jie deliberately wanted to drink more. And then Sun Miao would find an excuse to leave. With Li Shun's mind, he would definitely escort his sister-in-law home. At that time, Sun Jie would use some tricks. And it is possible that she would succeed. It is even possible that this time they came out to introduce the script to Sun Jie. But it may have been an opportunity carefully prepared by this couple. Chapter 61 Panic. After Huang Xiao arranged the situation for Sun Jie, he set his sights on Lu Xiuke, and then asked Wang Yi and Lu Xiuke with a smile. You two know Shunzi. So we are all friends. I wonder where you are going. If it is in the film and television city, maybe I, Huang, can help you. Huang Xiao's smiling face certainly attracted the attention of Cheng Duojin. He also wanted Huang Xiao to invest more in other things. So he immediately said, Dr. Wang, you don't know Huang Xiao's power in this area. Even in the recent group of Director Zhang Ming, Huang Xiao has the ability to find several roles. If this girl is here, she can avoid many detours with Huang Xiao's help. He seemed to be talking to Wang Yi, but he praised Huang Xiao highly. Oh, is this brother a doctor? He looks very young. Fatty Cheng. Do you know him? Seeing Cheng Duojin calling Wang Yi Dr. Wang, Huang Xiao's previous concerns were completely thrown aside. It's not that doctors don't have a high status. Some famous doctors, not to mention Huang Xiao, even his father would treat them with courtesy. Everyone is afraid of getting sick, especially rich people. But doctors are really a profession that requires practice. Doctors in their 30s and 40s are in their prime, and should not be underestimated. They may not be worse than those old doctors, but those in their early 20s have limited achievements no matter what. Of course, they can be less afraid. I took the same flight with Dr. Wang before. At that time, Dr. Wang saved a passenger with a heart attack. It was amazing. Cheng Duojin told him everything. Oh, CPR? It's amazing. Hearing this, Huang Xiao didn't care even more. He knew CPR and myocardial infarction. People who are afraid of death will always learn some strange knowledge. So he also knew that all medical staff and even many service personnel can do this. Some small tricks that are not presentable. Let Huang Xiao laugh. Wang Yi saw Huang Xiao's expression and could generally guess about 70% of his thoughts. So he smiled indifferently. I didn't know that you were a doctor. Brother Wang Yi? Maybe Wang Yi had praised Sun Jie at the beginning. So she spoke to ease the atmosphere. I can't be considered a doctor without a medical qualification certificate. It's just that I was able to rescue a cardiogenic shock patient without a qualification certificate last time. Otherwise it would be difficult to get started. Wang Yi's words made Li Shun next to him speechless. It felt like he didn't even have a qualification certificate after all this time. Medical student? Li Shun asked casually. He could also see that his brother was scheming and wanted to protect Lu Xiuke. But Lu Xiuke's male companion also had to be helpful. No matter what, Huang Xiao was his good brother. He helped him this time. He had already given many instructions to his sister-in-law. If he continued to make decisions, it would be too much. He could only start from Wang Yi's side. If he could come here to eat, he should have something. He wouldn't just be trying to pick up girls and pretend to be rich. Right? No. It's a bit of a legacy. Right? Chinese medicine. When Wang Yi said this, everyone present suddenly understood. Even Lu Xiuke nodded. She was wondering why Wang Yi was always called a doctor by the fat man, thinking that Wang Yi could even catch ghosts. It was natural that he could also practice Chinese medicine. However, Chinese medicine is declining nowadays. Top Chinese medicine doctors are treated with courtesy everywhere. But there are too few such people. In addition, there are many charlatans who cheat under the banner of Chinese medicine, which makes this national quintessence that is highly valued abroad gradually at risk of being lost. At least most people will not think of Chinese medicine when they are sick. Some people do not believe it. But they do not know whether the one they find is reliable. Most of those who study medicine are also leaning towards Western medicine. In a few decades, they may only go abroad to see Chinese medicine. Not entirely. I have mastered a little ancient heritage. For example, I know that the amulet on Mrs. Sun's neck should have been obtained at a temple with a lot of incense at a high price. Wang Yi glanced at Sun Jie's chest. She was wearing a black open-collar t-shirt and a white coat on the outside. The amulet hanging on her neck was very conspicuous at this time. And Wang Yi's words also made Sun Jia's face look a little unnatural. It was not that Wang Yi said that the position of this thing was sensitive, but that he thought about why he asked for this amulet. But Wang Yi revealed it in one breath, which made Sun Jia feel that he seemed to be really capable. Sun Miao, who had always been very low-key, tensed up a little at this time. He also had one on him. Li Yao had made them both seriously ill before, and they also encountered some strange things that were still fresh in their memory. My dear brother, my sister has been weak and sick since she was a child. She did ask for this amulet at a high price. Do you have any suggestions? Sun Miao's words made Huang Xiao retract his gaze, and was obviously a little surprised. Was he right? This kid really has some ability? Huang Xiao was in the film and television industry, so he naturally knew that some masters might have something. His father also believed in these things, but he himself had always sneered. He didn't dare to speak carelessly because he was worried about the influence of the master's connections. Huang Xiao still recognized their connections, and even took the initiative to ask for matchmaking. Lu Shirka, who was standing next to him, also had some understanding in her mind. Wang Yi suddenly agreed to the invitation, which might be due to this reason. She did not forget that she was scared before. Suggestion? Wang Yi looked at Sun Miao with a smile. I just suggest that you two turn yourself in, and you can get a lighter sentence. Otherwise, the amulet of the same type in Mr. Sun's shirt pocket can't protect you. Wang Yi's words directly made the atmosphere on the scene suddenly cold. Huang Xiao, who had taken the opportunity to glare at him, also asked curiously at this time. Hey, what do you mean? Brother? Turn yourself in? Brother's son also has an amulet? What are you talking about? Brother Wang Yi, don't talk nonsense. Sun Jia had to say that her mentality was quite strong. Sun Miao's face changed slightly, but she could still smile and glanced at Wang Yi coquettishly. My cousin and I are indeed entangled by something unclean. I wonder if Brother Wang Yi has any good suggestions. If it works, I will definitely repay you afterwards. It was just a coincidence that she saw the amulet. Sun Miao could tell that she put the amulet in his shirt pocket. This was not just a coincidence. So Sun Jia was able to temporarily suppress other emotions and wanted to rely on her own advantages to get some advice and see if there was any good way. During that period, I had frequent nightmares and was seriously ill. This is definitely not a psychological problem. She asked herself that it was impossible for her to have such a mentality. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but clench her hands under the table, and a hint of fierceness appeared in the corners of her eyes. The suggestion is what I said before. In addition, don't talk about your cousin in front of me. You have a spring in your eyebrows, and Mr. Sun has a weak spleen. In addition, the aura that is entangled between you is obviously a mess not long ago. If you don't listen to the advice, then forget it. It's hard to persuade the damn ghost with good words. What nonsense are you talking about? The first one to make trouble was not Sun Jia or Sun Miao, but Li Shan, who was sitting next to Wang Yi. At this time, he seemed very angry. Whether it is nonsense or not, you can tell by looking at the reactions, Wang Yi said in a flat tone. At this time, Sun Jia and Sun Miao's faces were indeed very ugly, but Sun Jia still said in a cold voice, Reaction? Do you think we will have any good reaction after being humiliated by you? Are you laughing? Li Shan, who was a little suspicious, was immediately thrown off track. Huang Xiao and Cheng Duojin were staring with wide eyes. Wow! They never expected such a big melon to pop up suddenly. Huang Xiao was too lazy to look at the beauty. He just wanted to know what happened. He didn't have Li Shan's filter. He could see the gradual change and ugliness of the man and woman's faces after Wang Yi spoke in an orderly manner. As someone in the entertainment industry, he could see that this was not the anger of being humiliated, but a panic of having a secret exposed. Chapter 62 All. I have to say that you are really strong-willed, Mrs. Sun. But that's right. If you weren't like that, you wouldn't have done something like poisoning your husband. Wang Yi's subsequent words were also earth-shattering. Li Shan slammed the table and stood up, glaring at Wang Yi. What did you say? If you keep saying that, I'll beat you to death. Sun Jia and Sun Miao on the other side also felt a little shocked from the fact that Wang Yi could see the amulet they had asked for. They knew that this person was really capable. He probably wasn't just talking nonsense. This, for a moment, both of them felt a little caught in a dilemma. Of course, it was impossible to surrender. They had finally done it perfectly, and no one doubted it. Would they be stupid enough to surrender? It's good that Li Shan jumped out now. The two of them really didn't dare to say harsh words to Wang Yi. Now they just have to think of a way to see if they can shut this person up. If someone who is not related to you gives you benefits, you don't have to help him redress his injustice. Right? There's no point in doing something that doesn't benefit you. Sun Miao glanced at Sun Jia and nodded gently. And Sun Jia also suppressed the shock in her heart. With a seductive arc on the corner of her mouth, she was still somewhat confident in her charm. Beauty and money together. There will always be something you will accept. It's not worth it to get angry for two dying people. Wang Yi just raised his hand and touched Li Shun, who stood up, and directly let him sit back in his seat again, which made people a little confused. Sit down. Talk less. Watch more. It must be said that after Wang Yi's attitude appeared now, no one on the scene could regard him as a simple young Chinese medicine practitioner anymore. Cheng Duojin, who wanted to rely on stepping on Wang Yi to praise Huang Xiao, was secretly glad at this time that he had not started yet. Huang Xiao himself was also stunned. Li Shun had a bad temper. When he was arguing, he had to smile and say nice things. But he sat down after being touched? What kind of magical operation is this? Sun Jia and Sun Miao could not care about anything else. At this time, they only heard the evaluation of dying people. Suddenly, he couldn't help but panic. Sun Jia was able to keep her mind steady and calm down. But Sun Miao spoke in a hoarse voice at this time. What does this gentleman mean by the dying person? What? Don't you say I wronged you? Wang Yi looked at Sun Miao sarcastically. At this time, even if Li Shun was reckless, he could see that something was wrong. Before, Wang Yi just raised his hand casually, and the place he touched was like an electric shock, and a force made him sit down unconsciously. As a rich street urchin, he had learned Sanda seriously, and this force technique was beyond his understanding. Now that he saw that Sun Miao only paid attention to the dying person and didn't care about the previous injustice at all, he also understood that things were not simple. Does this mean that he trusts this young Chinese medicine doctor? In other words, has he already tacitly agreed to what he said before? Thinking that his brother who died young from illness might have died of other reasons, Li Shun was also anxious. Finally, he looked at Wang Yi and forced himself to hold back, wanting to see what would happen. Literally. Do you really think your amulet can last a lifetime? Does it feel a little hot now? Wang Yi smiled with a hint of meaning. He asked Sun Miao to take out the amulet from his jacket pocket immediately. Sure enough, there was a trace of burnt black on the surface of the yellow amulet. Not only him, Sun Jia also found that the amulet on her chest was hot. This, even Huang Xiao, who had never believed in such things and often mocked his father secretly, showed surprise on his face at this time. Damn! Is there really a dirty thing? It's not some white phosphorus magic trick to trick me. Right? Clang. Thinking of the terrible scene at the beginning, Sun Miao fell off the stool at once, his face full of horror, and then seemed to want to pull Sun Jia away and ask for a new amulet. Want a new one? It's useless. It can't be blocked anymore. As if to confirm Wang Yi's words. Puff. The amulet in Sun Miao's hand and the one on Sun Jia's neck shattered at the same time, causing both of them to scream. Please save me. Sir! Even Sun Jia, who was strong in her heart, couldn't help but scream at this moment, hugging Wang Yi's arm with a face full of fear. As long as Sir can save me, I am willing to do anything. Now they no longer care about whether something happened or not. What's wrong with letting you know about something without evidence? Now life is at stake. Raising his hand to throw Sun Jia aside, letting her stagger to the ground, Wang Yi also showed a trace of disgust on his face. Now, are you scared? I know. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Sun Jia was covering her head at this time. Her hair was disheveled, and her originally beautiful face was full of fear. She could now hear the voice of her husband, the voice of coming to claim her life. And Li Shun's face turned cold at this time, just looking at the terrified couple over there. There is a problem. Actually, if you don't ask for this amulet to let him take revenge, maybe there won't be so many follow-ups after the resentment dissipates. But now, it's a bit difficult. I asked you to surrender, which is indeed a means. If you admit it yourself and let more people know, then maybe the resentment will disappear. Wang Yi said slowly and methodically. This made the two people who said they were willing to do anything stunned. Surrender? But the next moment, because the amulet was neutralized, they saw the figure who should have died appeared in front of them, showing a creepy smile to the two of them. A suffocating feeling came over them. Sun Jia suppressed her shock and was ruthless in her heart. I killed you when you were alive. So what am I afraid of when you die? Sir, since you can see the problem, you must have a way to think about it. Whether it's money, or something else, or me. As long as you are willing. You can get it. Please help me. Sun Jia looked at Wang Yi again. Now the only practical thing is to ask him. At any cost? I can't believe such words from a woman who murdered her husband and whose heart is as vicious as a scorpion. You have no relationship with him. There is no need to do this. Sun Jia was a little bit unbelievable. In this day and age, is there anyone who would give up the money and beauty for a stranger? Because I want to. Wang Yi looked down at Sun Jia, who fell to the ground with a nonchalant look. In the end, Sun Miao couldn't stand the pressure and collapsed directly. I say, don't kill me. Hey, we are legal citizens. We can't accuse them. We can't afford to wear this hat. Wang Yi's words also made Huang Xiao react. Damn. If these two people get into trouble here, it's really hard to explain. He immediately said. It must be better for more people to hear it. Let's go outside and talk in the hall. Under the invisible oppression of the vengeful spirit, Sun Miao immediately crawled out of the room and ran to the hall in 3 or 2 steps. He kept slapping himself in the face while slowly telling the story. I am guilty. I am worse than an animal. I am crazy. This sudden movement immediately attracted the attention of the other 2 guests here. The 2 men at the door also frowned and came over to hold Sun Miao, who was slapping himself. What's the matter? Did he drink fake wine? Or did he eat poisonous mushrooms? The boss's cooking skills shouldn't be. When more and more people came out, Sun Miao cried and told everything about how he fell in love with Sun Jia at the beginning. And then he fell in love with the Li family's property. How to poison. And how to make people die quickly. And then ask for amulets to make them feel uneasy after death. One thing after another is linked together. Hearing that Li Shan was furious, he was ready to teach him a lesson, but was stopped by Wang Yi. If you punch him a few times, he will die and have no way to defend himself. Wang Yi just asked them to confess to reduce the pain. What does it have to do with him whether Li Yao lets them go or not? Can they avoid punishment if they confess their mistakes? There is no such good thing. Chapter 63 Asking for a Hammer. Xian Chung was speechless about what happened in his store today. Forget about the fat guy who sneaked in front. And the problem was solved quickly. There was another madman behind who kept blowing himself up here. And it sounded so real that he wanted to call the police. Now the guests didn't eat their meals and came out to watch. Which made Xian Chung, who always boasted of his superb cooking skills, feel a little hurt. Then he glanced at the woman who pretended to be calm and didn't collapse with him. From her expression, it was probably known that she was in cahoots with him. And she should have been the one who did it. Hey, turn yourself in, and you can get a lighter sentence. Of course, Xian Chung despised this kind of thing. But it was really unlucky to want these 2 people to leave the store first. Hey, it's just a madman's nonsense. And you all took it seriously. Sun Jia's mentality is really strong. And it shows that she is much stronger than Sun Miao at this time. Although she was trembling a little and her face was a little distorted, she still pretended to be calm. Even if he saw Li Yao in front of him, he still did it. I killed you alive. So what am I afraid of when I die? Bitch. Li Shan couldn't help cursing. If Wang Yi hadn't stopped him, he would have done it. How much respect he had before. How much hatred he has now. This made Sun Jia laugh a little neurotically. Heh. You call me a bitch now? That's not what you thought when you were peeping at me. Originally, I wanted to give you a little sweet taste tonight. But you are not good enough. This directly made Li Shan blush. And he couldn't say anything for a while. The family of 5 next to him, and the table of Mr. Li, were also staring with wide eyes waiting to see. After Sun Jia had finished arguing with Li Shan, she looked at Wang Yi again and smiled coquettishly. Mr. Wang, since you said before that you wanted to do this, there should be a way. As long as it can solve the problem, I can agree to anything. Don't look at me like this. I promise to let you know that I am much better than the yellow-haired girl next to you. We are not related. Why do you insist on being stubborn? Isn't it good to get what is in front of you? Sun Jia obviously has completely acquiesced to this matter. Now she just wants to solve this problem. Ugly rejection. Wang Yi's casual answer directly twisted Sun Jia's face. She has always been quite confident in her appearance. This is the first time she has heard such an answer. Looking around, she looked at everyone with a resentful expression. You just like to laugh at me. If I turn into a fierce ghost one day, I will remember all of you. After saying this, even Wang Yi raised his eyelids slightly. Okay. Since you 2 don't surrender, please leave my shop. It has affected the business. It is a small business. Finally, Xi and Chung couldn't stand it anymore. Although he didn't know what happened. It should be that the man's mentality collapsed, and he couldn't bear the pressure and told everything at this time. Although he was very disgusted. He also knew that he couldn't control this matter. It's been so long. There is no evidence. They can only turn themselves in. And in the end, this woman even cursed the guests present, which made him unacceptable. Heh. Sun Jia sneered. Then went over and kicked Sun Miao. Are you still embarrassing yourself here? You were really blind at the beginning. If I had known earlier, I would have chosen to live with that dead guy. After saying that, she walked out with her high heels. After being kicked by Sun Jia, Sun Miao seemed to wake up all of a sudden. And then, he quickly followed. I'm in this situation. I've said it all. And the resentment will also dissipate. Right? Go and ask for another talisman. It will definitely be fine. Then he quickly got into Sun Jia's white BMW Mini. But just as the two got in the car, suddenly other people outside saw that the car suddenly shook. And there were screams of terror from men and women inside. The next moment, the small white car suddenly accelerated, broke through the guardrail, and fell directly into the river. This scene made everyone present shudder. Later, Wang Yi really saw that Sun Jia had the tendency to turn into an ordinary natural spirit. Now it was dark, and there was no sunlight. But he did not purify Sun Jia immediately, giving her time to transform. Then, the pale-faced Sun Jia saw Li Yao floating beside Wang Yi, and returned to him. And a ferocious expression appeared on her face. I said, I want to avenge all of you. I want you all to die. She screamed and rushed directly towards this side. However, without the gathering place of Yin like the Qin Palace, Sun Jia, who is just an ordinary natural spirit, was not even comparable to Li Yao at the beginning. Even if she screamed loudly, it could not affect the brain waves of ordinary people, and no one could hear her voice. Wang Yi and Li Yao, who could see her, did not make any additional movements. It was not until she flew in front of him that Wang Yi chuckled and said, The supplements are here. Just in time to recover. As if following Wang Yi's instructions, Li Yao's spirit body instantly turned into a bloody mouth, swallowing Sun Jia in one bite, making a chewing and screaming sound. Li Yao's spirit was not strong to begin with, but at least she had been subdued and recovered by Wang Yi for such a long time. And she was buff today. How could it be comparable to this natural spirit that is likely to be purified by nature during the day? It's just pure tonic. She keeps saying that she will turn into a fierce ghost to take revenge? What Li Yao didn't do when she was stimulated. How could she do it? Witnessed a traffic accident with her own eyes. Watching the mad bull-like car break through the guardrail and fall into the river. Everyone who witnessed all this at the scene felt a little cold all over. The sudden incident caused a cry of surprise on the street, and many people gathered around. But because the car was going too fast, and the place where it fell was relatively close to the center of the river, the onlookers had no suitable first aid methods except calling. Compared with the bustling streets, the people in Xieji's private restaurant seemed to be completely isolated from two worlds. They were fine just now, but suddenly two living people ended up like this. It would be difficult to save them if they rushed out at that speed. Thinking of their abnormal attitudes before, many people were a little nervous. Huan Xiao, who had some other plans not long ago, was directly frustrated at this time. I feel like my worldview is collapsing. Damn it! What happened to this world? Oh my! Mr. Wang, this is my business card. I am Huang Hongtao, and I run a small entertainment company. My father is Huang Jing. With such a big drama on the spot, how could Huang Hongtao have any other thoughts? He immediately handed his business card to Wang Yi. If you can fix it, try to fix it. Chung Duojin was also scared at this time. No wonder the chief physician on the plane was stuffing business cards in the back. You are not summoning spirits on the plane. At least the people at their table can see that Wang Yi is not just coming here to talk nonsense. He really knows something, and is really capable. Such people, no matter what, dare not offend easily, because they don't understand their methods at all. Huang Hongtao didn't believe in such things before, thinking that those masters were just seeking fame and reputation, and were just brokers. But after today's experience, he saw the amulet broken with his own eyes, saw the two people go crazy, and then saw them die. Now it is better to believe it than not to believe it. At this time, although he still felt sorry for Lu Xiuke, he still chose to get close to Wang Yi at the first time. If this beauty is in the circle, I can help. Even if it is director Zhang Ming's play, I can also insert some roles with lines. Huang Hongtao wanted to make up for today's insolence a little. Although he had not started the offensive before, He probably had already revealed his intention. And the biggest director, who is currently filming in the film and television city, is Zhang Ming. Mr. Huang, you are wrong. This is the third female in Director Zhang's crew now. At this time, a man with glasses at the table of Mr. Li and his friends said something. Although they only saw half of it, there was no beginning or end, and they did not see the damage of the amulet. But from Sun Miao's nonsense and Sun Jia's final threat of turning into a ghost, they can also see a little clue. Just after saying the harsh words, he rushed into the river when he went out. Although it may be related to his own anger, it still made the people watching next to him feel a little creepy. The entertainment industry likes to believe in this kind of master, and that kind of master. Some people even go abroad to seek masters from Southeast Asia. Zhang Ming had said before that he would take care of Lu Xiuke. It was normal that Huang Xiao, who belonged to a small company, didn't know about it. But he, a young director who was filming in the film and television city, was still aware of it. Not long ago, I heard that something happened in Director Zhang's crew, and they invited two masters, Zhu Zheng and Xian Yangzi. It might have something to do with this. Anyway, it's better to be safe than sorry for such things. It's always better to be careful. However, not everyone thinks that this is something mysterious. Mr. Li doesn't believe these. He believes that the couple collapsed under too much pressure and got emotional when they got in the car. Or maybe the woman wanted to die with the man. And who knows if she got impulsive. This makes perfect sense. This is an accident. Maybe this young man is good at psychology and saw something and guided him. But that's all. Huang Hongtao was also stunned when he heard that Lu Xiuke was director Zhang Ming's third female lead. And then he couldn't help but bow his hands with a bitter face. He made a mistake. My father also likes our traditional metaphysics, and is on good terms with many masters. He invited Master Xian Yangzi to look at feng shui a few days ago. If there is a chance, we can get to know each other better. If I am not qualified, then I will bring my father up. If a well-known master like Xian Yangzi can be invited, he should be able to establish some connections. This made Wang Yi laugh. Xian Yangzi must have some means, but more of it is rhetoric and deception. At least he is invited to look at feng shui mostly by rhetoric. And maybe after being invited by Zhang Ming this time, he will make some money nearby. Similar to the situation in the Qin Palace. Feng shui is indeed effective, but the effect is really average. If there is no big scene, it can only gather some light magic to slightly refresh the mind and make people a little more energetic. The effect may not be as good as exercising and going to bed early and getting up early. Forget it. Anyway, the person who is being deceived is also rich, so I won't ruin his job. After all, I was constantly praising myself that day. Chapter 64 Employee Number 2. The car that rushed out suddenly was obviously an accident. However, even so, someone finally came to investigate, and Boss Xian took out the surveillance with sound. The result shocked the case officers, who were originally doing their routine work. It turned out that other cases were involved. Listening to Sun Miao crying in the hall, it was obvious that the suspect, who had a mental breakdown, began to confess. This possibility is very high. It is very likely that the two people were stimulated by something, and the pressure in their hearts collapsed. And then, they got on the car and got too excited and didn't control it, which led to this accident. Now that the people are dead, this kind of thing can only be left unresolved. According to the provisions of the criminal procedure law, criminal cases that have not been filed at the time of the suspect's death will not be filed. This matter can only be hastily registered. In the end, it was determined that the suspect had a mental breakdown and an accident occurred, and the possibility of suicide could not be ruled out. This kind of thing happened here, and they also cooperated with some inquiries and checked the surveillance. It was already completely dark outside. Now, except for the family of 5 who went back to eat and drink. The others at the tables had no intention of continuing to eat. Xiao Wang, we won't get together today because of this. Please say hello to your father for me later. Mr. Li was the first to say goodbye. He didn't believe in these superstitious things. But after seeing the accident scene and being questioned by Xingla, he naturally didn't want to stay any longer. He even wanted to discuss the script with the actresses in the crew. But he said goodbye directly. The others in his box naturally followed his lead. Only the little director with glasses, who mentioned Lu Xiuke's identity at the beginning, came over and said a few more words. Sir, I am Jiang Yong, a little TV director. If you have any needs in the future, you can contact me. Jiang Yong also predicted that it was very likely that Lu Xiuke was favored by director Zhang because of Wang Yi, and it would not lose anything to come here to get close to him. Wang Yi naturally didn't say much, watching them leave. Mr. Wang. This time. Thank you. The person who was most affected at the scene was Li Shun, who seemed a little confused. He also expressed his gratitude in a decadent and hoarse voice. Wang Hongtao wanted to say something next, but he didn't know how to comfort him. In the end, he could only pat Li Shun on the shoulder. Well, at least you escaped. Didn't you? I think they will probably do something to you next for your family's property. Looking at your stupid look, I think you are probably going to die. After the two of them talked about the matter, they could actually predict what they would do next. Li Shun did escape. I know you are in a bad mood. Let's go. Number 1 and 2. Brother will accompany you. Number 1 is the name of a bar, which is very popular here. Number 1 is the name of a bar, which is very popular here. No. I want to be quiet. Li Shun wiped his face. He had to find a way to tell his father about this matter in a tactful way, so as not to irritate him. Oh, there is also his eldest nephew. Although he knew that he was not of the Li family, he had watched him grow up for 6 years, and he could not let go. The sins of his parents should not be borne by the child. Besides, he is on the household register anyway. Mr. Wang, I want to adopt Li Hu. Do you think it's appropriate? Li Shun's sudden words to Wang Yi startled Huang Hongtao next to him. Good fellow. Are you crazy? You're bringing a burden before you get married? And this is not your eldest brother's biological child. He is still the son of your enemy. Hey, brother, think it through. Are you kidding me? Just be kind at ordinary times. But if you can't bear it, give a sum of money to find a suitable adoptive family. It's better than dragging you down. Originally, Li Shun was an absolute diamond bachelor and a top marriage partner. But if he brought a burden, well, he is still very popular. Wang Yi was also a little surprised. He could see that Li Shun respected Li Yao very much. And although he was a bit ruffian, he was indeed very righteous. You need to think carefully. Is this an impulsive decision? Wang Yi looked up at Li Yao, who had a complicated look in his eyes, and smiled when he saw Li Yao nodded to him. I think your elder brother respects your choice, no matter what it is. In this case, I am relieved. Li Shun looked at Wang Yi with burning eyes, and then bowed deeply to him. Everyone, I still have to explain the situation to my father. At least let him not be sad because of the death of that woman. And meet again next time. TSK this stubborn. Huang Hongtao looked at Li Shun over there, wiped the corners of his eyes, and went directly to the parking lot. Not long after, he rode away on a motorcycle, and couldn't help sighing. He can play with Li Shun because he likes Li Shun's righteous temper. There is no intrigue in the entertainment industry. He can be relaxed and talk a lot. He really cherishes this brother. But why is this unfortunate child so stubborn? There will be less people to drink with in the future. After that kid makes up his mind, he probably won't easily say to leave the person to the nanny. I really don't know what he is thinking. Huang Hongtao muttered, looking a little regretful. You are not a fish. How can you understand the joy of fish? It's rare to have such a friend, isn't it? Wang Yi glanced at Huang Hongtao. Few people are willing to be such a person. But if you have such a friend around, it is actually very reassuring. Mr. Wang is right. How about it? Mr. Wang, do you have any activities tonight? Do you want me to arrange it? Huang Hongtao glanced at Lu Xiuka next to him, thinking that it would be better not to invite randomly. Thanks. No need. After saying that, Wang Yi waved to Lu Xiuka next to him and left Xie. Mr. Wang, what about my investment at this time? Cheng Duojin asked with some trepidation. The people who needed to be arranged before were dead, so they won't change their minds. Right. I haven't developed the nerve of Mr. Li yet. So be careful. If I get hurt, you'll be in trouble. Huang Hongtao glanced at Cheng Duojin, but finally looked at the backs of Wang Yi and Lu Xiuka as they left. This was really a shock to his worldview. No wonder Dad believed them. Maybe he had encountered similar things. The person you met before wasn't brotherly. Was he? Lu Xiuka asked Wang Yi curiously on the way. Today had a great impact on her, and she was still a little confused. She knew Wang Yi's background, and Wang Yi suddenly joined Huang Xiao's dinner party, which might be intentional. Don't ask too much. Be careful not to sleep at night. I can't sleep anymore. Lu Xiuka's face fell, and he sighed. At this time, Li Yao was also following Wang Yi, and seemed a little silent. Although the great revenge was avenged, he also felt a little confused. Originally, his humanity was gradually dissipating. And it was only after Wang Yi's blessing that he was brought back. Now there is an inexplicable sense of alienation. After the obsession dissipated, if it had not turned into Wang Yi's summons, it might have dissipated. Now, except for Wang Yi's instructions, there is no other goal. In this way, after Wang Yi sent Lu Xiuke back to the room, he also returned to the room to have a good chat with Li Yao. It is not easy for the resentful spirits to be born in this world. Since he helped Li Yao solve the obsession, he can also exploit the labor force with peace of mind. Wang Yi has made improvements to the summoning of skeletons, and can inject some command modules into the skeletons. But it is undeniable that this has a lot of disadvantages, because the skeleton has no soul and is too rigid. It would be much better if there was an artificial intelligence control with the vengeful spirit as the core. Lin Shurqin is alive now, and after Li Yao has almost recovered, Wang Yi is also going to arrange a place for him. Li Yao's foundation is far worse than Lin Shurqin's, and his utilization of hardware is completely incomparable. But because he has solved the obsession, he also has his own advantages. Chapter 65 Communication Preparation. Hey, you're alive? After Lin Shurqin floated down and saw Li Yao, she also felt very alert and felt a sense of threat to her status. But she felt that Li Yao was weaker than her, and she was slightly relieved. Hello. After seeing Lin Shurqin, Li Yao also bowed slightly and greeted her. Wang Yi saved his brother and gave him a new life. In addition, revenge solved his obsession. At this time, Li Yao had entered a state of no desire and no desire. The only thing left was to complete the task assigned by the master. It's true that summons are summons, but passive response and active thinking are two completely different things. Didn't you say before that sometimes transoceanic network transmission will cause some attention and vigilance? The internet infrastructure is built by the other party, so it is normal to arrange another machine overseas. Some things can be handed over to Li Yao to handle. Wang Yi said this. Lin Shurqin was more relaxed, and then said, can he do it? With such a low soul strength, building a better server is not a big problem. And don't we have you? Support each other when necessary. Li Yao's focus is not on the server, but other tasks, mainly to provide you with a layer of cover. Compared with Lin Shurqin's concern, Li Yao didn't care. Anyway, he was working hard for the boss now. He had experienced the loss of humanity, and he seemed to be more cold at this time. In this case, do you want to go out? Do you need to use those invitations? Well, just use academic lectures. I'll open one for you. The location? Just choose Penn. In fact, if you really choose a university, Princeton is more suitable for this kind of academic lecture on number theory. The academic atmosphere there is stronger. In comparison, Penn has a much stronger commercial atmosphere. However, Penn is the first school to support Wang Yi on the internet, and Penn is located in Philadelphia, which is convenient for Wang Yi's next operations. Also, help me find some people in Philadelphia who have passports and no criminal records, but deserve to die. Their surveillance is not as popular as in China, and it's troublesome to have no criminal record. I believe you. Humph. You really know how to order people around. Although Wang Yi doesn't think he is a good person, he still restrains himself when he is in China. But when he is abroad, there is no need to care so much. It is not a crime without evidence. This is the characteristic of the United States, isn't it? Xue Chuan knew that he was being used as a gun, but looking at the aggressive navy, he also knew that he could only admit defeat. This is a conspiracy of the secret pusher. If he goes along with it, he can also enhance his influence in a short time. If he continues to play dead, his base will be shaken. He had no choice but to raise the banner. However, because he had explored the internet, he did not make any low-level mistakes. Instead, he took the initiative to help Wang Yi list the comments, estimated sales, revenue, etc. on the internet, and chose a new and unique angle. Dear netizens, please don't follow the rhythm of those self-media. In fact, my craft is very popular abroad. Several major game reviews have given it very high ratings. If it follows this trend, it is not impossible to become the #1 PC game this year. Xue Chuan actually jumped out to help Wang Yi clean up. This magical operation really made many people astonished. This is the #1 stubborn king in the world. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. However, after disguising himself as a friendly army and releasing a piece of news that will sooner or later explode, Xue Chuan revealed his own purpose again. It can be said that in terms of income alone, Master Yi has earned money that ordinary people can't earn in several lifetimes in just a few days, and has directly become a rich man. With this money, Master E, please concentrate on academics. Don't be distracted. And don't squander your talent. There is no attack. It is just a kind of exhortation. A persuasion standing on the moral high ground. Cooperating with the water army that is kidnapping him now. It really formed a torrent. At this time, Penguin officials also announced in a high-profile manner, "We are willing to bid 1 billion premium to buy all the copyrights of my world so that Master E can concentrate on academics." What is Penguin? It is so high-profile to say that it will spend 1 billion just to buy a game? Is this crazy? As soon as this was said, it immediately caused an uproar. What is the concept of 1 billion? A high-paid talent with an annual salary of 1 million yuan would need 1,000 years of not eating or drinking to earn so much money. But this is just a game that has been around for a few days? At this time, no matter how strong the aura on Wang Yi is, there will definitely be people who can't help but start to get into the rhythm. 1 billion is not enough for you to show off. What else do you want to do? Do you want to go to heaven? There was news that a professor couple who still lived in an old house and went out on bicycles donated tens of millions, which actually attracted some people to question the source of funds. It turned out that it was all the income from their research results. They were just used to a hard life, and they chose to donate everything when they had no place to spend money. Wang Yi has gained 1 billion in such a short time, and he is so young, and it is still based on games. Naturally, he will receive all kinds of irrational comments. Why does the game have the right? This is ruining our children. What do you want to do as a mathematician to make such a thing? 1 billion is not enough for you to show off? Of course, there are many rational netizens who directly confronted. In fact, the promoters only need this effect to create public opinion pressure to make the other party withdraw. Take the money and retire. Are they at a premium now? Of course, it is a premium at present. But Penguin has done analysis. In the long run, this is definitely profitable, and many derivative products can be developed. It can also win the ticket to conquer the foreign market. Now, it depends on whether Wang Yi can withstand this pressure. Although I admit that you have great achievements, you are just a young man. In business, you are in the way. At this time, Wang Yi had just finalized his trip abroad through Lin Shirqin. For Pen, it is of course full of joy that such a thing would happen to them. It is true that they pay more attention to business, but as a higher education institution, they will never miss this opportunity to show their face, and even consider giving Wang Yi the status of honorary professor. In fact, many winners of international awards have quite a lot of titles such as honorary professor, which is a kind of conventional way to get attention. So the first to respond to the online public opinion this time was the official microblog of the Academy of Sciences. Who says mathematicians can't develop games? After that, some emails sent by Pen were posted. This time, the connection was made directly in the name of the Academy of Sciences, which not only made the Academy of Sciences look good, but also made it easier to handle various official procedures. They can develop games while going abroad and plant our flag on the other side's high ground. Afterwards, a media account under a certain official media also spoke out. For top talents, we should respect their choices instead of restricting their development. Good guy. Who dares to attack? All the tweets prepared by Penguin were restrained, and even the tone of the water army softened. And Wang Yi casually replied on Weibo at this time, "I won't sell games. This is just my hobby. Don't measure it with money." It was a very annoying sentence, but no one refuted it. In the end, Penguin could only sigh and send an official message that they hoped there would be a chance to cooperate next time. But then, they also began to urgently develop the same competing product. We are not plagiarizing. We just want to force the great mathematicians back to mathematics. And we will change the game content. Just borrow the gameplay. Chapter 66 Chip Expert. They have already started to play the game of changing skins. And the price they offer to poach our employees is so high. More than 10 times. When Wang Yi was packing some daily necessities to prepare to go out, Lin Shirqin explained the current situation again. 10 times? They are really rich. How many people have been poached? Wang Yi asked casually. Not even one. Hearing this, even Wang Yi was quite surprised. The company has not been open for long. There is no loyalty or disloyalty. Everyone comes out to make a living. 10 times the salary makes people change jobs. And it is a big company like Penguin. It is normal that they can't help it. When I recruit people, the first thing I consider is that they are honest and self-aware. They are not stupid. Of course, they know what Penguin recruits them to do. They don't have the ability themselves. Isn't it nice to retire here? Lin Shirqin was quite proud. Although the recruitment time was short, it took a lot of thought. Although they are just tools, it is also troublesome to change them back and forth. That's right. Give them a bonus at the end of the year. Wang Yi would not immediately say that he would raise their salary or something like that. He was already generous enough. And he had to grasp the degree. Won't they fight back? They started to dig up the code directly. Lin Shurqin couldn't help asking. Since you said so, there must be something poisonous in the code. I'll leave it to you to deal with it when the time comes. Hee hee. It's not poisonous. It's just that some blocks are unpacked. And there is our company's logo on the inside. Lin Shurqin smiled and said her proud work. No matter what excuses you make, no matter how strong your legal department is, you have to bow your head in front of such ironclad evidence. Well done. And when they launch a competitor, you will launch PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. The fully optimized algorithm, the brand new engine, and the innovation that maximizes the hardware utilization rate. Who said that mathematicians can't come up with new tricks when making games? Wang Yi arrived at the Academy of Sciences again. But this time, the purpose was to prepare for the gathering. In addition to Wang Yi, there was also a professor from Tianjin University. The school arranged everything, from air tickets to accommodation, and even some travel expenses. The foreign currency was also exchanged for $50,000. And a young assistant was also arranged. Wang Yi naturally chose Qian Yayan directly. She is also a business administration major with a strong English level, which is more than enough to be an assistant. And he also needs a suitable witness who can always be with him. I plan to play there for a few days after the meeting. I will take care of the return ticket myself, Wang Yi said to Chen Hao, the counselor who came to connect with him. Ah? Then you must pay attention to safety. Philadelphia doesn't seem to be very peaceful. Don't worry. I won't go to dangerous places, but to places where tourists often go. Chen Hao asked the leader on the phone, then turned back and nodded. Okay. The main thing is to pay attention to safety. In addition, as long as there are no luxury consumer goods, the school will reimburse the travel expenses, but the time should not exceed 1 month. Wang Yi is a high-tech talent. People travel to find inspiration for academic purposes. Not long after, Qian Yayan trotted over. She could be seen to have dressed up carefully, with some light makeup on. She was wearing the caramel-colored tight-fitting waist skirt that Wang Yi bought last time. When she came over, she attracted everyone's attention. Ah hee hee. Sorry. I'm a little late. Looking at Wang Yi waiting in front of the business car, Qian Yayan stuck out her tongue embarrassedly. But she was very excited. He chose me to accompany him. Didn't he? Senior sister. You are almost turning into a dog licker. Wang Yi knocked Qian Yayan's head. Lick. What to lick? Looking at Qian Yayan's sly smile, Wang Yi felt as if he was run over by a car wheel. Forget it. Whatever you want. I heard that it feels different on the plane. Do you want to try it? Qian Yayan leaned her head over, exhaled in Wang Yi's ear, and licked his earlobe. Professor Wang is really young and promising. In the airport terminal, Wang Yi enjoyed VIP treatment this time. He entered the special terminal and also met another professor who was going to go with him this time. Professor Zhang Yuan from Tianjin University. Zhang Yuan is only 33 or 34 now. In the prime of his life, a full professor of this age can be said to have outstanding academic achievements. Professor Zhang is also very young. Wang Yi shook hands with Zhang Yuan. There were 2 other people on Zhang Yuan's side. One was his wife, a very dignified woman, and the other should be his assistant, a young man in his 20s who looked very smart. After greeting Wang Yi and introducing each other, they were also amazed by Qian Yayan next to them. However, Zhang Yuan was a married man and was right next to him, so they just glanced at her. The young assistant named Lin Lei seemed a little uncomfortable. He wanted to see but only dared to take a sneak peek, and looked a little embarrassed. For this phenomenon, Wang Yi and Qian Yayan were used to it. There were so many people who liked her. When Wang Yi took Qian Yayan to the hotel before, God knows how many people's hearts were broken. Originally, beauties are meant to be seen. Sometimes when the soundproofing of the hotel is not good, the people next door are almost listening to the live broadcast. Professor Wang's achievements in mathematics are really embarrassing. My research direction is related to signals, focusing on filter chips. I often encounter some algorithmic problems. I hope Professor Wang can occasionally help me when he is free. Not long after sitting down and chatting, Zhang Yuan also explained the purpose of this visit. He is a professor from Tianjin University. He specially came to go out with Wang Yi. He also has some small calculations of his own. Mathematical experts are actually very popular in auxiliary aspects. All majors like to ask for help. Filter chips are to filter out various clutters when receiving signals to enhance the accuracy and effect of reception. They play an extremely important role in communication. Simple filters can be assembled with 4 or 5 components. But filter chips are something of a completely different dimension. Algorithms are also a very important link for filter chips, and may even affect the specific structure. Zhang Yuan encountered some related algorithmic problems, and came here to get close to him so that he could help later. Professor Zhang, you are too polite. I am also a computer science major. Let's learn from each other. Zhang Yuan was relieved to see that Wang Yi was not as youthful as the young people, and was very humble and easy to talk to. Then he began to try to talk to Wang Yi about some algorithmic issues. Chapter 67 Face. Zhang Yuan and Wang Yi talked about some signal algorithm issues, because he knew that Wang Yi graduated from computer science and must be familiar with these. But as Wang Yi and Zhang Yuan started to communicate, Zhang Yuan found that this was not unfamiliar at all. The other party could communicate with him at the same level in his own major. Wow! The previous information said that this was a bachelor's degree? When did bachelor's degrees become so awesome? And it's not that Zhang Yuan is destroying his own prestige. At least in the current cutting-edge professional fields, it is difficult to get in touch with the most cutting-edge things in domestic studies. Zhang Yuan himself also studied in California and worked abroad for a while before returning with 7 patents. He definitely has the ability. And the direction he is currently working on is the future 5G technology, when 4G licenses have not yet been issued and are not yet popularized. Such advanced research has already begun, which shows Zhang Yuan's own ability, because the more they talked, the more speculative they became, and time passed quite quickly, and soon it was time to board the plane. Lin Lei wanted to find a chance to chat with Qian Yayan, but when he saw Qian Yayan holding Wang Yi's arm after she stood up, he was struck by lightning. On one side were Zhang Yuan and his wife, and on the other side were Wang Yi and Qian Yayan, leaving Lin Lei alone. Moreover, now he had to run around and serve the 4 in front alone. Originally, when the research and development reached a critical point, I didn't want to participate in this academic invitation. It was because I knew you were going out that I came here specially. Sure enough, the choice was right. If Professor Wang is willing to help, the progress can be advanced a lot. After boarding the plane, sitting in the more spacious business class, Zhang Yuan directly changed seats with Qian Yayan and sat next to Wang Yi. So Qian Yayan, who had originally said that she would study the air mode, could only pout and run to Zhang Yuan's wife to chat. No problem. You can send me an email when the time comes, and we can discuss it together. Wang Yi didn't care about this kind of help, which was a simple task. He was originally a computer major, and it was completely relevant, so it wouldn't attract any attention. But then Wang Yi paused, looked at Zhang Yuan and asked in confusion, Professor Zhang, why are you still inviting me after you have declined several times? Yes, I invited them to visit me 2 years ago, and they affirmed my research. And then, they started to invite me intermittently. But I couldn't get away at the critical moment, which was embarrassing, Zhang Yuan said with a smile. And at the same time, he was somewhat proud. It was quite a proud thing to get recognition from these foreigners for academic achievements, and then invite himself to attend an academic conference. Will there be any trouble? As the plane began to accelerate and take off, Wang Yi looked at Zhang Yuan and said hesitantly, What trouble? Zhang Yuan was stunned by Wang Yi's question, and he didn't react. Do you have any business conflicts with your previous company? No. I have a good relationship with them. When I invited Richie to come, he was full of praise. After saying this, Zhang Yuan also paused, as if he understood what Wang Yi was worried about. Relax. The academic community is very inclusive. Science has no borders. I just went there to explore some cutting-edge technologies. Maybe they still need my experience. Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Wang Yi didn't know what to say for a moment, and then looked out the window and sighed. But scientists have, however, at this time, the United States is in its heyday. Some despicable means will be used, but on the surface, it still tries to maintain some of its own aura. Wang Yi started with a mathematical breakthrough, just to be prepared for any eventuality. At least on the surface, the current atmosphere in the United States is generally fine. But after hearing about Zhang Yuan's research direction and the process of his invitation, Wang Yi always felt that things might not be so simple. The plane slowly landed at Los Angeles Airport. Wang Yi still needs to transfer to Philadelphia in Los Angeles, but Zhang Yuan's destination is Los Angeles. This is also where I studied in the past. It makes people miss it very much. As the plane landed, Zhang Yuan said with some emotion. But at this time, a notice came from the plane broadcast, asking all passengers to stay in their seats for the time being and not move around. This made many passengers a little strange. Only Wang Yi raised his head slightly, and then looked outside through the window, just in time to see several FBI boarding the plane. I know that the United States will soon reveal its ugly face, but I didn't expect it to start from today after meeting the FBI. Wang Yi also realized that his premonition was correct. As a great mathematician who proved the Goldbach conjecture, the reputation of Goldbach's conjecture is here, plus the practicality of pure number theory. The possibility of encountering it is very low. But after studying in the United States and working here for a few years, and working in such a sensitive field, Zhang Yuan's treatment is completely different. Sure enough, it didn't take long for several FBI to come to the business class and come to him. Zhang Yuan seemed a little unbelievable. And then after looking at the signature of the accusing party, he found that it was the company he worked for. And it was also the company that was invited to come and inspect and praised him. I thought there might be a possibility of cooperation in the future. But now it seems that this is not the case at all. For a while, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but think of what Wang Yi said before. At that time, he swore that it was impossible. But he didn't expect that he would become a poor guy under this impossible situation. With a long breath, Zhang Yuan tried his best to remain restrained and calm. He knew that he must not conflict with the FBI here. I'm so sorry. I'm afraid I have to leave here first. He said goodbye to Wang Yi calmly, and then looked at his wife. Don't worry. It should be a routine questioning. Don't worry. I didn't do any spying. I believe I will be cleared. Zhang Yuan's wife was very worried. But she also knew that she needed to be calm at this time. Then she saw the FBI handcuff Zhang Yuan and took him away. Wang Yi just sat aside and watched coldly, without making any movements. But there was a slight arcane light in his eyes. Now he can become an ancestor and then directly pull the person out. But if he really does this, then there is really no hope. This is the United States. After directly colliding with their violent institutions and showing such a big difference, there is almost no room for easing the conflict. He can only think of another way. Looking through the window at the person being taken away, Wang Yi's face also showed a strange look. It is really a free country. This is true in all aspects. Shirqin, please postpone your flight. I need to stay in Los Angeles for a few more days. My colleague was arrested, so I have to help find out more about the situation. Right? Chapter 68, The Beautiful Standard. The FBI in the United States is quite overbearing. And although it was fabricated evidence, at least the paperwork and procedures were completely fine. So after Zhang Yuan was taken away, Wang Yi also stood up and said to the anxious Mrs. Zhang and Lin Lei comfortingly, Don't worry. Let's go to the consulate for help first, and then find out the situation. Wang Yi's calmness calmed the two of them down a lot. Although Lin Lei looked smart and capable, he was essentially just a handyman. Now that he encountered such a troublesome thing, he must be at a loss. Fortunately, Wang Yi was here. Otherwise they really didn't know what to do for a while. Note, because it does not involve any sensitive issues, some processes will be downplayed. Now that the FBI has pulled off the fig leaf and is following their own procedures, it is actually very difficult to deal with it, because the procedures are complete. Just like we arrested foreigners according to our procedures. After confirming that there was no problem with the other party's procedures, and that he could only help coordinate, Wang Yi also declined the suggestion to help hire a lawyer and took a few people directly to the well-known Gibson, Dunn and Crutcher law firm in Los Angeles. Wang Yi knew that the consulate could also help provide lawyers, and they would definitely be more diligent and responsible. However, this time, he wanted not only diligence and responsibility, but also the energy of the law firm itself, as well as local attributes. The lawyer provided by the consulate was not suitable to serve as a witness for some of Wang Yi's next things. Don't worry. You should have heard that I am making games, and I still have money to hire a lawyer. After arriving at the law firm, Wang Yi smiled at Mrs. Zhang and Lin Lei. Qian Yayan looked at Wang Yi with sparkling eyes at this time, feeling that he was so handsome when he was in charge of the overall situation. So domineering. I like it so much. Gibson, Dunn and Crutcher is a top law firm in the United States, and can provide a variety of services. Of course, this requires money as a prerequisite. But although Wang Yi is not a wealthy man now, he has no problem paying the lawyer's fees. $1,500 an hour in lawyer's fees is considered a pretty good business in such a top law firm. So he was naturally well received. Please rest assured, sir, We will do our best in this matter. But now we have to understand the situation first. Believe us, it doesn't take much time. And we will be more confident after understanding it clearly. A middle-aged blonde lawyer with a meticulously combed back hair comforted Wang Yi in a calm tone. Of course, since we have chosen you, we believe in your professionalism. We can wait here. Wang Yi said very straightforwardly that the billing has begun. And now every minute and every second counts. Thank you for your understanding. The blonde lawyer John nodded professionally and started working. She also called a clerk to serve coffee and snacks to Wang Yi and his friends. It must be said that lawyers in top law firms are professional and have a wide range of connections. After making a series of calls, his face, which was originally relaxed, became serious. This time, it is not an ordinary business case in the pure sense. It is a bit troublesome. But for American lawyers, as long as they are paid, they dare to do anything, even if they know that there is something complicated behind it. They dare to take it. However, this also requires the employer to be informed of the difficulty and success rate, and lawyers are not omnipotent. At the same time, in the Compton district of Los Angeles, although the location of the Compton district is not remote, the public security environment here is quite bad because of the gathering of gangs. Gang fights happen from time to time, and various violent cases emerge in an endless stream. In broad daylight, there are all kinds of drug addicts and homeless people lying on the streets like zombies. Many people feel trembling when they stand up. Yalda is a black man in the gang, and because of his courage to fight and kill, he has a high status. Huh? What is this? After inspecting the territory and checking the shipment situation and returning to his office, Yalda saw a silver ring on his desk with some confusion. He didn't have it when he went out, and he didn't know who put it here. However, when he looked at the ring, he inexplicably had the urge to wear it on his finger. Since he had thought about it, he would do it. As a black man from the slum who had little education, he didn't want to think too much. However, when he put on the ring, suddenly blue lines appeared on the surface of the silver ring, shining with dazzling brilliance. Oh! Shit! Yalda instinctively felt that it was not good and wanted to pull it out, but found that he couldn't pull it out. Then suddenly his head banged, as if it had been hit by a huge impact. And then he lost all consciousness. After a while, Yalda, who had fainted on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes. There was only a faint red strange flash in his eyes, which dimmed after a while. And then he slowly climbed up. 6 or 7 different silver ornaments were swept out from under the table. After hanging these ornaments on different parts of his body, Yalda looked around the house, scanned a mobile phone, and took it over. Have you come in? Yalda asked. Come in. You should be thankful that I have slowly transferred the data to a server on the dark web in advance to pick you up. Otherwise it would be a bit troublesome. Lin Shurchin's voice came from the phone. At this time, Yalda is naturally Li Yao. If it is a vengeful spirit born naturally in this world, even if it is the strength of Lin Shurchin, who appeared in special places before, it is quite difficult to achieve the effect in front of you. However, no matter what, they are now Wang Yi's summons. The inscriptions temporarily strengthened on the silver ring, and the matching pendants with various functions, are enough to arm Li Yao to the teeth. But they were originally in Wang Yi's own storage space. And the black goods that were not displayed during security checks and various registrations were not afraid of being discovered. After realizing that something was wrong, Wang Yi found a blind spot in the surveillance and dropped Li Yao's ring and some matching items. Li Yao directly relied on Wang Yi's blessing to roll these through the sewer to the location locked by Lin Shurchin, and then completed this cuckoo occupying the magpie's nest. This is not the body that the boss built for me. The time I can use it is limited. Hurry up. What's the situation over there now? Li Yao controlled this body to adapt for a while, put the phone on the table, and began to use the enhancements in the silver pendants. First, Wang Yi's self-created and improved knowledge infusion. At the beginning, Wang Yi's various fighting and grappling skills, various shooting and single soldier skills, combined with some night-related combat skills in the other world, began to be input all at once. Li Yao stood still on the table for a moment before digesting it. Although he is a summoned creature, it is still a bit stressful to absorb this kind of small garbage born in this world. His strength is not as good as Lin Shurchin. Afterwards, after the constant power blessing, the king's blessing, muscle strengthening, lightning reflex, and a set of buff enhancements came up. He felt the earth-shaking changes in his body again. It was originally a temporary body, so it didn't matter if it was overdrawn. He could only use this body for half a month at most. Okay, what's the next step? After adapting, Li Yao continued to ask Lin Shurqin, and then obeyed her arrangements. This was Wang Yi's order. Wang Yi didn't want to reveal any flaws in the law firm. Look at this person clearly. This is Egu, a big flower merchant in Mexico. He was arrested by Sting law enforcement. Now he and Zhang Yuan are locked up in the FBI safe house in Los Angeles. When this person was lured, he used a live TV broadcast to offer a reward of $100 million to rescue him. Your target is him. A typical Indian face appeared in front of Li Yao. It seems that I am lucky. It will be okay to use the normal way. Li Yao obviously understood Lin Shurqin's arrangements and plans. He originally thought that there would be a local T-virus spread or something like that. But now it seems that he can save money. Among the several silver pendants, one has this function. After being rescued by Wang Yi and solving his obsession, Li Yao's only goal now is to serve Wang Yi. And completing the task is his highest principle. After being left alone for so long, his humanity has dissipated. Although it has recovered, there is also a sense of indifference that he did not have before. As for how much killing and destruction will be caused, this is not within his consideration. In addition, I have arranged some helpers for you. Each of them has participated in actual combat and is a retired Marine from the IE battlefield. They are very interested in this bounty. So your first step is to subdue them. The pictures of several people continue to appear, and their identity information, home addresses, and the approximate area where they are now appeared in front of Li Yao. Understood? Pay attention to destroying the traces, and don't get caught. Who do you think I am? Chapter 69 Different Negotiations. Professor, this matter may be difficult to handle. After John investigated the situation, he contacted Wang Yi to inform him of the problem. It was normal that he knew Wang Yi's identity, because Wang Yi also asked Pen, the organizer of this event. I am an expert who came here to hold an academic exchange meeting. I watched my companions being arrested and was scared. What do you have to say? So Pen did help to connect. To be honest, they were quite embarrassed to encounter such a thing. They could only appease him and then try to understand it. But after understanding the situation, Pen could only implicitly say that they could help speak out about this matter. But it was not very useful. Similarly, John also learned some responses from Pen, and naturally knew Wang Yi's identity. What's going on? Is there any way to bail him out first? Wang Yi asked with a very sincere attitude. We respect the laws of your country, and the procedures should be as they should be. But there should be a way to bail, or even reconcile. Wang Yi's humble attitude made lawyer John feel comfortable. As a professional lawyer, he would not bring some of his own attitudes to work. But seeing that a great mathematician from the East cares so much about the laws of the United States, he is naturally quite proud. But no matter what, this is a sponsor. He still has the professional qualities he should have. And he can still tell the difference between a full meal and a full meal. So after sorting out his words, he still told the situation. Now it is the Mosi company that accuses Mr. Zhang Yuan of stealing their company's secrets, and has provided evidence. Because it involves sensitive information, the possibility of us being able to intervene in the evidence is very low. So this accusation is probably unavoidable. Overturning the accusation through evidence was originally the most convenient way. But the key is that this step was directly stuck this time. So even if there is a problem with the evidence itself, it is impossible to start from this aspect. But Mr. Wang mentioned bail and reconciliation. If you can have such an understanding, it is actually easier to deal with, as long as you are willing to plead guilty. Our law firm has a way to reach a reconciliation. Then, lawyer John smiled confidently again. This is the ability of a top law firm. In the United States, reconciliation is an extremely terrifying operation. It can be regarded as a privilege for the rich, as long as you are willing to pay and provide enough reconciliation funds. Most of the cases that seem exaggerated can be kept non-prosecuted. The combination of bail and reconciliation is enough to solve most of the troubles. Even if Zhang Yuan is involved in sensitive issues, it is very likely. However, the price is that after the confession, it will be written about, and major media will confirm the fact of Dongfang stealing secrets, which is definitely a matter of damage to the overall face. It can be said that if the outside world knows that it was Wang Yi who facilitated this confession and reconciliation, they will face verbal criticism. Mrs. Zhang and Lin Lei are still a little confused at this time, and they don't know the pit. But as a graduate student, Qian Yayan, who only cared about Wang Yi and didn't care much about Zhang Yuan, saw the problem at this time, pulled Wang Yi's sleeve and said, Wang Yi, If Zhang Yuan pleads guilty, will this matter be used to attack and discredit us? They have been hyping that we stole their technology. After hearing Qian Yayan's words, Wang Yi knew that this girl cared about him. But he certainly couldn't tell her about his own arrangements. So he sighed with a regretful tone. There is no way. If we don't want Professor Zhang to be detained, we can only choose this. I have to contact the country to exchange some foreign currency. Otherwise it will not be enough. At this time, Mrs. Zhang and Lin Lei also reflected. Mrs. Zhang didn't care about discrediting or not. She only cared about her husband at this time. Now she could only beg bitterly. Professor Wang, please help us. We will find a way to pay you back the money we owe you when we go back. Even if we sell the house or borrow money. Old Zhang has some valuable patents in his hands. And he will definitely pay it back. As a housewife, she just wanted Zhang Yuan to come out safely at this time. Now she couldn't come up with so much money at once. So she could only ask Wang Yi for help. Don't worry. Since I promised, I will definitely help. On the other side, Lin Lei was thinking more. And after hesitating for a while, he said, should we contact some schools for this method of handling it? He was arranged by Jin Da to follow Zhang Yuan to handle trivial matters. If he really pleaded guilty, he would be in trouble. No need for that. I will handle it. I will bear any responsibility and infamy. Wang Yi's tone was firm and decisive. Without any hesitation, he then said to Lawyer John, please think of more ways. It would be best to contact all parties first to ask their attitudes. Lawyer John was of course happy to do this. The longer the time is delayed, the more money he will make. He has already demonstrated the ability of a top law firm. The next step is to see if he can save you some settlement fees. Wang even signed a new agreement again. And 20% of the reduced settlement fee would be used as commission, which naturally further stimulated their motivation. A bar in the suburbs of Los Angeles. It was clearly night, and it should be the most popular time for the bar. But the bar closed early, which seemed a bit abnormal. At this time, under the dim light in the bar, several American veterans in combat uniforms were sorting out their weapons and maintaining the old guys in their hands. Those damn politicians only know how to send us to fight for themselves. But they just sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor. As a result, they don't even treat the recurrence of old injuries. Damn it! There is a deep scar from the corner of the eyebrow to the bridge of the nose. The man, who looks to be in his early 40s, has a ferocious expression on his face and is full of hostility. Yes, we fought hard for them. But they only gave us this little money. In this case, we have no choice but to take it ourselves. Agu's ability to pay is beyond doubt. And if he breaks the contract in this matter, it will even affect his business. He has always had a good reputation. We have also done cargo transportation business before. But the value of the cargo this time is completely different. As long as we earn this money, it will be enough for us to squander the rest of our lives. The 5 veterans kept venting about their experiences and dissatisfaction during this period. The location of the detention has been roughly scouted, although there are 20 to 30 FBI people there. In the era of hot weapons, as long as they can catch the enemy by surprise, the success rate is still quite high. They plan to take action during the transfer, which is convenient for both attack and escape. In fact, the difficulty is how to rescue them and take them all the way south to Mexico. You need to pay more attention to the choice of route. Although it is only 135 kilometers from Highway 5 to the border, it is inevitable to chase and intercept on the road for such a big case. It would not be surprising to even dispatch the guard team. But at this moment, the door of their bar was kicked open, and a black figure walked in from outside. I will take you, but I want 20 million each. The night wind blew outside the door, making a sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling. The 5 veterans' faces turned cold at this time. The leader did not hesitate at all, raised his pistol and shot. However, what shocked the 5 people was that the opponent just turned his head and let the bullet pass by the hair tip. What the HL? What the HL? The 5 people have been on the battlefield and have seen the world. Admittedly, because of the hand-raising action and aiming speed, this kind of evasion is theoretically feasible. But the success rate is absolutely touching. Occasionally it happens on the battlefield, mostly by coincidence. Doing it directly in front of the person with confidence? What kind of magical existence is this? However, they are all soldiers who have seen blood. Even if Jesus comes, he will give a volley first. Although they were stunned for a moment when the first shot did not hit. Soon the 5 people raised their guns at the same time. Especially the one who fired the gun, who pulled the trigger continuously. But before the fastest person fired the second shot, the black man completed the gun-drawing technique at a ghostly speed. Bang, bang, bang. 5 consecutive shots knocked all the guns in their hands away. With such a terrifying reaction speed, he can still maintain such accuracy. Which means that if he wants to, he can directly shoot in the head continuously. He even let his side take the initiative once. Sincerity. I've shown you guys. Now can you give me an answer? 20 million each. Deal. They all respect the strong. The black guy's fighting power at this time has completely suppressed his skin color. Besides, there are 2 mixed bloods among the 5 people, and they don't care about skin color, judging from the other party's performance. Even if they suddenly tear off their coat to reveal the beautiful captain's tights, they can accept it. The negotiation was very fast and successful. Chapter 70 Rescue. It must be said that this group of retired American veterans dared to take on such a job. And they were indeed quite capable, at least in terms of equipment. Although the United States does not ban guns, automatic weapons are still difficult to obtain. Not to mention that what they are displaying now is active equipment. M14 enhanced combat rifles, grenade launchers, various types of explosives, and even sniper rifles. And boxes of bullets were pushed out. The FBI group of sissies are nothing. But are you sure the evacuation route is okay? Another box of yellow-orange bullets was pushed out. And the air was still filled with the smell of motor oil. Old Panda asked, holding a cigar. Before, Yalda conquered them all directly. And they dared not say no. And with such a capable boss leading the way, isn't this a win without effort? They were just worried about being blocked by a large force. Originally, they wanted to take action during the transfer. But with the boss leading the team, they were ready to attack directly. I have a hacker friend who will assist me. Yalda disassembled the gun skillfully and reassembled it. The knowledge injected into his mind was also integrated. We checked the location and found that there seems to be another person detained this time. He is an Oriental scientist. Although he is not so valuable, I think if we take him to Mexico, we can also exchange some ransom. So my friend will not charge extra money. This kind of extra money naturally made others smile. Saving 1 is also saving. Saving 2 is also saving. Then the group began to actively prepare. And transfer vehicles were placed in many places along the road. Although they were all cheap second-hand cars, they were all repaired by them. The distance to the Mexican border was definitely more than enough. The last 2 cars were the one for the operation and the one to be replaced in the city. The 4th one will be at the sniper point of the transfer car to provide cover. The 3rd and 5th ones will be outside preparing to distract everyone. And the 2 of us will go in with the leader. At the beginning, the 3rd and 5th ones will also cooperate to throw a few stun grenades. After the vehicles for the relay were arranged, the old panda made an okay gesture to Liao, because they chose to fight head-on. Everyone put on ceramic bulletproof vests directly, and regardless of whether their identities would be discovered in the end. They also prepared black hoods. Then at 3 o'clock in the morning, the 2 cars set off at the same time. On one side, there was a sniper heading directly to the FBI safe house. And on the other side, there was a sniper at the second contact point. On the other side, in the interrogation room in the FBI safe house, the light shone on the depressed Zhang Yuan, and an agent sat on the table and threw out the photos of the evidence. Don't struggle anymore. The evidence is solid. If you plead guilty, you can get a lighter sentence. Now your partner has run around for you and hired a big lawyer. If you plead guilty, you will be released on bail soon. And there is a high probability of reaching a settlement. The agent said in an inductive way that this time period is when people are most tired. In his opinion, it is not a big problem to break through the other party's psychological defense, as long as the suspect pleads guilty. It doesn't matter whether the evidence is forged or not. Falsifying evidence is just an excuse to arrest someone. Nothing more. Hee. I developed the technology myself. I didn't steal it. Zhang Yuan's spirit seemed a little sluggish at this time. But facing the agents in front of the lights, he still refused to admit his crime. I worked hard to develop the things, and I have 7 related patents. Why do you say I stole it? Just because I worked in this company. This is all my knowledge. If he really stole it, he was stupid enough to come here. Hee. This is not your decision. I advise you not to let your companions waste the lawyer fees in vain. It's very expensive. Hearing this again, Zhang Yuan also fell silent, and then closed his eyes and stopped talking. Okay. They will come to visit you after dawn. I hope you don't. Boom. The violent vibration made a lot of dust fall off the roof. The two agents present couldn't help but change their faces. Then, they took out their pistols and pressed them nervously against the door of the interrogation room, without even looking at Zhang Yuan. How long has this guy been arrested? And it's definitely not worth making such a big noise. So there is only one possibility. That is, it is aimed at Agu, the big flower merchant. Damn dog reporters. It's all the trouble caused by their live broadcast. But I didn't expect that someone would dare to do it. And in such a direct way. Originally, they thought that even if someone really wanted to take risks, they would be on the way. But who would have thought that they would directly attack the water spring? There are bound to be not many people in this kind of action. And there must be less than one car. There are more than 20 well-trained colleagues here. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. Continuous gunshots have been heard, without any silencer, which seems extremely harsh. And the frequency of gunshots has not changed. On the other hand, the occasional pistols fired back are getting smaller and smaller. It is obvious that friendly forces behind have taken out big guns. But they fell silent after a few shots. The battle outside ended at an astonishing speed. This made the two FBI agents look at each other in horror. How many people are here? Why did so many well-trained colleagues fall silent so quickly? Don't worry. Their target is Agu. We just need to close the door and hold on here. And then we'll write a report. But before they could finish their words, the iron door they had closed suddenly exploded and burst open. The dust that rushed out didn't wait for the two to react. And the figure that rolled in was shot twice. And instantly shot in the head. The last thought before falling to the ground before death also made the two understand why their companions outside were silent so quickly. This efficiency is too high. Cool. Is the boss really not a survivor of the super soldier program? After following Liao in, Old Panda's face was full of amazement. When Liao subdued them before, they thought they had opened their eyes. But compared to facing more than 20 people here as if they were in an empty space, they were still almost there. This time, every shot was shot in the head. The efficiency was too terrifying. The two veterans who followed in after participating in the battlefield could not imagine that there would be such a killing. One-sided. No pressure at all. Point and shoot. The two of them only need to be responsible for fire suppression and try not to let the other party show up. The harvesting is all left to the boss. And there is no one who can match him. After this operation, they are really convinced. And they are even considering whether to follow them. It is good to have money for retirement. But retired American veterans always lack a sense of security and still like to stick together. Well, it should be this. It's all money. Don't get hurt. Take it away. Li Yao went over to open Zhang Yuan's handcuffs and stood up with Zhang Yuan, who was confused. At this time, Zhang Yuan had no idea what happened. But the other party had a gun in his hand, and he had no choice but to follow. Finally, when he saw them bring out another fierce Indian who was detained, he suddenly realized that they should come to save this person. And then save himself by the way? What should I do? If I follow them out, it will be shit. He doesn't think highly of this group of people. And he doesn't know what they want to do to him. You should be worth some money. If someone is willing to pay the ransom, you will be safe. Do you understand? Li Yao turned around and said to Zhang Yuan coldly. But in fact it was also a comfort. Meaning that you don't have to worry about safety issues for the time being. The battle inside ended frighteningly quickly. The two people outside who originally wanted to make a big move could only whistle to show their submission after seeing Chumgong coming out. Let's go! LAPD will be here soon. Try to avoid trouble. As Li Yao finished speaking, he raised his hand and pressed the button. The whole safe house exploded violently. The heat wave rushed from the back, blowing the clothes and hair of several people flying. There was a fire inside. Chapter 71 Defeat Magic with Magic. Boom. The explosion at night was still very abrupt in Los Angeles. Although it is possible to make the news if there is no shooting incident on a certain day, explosions are still relatively rare. The sudden explosion also made Qian Yayan's toes stretch straight and scream. Wang Yi patted her legs to comfort her, and then complained. The public security here is really bad. What happened? Qian Yayan's eyes were hazy, and her voice was a little soft. I don't know, but it will probably be on the news. At this time, the hotel where Wang Yi and his friends were staying was booked by the law firm, right next to the law firm, and they had already agreed to visit Zhang Yuan during the day. Now that such an incident happened, the two of them hurriedly fell asleep. Around 8 o'clock in the morning, Wang Yi, who had just finished washing up, heard the doorbell. He went over and found that it was Lawyer John. Mr. John? Good morning. Please wait a moment. It will be ready soon. We had agreed to visit during the day, so Wang Yi naturally looked like he was waiting. At this time, Lawyer John carefully chose his words and said with some regret, "Professor, I'm sorry to tell you that your friend may have been killed last night." Wang Yi was also stunned when he heard it, and then asked, "Mr. John, are you kidding? How is it possible? Professor Zhang is in his prime and has no underlying diseases? Did they do something? How could this be? Hey, this has nothing to do with our LAPD. It's the work of those idiots from Fabol." At this time, a voice came from the side, which also made Wang Yi stick his head out of the door and take a look. He found that two men in uniform were standing in a blind spot outside. "What's going on? What happened? Mr. John? I need an explanation. LAPD is responsible for the local security in Los Angeles. In fact, the states of the United States are not very interested in Fabol, especially this time. They had to clean up the mess they had made." The noise here also made Mrs. Zhang and Lin Lei come out of their rooms. This made Lawyer John sigh and slowly tell the story. The safe house of Fabol was attacked. It should be to rescue a flower merchant. The explosion in the middle of the night came from there, and no one survived. So it's a pity. Mrs. Zhang fainted on the spot when she heard this. "Originally, I saw the hope of rescue and was going to visit today. But now I tell you that the person is gone." Lin Lei next to him also changed his face and said anxiously, "How could this happen? How could such a thing happen?" This kind of surprise and disbelief really made Lawyer John and others feel a little embarrassed. Although this case is also a big case in the United States, compared with the disbelief of these Oriental visitors, their acceptance ability is much stronger. That's it. It doesn't seem to be a big deal. Although a larger scale gun battle is rare, it is not uncommon for gangs to exchange fire. The embarrassing part this time is just the place where the accident happened. At the same time, because the bounty for Aguna was broadcast live, they probably knew what caused it. Only Wang Yi took a few deep breaths and calmed down, then said in a deep voice, "Mr. John, you know, we have been actively cooperating and working hard. Although Mr. Zhang Yuan is a suspect. Does a suspect have no human rights? Should a suspect die? This is a major mistake and dereliction of duty. Mr. Wang, you are right. This is entirely Fabol's problem." Lawyer John nodded in agreement. The two LAPD detectives next to him also complained. "Those idiots didn't trust us. Look, they got their comeuppance. This is their fault, and we have to clean up the mess. Orientals, I support you in going to them for compensation." After starting to use the other party's rules, Wang Yi and his team suddenly became victims. Then Wang Yi looked at Lawyer John with a serious face, and said in a sad and low voice, "Lawyer John, you have seen the sadness of this lady. This kind of spiritual injury is difficult to heal. Professor Zhang is the backbone of their family. Therefore, we must sue to the end. Now, we entrust your firm to act as a risk agent, and 30% of the compensation amount will be your commission." Wang Yi's sudden words immediately made Lawyer John's eyes light up, and his face was full of excitement. Then he stretched out his hand and held Wang Yi's hand and said, "Professor, you have a good vision. Leave it to us. The United States has its own logic that arrests can be carried out by forging evidence to complete procedural justice, and it is difficult to influence from the outside. As the only super hegemony in its heyday, because of its own strength, it can make other countries breathless by relying on the long-arm jurisdiction of hegemony, and it is difficult to compete with it with external forces. No matter how much you don't want to admit it, this is the boss in the world today, and it has the capital to do so. But as long as you can adapt to their methods and defeat magic with magic, it is completely feasible. It is difficult to reverse some sensitive issues, because they will forcefully intervene. But as soon as the issue is not so sensitive, they can put them on the spot for the sake of the fig leaf on their faces. Just like it was difficult to save people through normal procedures before. The best way is indeed to plead guilty, bail, and reconcile. But now it is much easier to pay compensation to the law firm. At that time, part of the compensation will be used as ransom, and it will not reveal any flaws, while Wang Yi stayed here to help Mrs. Zhang and Lin Lei complete some procedures. On the other hand, Li Yao and Lao Panda have already taken the rescued Agu and Zhang Yuan to speed on Highway 5. The distance of 135 kilometers can be reached in less than an hour by changing the car and adding full power. But such a big incident happened. The border will naturally cooperate together, and Highway 5 will not be an exception. And there will be helicopters and other assistance. So after driving most of the distance and almost reaching the limit under Lin Shurqin's reminder, they still decisively abandoned the car. After changing cars several times, they were not worried that the inspection would be so fast. Now it was all about speed. As long as the speed was fast enough, the transfer could be completed. Finally, relying on the transportation channel that the five of them had originally scouted, and Lin Shurqin's monitoring, the group passed through the Piamal border without any danger and arrived in Imo country. Oh, you must be a messenger sent by God. Uh-huh. Don't worry. When you send me to my lair, I will offer you the reward immediately. You will come to save me. You should know my reputation. After returning to Mexico, Egu seemed quite excited. And he also felt that the money was worth spending. He even wanted to win over this group of ruthless people. Although he didn't see it before, the group of Phobos was completely wiped out in such a short time. You can imagine how terrible these people are. Their business also needs such talents. In Mexico, the influence of big flower merchants has reached a level that outsiders cannot understand. Take money to do things. As long as the money is in place, I will consider it, Li Yao said in a cold tone, which was very suitable for his style at this time. Oh, brother Yalida, as long as you follow me, you will find that money is nothing at all. Egu seemed very confident. After returning to Mexico and returning to his own territory, Egu quickly contacted his younger brother to come to support him. It has to be said that even though Egu was arrested before, he still has some prestige. And it can be seen that his younger brothers are loyal. At least in terms of controlling people. He does have his own methods. 2 military Hummers with vehicle-mounted machine guns can show his foundation. If you are not afraid of being too conspicuous, armored vehicles can be driven here. Let's go to my safe house on the beach first, so that you can experience the different Mexican customs. After returning to his younger brother, Egu became more and more relaxed at this time. Zhang Yuan next to him frowned repeatedly. Because of historical reasons, almost normal Chinese people hate this kind of thing. Although most of the shipments here are to the United States, there will still be resistance. However, his family knows his own business. He just follows along. He doesn't know how long he can live. And he doesn't know how much ransom they want. Chapter 72 University of Pennsylvania. Although it's a little scattered, it's all washed. If it weren't for Brother Alida, I wouldn't be willing to use this money to pay. In a luxurious villa by the sea, Ali held a cigar between his fingers while operating the computer. Some bonds, stocks and even accounts were allocated by him one by one. The total amount is 100 million US dollars. Such a large sum of money. If it is black money, at least 40% to 50% must be washed away before it can become something that is easy to sell. Egu is really trustworthy. After Li Yao confirmed from Lin Shurqin that he could take over, he also nodded. Then our previous transaction is also completed. Yes. Next I want to talk to you about the treatment issue. Don't worry. I guarantee that you will be satisfied and get whatever you want. Egu leaned on the sofa with a cigar in his mouth and exhaled, with a confident expression on his face. He doesn't believe that there is nothing that can't be settled without money. In Mexico, even politicians, PFP senior officials, even operatives, and even the military, they can infiltrate. This is their kingdom. As long as both sides can maintain enough tacit understanding, they can live in peace, relying on the charm of money. Who in this world would have trouble with money? After being arrested, he spent 100 million US dollars to save himself directly. Thinking of this, Egu couldn't help but spit out a smoke ring. And then with a bang, the bullet penetrated the smoke ring and shot him in the head on the spot. Well, no need. When everyone was confused and couldn't react, Li Yao stood up and directly dual-wielded. With a terrifying hit rate and reaction speed. He killed all the brothers in Egu's room. Whoever reacts faster and touches the gun first will die first. The guards outside heard the noise and came in, and all of them were rewarded with a headshot. In the era of hot weapons, it is natural to get the first move at the start and complete a large number of kills in an instant. After walking out casually and firing a few more shots, Li Yao came back with a little blood on his face and looked at the trembling old panda and the others. Boss, we don't want the money. Old panda spoke with difficulty. They couldn't react to this sudden change at all. They didn't expect it at all. But after finding that Li Yao didn't attack them, they didn't attack him. They knew how terrible this guy was. This was the one left out of the super soldier plan. What's yours is yours. But my boss simply doesn't like flower merchants. After the mission is completed, their lives have nothing to do with us. And it doesn't count as my breaking my promise. Right? Li Yao casually changed the bullets in his gun and looked at the 5 people. No. 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 We just want to follow the boss. Old Panda was afraid that Li Yao was speaking in a sarcastic way. That's your own business. Think it through before you answer. Lawyer John? I'll leave this matter to you. We must seek justice. Wang Yi shook hands with Lawyer John again in the law firm. Professor. Don't worry. We are professionals. We will try our best to dig up the original evidence of the accusation. Now that the person is dead, it will be easier to operate. Once it is confirmed that it was a mistaken arrest, and the death was caused by their mistakes, we will definitely get a satisfactory compensation in the end. John was all smiles. The commission paid would certainly satisfy their law firm. Lin Lei, you should keep an eye on this matter. I have a lecture at Penn, and I'm in a hurry. Understood. Professor Wang, go ahead. I'll stay here. Also, please be careful. Lin Lei seemed a little nervous at this time. He never expected that the United States would be so shameless. It's okay. This just happened. Besides, I'm an expert in pure number theory. They won't do that. Wang Yi smiled casually. What bad intentions can a mathematician like me have? If that's the case, then we can only let Li Yao come back to stage a biochemical crisis. Not to. This conflict has attracted some attention in the United States, and the international community as well. But if the incident happened in the United States, it seems that it would be just like that. If the shooting here doesn't kill a couple of people or happens in a sensitive area, it won't make the news. There are Hollywood directors who want to ask Fabo for the adaptation rights of this incident. There are even many people who applaud. It can be seen that the world is full of suffering, and Buddha is happy for a long time, including the people of the United States. And it was in this context that Wang Yi flew to Philadelphia on the East Coast. Philadelphia is a well-known city of brotherhood. It was the capital of the United States for a period of time before Washington was built. It is the 4th largest metropolitan area in the United States, with a population of over 7.15 million. At the same time, Philadelphia's security environment is also hard to describe. Various violent crimes remain high, and the official record of murders can reach an average of twice a day. I don't know how many gang fights that are not recorded. However, violent crimes themselves are generally concentrated in several specific areas. For ordinary tourists, as long as they are careful, they usually don't have to worry too much about encountering the low probability event twice a day. Anyway, the locals have long been accustomed to it. Habit is a universal tranquilizer. And the University of Pennsylvania, one of the famous Ivy League schools, is located in this city. When Wang Yi and Qian Yayan landed with the plane, they soon saw that someone in the crowd holding a banner, writing in English and Chinese characters to welcome Professor Wang to visit. Penn still attaches great importance to this exchange meeting, and the time arrangement is just right to coincide with the school anniversary event. Although Penn itself is most famous for Wharton School of Business, which has a very high economic attribute, it is impossible for such a top university to ignore this level of speculation and discussion. At the beginning, they were the first to voice their support, and in fact, they had some of this idea. Now, it has really reaped the fruits. This time, not only Penn itself, but also many mathematicians from all over the United States and even the world came. If there are any questions, they can ask them on the spot. And after the meeting, some salons can be held, and everyone can discuss some recent research with each other and find inspiration from each other. Hello, Professor Wang. My name is Manny, from Wharton School of Business. This time, I will be responsible for arranging your daily life, and you can tell me if you have any questions or needs. A blonde, blue-eyed and hot beauty came to Wang Yi and said very politely. The tennis clothes and the sports skin color that was just right by the sun gave her a wild and exotic style. As he spoke, he glanced at Qian Yayan next to him. This Asian was so beautiful. Qian Yayan also looked up and down at Manny. Although she was not as good as him, she was still exotic. God knows if he would have any ideas. Thank you. How many people are here now? I want to hold a small salon in the afternoon so that everyone can get to know each other. What do you think? Since Wang Yi came, he wanted to maximize his benefits as much as possible. He wanted to communicate more with these smartest minds in the world. Maybe some inspiration would come out. And now that he is back and feels the magic of laziness in this world, Wang Yi naturally wants to make some adaptations and changes to the current environment. This requires more knowledge, more suitable formulas and various studies. Of course, no problem. In fact, Some professors have made similar suggestions. But you have been delayed by things in Los Angeles and have not come. Okay. I'll leave the location arrangement to you. It's my honor. It must be said that Manny is a top student from the business school after all. And her answers are quite decent. And Wani can also see that her family should be very good. But it seems to be quite normal for people from wealthy families to attend Penn. Mr. Tay, Mr. Ma, and Mr. Fight all graduated from here. Chapter 73 Brainstorming. This lady is so beautiful. It's rare to see an Asian with such a good figure. On the way to the hotel, Manny looked at Qian Yayan curiously and said cheerfully, "Thank you. You too. And your skin is just right." "I dare not do that," Qian Yayan said as she looked at Manny's healthy skin. After the two women started chatting here, Wani felt that he had nothing to do. He hung up the headphones silently and asked about the situation briefly. "It's okay. Everything is under control. Li Yao's execution ability is quite strong. And with the cooperation of Lin Shichin, there is really no need to worry about anything extra." And they went to Imo country in advance. And there were 5 people crying and shouting that they wanted to be cows and horses. Wang Yi was also considering whether to take root in Imo country in advance. However, Li Yao's current body can only be used for about 10 days at most. Alas, this world is indeed a bit troublesome. Many things need to be improved and turned into castrated versions, reducing performance and increasing efficiency. After Wang Yi put his things in the hotel, Manny also informed him that the location of the salon was ready, and the various mathematicians who came here in the past few days have begun to go there, because it was just a small loose gathering. There were no requirements. Mathematicians themselves would not care too much about some external things. Although Qian Yayan didn't understand this kind of thing, she still followed like a tail bug after glancing at Manny. While Wang Yi was chatting on the way, he also took the initiative to turn on the overclocking mode, continued to organize his knowledge, and simulated the direction and plan of magic simplification, how to maximize efficiency. However, these may still require some experimental products. At the same time, after a quick calculation, Wang Yi also listed some small problems that can be solved by mathematics. I will talk about them with you later. Mathematicians themselves can be said to be at the top of the contempt chain. Most of them have some unique quirks, and usually do not have high demands for external materials. The proof of the conjecture is a big event in the mathematics community. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to gather these high IQ talents. Let alone let them wait. Many people have some related questions to ask Wang Yi. They are all people in the mathematics community, and must know each other. Several people have already started discussing before Wang Yi arrived. Moreover, although Penn University temporarily organized a salon according to Wang Yi's wishes this time, the place it chose was also a classroom. And it also thoughtfully prepared some blackboards, manuscripts and other items. I think Penn University also understands that when a group of mathematicians meet together, they are definitely not chatting and gossiping. Some snacks, afternoon tea and so on are placed on the side, and you can take them directly if you need them. After Wang Yi came in under the leadership of Manny, he immediately attracted most of the attention. Asian, young, and was brought in by someone. So he is most likely the real boss. Dear professors, this is Professor Wang Yi who completed the proof of the guess. The professor encountered some troubles in Los Angeles, so he arrived today. As soon as he arrived here, he couldn't wait to meet with you all. Manny explained briefly. Oh, young man, if you are not restrained at such a young age, you will lose your hair. A middle-aged professor with a Mediterranean face looked at the configuration of Qian Yayan next to Manny in front of Wang Yi, and couldn't help but tease. It seems that you are usually very unrestrained. Old man. Another professor of similar age next to the Mediterranean professor also laughed out loud. After a simple joke, the atmosphere on the scene seemed quite harmonious. They are all academics. Although there will be competition among peers, the competition in the mathematics world is different from that in other places. Then one by one, they began to gather together and speak all kinds of incomprehensible alien languages. Manny and Qian Yayan next to them looked a little confused. Looking at the group of professors gathered together, they had no idea what they were talking about. However, Manny took over the school's task to entertain, and Qian Yayan was staring at Manny. So although the two of them were listening to the Book of Heaven throughout the whole process, they still whispered to each other in a corner. Another kind of bloodless swordplay appeared, and the Battle of T-Art. Although I have always believed that those who can make it in mathematics are geniuses, but to be able to do this level, I really feel that my brain is a bit behind. An Indian professor named Akshay said with some emotion. He flew here from Australia, But even the salon in front of him felt that the trip was worthwhile. It is true that mathematics is age-dependent. But now you have accumulated so many knowledge points, and have integrated them to walk your own way. This is still quite shocking. And I think your mathematical tools themselves have an indescribable sense of connection. I feel that sooner or later you will be able to establish a school and form your own system. A professor named Arthur found some highlights. Some of the tool formulas that Wang Yi specially proved have the shadow of otherworldly mathematics. So they are naturally self-contained. It can only be said that they are all worthy of playing mathematics. When these masters gather together, they will always collide with sparks. Just like when Newton came up with the essence of calculus. That is, to use it as a tool himself. Wang Yi's set of alien mathematics is almost the same trend. This is the mathematical formula that can be applied to the magic side. And its main purpose is to measure the magic power. Now that someone has brought it up, Wang Yi will naturally not hide it. He simply took out some of the problems he encountered and matched them with some formulas that appeared when he guessed in front of him. I do have some ideas, but they are not perfect yet. However, the main purpose of this set of mathematical tools is to facilitate the proof of some number theory for the time being. There are still some deficiencies in other aspects. Wang Yi said modestly. It is indeed a self-contained system. When Newton created calculus, he did not expect that it could be applied to so many aspects. This system alone is enough to win another award. It's amazing. Although you said that it has no great practical use. But actually here, I think. Then, a group of people began to discuss the problem Wang Yi brought up. Since they chose mathematics itself, they didn't think that mathematics must be applied to physics, computers, biology, etc. They just like it. Now that a new direction has emerged, of course they are interested. And they are all excited to put forward various hypotheses and assumptions. Wang Yi certainly won't miss this perfect opportunity. Once he has a good inspiration and idea, he will overclock on the spot, then calculate it, and finally list a long list of formulas. Later, the group of mathematicians gathered here talked less and less. They were immersed in Wang Yi's formula and horrified by the horror of this thing. Wow, we've just started. I think tomorrow's lecture can be skipped. This kind of brain is here, and the mathematics world will live in his shadow for decades to come. I think I am also a genius. You can't learn mathematics without talent. But this time I am really convinced. Awesome. Some people even said the Chinese character awesome in poor Chinese. What are these mathematicians? While working hard and concentrating, their talents are absolutely first class. Each of them can be said to be a genius among geniuses. Everyone is also confident. Often when they explain themselves, others don't understand, and they feel like they are looking at a monkey. But today, suddenly I found that the monkey has become myself? It is conceivable how much stimulation this has caused to such a top mathematician to admit that his talent is not as good as the other party. But for Wang Yi, who cares about their stimulation? Hurry up and come to me to prove it. And give me all the inspiration is the kingly way. At this time, he felt more and more that the plan and goal he made were not wrong. This kind of top genius can bring endless benefits to himself. Chapter 74 Characteristics of Pen. I can't drink coffee anymore. Oh shit. My head is a mess right now. Please let us go. I can't do it anymore. I want to sleep. What a shitty lecture. I won't attend. After being dragged by Wang Yi to work hard for an entire afternoon and almost all night, these great mathematicians finally surrendered one by one at 4 or 5 in the morning. Mathematics is a very laborious thing. It can be said that even moving bricks for such a long time will not be as exhausting as such a long brainstorming. Seeing that they were like tuberculosis ghosts, as if they could die at any time, Wang Yi could only let them go with disappointment. If he didn't want their inspiration and brains, he would have wanted to use some bloodthirsty magic to catalyze them. Oh, thank God. This devil finally let us go. I won't go to the lecture. Please let me sleep a little longer. Oh my God. I will never come to your salon next time. Devil. The weak guys left one after another, as if they were squeezed dry. And Wang Yi could only say nice things to them with a shameless face to calm them down. Damn it. Sooner or later, I will catch all of you and lock you in the cellar. I am a legendary wizard. And I have never been so humble. Oh, so you can also show this kind of expression? Xian Yanyan's somewhat sarcastic voice came from behind. I don't know when Xian Yanyan, who had fallen asleep with Manny, woke up at this time. Asshole. You have never shown this kind of expression in front of me. Hey, you're so rebellious. Time for breakfast. Wang Yi's face turned serious. He held Xian Yanyan's little head with both hands. and then slowly inserted his fingers into her soft hair and slowly pressed down, making Qianyan blush. Oh, God. I always thought you Orientals were very shy and reserved. On the way out of the classroom, Manny kept chattering about what she saw when she woke up before. Shut up. X2. The unanimous voice made Manny stop chattering. And then she still raised a thumbs up to Wang Yi. Your figure is really good. I didn't expect it at all. Okay. Let's prepare for the symposium. With the start of yesterday, Wang Yi said with some anticipation, there should be some fish that slipped through the net. Well, then Wang Yi found that this symposium was completely communicating with monkeys. And the ones who could fight had been caught yesterday. Now there is a person talking about the heavenly book on the top. And a group of people below seem to understand and shake their heads. Great. Awesome. God. Apart from these, there was no other discussion, which made Wang Yi sigh. But after learning more, he found that many people were not math experts. Some big names in other fields also came. It was normal that they didn't understand. In addition, many of them were students, and some alumni who had recently returned from the school anniversary activities. When Wang Yi finished explaining and it was time for questions, the scene was silent because the main force had been killed by Wang Yi. Finally, a professor from the Department of Mathematics at the University of Pennsylvania asked some questions to ease the situation. Manny, we are going to have fun in Philadelphia. Do you have any good suggestions? After finishing the exchange meeting, Wang Yi found Manny again to ask. This time he came to build a new host. And because he had a brainstorming session with a group of mathematicians before, Wang Yi had a lot of ideas in his mind. For example, help Li Yao get one or even several identities that can be used for a long time. His current sole occupation will not last long because the physical body does not match. And the physical body will start to rot after a while. But Wang Yi can first find a way to let him keep this appearance. Although there is no way to deal with blood type, DNA and other aspects. Simple fingerprint and face recognition can still remain roughly unchanged. If Li Yao is asked to replace some important person, it will definitely not work. But if he is just allowed to fight in the gray area, this SHL preservation ability is enough for the time being. In addition, Wang Yi is still preparing to build a server and chip body for Li Yao. However, unlike Lin Shurqin, Wang Yi decided that Li Yao should mainly keep his personal activities, and the server would be used as a backup auxiliary terminal. Then, he would modify his silver jewelry to create linkage, so that he could operate it more conveniently. At that time, the company in the United States would need Li Yao to connect and handle some things. Want to go out and play? In fact, there are many interesting places on our campus. I can take you. To be honest, you two might not be safe outside, Manny said openly. You can go around the campus, but we both want to go outside. It's rare for us to come out and relax this time. Okay, I'll plan the route for you. Remember to avoid going to a few areas. Don't you need me to accompany you? I'm very familiar with them. At this point, Manny couldn't help but smile ambiguously. Are you afraid that I'll disturb you? Don't worry. I don't mind if I join you temporarily. Good guy. Although it was a joke, Wang Yi said this casually, and he knew the openness of the West. By the way, we have a school anniversary these days. Many alumni have returned. Fate will give a speech. There will also be a party in the evening. Professor, you are a guest, so you can definitely attend. Well, it's good to see the world. Wang Yi wants to make his actions more reasonable. Since he wants to go everywhere, he can't just go around without playing around at Penn itself. Participating in some local social activities will also make it easier to move. After completing today's exchange meeting, Wang Yi can be regarded as officially integrated into the academic circle here. And because of Wang Yi, Minecraft is now popular. At the end of the exchange meeting before, there were still students with square head patterns printed on A4 paper on their faces to make a fuss. They came here to make fun of it. They are definitely more interested in seeing the appearance of the publisher of Minecraft than in listening to math lectures. It can be seen that the response to this game is indeed very good. Wang Yi originally felt that even if he participated in such a party, he would be a marginal person. At most, he would have some passive social interactions, because Manny and Qianyan were more eye-catching. The main goal is to focus on food. Foie gras, truffles, caviar, bluefin tuna. It can only be said that it is worthy of the Penn Alumni Association. It is luxurious. But when Wang Yi entered this traditional buffet dinner with Qianyan, he was immediately approached by several people. Hi, Wang. It's our first meeting. I am the marketing director of Yulon Games. Minecraft is a really cool game. I like it very much. I represent Paradox, and want to discuss some cooperation with the professor. Minecraft is really great. A groundbreaking game. I wonder if there is any possibility of authorization. Good guy. He obviously came here to give an academic lecture. But this time he came to their Alumni Association dinner. And none of the people who took the initiative to come up and talk were from the academic world. That's right. The big guys in the mathematics world may still be replenishing their energy at this time. And the Alumni Association here at Penn is more people in the business circle. And the business atmosphere and network expansion are far greater than academics. Without exception, everyone who took the initiative to come up to talk to Wani about Minecraft. It's not about how to play the game, but about acquisition or cooperation. I have to say that the business circle of Penn is really solid and scary. Most of the people who come to attend the Alumni Association are successful people. Almost all major game manufacturers can make connections here. The most important thing is that in addition to traditional game manufacturers, even Microsoft has a vice president on the scene, who took the initiative to find Wani to talk about Minecraft. The East is indeed a magical place. So such a magical game was born. Professor Wang, I wonder if you are willing to sell it. We know that Penguin Group once offered 1 billion yuan. And we certainly won't be stingy. 400 million should be a good price. US dollars? What do you think? I have to say that when this offer came out, Wang Yi was really tempted. He disagreed with Penguin because it was too conspicuous to transfer it out. It's really practical to transfer 400 million US dollars directly outside. But in the end, Wang Yi still refused. There is no way. Once the acquisition is successful, Microsoft will definitely have to publicize a wave of good news for the stock price. The attention is too high. There is no need. If you sell slowly, you will be able to earn this much sooner or later. Or even more. And it will be convenient for Lin Shurqin to trade. Chapter 75 Mysterious Rich Man. $400 million was rejected. Xian Yayan felt a little weak in her legs, and her arms around Wang Yi were almost hanging on them. When she made the decision before, she affirmed Wang Yi's ability. But his rise was too fast. Also, he looked so handsome when he rejected the offer. Wang Yi didn't know what Xian Yayan was thinking about. He just simply waited. Oh, you have a really strong mentality. Worthy of being a mathematician. When I was your age, I couldn't be so calm when I heard $400 million. Ball didn't show any anger because of Wang Yi's rejection, but made a joke. And their chat here has actually always attracted a lot of attention. And people nearby can still hear the offer of 400 million. Even though this is the Alumni Association of the University of Pennsylvania. Even if there are many rich people here, it is still enough to attract attention when it involves a cash transaction of $400 million. Many rich people with enough wealth don't actually have much cash in their hands. For example, a man with a very wide upper body frame noticed this side. After Bauer and Wang Yi parted politely, he also came over with a glass of wine. Amazing Oriental mathematician. Your female companion is so beautiful. Wang Yi took a look at the man and recognized him from the information. Masla, an outstanding graduate of the University of Pennsylvania. Although he was only in his early 40s, he already had two very famous companies. One is SX Space Exploration Company, and the other is SX Electric Vehicle. But he has not had a good time recently. Both companies have encountered various troubles. Especially SX Electric Vehicle, which almost went bankrupt and was sold to a certain song. I think she will be very happy to hear your praise, Mr. Masla. Wang Yi clinked glasses with the other party, which surprised Masla a little. He didn't expect that this Oriental man could recognize him at a glance. It's my honor that Professor Wang knows me. I went to your exchange meeting today and spoke very well. Masla smiled, although he didn't understand it either. After a pause, he said the purpose of coming here this time. I heard Mr. Ball talk about 400 million US dollars before. I wonder if the professor has ever thought about making some investments. Masla is currently using many patents of SX Automotive Company as collateral to take out a lot of loans to solve urgent problems. But cash flow is very important to him now. He has always disliked wasting time, and came to the Alumni Association this time to get some investment. Whether it is Mr. Fate, Mr. Ball, or other alumni, anyone who can provide help is welcome. It's a pity that because his current situation is very bad, and he has also mortgaged patents for loans, the few people he contacted are not willing to take risks for the time being and want to wait and see. There are actually quite a few people who are optimistic about him. But now that he has encountered trouble, maybe the conditions can be better after waiting and seeing. He wanted to sell SX Automotive Company to a certain song for 11 billion US dollars before. But he failed. Oh. Then Mr. Masla may not have heard clearly. I rejected Mr. Ball's offer. The fact that he can refuse also shows the professor's confidence. People with such a smart mind must have more other ways. Masila did not give up or show any other attitude because of Wang Yi's words. Actually, I have a good relationship with your Dongfang. I went there some time ago and had a good chat with Mr. Lin from your Mu group. Mr. Jack from Ali was also very funny. Masila changed the subject and started talking about other aspects. Dongfang is the breakthrough point and huge market he is aiming for. Regardless of whether he can attract this person's investment, it will never go wrong to have one more friend there. Moreover, this young professor, who represents a top university, to come for exchanges has enough influence in itself. Anyway, it won't lose anything. Masila's performance is quite humble. And the same was true when he communicated with Mr. Lin, the second-generation leader of the Mu group not long ago. Just as the Mu group, which was in its heyday, mercilessly ridiculed some of Masila's ideas and told them the sales and popularity of Mu computers. Now Masila is also low-key chatting with Wang Yi here, saying that he likes the country of Dongfang very much. He is really flexible. Wang Yi didn't mind chatting with this boss, who had a heart in every pore. At least when he was chatting with him. No one else would interrupt him. Wang Yi even considered the situation of SX Space Exploration and SX Automobile Company. But sooner or later, he would enter this field and become a competitor. Although there was potential. Forget it. Then Masla seemed to see someone and said to Wang Yi with a smile. Oh, Professor. There is a very interesting friend over there. Maybe you will be interested. I asked him for some investment before. He is a Chinese. Wang Yi then followed Masla's gaze and saw a figure wearing round-frame glasses and smiling like Maitreya Buddha. Masla's words should have also attracted the attention of that person. After turning around, he also smiled and walked over with a wine glass. And his eyes swept over Qian Yayan from time to time. Lu, come and meet the great mathematician. The smartest of the small group. Masla smiled and raised his hand to greet the fat man who looked like Maitreya Buddha. This was the god of wealth he had brought. So he couldn't neglect him. I've wanted to meet you for a long time. Professor Wang. You really bring honor to us Chinese. My name is Lu Tei. And my ancestral home is Hujian. Hello. Wang Yi nodded with a smile. He could see that the fat man was very confident. And his age was probably around 30. At this age, he had the money to invest in SX cars. And Masla looked at him differently. He was definitely young and promising. Buzz suddenly. Wang Yi's headphones vibrated. It was obvious that Lin Shurqin had something to say to him. The headphones he had slightly improved were enough to prevent the sound from leaking out. So Wang Yi also greeted Lin Shurqin while connecting her. There's something wrong with this fat guy. Lin Shurqin had obviously been observing secretly. But she didn't contact him before. Including when Bauer came. But this fat guy did this when he came. Which still surprised Wang Yi. What's the problem? He is one of the people I've been paying attention to recently. His father is just the president of a chamber of commerce in Johor, Southeast Asia. The gap between his financial strength and his is too big. Hearing this, Wang Yi continued to chat on the surface, and nodded casually to signal Lin Shurqin to continue. According to the current monitoring of his expenditure estimates, he is worth at least billions of US dollars, and has a large amount of liquid funds. This made Wang Yi pause. And then he looked at Lu Tei again, 30 years old, holding billions of US dollars in wealth. In the future, Mao Tei will be acquired for 44 billion. And this year Masla wants to sell SX Automotive Company to Mao Ge for 11 billion. This shows the horror of billions of US dollars. If it is a top second generation, it can be understood. But his father is just an ordinary chamber of commerce president. And he is only rich relative to ordinary people. But he has so much in his hands? Chapter 76 Time Management. It's nice to meet you too. Let's talk more when we have time. As the banquet ended, Wang Yi also said goodbye to Masila and Lu Tei, who had the best chats with him, and then left the venue with Qian Yayan and went to the hotel they had booked. Lu Tei. According to the information that Lin Shurqin has collected so far, even novels may not dare to write about him like this. His father first sent him to study in Britain, and then to Wharton Business School. According to the records that Lin Shurqin found, he even relied on installment payments to hold some parties and banquets when he was at Wharton Business School. Compared with his classmates who were all rich, Lu Tei's family background was indeed just average. However, he was willing to pay in installments and grit his teeth to hold parties and banquets. It was certain that this fat man was very good at dealing with things. At least, He could vaguely sense some of it in the previous conversation. His classmate's stepfather became the leader of Johor. And he also has a close relationship with a prince in the Middle East. There is something wrong with the source of funds. How much is the intrusion of this data? Wang Yi knows Lin Shichin's current performance. If she does not leave any traces, it is not convenient to enter some deep places. But even so, can the problem be found? Regular data. He is too high profile. Dating actresses, buying luxury houses, and investing in Hollywood. But I just analyzed and inferred through big data. And there is no decisive evidence. Theoretically, if others have enough manpower and time, they can also reach this conclusion. Recently, he has been targeted by Fabol because of his investment in the Wolf of Wall Street. But even if he is targeted, it should be difficult to catch him. He handled it very cleanly. And it will take some time to draw my conclusion. It will be safe for at least a few years. Wang Yi also pondered for a while after hearing this. And he should have expected it long ago. In fact, he has prepared a team of lawyers, and even a special lobbying team. If there is no accident, even if he is found out in the end, he can settle and not be sued. Anyway, he is not taking money from the United States. Lin Shichin continued to dig. And it must be said that with these public data here, it is indeed quite easy to summarize useful information in front of her. It can only be said that Lu Tay is too high profile. What are you thinking about? A sticky voice came from the side. And when he looked down, he saw Qian Yayan's watery eyes. Following Wang Yi to attend a banquet of this scale, it can only be said that Qian Yayan felt quite excited. Well, other things will be discussed later. Boss is awesome. After Qian Yayan fainted, Wang Yi covered her with a quilt and came to the balcony again. Stop talking nonsense. Are you going to call Li Yao back? Big fish. Lin Shichin seemed to be impatient to make trouble. Wang Yi pondered for a moment after hearing this. Johor. Johor has a unique geographical location. A typical gift from God. Sitting on Malacca and close to the equator. And there are many private islands for sale in Johor. In fact, the prices of some private islands are not as expensive as imagined. It's just a pity that private islands can only be owned, not occupied. In fact, it is just a large residential land and is still under the jurisdiction of the sovereign state. Otherwise, it would be quite wonderful to build a private island and build a magic tower. When there is surplus in the future, we can build some branch towers and complete resonance with the world as the base point. It's a pity that one Li Yao is not enough. Where can we catch suitable ghosts? Wang Yi couldn't help but sigh at this time. Forget it. I will do it myself. I will select lucky audiences from the list given by Lin Shichin. And I will be a legendary magician to disguise my appearance. As long as I don't check DNA, there will be no big problem. Are you still determined to go out? How about it? Do you want me to help guide you? Manny smiled at Wang Yi and Qian Yayan, her face full of ambiguous expressions. If you really don't mind joining in, I don't object. Wang Yi shrugged and teased. This made Manny laugh. Although you have a good figure. Are you too confident? In the hotel, looking at the two people who fainted on the bed, Wang Yi had 4 silver ornaments in his hand out of thin air. And then he bounced them to the 4 corners of the room. Shelter. As Wang Yi hummed, a faint light flickered, forming a simple magic barrier to complete the shelter. This is not only a protective barrier, but also has an attack effect, which can keep the creatures within the barrier coverage unconscious. Wang Yi naturally wouldn't mind having an extra local witness. No one would think that they would have the energy to go out after doing such a thing. Right? Perfect time management. Although the possibility of the matter being investigated to his head in the end is very low. If there are strange coincidences in a long period of time, he may still pay attention to suspicion. It is better to reduce the risk as much as possible. Distortion. Then as Wang Yi raised his hand again to draw, his figure gradually faded in the room. And then with the rapid opening and closing of the window, everything fell into calm. The faintly distorted air mass kept jumping rapidly on the top of the floor. With the assistance of slow fall and going with the wind, Wang Yi was like a black cat at night, leaving no trace or figure. Without using high consumption flight, the efficiency was maximized with the knight's physique. The distortion on the body can also achieve a very outstanding perfect effect. Huh? Just optical invisibility? Infrared rays and electromagnetic waves are essentially transmitted by photons. In a sense, Wang Yi's distortion is all-round invisibility. Of course, there will be some distortion flaws in the effect, but it does not affect the practicality. This person is a doctor, still single, with serious discrimination, and suspected of multiple murders, but because there is no evidence, He is still at large. Lin Shichin told Wang Yi about the target of his choice. And his doctor's license has been revoked. He has been drinking at home recently. He has a certain amount of savings and his relationship with the neighbors is average. So his sudden disappearance and going out for travel will not attract any attention. I will pay all kinds of expenses for him on time. Lin Shichin talked about the reason for choosing this person, and the means she prepared. As long as taxes and various house management fees are paid on time. No one will bother this person, who is about to disappear. Even if there is any contact. Lin Shichin can handle it directly by herself. And the voice line has been roughly clear. Good job. What's the situation with Li Yao? Do the 5 people still decide to follow? Well, maybe they are afraid of death. They have always said that Li Yao is a survivor of the super soldier plan. It's okay to have some helpers. Collect some information about the silver mines in Mexico. And then, you can start asking for a ransom. Let Zhang Yuan go as soon as possible. It's pitiful. Understood. Chapter 77 Diwa Technique. They revoked my qualification. Shit! Shit! Just took a big sip of whiskey. And the whole person looked very decadent. As a doctor, he rarely drank. But he was revoked after the incident. Which still shocked him a lot. However, the revocation of qualification was that the death was attributed to medical malpractice. The hospital where he worked paid money to settle, and did not let him in. But he lost his job. It's just a social parasite with no survival value. If I die, I die. I am reducing the burden on society. Why should I be punished like this? Jess's face was distorted. And he showed an extremely artistic expression. He thought he was conducting a just trial. All this came from a robbery. He lost his wife and children in that accident. Since then, he felt that he was crazy. Every time he saw a patient suspected of being a gang member, he would try every means to retaliate. As a doctor, he could do a lot of revenge by taking advantage of information asymmetry. He knew that there were many innocent people who were accidentally injured. But he couldn't care so much. He didn't care. This has slowly become his hobby. It was only when he couldn't control himself that he ended up in such a situation, as his steps became bigger and bigger. Oh! Losing a loved one in a robbery. And then becoming a superhero fighting crime. It's really a good script. Dr. Jess? The sudden voice made Jess startled. And then he looked up with drunken eyes at the figure that seemed to appear out of thin air in front of him. Wang Yi glanced at the decadent blonde man with a beard in front of him. Judging from his appearance, he was still a little handsome even with his sloppy appearance. But his spirit was gone. Just like a zombie. The zombies he summoned would shake their heads when they opened his head. Superhero? Fight crime? How could it be? Jess giggled and didn't seem to care about the person who suddenly appeared in front of him. If you were just targeting gang members, I might not be willing to do it. You are really soft-hearted. Wang Yi sighed and raised his palm. Different magic patterns were pointed out on the 5 fingers. Absorb. The evil green light began to flow out of Dr. Jess's body and flowed into Wang Yi's hands like a vacuum cleaner. No sound. No screams. The 7 orifices were all glowing with green light. Then the body gradually disintegrated, turned into powder, and finally disappeared. And slowly, a green crystal appeared in Wang Yi's hand. He crushed the crystal with a little force, and the green breath surged. The next moment, Wang Yi's appearance became that of Jess. Not bad. The consumption is much less. Feeling the consumption of magic power, Wang Yi was also very satisfied with this slight improvement. He got this benefit just by squeezing those guys dry once. If he was locked in the small dark room and squeezed them continuously, his transformation plan might be greatly advanced. I just don't know if inspiration can be operated in this way. Hey. Ignoring the dirty living room, Wang Yi went directly to Dr. Jess's room. Opened the closet, put on the corresponding coat, and then walked out of the room with an empty suitcase. Lin Shichin will take care of all the related expenses for the house. Here he is carrying a suitcase and looks like he is going out. He deliberately makes some noise and goes outside for a while. Because Lu Te makes money too quickly and has too much money in his hands. He has no idea what moderation is. He can be more extravagant and generous than those top rich people. Spend money recklessly and live a life of drunkenness and dreams. Recently, after investing in The Wolf of Wall Street, he has become a new Hollywood upstart. Many stars and directors want to meet him. Before, when he was at the Penn Alumni Association, there were capitalists like Masra who asked him to invest, which made him feel a great sense of satisfaction. Looking at the hot Victoria's Secret model next to him, Lu Te, who has entered the sage mode. also felt a little regretful. Hey, I still have to find time to exercise my body. It's a bit unbearable to rely on medicine alone. But at this moment, the window of his room made a creaking sound when it opened. When he looked over here, he saw 3 silver rays directly sinking into the female companion next to him. Don't worry. Just let her sleep for a while. Otherwise, if she knows too much, she will die. Jess in a tuxedo appeared in front of Lute. Lute was shocked. What is this operation? What's going on? And I'm on the 48th floor here. At this time, he also saw clearly what the 3 silver lights were. It was 3 fine needles piercing his body. At this time, the female companion next to him seemed to have fallen asleep, and there was no intention of waking up. Mr. Lute, don't be surprised. It's because you have been too high profile recently, which naturally attracted our attention. Wang Yi smiled, and then pretended to look at the shorthand book in his pocket. Lute, formerly known as Lu Zhu, a Chinese from Johor. Father. Wang Yi reported all of Lute's information as if he was reporting a household registration book, and then through various suspected and possible assumptions. He also told all about his misappropriation of the Johor National Fund, and finally closed the small book as if he was sentencing, although he knew that he would be exposed sooner or later. Lute, who was getting more and more drunken, looked very ugly at this time. In fact, from the fact that he has been staying in the United States recently, it can be seen that he is mentally prepared. He has even planned a retreat. If necessary, he will hand over a large amount of settlement funds. There is no problem in reaching a settlement with the United States agency. But in the current situation, it is a bit blind. Who are you? What do you want? Fopol Special Operator. Wang Yi casually shook a notebook, and the optimized magic fluctuation flashed. Charm humans. Charm magic is not a compulsory magic, and now it has been passively localized by Wang Yi. The main purpose is to enhance the other party's trust in himself, although asking the other party to do something against the other party's will cause resistance. As long as the degree is controlled, it is completely okay to let the other party regard himself as a trusted partner who can trade. The degree is just right to match the deterrence and stimulation of this appearance. Or now it can be called Duwashu. After completing the magic implantation, Wang Yi said in a low tone, "But since I came to you this time, we naturally have our own plans. You should have wanted to spend a lot of money to reconcile." This made Lute, who was briefly confused, moved in his heart. And then he calmed down and started to imagine. He had heard a lot of rumors about Fable, including some private works and their own dirty works. If he was reconciling, it was hard to say how much of the reconciliation funds would eventually be returned to them. If Fable wanted to reach a consensus with him privately, then there was indeed room for maneuver and operation. This made him calm down. So, what do you want? After dispatching such a magical action personnel, their appetite must be not small. Fable is really terrible. Far beyond the original expectation. Private reconciliation funds. In addition, we are also very interested in your network of relationships. Sometimes we send you some instructions. You need to assist. Don't worry. There will be no embarrassment. Wang Yi said with a meaningful expression. This fat guy has a wide social circle. A real social idiot. He has done such a big thing, but he can get away with it with a high probability. This shows his ability. Wang Yi suspects that the current person in charge in Johor is here to take the blame. At that time, as long as Lin Shichin helps him cover up a little, he can at least delay the time of being caught for a few years. And during this time, with the help of his influence, he can do a lot of things. This guy's network of relationships spans the Middle East, Britain, Southeast Asia, and the United States. Based on the funds already available in the two SHL companies that have left the case, it is enough to save a lot of effort in the early stage. Chapter 78, One-Day Tour of Competitive World. This kind of money comes fast. As a special operative of Fable, after developing this informant, Wang Yi is about to receive a private settlement fee. A settlement fee that is almost the same as Agu's reward. Lute can develop to this point. He must be not stupid. Magic itself is not omnipotent. Although he spent $700 million to settle in reality, it was to truly lift all his charges and completely eliminate all worries. Now even if he relies on the power of magic, $100 million is almost the end. This is because Wang Yi's performance is omnipotent enough, which makes him believe that only Fable has this kind of energy in this place and can complete self-transformation. It is precisely because this is Fable's private activity that Lu Te feels that he is more and more dangerous, worried about the possibility of being committed suicide. So he agreed very readily. And as a developed informant, it is natural that he only has one connection line. Right? The key is that in addition to the private settlement fee, there is also the role of his own connections. For Wang Yi, the value of this effect is much higher than the settlement fee, which can make Wang Yi's principal leverage more resources. The overseas income of Minecraft, the remuneration from Agu, and the settlement fee from Lu Te instantly made Wang Yi's overseas SHL company have a huge cash flow. Masra's SX automobile company actually borrowed from the bank by mortgaging patents, which may be only a few $100 million. This is a huge number that can leverage the life and death of a company with a market value of tens of billions. With this sum of money, some subsequent arrangements can also be started. If Wang Yi is not prepared to control all assets and eat alone, it is already a considerable force to leverage with the current money. However, the classification and order of some categories, as well as the location selection of the branch, must also be planned and considered. For example, if it is similar to a high-end semiconductor factory, if it is willing to invest in China, it will definitely be welcomed everywhere and enjoy various preferential policies. At the same time, the advantages of domestic electricity, transportation, manpower, industrial chain, etc. can also be utilized. But because the technology is too sensitive, it is not suitable to come at the beginning. No matter how good Wang Yi is, he has to spend time to overcome it. Once the shipment begins, it will inevitably be watched by all parties. It can be slowed down for the time being. For the time being, offshore companies can start from the medicine aspect. Even if there are innovative technologies in the medicine that can really solve many diseases, the relative tolerance can be higher. However, the control of medicine in various countries is quite strict, both at home and abroad. And there are various experimental data in the clinical stage, etc. The reason why Wang Yi has always been obsessed with Hengsan is that Hengsan can easily enter the clinical stage. The 9-valent cervical cancer vaccine chose Hengsan's first batch of tests conducted by a large number of 9-year-old girls. And the reward was only $10 per person. And because of the settlement of the chemical plant incident with the largest number of casualties in history, which exceeded the Chernobyl nuclear power plant accident, the drugs manufactured by Hengsan can be exported to the United States as long as the formula passes the FDA certification. So although this place is extremely unfriendly to foreign investment, it is still a holy land in the medical industry. And many pharmaceutical companies still like to conduct clinical trials here. However, for these, we must first help Li Yao, the cow and horse, to get some accessories. In the next few days, Wang Yi took Qian Yayan and Manny to travel around Philadelphia, and occasionally flew to the surrounding areas. Anyway, when he had to do serious work, he would use a reasonable way to make them faint and have a good sleep. Intermittently, he also achieved the purpose of Wang Yi's coming out this time. In the identity of Jess, he acquired a company that provided cloud services on the verge of bankruptcy in the United States. The employees are all ready. Anyway, what they did before, they are still doing now. And the development tasks are temporarily remotely controlled by Lin Shichin. And then Wang Yi ordered and modified a batch of new servers as Li Yao's home. Later, when Li Yao came back once, he solidified the SHL of Yalida and gave him the SHL of Jess for use. In addition, Wang Yi also improved the side effects of soul occupation with this harvest, and tried to extend the use time of Li Yao's body as much as possible, although it is impossible to prevent the phenomenon of corroding the body. After ensuring the repair and preservation of the SHL, Li Yao can still adapt to it as a whole. I will find a way to get you some help as soon as possible. The United States is really not good. The haunted places we went to are all in vain. During this period of travel, Wang Yi also specifically found some places with supernatural legends. But none of them yielded anything. They were all fake, or the resentful spirits had been purified by the sun, leaving no hair behind. I will try my best. The meaning of Li Yao's current survival is to complete Wang Yi's various tasks, and he has no objection to this arrangement. Okay, I'm going back. I'll leave this to you. Understood. Oh, Wang, you are the most manly person I have ever seen. Please contact me next time you come. When boarding the plane, Manny didn't feel shy or reluctant, and looked generous. But her face was ruddy, and her eyes could drip with tears. I will. Thank you for your pleasant company during this period. Wang Yi hugged Manny, and then took Qian Yayan on the plane. But at this time, Lin Shichin's teasing voice came from the headset. I recorded the scene where she rolled her eyes after provoking you. Do you want to see it? Shut up. Really not? There are new excitements from another perspective. Wang Yi didn't know whether to cry or laugh at Lin Shurqin's liveliness. However, as the supervisor of artificial intelligence, Lin Shurqin's computing power utilization efficiency is much stronger than Li Yao. Be a little perverted? Be a little perverted? Sooner or later, I will give you my whole body to teach you a lesson. Well, Wang Yi didn't consider letting Lin Shurqin use Li Yao's sole occupation, because the body would decay and feel like a corpse. He is not perverted to this extent. Wang Yi went abroad to attend the exchange meeting, counting the things in Los Angeles, plus the exchange meeting and travel later. It took less than a month. But when Wang Yi's plane landed, Lin Shurqin informed him that the competitor on the Penguin side had been rushed out. Counting the time before the release, it took only 1 month to rush it. How many programmers had to be sacrificed? Even Wang Yi was amazed at the efficiency. That's enough. Just beat them with 2 sticks. Don't give them a chance to hold us back. Although Wang Yi has made a lot of money abroad, he has made far more money than the current domestic games. But this does not mean that he can sit back and do nothing about this. After all, he is in control of the game company, so he can't lose face as a legendary wizard. In fact, the competitive world has been preheated on the internet in advance, taking advantage of the popularity of my world, showing that the style of painting is better and the pictures are more beautiful, in order to attract viewers who don't like pixel people. But even so, when the competitive world was first released, it also caused a lot of criticism. This time, all the users stood on Wang Yi's side. However, despite this, there is still a voice that tries to bring the rhythm in a neutral direction as much as possible. I can only say that it is worthy of being Penguin. Why am I not shocked at all? Yes, there is a sense of rightness. But to be honest, I don't like the pixel style very much. If it is fun, I will try it. +1. Penguin itself knows its reputation, and they actually took advantage of this when they promoted it. But on the first day when they put the game on the shelves for free, they directly received a subpoena from the World Culture Entertainment Games Company. At the same time, Wang Yi also updated the news on Weibo and responded to some netizens who asked what he thought about the competitive world. Thanks for the invitation. I just got off the plane after attending an academic exchange meeting. I was also shocked when I learned about this. This is the picture sent to me by our company's legal department. I think it should be able to solve it. Picture. This picture is exactly what the court has accepted, indicating that it will be directly confronted. However, netizens are not very optimistic about this, because there are too many previous examples, and it is useless at all. Instead, the official Penguin came out to express respect and courtesy to Wang Yi, and said that this would not hurt the harmony between the two families. Regarding the share of Tiaoitiao and Yang Leguyang, a batch of payments have been settled and the push of Tiaoitiao will continue to increase. As for the lawsuit, it is to respect the verdict. In fact, there are many people who scold Penguin, but it is undeniable that Penguin Group is really strong in observing words and expressions, and can take timely measures to reduce its own losses every time. This is really more sensitive than Ari and Ai. But unfortunately, the sensitive Penguin did not insist on respecting the verdict in the end. After Wang Yi dug out Lin Shurqin's poisoning code and unpacked the competitive world to find the internal World Culture Entertainment Games Company logo, Penguin quickly removed the competitive world at the fastest speed, apologized officially, and began to reconcile out of court. Well, things within the business rules involve interests. Anyone dares to fight for it. Anyway, they will definitely give you enough respect and face. The previous Water Army also said that they would persuade the great mathematicians to go back to study the positive energy topic of mathematics. As long as there is no principled mistake, they are not afraid. But this time, they directly dug the code. If they dug it, they dug it. They were caught. There is no other way except to admit their mistakes. At least for this stable company. They will not consider any means. The other party has a halo on his head. Didn't you see that he just came back from academic exchanges abroad? If you are caught, you can reduce the losses as much as possible and choose to reconcile. The terms of reconciliation. You can propose them at will. If you are wrong, you must admit it. And you must stand firm when you are beaten. Chapter 79 Storm. Penguin surrendered so quickly that the entire network was quite surprised. In their impression, this should be the first time. It was totally unexpected. Ordinary netizens did not know the difference between directly digging the code and high imitation. But this time, they also vaguely smelled something wrong. Brothers, I moved some things back for everyone to taste. At this time, a Weibo user named Big Porter began to move some recent news about Wang Yi from the internet. A large number of top mathematicians commented that this will be the big devil who dominates the mathematics world for the next few decades. Mathematics requires talent, and every mathematician will be confident in his talent. But after seeing him, it's gone. I want to pry open his brain to see if there is a supercomputer inside. This is a real genius in the mathematics world. Amazing Oriental man. If only you can torture me less. I feel like I haven't recovered today. Just looking at the comments, it seems that nothing feels good. But after digging out their identities, looking at the titles one by one is completely different. Many insiders will popularize the achievements and status of those big guys below. And many international students who have studied in those schools are excited and incoherent. This time, even some public intellectuals echoed the praise. And the group that was most determined to oppose Wang Yi became turtles. The master has said so. What else can they do? Just going out to participate in an academic exchange meeting. But the big guys in the mathematics world gave such a high evaluation. This really made many netizens who eat melons feel the same sense of honor. Of course, almost all netizens, including those abroad, will think that this is a kind of praise from these mathematicians after Wang Yi solved the brothers' guess. It's just an exaggeration. It's normal that the world's difficult problems have been solved. After all, the top few brains are here. They can vaguely see Wang Yi's back. But for ordinary people, looking up at the sun and the moon can't tell the difference between the two. Slowly, more and more people are digging up the identities of those mathematicians. Almost everyone can write a biography. Just looking at everyone's resume, you can feel that he is a legend. One by one, the amazing titles were thrown out. Although I couldn't understand them, I knew they were very powerful. Top mathematicians from the United States, Australia, and Europe. This is a kind of recognition. After moving all of them and digging out the identities of those big guys, the big mover left a message. There are more exciting ones. Wait for them. The big mover registered accounts on multiple platforms at the same time to move them, including Bilibili, Tiaba, and Donghu. After moving them all, he started to expose issues that ordinary people are more concerned about. Microsoft Vice President Ball proposed to buy the copyright of Minecraft for $400 million at the banquet, but was rejected. For ordinary people, cutting-edge mathematics is too far away, and they can't understand it. They just know how awesome and powerful it is. But they still know about money. Whether it's Microsoft or money, they understand. Even now, Microsoft is still a standard beautiful dream miracle in the eyes of many people. And what old guy said about becoming a big farmer is still the Bible in the eyes of many people. Now, whether it is Microsoft's opening price or the price, it has shown its absolute recognition of Minecraft. And Wang Yi's refusal made many people exclaim. Many people thought that Penguin's offer of $1 billion was exaggerated before. But here came a richer one. Still rejected? Good guy. I can only say that he is worthy of being a great mathematician. Just willful. You should know that Qin Xiang, the eldest son of Hengwan Group, who is now the top rich second generation and the most popular on the internet, may not have this much money at his disposal. Although it was rejected, the value of it can be seen from the rejection. Now there are distorted remarks such as I want to give birth to a baby for you. This is someone else's offer. Being able to refuse this can only mean that you think you can give more. However, the domestic and foreign sales of Minecraft this month have indeed been followed up by many specialized game media. A hit. A phenomenal game. Maybe it is impossible to reach that kind of income in the short term, but it may exceed it in the long run, especially if derivative IPs are included. At this time, Wang Yi also said goodbye to Qian Yayan, who was still going to school, and returned to the company in Shutian. As soon as he returned to the company, all the employees kept greeting and announcing good news. Boss, look at the sales. Boss is awesome. 666. It must be said that the Atmosphere group recruited by Lin Shurqin is still very good. Wearing puppet costumes, swinging there with a small glowing blackboard, and in the face of high-priced poaching, they were able to hold back, even if they themselves have self-knowledge. It is rare. Okay. Prepare for the promotion of the new game. And consultant Zhang Xiang will negotiate the terms with Penguin. We don't want money for this settlement. And give us full promotion for the next new game. Wang Yi's words made Zhang Xiang panic. He used to be a small lawyer. Let him go to Penguin to mess things up? Don't worry. When the time comes, you will wear headphones. And there will be colleagues to help you. And Penguin has already softened. and they will agree to this request. Penguin's traffic is now the absolute overlord. If you want to promote it as quickly as possible, you can't avoid them. The game PUBG itself requires a basic number of players to interact. Having learned some lessons from the previous PUBG, while being impeccable in anti-cheating, it also increases the role of various gun accessories. It ensures that even FPS masters without accessories will find it difficult to beat rookies with accessories, increasing the fun of some hand-clumsy players and casual players. It can match the competitive attributes when it is high-end, and at the same time it can match the attributes of mass entertainment and leisure. And the biggest advantage of PUBG launched by Lin Shurqin is optimization. The new engine automatically completes the best algorithm according to the computer configuration, ensuring that the current general configuration can run easily. And the picture effect is explosive, far exceeding the original version. This is a huge innovation in itself. So Wang Yi still has enough confidence in the reputation and promotion of this game. Moreover, PUBG itself and Minecraft are two completely different games, so it will not kill itself. 1 month after the release of Minecraft, the trailer of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds also began to be promoted simultaneously at home and abroad. In order to make up for the mistake, Penguin was worried that Wang Yi would not let it go, so it directly used the top killer weapon of pop-up window. The other party's identity is here, and it is different from ordinary business opponents. When they did nothing wrong, they were confident that they could argue in business and talk business. But now that they have been caught, it is better to be honest. With the help of the killer weapon of pop-up window, taking advantage of the popularity of Wang Yi's return to China, it immediately caused an uproar. In particular, the top engine and optimization in the publicity were used as gimmicks. Wang Yi also sent a Weibo. Mathematicians can also make some optimizations when making games. Please appreciate it. Colleagues and netizens, it is hard to say whether Minecraft is a standard pixel style, but when some renderings of the realistic style of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds just came out and explained the gameplay, it has attracted the attention of many people. And with the previous Minecraft in front, it can be said that most people are full of expectations this time, wanting to see how far this upcoming game can go. Chapter 80 Technical Advantages. Is Mr. Wang back? Mr. Wang? Wang Yi had just returned to the company and arranged the work related to PUBG when Yu, the boss of Yuzhong Media next door, began to look in. When he saw Wang Yi coming out, his mouth was even more sweet. Oh my! Mr. Wang, you are finally back. I have been waiting for you for so long. As the boss of a media company, Wang Yi would of course pay attention to the current hot topics. Besides other things, the fact that he rejected Microsoft's $400 million acquisition made him realize that the company next door would definitely soar to the sky. In fact, after seeing the beauty methods of the company next door, he already knew that this company was not an ordinary one. He came here to hug the thigh early, but he did not expect it to take off so quickly. What's wrong? Someone came to you for help. When Wang Yi saw Wen Yu's expression, he knew that something must be wrong. Oh, the great scientist is amazing. He saw through it at a glance. It's really because those videos have been so popular recently. The quality of my models is good. In addition, your program has been beautified, which has attracted considerable attention in the entertainment industry. Some people have already found out about me and came to find me, but I didn't leak any information. Wen Yu is also a smart person. He knows what he needs. During this period, even the top entertainment companies such as Shuangwang Company came directly to him, and various famous directors and producers found his contact information to contact him. But Wen Yu withstood the pressure and refused to say anything. He knew that he was offending people. If it was in the past, he could dissolve the company and declare bankruptcy. But at the same time, he also knew that if he could hold on to the thighs of his neighbors and have real materials in his hands, all problems could be solved. Any problem, any means, is vulnerable in the face of absolute strength. For this reason, he brainwashed his models every day during this period to let everyone stick together. The models who also understand the importance of this know that they can be easily replaced, and also understand the rare opportunity. That is, they are waiting for Wang Yi to return. Now the backbone is finally here. Wang Yi glanced at Wen Yu. In fact, Lin Shurqin also mentioned it during the chat. This guy really didn't shout everywhere, and he withstood the pressure. He has a good vision and knows what is needed. Wang Yi's beauty ability is here, and Lin Shurqin's optimized program can be used directly for filming movies. There will be no occasional incoordination and changes. This killer weapon will be of interest to both stars and directors. At first, they all relied on natural beauty, then makeup, and then plastic surgery. Now it is complete with Wang Yi's methods. If you have anything to say, please tell me. We are neighbors, and have worked together several times. It's like this. Recently, I have received many people in the entertainment industry who are interested in this kind of beauty. Many people know the situation of my subordinates, and can find their previous photos. So the beauty can't be concealed. When you also explain that it was not him who exposed the beauty. Refined PS pictures are very popular now. But it's terrible that there is no abnormality in the video. Well, then what are your plans? Since Mr. Wang's company is called Cultural Entertainment Games, he should not be averse to the entertainment industry. Right? I wonder if Mr. Wang is willing to take on some other work. I haven't revealed your business yet. But after all, I have cooperated with you several times. I think someone has guessed it. When you said attentively, Wang Yi's identity is special. And even if someone guesses it, they dare not harass when you like this. Well, I don't reject it. If there is a better opportunity, I will not let it go. Wang Yi said casually. Lin Shurqin suggested that some special effects blockbusters could be made and handed over to the overseas special effects company for processing. The cost of special effects is very expensive, and it is easy to explain the whereabouts of overseas game revenue. Anyway, Lin Shurqin will definitely be the one to take charge at that time. And let Li Yao build another special effects company. Then, I will reveal your situation appropriately. Do you think it is convenient? Wen Yu's face was full of expectation. Okay. Just reject those crooked ones. And don't use the script to fool people and make money. You can introduce one or two appropriately. Wang Yi knows the benefits of this program in his hand. In fact, for some films with excellent plots, this is the icing on the cake. Some realistic ones may even be side effects. But for some bad movies that rely on scripts to deceive investors, this can easily become a savior. So in fact, there must be more bad movies looking for Wen Yu. Now, just think of me as having a post-production special effects business. It can be a subsidiary of the entire film and television industry, taking some domestic work and making some big productions to facilitate Lin Shurqin's operation. Wang Yi just agreed to Wen Yu and gave him 2 introductions. In less than half an hour, Wen Yu didn't come, but Zhang Ming took the initiative to call. Is Mr. Wang free now? Although Zhang Ming is a big director, he is still polite to Wang Yi. He was very polite when Wang Yi was not so expensive before. This time, Wang Yi's aura was naturally enhanced by his rejection of Penguin's $1 billion and Microsoft's $400 million. In the past, Wang Yi was considered a capable master, a scientific ghost catcher, and a great mathematician. Now, he has to be called a company boss, a rich man. And since Zhang Ming took the initiative to call, he naturally knows more. Just like when you said before, even if when you didn't reveal it, someone would slowly guess it. The one who could guess the fastest was of course Zhang Ming, who knew Wang Yi better. In fact, Zhang Ming had wanted to contact Wang Yi a long time ago. But Wang Yi was abroad before, and he didn't know what Wang Yi's attitude was. Now, after hearing the vague rumors from Wen Yu, he came directly. At least Zhang Ming and Wang Yi still had some communication. Wang Yi helped him solve a big problem. And he also helped Ma Dong and Lu Shuka keep roles. Relationships are like this. You help me, I help you. Wang Yi has a good impression of director Zhang. Lin Shurqin was brought here by him. And Lin Shurqin also spoke well of him. He really wanted to promote some actors who are both talented and dedicated. I'm in the office. Director Zhang, just tell me if you have anything to say. It's like this. The post-production of those videos of Yuzhong Company should be done by Mr. Wang's company. Right? I want to know now whether the cost of this kind of post-production is high or not, and whether it is troublesome or not. Director Zhang said carefully. As veteran directors, they also need to keep up with the times. In fact, every veteran director is trying special effects and post-production. Others say it's troublesome. But Director Zhang, it's not troublesome.